Chapter 1, A Fallen Genius. Early morning. In the classroom of Class 5, Grade 12, Jinzhou Experimental No. 1 Middle School, Nanjiang Province. At this moment, the students were gathered in small groups, discussing something. Who are you going to team up with for today's team trial? I haven't decided yet, but as long as I don't team up with Lin Bei, that's fine. Sigh, who would have thought that Lin Bei would awaken such a useless superpower? It's really surprising. Ha, the genius who was always praised by teachers and classmates has now returned to square one. As they were talking, a person appeared at the classroom door, looking somewhat lonely. The previously noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked over, their expressions varied. From their eyes and expressions, one could see regret, ridicule, and disdain. The person who arrived was none other than Lin Bei, whom they had mentioned earlier. Lin Bei glanced briefly at the students in the classroom from the doorway, sighed helplessly, and walked into the classroom with a dejected look, sitting down in his seat. As a transmigrator, he did not immediately gain access to a system or other cheat codes. However, he was quite satisfied with the original owner's family background. They may not be extremely wealthy, but at least they are financially secure. His parents also doted on him. He also has a beautiful and incredibly clingy genius sister. This world is called Blue Star, and it experienced a spiritual revival 100 years ago. The background is roughly the same as the spiritual energy revival novels that Lin Bei read in his previous life. Various secret realm dungeons with varying difficulties will appear randomly here. Among them are powerful mythical beasts. When the restrictions at the entrances and exits of the dungeon are loosened, they will rush out and slaughter humans indiscriminately. Through a century of struggle, humanity has also mastered some methods of survival and combat. Among these, the awakening of superpowers is one of the most important aspects of human survival. Of course, not everyone can awaken superpowers. However, those who are physically strong and have abundant blood and energy are more likely to awaken their supernatural abilities. Therefore, martial arts training begins in childhood. All schools have shifted their focus from academic education to martial arts training, to continuously rejuvenate the awakened, thereby enhancing human power. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Lin Bei consistently ranked at the top in both academic and martial arts performance. In addition, he was handsome and kind. Naturally, he was loved by all the teachers and students at the school. Especially young girls in their prime, quite a few are attracted to him. Lin Bei, who was expected to awaken a superpower, surprised everyone this time. A week ago, he did awaken a special ability, a spatial ability. When that dazzling silver light appeared, along with the 4 large characters for spatial ability appearing on the detection screen, this caused everyone present to exclaim in envy. But after seeing the great and true use of this spatial ability, everyone fell silent. That's right, those who awaken spatial abilities are extremely rare, making it an absolutely powerful ability system. However, Lin Bei's spatial ability has only one function, which is storage. An F-rank superpower with absolutely no combat ability. Absolutely useless. For Lin Bei, the effect of such a superpower was nothing more than the physical enhancement he received during the awakening. But with just this, it's more than enough to deal with those who aren't awakened. However, it's not enough to deal with the alien beasts and other awakened beings in the secret realm dungeon. After all, every awakened being undergoes a complete transformation of their body upon awakening. The higher the grade of the awakened superpower, the greater the intensity of the transformation. As an F-rank awakened superpower user, the improvement in physical fitness is naturally the smallest among all ranks. Hey Lin Bei, did you find a teammate for today's trial assessment? Just then, a piercing sound rang out from behind. Lin Bei didn't need to turn around to know who was speaking. Zhao Qianshan. He's a second-generation rich kid. With Lin Bei around, even if he was richer than Lin Bei, he wouldn't have become the center of attention. It could be said that Lin Bei completely overshadowed them. Heaven has eyes. Lin Bei's awakening finally gave him an opportunity. This time, Zhao Qianshan awakened a B-level fire-type ability, which made him incredibly awesome. Whenever they get the chance, they ridicule Lin Bei and cause him trouble. How could I possibly let go of such a chance to finally get my revenge? Lin Bei can only turn the tide if he finds the mysterious stone tablet in the secret realm dungeon. Only there is a chance to exchange enough beast cores for treasures that can enhance physical fitness and even trigger a second awakening of supernatural abilities. How can Lin Bei, an F-rank character with only a useless storage skill, possibly kill the strange beasts in the secret realm dungeon? Not to mention, this mysterious stone tablet doesn't exist in a specific instance, it appears randomly. As for why they randomly appear in various dungeons, no one knows to this day. So, Lin Bei wants to turn the tables? Absolutely not. Boss, stop making fun of Lin Bei. Who would dare team up with him? Exactly, wouldn't taking him to the dungeon trial be like having a burden? That's right. Even though the trial dungeon is the lowest level dungeon, the beasts inside are not easy to deal with. It would be too much of a struggle for just one person. Lin Bei didn't respond, but Zhao Qianshan's 3 lackeys in the class started shouting. If Zhao Qianshan and the others had criticized Lin Bei like this before he awakened, they would have been surrounded and berated by the other students. But now, the classroom is unusually quiet, with almost everyone watching coldly and whispering among themselves. No one uttered a rebuttal. Lin Bei's eyes remained indifferent, and he merely sneered inwardly. That's human nature. When you're doing well, you're surrounded by good people. They fawn over you, flattering you to the point of being obnoxious. If you fall on hard times, it's considered a blessing if they don't kick you while you're down. I realized that a week has passed since I woke up today. This week also allowed Lin Bei to see the coldness and warmth of human relationships. In other words, his parents and sister treated him no differently. Of course, there's one more person. However, this person surprised Lin Bei somewhat. Zhao Qianshan, that's enough. No matter what, Lin Bei is still our classmate. Upon seeing the speaker, Zhao Qianshan's face instantly darkened. Shuiziki, the class's academic representative, is also one of the 4 most beautiful girls in experimental high school. When Lin Bei was in a good mood before, she didn't try to get close to him. Instead, she acted like a stranger should stay away. In addition, her grades had always been surpassed by Lin Bei's, so she never gave Lin Bei a kind look. However, ever since Lin Bei awakened his useless superpower and was ostracized and ridiculed by everyone. This school beauty, however, acted out of character, as if she were a completely different person. Every time Lin Bei was scolded by Zhao Qianshan and the others, she would stand up for him. But this only fueled Zhao Qianshan's hatred. Why is Lin Bei considered a good-for-nothing, while his goddess Shuiziki is being fiercely protected? Classmate? After this trial, we'll all go our separate ways. Do you think Lin Bei can still be our classmate? Let alone classmates, it's hard to say whether he can even survive this trial and come out of the secret realm dungeon alive. Shuiziki, stop pretending to be so noble. If you genuinely want to protect him, then team up with him for this trial. Let's team up. Shuiziki suddenly stood up, turned to look at Lin Bei, and said, Lin Bei, I'll team up with you for today's trial. Ding, matching scenario detected, system activated. Just as Lin Bei was surprised by Shuiziki's words, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Chapter 2 Surprise Reward. Ding. Matching scenario detected. System activated. System binding in progress. Ding, binding successful. The host only needs to team up with a woman whose appearance score is 90 or higher to receive a surprise reward. Ding. Suitable team target detected. Shuiziki, appearance score 92. Team up? Hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Bei fell into a brief pause. Upon hearing Shuiziki's words, Lin Bei was surprised and initially wanted to refuse outright. I didn't actually have much of a relationship with Shuiziki, and we were even rivals in our studies. In addition, Lin Bei himself had no intention of relying on women. But before he could speak, the system's notification sound silenced him. He didn't expect the system to activate at this critical juncture. Well, thank you. Lin Bei suppressed his excitement and replied. But in his mind, he silently chanted, team up. Ding, team successfully formed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade B ability Frost Arrow. Congratulations, host. You have received a permanent 100x boost to your ability's power level. B grade superpower, Frost Arrow? Isn't this Shuiziki's awakened superpower? I actually assimilated her superpowers? This is just too incredible. The grades of special abilities are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, from lowest to highest. Lin Bei didn't know anything about what was above that. As far as he knows, the highest level is S class. In Jinzhou City, the strongest are only a level awakened abilities. Therefore, being able to obtain a B-level superpower already puts one among the mainstream strong individuals. Secondly, after the ability is activated, the initial power level is 0, and the level that can be increased depends on the quality of the ability. An E-level ability can be upgraded to level 2. Aside from the initial skill, you can gain an additional skill with each advancement. for a total of 2 additional skills. The higher the rank of a superpower, the more times it can be promoted, the more skills it can acquire, and the greater its power. Following this logic, a B-level ability can gain an additional 5 skills, allowing it to be upgraded to level 5. However, although F-rank abilities can be upgraded to rank 1, they can only possess the initial skills at the time of awakening. Advancing does not grant additional skills. This is also the helplessness Lin Bei felt after awakening. Advancing in power level is not easy. It requires killing a large number of exotic beasts and absorbing their essence to advance. Take F-level superpowers as an example. To upgrade to level 1, you need to kill 100 low-level alien beasts. To advance to the E level, one must kill 150 low-level alien beasts. For rank B, one needs to kill 300 low-level alien beasts. The higher the rank, the more experience points are required, and the slower the leveling process. But now, Lin Bei has received a permanent 100-fold increase in the speed of his supernatural power level upgrade. This means that other B-level awakeners would need to kill 300 low-level alien beasts to advance to level 1. He only needs to kill 3 low-level alien beasts to advance in rank. This is absolutely awesome. Sure enough, having a system is awesome. This made Lin Bei wish he could immediately enter the Secret Realm instance to slay the alien beasts. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Lin Bei, you're really shameless. He was just saying it casually, and you actually agreed? Also, Shuiziki, I advise you to think twice. Are you sure you can pass the test by bringing a burden like Lin Bei into the dungeon? Although the trial dungeons are easier than the beginner dungeons, quite a few people still die in the trial dungeons every year during the final assessment. Zhao Qianshan gritted his teeth, his gaze toward Lin Bei growing even more sinister. He couldn't understand why Shuiziki would still help Lin Bei even now that he was in this state. None of your business? Shuiziki glared at Zhao Qianshan, then looked at Lin Bei. You'll be with me later. Are you sure you want to take me in? My special ability doesn't have any offensive capabilities, Lin Bei asked with a smile. So what if I can't attack? Just bring me plenty of stamina and mental recovery potions in your storage space so I don't have to carry around lots of bags. Upon hearing this, Shuiziki replied with an indifferent expression. Lin Bei was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. So this girl thinks she's some kind of logistics backpacker? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The superpower I awakened before was only F level, so I can only have the storage skill in this lifetime. If a character reaches rank E, they may be able to develop 2 more skills. Perhaps this extra skill is an offensive one. But being rated F meant it was a lost cause. For Shuiziki, her only purpose might be to help her carry the medicine. Using superpowers requires consuming mental energy. This is similar to a mage's mana. When their mental energy is depleted, they naturally cannot use their special abilities. At this point, close combat is the only option. To defeat the monsters in the dungeon using physical strength alone, you'll need to reach a high level of martial arts prowess. Or perhaps their superpowers have advanced, resulting in multiple physical enhancements. But they are still students, and even if they are geniuses, they are only at the initial level 0. It was only a physical enhancement during the awakening phase. Therefore, even if they are facing the lowest level monsters in the trial dungeon, they will run out of stamina after killing a few. Therefore, it's natural to bring plenty of stamina recovery potions. Equipment that allows for spatial storage is already rare, and only important figures possess it. For people like them, it's simply impossible to have. Therefore, most people need to carry large bags of recovery potions and food when entering Secret Realm dungeons. Shuiziki proposed forming a team. One reason is that they disapproved of Zhao Qianshan's actions. On the other hand, it also shows that they have enough self-confidence. A Class B superpower, that's very strong. She felt she could complete the game on her own, as long as she had enough recovery potions. Fortunately, Lin Bei has 100 cubic meters of storage space, which is more than enough to carry enough recovery potions. Therefore, bringing Lin Bei in didn't feel like a burden to her. Let's go buy the medicine. Ignoring Zhao Qianshan's murderous glare, Shuiziki pulled Lin Bei out of the classroom. Before long, the two bought a warehouse full of recovery potions and food and returned to the classroom. Shuiziki's large backpack, which she had prepared, was now gone, having been thrown into Lin Bei's storage space. Lin Bei, be smart and stay away from Shuiziki, otherwise. Upon seeing them return, Zhao Qianshan immediately blocked Lin Bei's path and threatened him fiercely. Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way. Lin Bei pushed Zhao Qianshan aside and walked over. You're asking for it. Zhao Qianshan was taken aback when Lin Bei, who had been silent for the past few days, suddenly acted this way. Just as Zhao Qianshan was about to explode, the homeroom teacher, Li Feng, walked in. You just wait. Zhao Qianshan had no choice but to give up for the time being and return to his seat, his eyes fixed on Lin Bei. After entering, Li Feng glanced at everyone in the class and spoke loudly. Students, today is the final assessment before graduation. As long as you pass the trial dungeon, you can graduate and enter university. The number of monsters you kill and the time it takes to complete the trial will determine your final score. The more monsters you kill and the shorter your completion time, the higher your score will be. Keep trying. 3 years of arduous training, and today is the day to see the results. His gaze finally landed on Lin Bei, his eyes flickered, and he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. This trial allows for free team formation, with 2 people per team. Those who are not matched with a team will be randomly matched with the remaining students from other classes. Those of you in our class who weren't assigned to a group, please step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng was surprised to find that not a single person stood up. This made him look at Lin Bei again. But then he discovered that Xue Ziki was standing next to him. Xue Ziki and Lin Bei teamed up? This discovery came as a great surprise to Li Feng. Chapter 3 Archenemies. Li Feng originally thought that Lin Bei would be alone, so he would have to team up with the remaining students from other classes. However, those who remain are naturally not the strongest. The strong ones have already been snatched up by others. He never expected that Xue Ziki, who had never had much interaction with Lin Bei, would team up with him. But it's alright, at least with Xue Ziki around, Lin Bei can get through this trial. As for the future, that's up to fate, there's nothing he can do to help. For the homeroom teacher, at least the college entrance rate has increased. Now that we've formed a team, let's head to the trial dungeon gate now. Li Feng was also very decisive. The group followed him out of the classroom and arrived at the school gate. There, dozens of modified steel buses were already waiting. Li Feng handed the list of participants to the checkers at the bus entrance. The students boarded the bus one after another. Everyone is here, let's depart. With a roar, the steel bus drove out of the city. At the city gate, 2 towering gates made of a special material slowly opened. On both sides, heavily armed city defense soldiers stood straight, their eyes gleaming. The guns they carried were all specially made. These guns don't fire bullets, they fire kinetic energy. It is provided by the crystal core of the alien beast. If it were a weapon like the one on Earth, it wouldn't be able to do any harm to the alien beasts. Of course, these guns can only pose a threat to ordinary monsters. If you really encounter a powerful alien beast, you'll have to rely on the energy cannons on top of the city walls. After strict verification, they were allowed to pass. The bus passed through the city gate. Once outside the city, the scenery is completely different. The city was completely devoid of its former vitality, and was now a desolate wasteland. The ground is covered with the marks left by the energy cannons. Mythical beasts aren't just found in dungeons and secret realms. There are also some outside the city. These all came from dungeons with no walkthroughs. If a secret realm dungeon remains unconquered for a period of time after its appearance, the strange beasts that spawn within it will break through the dungeon's entrance and enter Blue Star. However, once a dungeon has been conquered, the strange beasts that spawn inside cannot break through the restrictions at the entrance and exit of the secret realm dungeon. As for why this is the case, scientists around the world have not been able to come to a conclusion. Perhaps this is some kind of unknown rule mechanism. Chirp. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. The entire bus was shrouded in shadow. It's a tenon joint. In an instant, the dark figure whistled past without attacking the bus. However, the students inside the car exclaimed in surprise. Although the martial arts classes at school also include practical combat. However, the targets in these real-world exercises are either classmates or mentors, or virtual monsters. The strange beasts they saw were mostly specimens in virtual data. This is the first time I've ever been so close to a strange beast. Holy crap, this tenon joint is huge. Luckily it didn't attack us, otherwise, with that mouth of its, I don't know if our bus could have withstood it. You're not an expert on this, are you? Don't underestimate this bus. That inconspicuous wire mesh outside is connected to high-voltage nuclear power. That's right, and this bus has been playing special audio. We can't hear this kind of audio, but it's very unfriendly to alien beasts. Unless the alien beast is particularly powerful, it won't want to get close. As for those powerful alien beasts, They were driven out of the yellow zone by the city's powerful superhumans and the strong members of the hunting party. Only those that are harmless will be temporarily left unattended. After all, some weaker hunting groups and novices also need to make a living. Letting them slip by and get killed is unacceptable. Lin Bei listened quietly without making any comments. After all, these classmates who used to be close to me have long since changed. When we enter the dungeon, you need to stick close to me and don't fall behind. If you're surrounded by a large group of strange beasts and escape my attack range, I can't protect you. At this moment, Shuiziki said calmly. I see. Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to Shuiziki's coldness. He realized that this girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Lin Bei was somewhat touched by her help. Besides, this girl gave me quite a surprise. The bus stopped shortly afterward. We've arrived at our destination. Everyone got out of the car. This was a temporary small base. As this is the trial instance, it will naturally be guarded by the City Defense Army. All around were temporary railings made of special materials. Although it cannot compare to the city walls of Jinzhou, everyone knows that the protective strength of this fence is many times stronger than the protective netting outside the steel bus. The city defense troops we saw along the way all exuded an intimidating aura. He looks like a battle-hardened warrior. Furthermore, they learned from their teacher that these city defense soldiers were all superhumans. As the team entered the base, they found a circular portal in an open area. This is the entrance to the trial instance. Just looking at this portal gives one a profound and awe-inspiring feeling. At this moment, the place was already full of people, all of whom were 18 years old. They are all participants in this trial. They come from various universities in Jinzhou City. Hey, Lali, is this the class you're in charge of? Just as Li Feng stood still and turned around to say something to his students, a man of about 40 years old walked over. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Li Feng frowned. Lu Gaoxian. The teacher in Experiment 2 was also Li Feng's former classmate. They never got along back in school. That old rascal will seize any opportunity to mock Li Feng. What's up? What? Can't we chat for a bit if there's nothing wrong? Can't you see I'm busy? Just say what you need. It's nothing serious. I just came to pay my respects to that genius from your class you mentioned. I heard he's awakened an amazing superpower. At this point, Lu Gaoxian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, his face full of mockery. None of your business. Knowing that the old man was up to no good, Li Feng retorted directly. Lu Gaoxian wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and looked around before walking towards Lin Bei. So you're Li Feng's prized student, the genius Lin Bei? When talking about his prized student and the word genius, Lu Gaoxian deliberately raised his voice. This attracted the attention of all the teachers and students around them. What exactly do you want? Li Feng frowned even more, looking at Lu Gaoxian with a face full of anger. Old Li, what's the rush? I'm just here to admire you for having such a talented student. As he spoke, Lu Gaoxian looked at Lin Bei again. Lin Bei, I heard that you have awakened a rare spatial ability. That's amazing. The words sounded like a compliment or praise. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like they have any good intentions. Spatial ability. Upon hearing these 4 words, many gasps of surprise erupted from the surrounding area. Spatial abilities, that's an absolutely powerful ability. This drew envious glances from many students. Before they could even express their envy or sigh, an extremely sarcastic voice rang out. Teacher, your information is inaccurate. Lin Bei did awaken a spatial ability, but the skill is storage, and its grade is F. What? Upon hearing this, the way people looked at Lin Bei changed completely, from envy to disdain. Chapter 4, Goodbye to Shoulder Throws. Please add to your favorites. A spatial ability, and all I got was the storage skill? Damn, it's still F rank. This is really bad luck. Who says otherwise? If it's an E rank, maybe the second skill will be an attack type skill, then we'll make a fortune. Even an F rank spatial attack skill is stronger than a C rank one. This is supposed to be a genius? He's a complete waste. His F level spatial storage is utterly useless. He dares to come to the trial dungeon with this skill? Isn't he courting death? Even in the trial dungeon, the skill isn't enough to get by. The fact that he's here means he already has teammates. I'm really curious who his teammates are, who would be so foolish as to do that. Ha ha ha. Immediately, laughter erupted from the entire audience. Li Feng's face flushed red, his clenched fists trembled, and his gaze toward Lu Gaoxian was murderous. Ha? Storage capacity? And it's F grade? Oh dear, sorry, Laoli, it's all my fault for not finding out clearly. Lu Gaoxian said apologetically, but the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress looked like he was being sarcastic. Lu Gaoxian. You've gone too far. Li Feng spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice deep and resonant. What? Your awakened superpower is very strong? Just then, Lin Beiping's calm voice rang out. His gaze, however, was fixed on the student who was echoing Lu Gaoxuan's words. Although the sound wasn't loud, it instantly silenced the surroundings. Me? A complete newbie, E-rank ability Fireblade. Just a tiny bit better than you. Seeing that Lin Bei was actually asking him, the man chuckled and said. Oh. Lin Bei's lips curled into a smirk, and before his laughter could even begin, a figure flashed past, closing in with incredible speed. What are you going to do? Ah. The sudden turn of events startled the man. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a cry of pain rang out. Lin Bei then executed a clean and decisive over-the-shoulder throw, sending him flying. With a bang, the man fell face first into the dirt, his mouth full of mud. He couldn't get up for a while. Knowing he's a newbie, why is he still showing off? Lin Bei's calm voice rang out again. Lin Bei glanced at the man disdainfully, clapped his hands, and turned to walk back into the group. This happened too fast. It caught everyone off guard. Apart from the man's muffled groans, the scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Gaoxuan's smile froze, his eyebrows twitched, and a surge of anger suddenly rose within him. This kid actually made a move in public and beat up his own student? How can one not be angry when one's face has been slapped? Kid, you're too arrogant. A mere F-rank trash like you dares to. Lu Gaoxian, shut up. Useless? What kind of student are you if you can't even beat a piece of trash? Li Feng immediately let out a cold laugh and stood directly in front of Lu Gaoxian, blocking his view of Lin Bei. At that moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This old guy wanted to mock him? He got slapped in the face now, didn't he? I must say, Lin Bei's temperament is just right. It's no wonder I liked him before. So what if they're trash with awakened superpowers? If they're unhappy, we'll fight them. The problem really did bring down an opponent who was clearly stronger than him in an instant. Although this fall had a somewhat sneaky feel to it. But does that matter? The result is what matters most. Damn it! You dare to ambush me. I challenge you to a duel. At this moment, the person who had been thrown out by Lin Bei got up and ran over angrily. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and activated his supernatural power. The short knife in his hand was instantly engulfed in flames. This is his special ability Fireblade. Once you are struck by this short knife, it will cause a continuous burning effect, and the wound will naturally feel uncomfortable. Li Feng, you stand there. Let them handle their own affairs. If you dare to launch a sneak attack, why wouldn't you dare to face us head-on? Li Feng was about to intervene immediately. But how could Lu Gaoxian let him have his way? He directly blocked him, with flames swirling around his palms. This is precisely when his sea-level fire-type ability is gathering momentum. Whoosh! But before Li Feng could speak, he did. Then Lin Bei's figure moved again. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to meet the enemy. Is this kid a hothead? His previous sneak attack succeeded because the other party was careless. Now that they've taken the initiative, does he dare to fight them head-on? Sigh, it was just a momentary act of bravery. Even excluding the enhancement of superpowers, Lin Bei wouldn't be a match for an F rank against an E rank in terms of physical strength. Besides, they used superpowers. If they get slashed, the trial is pointless. Shuaziki's ice arrow was now formed in her hand, ready to be released. She would definitely take action immediately should Lin Bei encounter any mishap. She didn't want her team members to be eliminated before they even started the trials. At the same time, her brows furrowed. She was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Bei's impulsive behavior. In her opinion, this behavior was very unwise. The difference between two ranks is not huge, but it is not insignificant either. Lin Bei is definitely going to suffer a loss. However, to everyone's surprise, just as the flaming dagger was about to strike Lin Bei's left shoulder, Lin Bei's body suddenly shifted irregularly and rapidly to the right by half an inch. That slight difference allowed him to successfully dodge the attack. At the same time, he reached out with both hands, grabbed the other person's left hand, and pulled him in front of him. The sudden turn of events caught the person off guard, leaving them no time to react. The body immediately lost its balance. Immediately afterwards, he felt his feet leave the ground, and with a dizzying spin, he was thrown out again. The same over-the-shoulder throw happened again. Bang! This time, the sound of his body hitting the ground was even louder. In an instant, the man lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Hiss! All around, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Everyone stared at Lin Bei in shock, unsure of what to say. The first time, it could be said that Lin Bei launched a sneak attack, catching the opponent off guard. But this time, they took the initiative. However, the result was still the same. The same over-the-shoulder throw was defeated by Lin Bei. An F-rank physical ability is stronger than an E rank? How is that possible? Not to mention the students around them, even Lu Gaoxian and Li Feng were dumbfounded. This result was truly unexpected. Shuiziqi's mouth was slightly open, her cool and pretty face unable to hide the shock in her heart. Lin Bei, is he that strong? At this moment, only Lin Bei himself knew the truth. If I only had F-level superpowers, my physical abilities would naturally be inferior to that person's. It's an E-class vehicle, after all. The physical strength he gained after awakening was naturally far beyond what an F rank could achieve. The problem is, Lin Bei now possesses the B-level superpower, the Frost Arrow. His body naturally received the enhancements from the awakening of a B-level superpower. This enhancement is different from the instant enhancement during the previous awakening. Lin Bei gradually digested it on the way. Therefore, Lin Bei's current physical strength is stronger than that of a B-level. After all, he also received the enhancement when he awakened his F-level ability. Dealing with this E-rank trash is a piece of cake. That's all there is to it. Lin Bei glanced at Lu Gaoxian intentionally, said something, and then returned to the group. Asshole! Lu Gaoxian was about to explode. Was he mocked by Lin Bei? Damn it! Chapter 5. I'm naturally averse to being dominated. Please add to your favorites and give a reward. Holy crap! This kid's got guts, an F rank fighting back against an E rank? Looking at it this way, this kid isn't a complete waste after all. Although this kid is a bit unexpected, it's useless. Currently, our superpowers haven't been upgraded. Everyone is at level 0. The other two are at level F and level E, respectively. Although there are differences in physical fitness, the differences are not significant. It can only be said that the E-level kid's martial arts combat strength is far inferior to Lin Bei's. That's why he couldn't beat Lin Bei. If Lin Bei were to encounter a D rank or C rank awakened, he would definitely lose. That's true, but Lin Bei is quite something, ruthless and decisive. He is ruthless and decisive enough, but unfortunately he only awakened a useless F-level superpower, which means he is destined to have no future. Moreover, he will inevitably suffer losses by doing so. Lu Gaoxian is a vengeful person. Judging from the look in his eyes, Lin Bei is probably in for a rough time. As expected, amidst the discussions, Lu Gaoxian erupted. Lin Bei, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gaoxian swung his right hand, and a ball of flame rushed towards Lin Bei. This is one of his skills, flame impact. Humph. You dare to mess with my student right in front of me? Li Feng let out a cold shout and instantly appeared in front of Lin Bei, pushing out with his right hand at the same time. A yellow halo surrounded his hand, and his C-level Earth-type ability was activated. As he piled up the pile, a thick earthen wall rose up from the ground in front of him. It directly blocked Lu Gaoxian's attack. Boom! Despite the loud bang, the earthen wall was not breached, but a sizable crater was blasted into it. It was almost penetrated. Clearly, Lu Gaoxian's attack was not weak, but the power level of his superpower seemed to be slightly weaker than Li Feng's. This made Lu Gaoxian's face even more gloomy. The two have always been rivals. Furthermore, both of them possessed awakened C-level superpowers. Over the years, both of them have reached the third rank of C-level, possessing 4 skills of their own special abilities. Logically speaking, fire-type attacks should be stronger than earth-type attacks. But when it comes to a real fight, fire-type attacks are still somewhat outmatched by earth-type defenses. Because of this, Lu Gaoxian was always very unhappy. No matter what they did, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Li Feng, Lin Bei injured my student, he must give me an explanation. Explain? Are you kidding me? Your student started the trouble first and ended up getting himself into trouble. Can you blame Lin Bei? He deserved it. You. Chow, you're so protective of your student? Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. In an instant, the two were about to strike again. Stop. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended. This caused Li Feng and Lu Gaoxian to pause, and they each involuntarily took 2 steps back before standing still. However, an elderly man appeared in the arena. The old man's temples were gray, but his face was ruddy. If it weren't for his striking gray hair, judging from his complexion and robust physique, he wouldn't look like an old man at all. However, with his appearance, his intimidating aura made people dare not look him in the eye. A strong person. An absolute powerhouse. Vice City Lord Zhou. Upon seeing the visitors, Li Feng, Lu Gaoxian, and the other teachers leading the group all bowed respectfully. One city is one town. This person was Zhou Kai, the deputy city lord of Jinzhou City. As the teachers bowed, Lin Bei also looked at Zhou Kai. Is this a 5th tier B-level powerhouse? Normally, Lin Bei wouldn't have the chance to meet such a powerful person, he could only see them on television news. Now, a real person is standing right in front of me. Grade B, 5th rank, is already at the perfect level, so it is naturally powerful. He knew that this deputy city lord possessed light-based supernatural abilities. Light-based abilities are also among the rarest types of superpowers. It is said that the 6 skills Zhou Kai acquired are all very powerful, combining offense and defense, and also possess healing abilities. It's like an unkillable cockroach. When Jinzhou City encountered a small beast tide, he single-handedly fought his way through the beast tide, charging in and out 7 times, managing to break up the beast tide's formation. This gave the other awakened ones a good opportunity to defeat them one by one. Nonsense. Today is the most important test for all college graduates in Jinzhou City. What are you two doing? Zhou Kai glared at Li Feng and Lu Gaoxian and said irritably. Then, he glanced at the unconscious boy lying on the ground, and then looked at Lin Bei, but didn't say anything more. Alright, everyone disperse. Line up and enter the trial instance one by one. Do your best on the test. Yes. After leaving those words behind, Zhou Kai walked away. He wasn't worried that Li Feng and Lu Gaoxian would continue to fight. Just kidding. If you really do that, you're disrespecting Zhou Kai, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Even though Lu Gaoxian was furious, he calmed down at this moment. Kid, I'll remember you. Lu Gaoxian glared at Lin Bei resentfully before turning and leaving. They had no intention of taking away the student who was still lying unconscious on the ground. This good-for-nothing made me lose face, and I have nowhere to vent my anger. I don't care if he lives or dies. Seeing that Lu Gaoxian had left, Li Feng walked over and patted Lin Bei on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. You've made me proud. However, that old bastard Lu Gaoxian holds a grudge, so you have to be careful. If this old bastard ever gets you into trouble, tell me immediately." After thinking it over, Li Feng gave a few more instructions. Teacher, I'm fine, I'll be careful. Well, alright, let's start the trial. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said nothing more. To be honest, he genuinely liked his student, but unfortunately, the future looks bleak. How much can I help? If Ming Daoming were to seize that old bastard Lu Gaoxian, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But if that old bastard were to use underhanded tricks, how could he possibly stay by Lin Bei's side all the time? What happens to him in the future is up to fate. You're too impulsive. After Li Feng left, Shueziki's voice came through, still as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. Maybe. But I've never liked being dominated. Lin Bei spoke casually, his face showing no concern whatsoever. It seemed that he hadn't taken anything that had just happened to heart at all. Shueziki frowned, the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't say anything more. Everyone has their own destiny. Her offer of help stemmed solely from her respect for this former adversary. Besides, Lin Bei had been his classmate for 3 years. As for the future, she won't care or think about it. The reality is that the two of them probably won't have much contact in the future. She has done more than enough to get to where she is now. Lin Bei naturally understood this. He didn't mind Shueziki's cold words. On the contrary, he was somewhat grateful to Shueziki at this moment. Because of her, she activated the system herself. Because of her, I received a reward. This is the first step in his rise to power. Buzz. The trial instance opened in the next instant. The group proceeded towards the dungeon entrance in turn. Let's go. Good. Lin Bei smiled and followed Shuiziki into the trial instance. Chapter 6 Corpse Dogs. Boss, Lin Bei stole all the limelight this time. That's it? He's just asking for trouble. He offended Lu Gaoxian. Do you think Lin Bei will have a good time in the dungeon? Zhao Qianshan watched Lin Bei's retreating figure as he entered the instance and chuckled sinisterly. So when do we make our move? What's the rush? Shuiziki is not easy to deal with. She has also awakened a B-level ability. If I make a move now, I'm not sure I can take them down. Just wait, those people from number 2 middle school won't let them get away with this. If they can't take down Lin Bei and his group, then we'll make our move. Kill the monsters first. Okay, boss. After saying that, Zhao Qianshan and the others entered the secret realm instance one by one. On the other side, in the team of Experiment 2. I don't need to tell you what to do when you encounter Lin Bei after you go in, right? Teacher, we know what to do. Yeah, but you guys need to be careful of that kid's partner. The girl's name is Shuiziki, and she has awakened the B-level superpower, Frost Arrow. Du Xiaofeng, Wang Mo, the two of you go in and focus on keeping that woman occupied. Aren't you going to kill that woman? Wang Mo asked Lu Gaoxian. Idiot, she's just like you too, a B-level awakened. Do you think you can just kill her like that? As a B rank, killing an F rank like Lin Bei won't get you into trouble, even if it's exposed. But if you kill a B rank awakened, even if you are also B rank, you'll be in trouble. We understand. Remember, just kill Lin Bei. Also, don't underestimate your opponent. Even B-level opponents are difficult to deal with. Moreover, there's another student in their class who's at level B. It's hard to say whether they'll also intervene. Du Xiaofeng and Wang Mo both nodded. However, a shadow crossed Wang Mo's eyes. He did not agree with all of Lu Gaoxuan's words. Even if the other side has 2 B-level players, Wang Mo doesn't care. He has his own trump card. If another B-rank character kills Shuiziki, it might cause trouble. But he would never do that. He didn't say much about it. As the team progressed, they entered the instance one by one. This is the trial instance? After entering the instance, Lin Bei looked around with curiosity in his eyes. This was his first time entering a real instance. He had only heard about it in class before. The so-called secret realm instance is like an independent small world. Here, the sun shines in the sky, and mountains and rivers are everywhere. Moreover, the place is even more vibrant with life than the outside. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, many people were teleported in from all directions. Let's head that way first. Shuiziki spoke and walked directly in one direction. Lin Bei didn't say anything and followed. The people around glanced at Lin Bei and his companion, their expressions varying. Almost everyone saw what happened outside the instance. While surprised, most people thought Lin Bei was very unwise. It's just the courage of a common man. Completely disregarding the consequences. Originally, Lu Gaoxuan's sarcasm could have been handled by his mentor, Li Feng. But Lin Bei just had to jump out. Although they slapped the other party in the face, they also created enmity. With Li Feng outside, no matter what Lu Gaoxian wanted, he couldn't get what he wanted. But what about inside the instance? Will Lu Gaoxuan's students give up? To say that Lin Bei's awakened superpower is powerful is one thing. Unfortunately, it's an F-rank storage skill, so his relatively powerful close combat physical cultivation technique alone can't really make a difference. Keep in mind that the previous person was only an E level. In terms of physical fitness improvement, it's not much better than F level. With Lin Bei's slightly stronger physical skills, it's possible for him to close the gap. But what about against D level, C level, or even B level superhumans? 2 words, no chance. Brother Mo, should we follow them now? No rush, let them run wild for a while, I'm going to upgrade. Wang Mo licked his lips and said with a cold laugh. An upgrade? Could it be that Brother Mo? Upon hearing this, the people around him looked at Wang Mo in surprise. Even Du Xiaofeng looked over. That's right, as long as I kill 20 more alien beasts, I can advance to level 1. What? Wow, Mo Gui, you're a B level awakener. You need to kill 300 alien beasts to go from level 0 to level 1. Yes, does that mean Brother Mo has already killed 280 alien beasts? To be precise, I have already killed 286 alien beasts. In fact, I only need to kill 14 more alien beasts to reach level 1 and activate my second skill. Wang Mo said with a hint of smugness. As he spoke, he glanced at Du Xiaofeng beside him. Impressive, Du Xiaofeng said with a forced smile. But I was a little annoyed. However, there was nothing he could do about his dissatisfaction, since Wang Mo's parents were both superhumans, and their strength was no less than Lu Gaoxuan's. With parents like these, they will naturally give their children special tutoring. Clearly, before the trial, Wang Mo's parents had taken him to other instances and helped him kill many strange beasts in advance. If it weren't for the rank restrictions for entering the trial instance, they probably would have just leveled him up to rank 1 and let him in. Du Xiaofeng doesn't have parents like that. Of course, most awakened students do not receive such treatment. Students with such family backgrounds would never attend school in a small place like Jinzhou. They went to Shanghai or Kyoto a long time ago. Otherwise, how could the highest ranking superhuman in Jinzhou City be only A? And only a handful of them at that. We need to expedite the upgrade. As they walked, Shuiziki suddenly blurted out something. Lin Bei looked at her with a puzzled expression. You've caused trouble, do you think you can just let it go like this? Those people from Experiment 2 will definitely come looking for trouble. Upgrade quickly, only then will I have a chance to save you. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's gaze towards Shuiziki paused. A hint of emotion appeared on his face. Lin Bei was surprised that this girl was still thinking of helping him even now. Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to me? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods on their right, interrupting their conversation. Carrion hounds. The carrion dog was larger than a domestic pig, with irregular patches of rotting flesh all over its body. Even before you got close, you could smell a pungent stench of decay. These kinds of strange beasts never act alone. Sure enough, the moment the first one appeared, 5 more appeared behind it. 6 heads. Shuiziki frowned, not expecting to encounter a corpse dog right away. Dealing with 6 corpse dogs at once was no easy task for her. However, she did not back down and activated her superpower immediately. Because she knew that the carrion hounds were much faster than them. Once they've got their eye on you, running away is impossible. Frost arrow. In the blink of an eye, Shuiziki waved her hands and fired 3 ice arrows instantly. Swish swish. Awoo. As the lead dog reared up and howled, 3 ice arrows arrived in an instant, striking 2 of them directly. The ice arrow aimed at the head dog was dodged by it. The 2 corpse dogs that were hit howled and collapsed to the ground, struggling to stay afloat. The remaining 3 did not stop even though their companion had been injured. They rushed over in an instant. Chapter 7 First Kill, Extra Reward. Please add to your favorites. Ah! With a roar, the 3 rotting corpse dogs all pounced on Shuiziki. Frost arrow. 3 more ice arrows were fired instantly. The closer the distance, the higher Shuiziki's hit rate. All 3 carrion dogs that pounced on them were hit. Bang bang bang. The powerful impact sent the 3-headed carrion hound flying, crashing to the ground. Shuiziki did not stop there. Taking advantage of the lull, she fired another arrow at each of the 3 heads. At the same time, she held a blue potion in her hand. Without hesitation, I drank it down in one gulp. Middle. Immediately afterwards, 3 more ice arrows were fired, still aimed at the 3 fallen corpse dogs. Ooh. Having been hit 3 times in a row, the 3 corpse dogs finally cried out in pain, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Shuiziki took a deep breath, and the tension in her heart eased a bit. This was also her first real-world experience. Normally, she would engage in virtual battles at school, which is different from real combat. Fortunately, her performance in virtual battles has consistently been among the best in the school. In addition, she was very decisive in battle, and her first move went relatively smoothly. Ah! Seeing that he had lost 3 of his underlings, the head dog's eyes instantly turned red, and he roared at Shuiziki repeatedly. Its entire body sank down, assuming a pouncing stance. The 2 corpse dogs that Shuiziki had first taken down now stood up again. Without saying a word, they launched an attack on Shuiziki. Humph. You're asking for death. Shuiziki snorted coldly. Having gained experience from her first kill, she was no longer as nervous as she had been at the beginning. She unleashed 3 ice arrows instantly, which was the maximum number she could currently cast at once. Moreover, at level 0, she can cast a total of 10 frost arrows when at full strength. She can fire 4 more ice arrows in an instant after firing 3 ice arrows this time. A blue potion reappeared in Shuiziki's hand. Swish swish. As the potion appeared, Shweziki instantly fired 3 more ice arrows. But her brows furrowed even more deeply. Neither of the 2 attacks managed to hit the dog. Gulp. After downing the second recovery potion, Shweziki delivered a fatal third attack to the 2 fallen corpse dogs. At the same time, she touched the ground with her right toe and instantly moved to the left. Whoosh. She had only shifted her body slightly when a dark shadow flashed past her. It was the alpha dog that had pounced on her. Beads of sweat had appeared on Shweziki's forehead. She hadn't expected that the corpse dogs in the trial dungeon would be even stronger than she had imagined. Meanwhile, the 2 corrosive dogs that had fallen to the ground had already lost their lives. Lin Bei, standing behind Shweziki, seemed to be acting strangely. The system notification sounded in his mind the instant Shweziki killed the 3 corpse dogs. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 3 corpse dogs in your team. Ding! 100x enhancement activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the qualification for superpower advancement. Please select which superpower to advance to. Needless to say, the natural choice is the ice-type ability, Frost Arrow. Lin Bei was extremely excited at this moment. As expected, the power level of the supernatural ability has been increased by 100-fold. Originally, upgrading AB level ability to level 1 required killing 300 alien beasts. With the 100x boost, killing just 3 heads was enough to meet the requirements for Tier 1 advancement. As for which superpower to choose, is there even a question? The F-level spatial storage ability, if upgraded further, would only be 1 level higher, at most increasing the current storage space size and improving physical fitness once again. It will not lead to any other skills. This is also the tragedy of F-level superpowers. Therefore, he naturally chose the Frost Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to the Frost Arrow rank, reaching B level, Tier 1. The Frostbolt skill has been enhanced. It can now be cast 5 times instantly. The host's physical abilities will be enhanced in all aspects. Ding! Ice-type skill extension successfully obtained. New skill acquired, Freeze. Freeze, instant cast. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to freeze up to 5 targets in front for 3 seconds, dealing significant damage. Note, the freeze skill has a 30-second cooldown after each use. At the same time, Lin Bei felt a warm sensation all over his body, a warm current surging and covering his entire body. He could feel his physical strength had been enhanced once again. Cool. Before I could finish expressing my feelings, the system notification lit up again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 2 corpse dogs in your team. 100x bonus activated, gaining 200 experience points. Current score, 200-3000. Note, after advancing to Tier 2, you will need to obtain refinement crystals to advance further. It takes killing 3,000 alien beasts to advance to the 2nd tier? Lin Bei glanced at the system notification and was surprised. He also didn't expect that the number of alien beasts required to be killed to upgrade AB level ability from level 1 to level 2 would increase tenfold. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If you could advance by simply killing a few animals, wouldn't the whole world be full of max-level experts? Fortunately, he had a 100-fold boost, so 3,000 beasts were just 30 strange beasts to Lin Bei. As for the Crystal of Refinement, that's more complicated. This needs to be obtained by exchanging beast crystals at the stone tablet in the dungeon. The main difficulty lies in the fact that the appearance of this stone tablet is random, and it does not appear in a fixed instance. This is why, out of so many superhumans, there are so few above level 3. It wasn't because they hadn't killed enough strange beasts, but because they were just too unlucky and couldn't find any stone tablets to exchange for them. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Bei muttered something to himself, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Shweziki moved to the left to avoid the head dog's attack. Before she could catch her breath, she suddenly felt a strong, fishy wind coming from behind her. A quick glance out of the corner of my eye and I was instantly covered in a cold sweat. To everyone's surprise, the dog, after missing its target, strangely turned back mid-air and pounced again. However, Shweziki's old strength was exhausted and her new strength had not yet been generated, so she had no way to dodge this attack. She could feel the alpha dog's gaping maw already touching her shoulder. Bang! Ooh! At that very moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared and instantly knocked the head dog behind it away. The dog, in pain as if being run over by a heavy truck, let out a scream and was thrown into the air. After collapsing to the ground, he struggled several times but was unable to stand up. Although Shweziki managed to stand firm, she was still shaken. Somewhat bewildered, she looked at everything unfolding before her, then raised her eyes slightly and saw Lin Bei standing there. You. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Bei charged straight at the head dog and kicked it repeatedly in the head. Click, click, click. The sound of skulls being crushed echoed continuously, and blood flowed everywhere. The lead dog gradually stopped struggling and howling, and remained motionless. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bei wiped his forehead, looking completely exhausted. Shweziki still stared wide-eyed at this scene, speechless for a long time. It all happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly. I thought I was going to be bitten by the alpha dog, or even have my neck bitten through and die. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei suddenly appeared and kicked the head dog to death. So fierce, huh? Shweziki swallowed hard, somewhat taken aback. The scene of Lin Bei kicking the dog's head hard just now lingered in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first time personally defeating a monster. Extra rewards for team play have been unlocked. Chapter 8, The Ice Dragon Breaks. Any extra rewards? Ding! After entering the dungeon, if there is a beautiful woman in your team with a beauty score of 90 or higher, and you successfully defeat her, you will receive a 100% increase to all attributes, a 10x increase to the drop rate including the number of beast cores obtained, and an increase of 1 to the quality of dropped items. What? Lin Bei smiled upon seeing this. All attributes plus 100%? This means that within the instance, one's own combat power is at least twice that of others. Furthermore, a 100% increase in all attributes also means that the power of using supernatural abilities will be stronger than that of others. After all, with stronger physical and mental strength, the duration and power of one's superpowers will naturally be much greater. Secondly, the drop rate is increased by 10 times, which is also an incredible gain. Everyone knows that the monsters in dungeons have a chance to drop treasures, including but not limited to weapons, equipment, and potions. But the odds are incredibly low. With a 10-fold drop rate, wouldn't killing a dozen or 20 monsters guarantee an item drop? Furthermore, this 10x figure also includes the number of alien beast cores obtained. Does that mean you can get 10 beast cores by killing a single beast? And if the final drop has a quality bonus of +1, that's even more awesome. Dropped items are categorized by their rarity into white, iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and emperor. Low-level dungeons generally drop mostly basic items, with rare drops of iron-grade equipment. With this buff, wouldn't he get the worst black iron equipment in low-level dungeons? Could you even get bronze equipment? Don't underestimate these black iron equipment in the world of Tier 2 ability users, they are always in high demand and sought after. If it's bronze equipment, even a single piece would be incredibly expensive. Cool. Thinking of this, Lin Bei smiled even more broadly. On the contrary, Shweziki was somewhat confused as she watched Lin Bei grinning foolishly. Is this the excitement of killing the alpha dog? For an F rank awakened to kill the head dog is indeed something to be proud of and excited about. Thanks. However, Shweziki still said something to Lin Bei. If it weren't for him, I might have been seriously injured just now. Although she brought a lot of recovery potions, these potions mainly restored chi and blood and restored physical strength. Bites and lacerations don't heal very quickly. Dragging your wounds along, continuing the trial would definitely increase the difficulty several times over. Oh? You're welcome. I can't just watch you get hurt. We're teammates. In a good mood, Lin Bei said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he kept staring at the dog's corpse. There, a piece of black iron equipment actually dropped. They came out right away? Lin Bei glanced at Shweziki, only to find that she seemed unable to see the equipment. What excited him even more was that there were 10 more beast cores in his storage space, and they were mid-level ones. This is probably the reason for the 10x drop rate and +1 quality. At this moment, Shweziki walked over, cut open the head dog's corpse, took out a beast core, and handed it to Lin Bei. Here you go, this is your spoils. Lin Bei accepted the beast core without hesitation and tossed it into his storage space. At the same time, he also discovered that Shweziki could not see the equipment that had been dropped. So, without making a sound, Lin Bei took the equipment away with a thought. Ding! You have obtained the Healing Necklace Plain version, triggering the quality +1 trait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Healing Necklace Black Iron quality. Wearing this healing necklace allows you to consume some of your mental energy to perform minor healing on yourself or the target, restoring some health and stamina, and healing some wounds. Black iron equipment? That's good stuff. Lin Bei was overjoyed, never expecting to obtain black iron equipment so quickly. The buffs provided by the system are powerful. Moreover, having this healing necklace is equivalent to carrying a stamina recovery potion with you at all times. As long as one has sufficient mental strength, this necklace allows one to continuously heal oneself or one's target. From now on, I only need to carry enough mental recovery potions, which will save me a lot of money. You should know that these recovery potions on the market are not cheap. Even though Lin Bei's family was relatively well off, buying large quantities would still be a strain for them. After all, the standard for saying that his family is just okay is compared to the families of ordinary people. Compared to families with superpowered individuals, there's no comparison. Seeing Lin Bei's delighted expression, Shuiziki assumed it was because he had obtained the alien beast crystal core. Don't worry, I will definitely help you pass the trial this time. I'll cripple some of the monsters in a bit, then you can deliver the final blow. Also, I'll save your share of the beast core. Okay, thanks. Lin Bei didn't say much. Suddenly I realized that Shuiziki is actually a pretty nice person. However, he wouldn't reveal the existence of the system so openly just because Shuiziki helped him. The two cleaned up the battlefield and took the remaining 5 corpse dog beast cores. They also cut off all the carrion dog's teeth and claws and put them into their backpack. Of course, Lin Bei put the backpack back into his storage space. On the surface, he was still the same porter. Throughout the rest of the journey, Lin Bei did not simply stand by and watch. Instead, he took on the role of a guard. Shuiziki was in charge of reaping the kills from a distance, while Lin Bei took on the task of eliminating the beasts that came close to them. Of course, he didn't use his full strength. His attacks appeared to be clumsy and disorganized. But it was just the right time, perfectly intercepting the approaching monsters. Shuiziki was also pleasantly surprised by this. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei could play a good role. From this perspective, teaming up with Lin Bei isn't such a bad thing. At least, he wouldn't be as noisy as the other male classmates. An hour later, Lin Bei was promoted again. Ding! Congratulations, host, your B rank ice type ability has advanced to level 2. Current experience, 130,000. A reminder, to advance to tier 3, in addition to meeting the experience requirement, you also need to obtain refinement crystals. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 low-level beast cores. Ding! The host's all-around attributes have been enhanced once again. Ding! The Frostbolt skill has been enhanced. 8 arrows can now be cast instantly. Ding! The freeze skill has been enhanced. It can now freeze up to 8 targets at a time, lasting 5 seconds, and dealing significant damage. The cooldown time is 25 seconds per use. Ding! Ice-type derivative skill successfully acquired. New skill gained, Ice Dragon Break. Ice Dragon Strike, instant cast, consumes 4/5 of your mental energy to summon an ice dragon, dealing massive damage to a single target within visual range, ignoring defense. Exclamation point. Upon seeing the last message, Lin Bei no longer cared about the exhilarating feeling of his body being strengthened once again. His eyes suddenly widened. That Ice Dragon Break is definitely a powerful move. The fact that it ignores defenses is really impressive. However, this consumes a lot of energy. Although this skill has no cooldown, theoretically it can be used continuously as long as you have enough mental energy. Even if you drink a mental energy recovery potion, you can't recover instantly. There's still a slight time lag. Your opponent won't be there waiting for you to take the medicine. If your opponent is a skilled fighter, they can take advantage of the recovery time to knock you out. Just in case, this tactic should absolutely not be used unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 9, Unbelievable Luck. This wave resulted in the slaying of 30 alien beasts. Among them, Shuiziki left 10 exotic beasts for Lin Bei to deliver the final blow. Although Lin Bei did not obtain any other equipment, he did obtain 100 beast cores. This shows that the drop rate in dungeons is really low. After slaying 10 strange beasts, with a 10x drop rate, not a single piece of equipment dropped. However, Lin Bei didn't care. With the buff, he would get it sooner or later. Lin Bei looked at his control panel. Host, Lin Bei. Special abilities, Rank B Ice-type ability, Rank F Spatial ability. Rank, Ice-type B rank 2 130,000, Space Type F rank 1,100,100. Skills: Frost Arrow level 3, Ice Seal level 2, Ice Dragon Break level 1, Spatial Storage 1000 cubic meters. Dungeon buff: all attributes plus 100%, item drop rate plus 10x, drop quality plus 1 triggered if there is a female character with a beauty rating of 90 or higher in the party. Equipment: Healing Necklace Black Iron. The panel is very simple, with no values for constitution, agility, or spirit. But it's obvious at a glance. At this time, Lin Bei's spatial storage also completed its upgrade and reached its maximum level. The space has also been expanded from 100 cubic meters to 1000 cubic meters. For Lin Bei, this size was sufficient. This dungeon buff says it can be triggered if there's a female character with a beauty rating of 90 or higher in the party. What if there are two? Will the buff stack or amplify? When Lin Bei saw the dungeon buff section, he started to make plans. Ding, the host is right. If the team has two beauties with a look score of 90 or higher, the buff effect will be amplified. Please keep up the good work. Upon receiving the system's reply, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. If that's the case, the more beautiful women in your team, the stronger the buff you'll receive. We need to find more beautiful women to team up with in the future. In an instant, countless plans came to Lin Bei's mind. However, for now, let's focus on passing the trial first. Lin Bei looked at Shuiziki, feeling a strong urge to seduce her. Now that he has acquired skills like Ice Dragon Break, he really wants to try them out himself. But with Shuiziki around, how can he use her? How will we explain that then? You can't just kill them to cover it up, can you? Furthermore, given Shuiziki's killing speed, it will probably be a long time before she reaches level 1. She has only killed 32 alien beasts so far, which is far from her goal of 300. As I pondered, a gray rabbit came into view. Silver-toothed rabbit? Lin Bei was delighted to see the rabbit. This thing is practically free points. My teacher once said that when I was in school. If you're incredibly lucky, you might encounter the silver fang rabbit in the trial dungeon. This kind of beast has little attack power and is not fast, making it the best beast for racking up points. Moreover, these rabbits are generally social animals. As long as you follow it back to its lair, you can catch a ton of them. However, these silver-toothed rabbits usually hide in nooks and crannies, making them very difficult to find. I didn't expect to run into one here. Upon seeing the silver-toothed rabbit, Shuiziki's usually icy face broke into a rare smile. The two exchanged a glance and quietly followed. After turning left and right for about 15 minutes, Lin Bei and his companion followed the silver-toothed rabbit through a cave and finally found its base. Wow, so many! When Lin Bei saw the scene at the other end of the cave, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. I knew these creatures were social animals, but I never imagined there were hundreds of them living in groups. This is a huge cave space. At a glance, there are no fewer than 400 silver-toothed rabbits here. Isn't this a perfect example of experience? Once Shuiziki kills the silver fang rabbit here, she will have completed her advancement task. Lin Beiming's promotion task on the surface must have been completed as well. Most importantly, by killing these silver fang rabbits, Lin Bei can act without restraint. Because he could kill these extremely weak beasts with his own physical skills. This way, the speed will naturally be faster. Otherwise, who knows how long I'd have to waste here with Shuiziki. Thinking of this, Lin Bei blocked the cave behind him without saying a word, to prevent the silver-toothed rabbits from escaping through the cave entrance when he was killing them. As for whether there are other exits inside the cave, we'll see later. After blocking the entrance, Lin Bei rushed forward without waiting for Shuiziki's instructions. Seeing this, Shuiziki didn't say anything. He directly condensed ice element in his hand and began an indiscriminate attack with ice arrows. In just a moment, several silver-toothed rabbits inside the cave were killed. As expected, very weak. Seeing that a single ice arrow could take down a silver fang rabbit, Shuiziki laughed. It generally takes 3 ice arrows to take down any of the strange beasts outside. Silver rabbit is so convenient. Besides, things are also going really well in Lin Bei. He could take down any whiny kid with a single punch. The fist struck, and the rabbit perished, no surprise whatsoever. The two men were overjoyed and began harvesting frantically. The weak silver-toothed rabbit scattered and fled, but unfortunately, the entrance to the cave had been blocked. They can only jump around within this cave space. Unfortunately, their speed was extremely slow, making them no match for Lin Bei and his companion. I didn't expect this trial instance to be so easy. Don't get cocky. We just got incredibly lucky and ran into Silver Fong Rabbit. Those outside aren't so easy to deal with. Although she was happy, Shweziki still couldn't resist teasing Lin Bei. Okay, you're right. Lin Bei smiled and continued harvesting the Silver Fong Rabbits. Ding, experience points 430,000. Ding, experience points 530,000. Ding, experience points 6,030,000. System notifications kept flashing across the screen. It didn't take long to break the 6,000 mark. In just 20 minutes, I killed 60 rabbits. It was incredibly satisfying. On the other side, Shweziki also killed more than 60 rabbits. But she couldn't laugh. Because she discovered that Lin Bei's killing speed was no slower than hers. How is that possible? I am a B-level ability user, not to mention the ranged attack power of my ability. Even in close combat, she believed she wouldn't lose to an F-level ability user. The increase in physical enhancement between the two is not even on the same level. Moreover, she is still using skills to attack. As long as she stands in the core of the cave, almost every location inside the cave is within her firing range. Unlike Lin Bei, who had to chase after and kill those silver-toothed rabbits. Even so, he didn't kill more than Lin Bei? Moreover, isn't Lin Bei's stamina a bit too abundant? You can't tell at all that this guy is tired. This is unbelievable. Lin Bei, how come you killed them faster than I did? Unable to resist, Shweziki still asked a question. Huh? I don't know. Could it be because I ate bull penis this morning? Chapter 10 Area of Effect Attack Skills. Please add to your favorites. What the hell did they eat bull penis? Shweziki looked at Lin Bei with a puzzled expression, and for a moment she had the urge to use an ice arrow on him. Slow down, leave some for me to advance. You've killed enough to advance, right? As they fought, Shweziki blushed and shouted again. At first, he even said he was saving some for Lin Bei's final blow. Now, things have turned out differently. She's the one who has to ask Lin Bei to leave some for her. Huh? Oh. Sorry, I got too excited and accidentally leveled up. You can have the rest. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei paused in his movements. He then promptly withdrew from the fight and went to the side to rest. Big brother, don't run so far. You need to give me the recovery potion. Seeing this, Shweziki shouted again, speechless. This kid really stopped just like that, completely ignoring himself? Well, actually, I think melee combat might kill faster and save money. Lin Bei chuckled and walked towards Shweziki. Your suggestion seems pretty good. Shweziki was stunned after hearing this, then looked as if she suddenly understood. Lin Bei was right. He had just killed the Silver Fong Rabbit in close combat, and its speed was no slower than his own. Moreover, Lin Bei was only an F-level awakener, and his physical abilities had not improved much in all aspects. I am a B-level awakened one, so my physical strength must be much higher than his. In terms of close combat skills, although his grades at school were always inferior to Lin Bei's. But she knew that the difference wasn't actually that big. Now that he has the boost from awakening, he will definitely be stronger than Lin Bei. If Lin Bei could kill the Silver Fong Rabbit so quickly, I certainly could too, and I'm sure I could do it even faster. So, before Lin Bei could even arrive, Shweziki had already abandoned her skill attacks and rushed out directly. And you know what? These silver-toothed rabbits are really weak. In close combat, she can kill an enemy with a single punch. However, she then discovered a problem. Although these silver-toothed rabbits are not very fast, they are quite agile when running around. The speed at which they catch one after another isn't fast. After killing a few, she found that her melee kill speed was much slower than before. Why was Lin Bei able to kill so quickly? Could it be that his physical attributes are stronger than mine? That's impossible. Shweziki refused to believe it and launched another close-quarters attack. After slaying 10 more Silver Fong Rabbits, she decisively abandoned melee combat. He is not as good as Lin Bei at all. Give me a recovery potion. Shweziki moved swiftly and appeared beside Lin Bei, extending her jade-like hand. He looked sullen and unhappy. Lin Bei chuckled to himself and decisively took out several bottles of recovery potions from his storage space. He naturally knew what Shweziki was upset about. Competing with yourself to see who can kill you in melee combat? Isn't that just asking for trouble? His physical strength is now much greater than Shweziki's. 2 F rank enhancements and 3 B rank enhancements. Shweziki hasn't reached level 1 yet, it's just the enhancement she received during her awakening. How can you compare them? There's absolutely no comparison. According to Lin Bei's estimation, his physical strength is now much stronger than that of Lu Gaoxian. Lu Gaoxian was only at C-level 3rd rank, which is the 4th round of enhancement at the C-level level, including the time when he awakened his C-level superpower. For C-level enhancements are not necessarily better than 3B level enhancements. This is the difference in the grade of superpowers. So, no matter how you look at it, my current physical strength is not weak. This is only in terms of physical strength. If he were to use his superpowers, Lin Bei felt he could easily defeat Lu Gaoxian in no time. Lin Bei was naturally very satisfied with this. In such a short time, I've already surpassed all those teachers. Snort! After receiving the medicine, Shweziki tilted her head back and drank the whole bottle. For no apparent reason, seeing the smile on Lin Bei's face made him feel a sudden surge of irritation. Lin Bei was sensible and resolutely refused to be caught in the crossfire at this time. When a woman gets angry, avoid her if you can. Never try to reason with her. Who knows if it's because her annoying relatives came these past few days. Seeing Lin Bei remain silent, Shweziki felt like she had nowhere to vent her anger. As a result, those silver-toothed rabbits suffered. The recovery potions seemed to be free. Shweziki drank them one after another in one go. The icy arrows in her hand never stopped. Those silver-toothed rabbits either had their heads pierced or suffered a fatal blow. Even more tragically, they were directly anally violated. It's clear that when women get angry, they can be quite formidable. Lin Bei wisely kept quiet about this, continuing to hand over recovery potions. Just as his hands started to ache and he was overcome with drowsiness, Shweziki finally achieved 300 kills. Buzz! Lin Bei instantly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Shweziki. Then, Shweziki was seen to shudder. In an instant, it seemed as if her entire demeanor had changed. She became even more aloof. Perhaps it's because of her awakened ice-type ability? However, the next second, Shweziki's lips curled up. It curved into a beautiful arc. Beautiful Shwe, you seem so happy. Did you awaken a pretty good skill? Yes, you guessed right. Perhaps because Shweziki was in a good mood, she even showed a playful expression. For a moment, Lin Bei was actually a little stunned. A beautiful woman with a cold and aloof demeanor suddenly becomes playful, creating a stark contrast. Ice pick. The next moment, Shweziki raised her hand and waved. A huge cloud immediately gathered in the sky. However, this cloud was entirely pale blue. In an instant, countless ice spikes fell, piercing through the silver fang rabbits within their coverage area, killing many of them instantly. The ground was also riddled with holes from these icicles. A group attack? Awesome! Seeing this skill, Lin Bei was also somewhat envious. I don't have any area of effect attack skills like that yet. Moreover, it seems that Shweziki's ice spike skill deals a lot of damage. This also reflects the diversity of superpowers. Even if the awakened abilities are of the same rank and type, the derived skills may not be the same. Everyone is different, and this is one of the key differences among awakened individuals. Some initial skills are very powerful, but the derivative skills may be auxiliary or other strange skills. This would significantly diminish its original prospects. Of course, there are also people whose initial skills are not strong, but the skills they develop are ridiculously strong. In this regard, all I can say is that it depends on looks. Unless you have a powerful background and exceptional luck, you can obtain specific treasures from the mysterious stone tablet to predetermine the direction of the development. Clearly, Shweziki doesn't have such a background. Not to mention her, there is no one in the entire Jinzhou city with such a powerful background. Alright, we've completed all the promotion tasks. All we need to do is go to the deepest part and kill a howling moon wolf to clear the level. Shall we leave now? Or should you rest for a while? No need to rest. I just advanced, so my condition has naturally returned to its peak. Let's go straight ahead. The shorter the completion time, the higher our score will be. Alright, let's go. The two of them cleaned up the beast cores around them, and as for the corpses of the silver fang rabbits, Lin Bei collected a few. Aside from its meat, which can be used for a snack, this strange beast is of little use. However, as soon as they emerged from the cave, they were met by a team of 6 people. Ha, I've found you. Chapter 11, was it smashed? Upon seeing the newcomer's attire, Shweziki frowned, her expression turning even colder. As expected, the people from Experiment 2 came looking for trouble. Oh, what a pity. Among the newcomers, the one standing at the front spoke again, his gaze fixed on Shuiziki with a look of regret. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Mo, and I'm from Experimental Class 2. After saying that, he turned to Lin Bei and sneered, trash just likes to cause trouble, and what I like most is torturing and killing trash. Before Lin Bei could speak, Wang Mo looked at Shuiziki and said, it's just bad luck that you ended up with such a restless piece of trash. So, you should die too. Wang Mo. No sooner had he finished speaking than Du Xiaofeng, who was standing nearby, shouted to stop him and grabbed Wang Mo, who was about to make a move. Don't do anything rash. Shuiziki is a B-level awakened one, we can't kill her. Let go. Do you even have a brain? If you kill Lin Bei in front of her, won't she gossip about it? We are all B rank, so even if Shuiziki goes out and tells us we killed that F rank Lin Bei, it won't matter. But if you kill her. So what if I kill him? Wang Mo interrupted Du Xiaofeng, his face completely unconcerned. Hey! Are you two here to do stand-up comedy? Are you never going to stop blabbering? Lin Bei, who hadn't spoken the whole time, suddenly opened his mouth. I just couldn't stand it anymore. These two idiots started babbling on as soon as they arrived, and ended up arranging things for the two of them. Have you asked yourself if you agree to this? Ha, as expected, a good-for-nothing is just stubborn. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Wang Mo laughed instead of getting angry. But the next second, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he attacked. However, his target was actually Shuiziki. I prefer killing geniuses to killing trash. A sickly smile appeared on Wang Mo's face, his eyes burning with intensity. It was as if he could pierce through Shuiziki in the next second, leaving her lying in a pool of blood. As for Lin Bei, he never paid any attention to him. Killing such a piece of trash brings no sense of accomplishment, let's keep him alive for the final torture. Wang Mo. Du Xiaofeng was in a real bind, there was no way to stop him now. This kid was a troublemaker and a psychopath in school. Especially after Wang Mo awakened his B-level superpower, he became even more unruly. They'll resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and once they do, they'll inevitably injure or cripple their opponent. But every time he gets into trouble, his parents have to clean up his messes. Even the school couldn't do anything about him. Who can blame them for being born into a good family? Not only did they awaken some impressive superpowers, but they also have a powerful family background. Snort! Shuiziki was also surprised that Wang Mo's sudden attack was directed at her. However, she reacted extremely quickly, and with a cold snort, she made her move instantly. 3 ice arrows were fired instantly, blocking Wang Mo's path to the left, right, and in front. He had even gathered 2 ice arrows in his hand, ready to be fired. Oh! You've actually reached rank B, level 1. That's more interesting. Wang Mo spotted Shuiziki's 5 ice arrows at a glance, his eyes gleaming, and his smile deepened. Whoosh! Wang Mo's figure suddenly disappeared, and the 3 ice arrows missed their mark. Shuiziki frowned, her expression turning serious. He glanced around, searching for any trace of the other person. Violent thrust. However, the next second, Wang Mo's voice rang out behind her. Shuiziki's hair stood on end, and she shifted to the left in an instant. Can you dodge it? Ha ha ha. Wang Mo followed closely, his unrestrained laughter echoing around him. The cold glint of the dagger pierced her skin, and Shuiziki was shocked. Her reaction was undeniably quick, but she hadn't expected that the other person would be even faster. Rank B, Tier 1. At that moment, she learned the other party's level. She thought her advancement speed was the fastest among all ability users of the same rank in this trial. After all, they were incredibly lucky to have encountered Silvertooth Rabbit. To everyone's surprise, Wang Mo had also reached rank B, level 1. He thought to himself, this is bad. Shuiziki gritted her teeth and tried her best to turn to the side and raise her right arm to block. Since we can't avoid it, we should try to minimize the damage. Losing an arm is better than having it pierce your back. However, just when Shuiziki thought she was in trouble and Wang Mo thought he had succeeded in his attack, a dark shadow rushed towards them. Even Wang Mo didn't see it clearly before he felt himself being hit by a truck. The immense impact sent Wang Mo flying sideways before he crashed heavily to the ground some distance away. With a muffled groan, Wang Mo was thrown around, feeling completely disoriented, and his mind went blank. However, thanks to his B rank, level 1 enhanced body, Wang Mo managed to stand up immediately. Upon seeing the appearance of the person behind Shuiziki, he trembled with rage. You bastard! You're asking for it. He actually got knocked away by that good-for-nothing Lin Bei? What a humiliation! Shuiziki was also shocked. Did Lin Bei save him? Did he knock Wang Mo away? How did you do that? Shuiziki had personally experienced Wang Mo's formidable strength during their exchange. They are definitely better than me. Moreover, Wang Mo is of the dark element. The figure disappeared earlier using Shadow Step, a signature skill of dark-type abilities. It can disappear instantly and become undetectable, quickly reaching behind the target to deliver a slash. It's impossible to guard against. As for the thrust, it's a signature skill among the dark-type skills. It can unleash more than 3 times the attack power instantly. Shadow Step combined with thrust is an absolutely invincible killing move for dark-type ability users. If you get hit, you'll either die or be crippled. It's almost impossible to dodge because it's so fast and extremely difficult to catch. From the moment Wang Mo disappeared using Shadow Step to the moment he reappeared behind Shuiziki and launched a sudden attack, it was only a blink of an eye. It simply cannot react. But Lin Bei managed to spot the other person's figure. And they countered the other side. Is he really only an F rank? A question arose in Shuiziki's mind. Shuiziki was already puzzled by Lin Bei's previous actions of crashing into the flying dog and killing the silver Fong rabbit. Is it a coincidence that Lin Bei knocked Wang Mo down? Impossible. This changed the way she looked at Lin Bei. It seemed that at this moment, Lin Bei was shrouded in mystery. She can't see through it. Can't read. On the other side, Du Xiaofeng was also stunned by this sudden scene. He had a general idea of how strong Wang Mo was. Du Xiaofeng was quite surprised that Shuiziki had reached B level 1 earlier than him. After entering the instance, they prioritized killing the alien beasts for Wang Mo to complete his advancement. They searched for Lin Bei all the way, and didn't stop along the way, killing any strange beasts they encountered without delay. He had killed over 100 strange beasts, but to advance from B rank to rank 1, he needed to kill 300 strange beasts. He couldn't figure out how Shuiziki could have advanced so quickly. However, as far as the previous sentence was concerned, it would be more believable if you made him believe that Shuiziki could dodge Wang Mo's attack. After all, Shuiziki had also reached rank B, level 1. But you told him that it was Lin Bei, the F rank, who knocked Wang Mo away. That's utter nonsense. Something unusual must be going on, and Du Xiaofeng didn't believe it was just a coincidence. F class facing off against B class? What a coincidence! Chapter 12. Well, you might as well die. Please add to your favorites. Amidst everyone's astonishment and doubt, Wang Mo launched his attack. As expected of a B rank, level 1 awakener, his physical explosive power is extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Bei, gripped the dagger in reverse, and swung it sharply. He struck Lin Bei on the neck. Careful! Shuiziki was quick to react, instantly unleashing 3 ice arrows that attacked his upper, middle, and lower body. Attack where the enemy must defend. Whoosh! Wang Mo's eyes narrowed, his hand movements remained unchanged, but he increased the speed once again. Clearly, they were prepared to kill Lin Bei with a single blow, completely ignoring the 3 ice arrows. Lin Bei remained in the same standing position, seemingly unable to react at all. Just as the dagger was about to touch Lin Bei's neck, Wang Mo suddenly raised an eyebrow. A bad feeling arose spontaneously. Because he saw Lin Bei smile. Nevertheless, Lin Bei's smile still angered Wang Mo. How dare a good-for-nothing smile at me? And yet he's still laughing like that. This is mockery, a complete disdain for one's own smile. Die! Wang Mo roared and slashed with his dagger. However, the imagined sensation of a dagger tearing through the neck did not occur at all. Did it all fall through? The moment this thought crossed Wang Mo's mind, a tremendous force came from his hand. Holy crap! The swear word rose in my mind, but before it could be uttered, he felt weightless as Lin Bei swung him around and threw him to the ground. Over the shoulder throw. Shuiziki covered her mouth with her small hand and stared wide-eyed. This scene is all too familiar. But seeing it on Wang Mo made Shuiziki find it hard to believe. Outside the instance, the one Lin Bei threw over his shoulder was merely an E rank awakened. It's at least somewhat acceptable. The person in front of me is Wang Mo, IB rank, level 1. Not to mention Shui Ziki, even Du Xiaofeng and the others were wondering if they were dreaming. Wang Mo was actually thrown over the shoulder by an F-rank trash? Are you kidding me? But the facts are right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. I'm going to kill you. By this time, Wang Mo had already gotten up. He was covered in dirt, and his face was covered in mud. I was actually thrown over the shoulder by a piece of trash. His first reaction was not confusion, but rage. His personality was already pathologically extreme, and at this moment he was on the verge of exploding, completely losing his rationality. There was only one thought in his mind right now. That is to tear Lin Bei to shreds and make him suffer a terrible death. Whoosh! This time, Wang Mo used Shadow Step directly, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Originally, Wang Mo wouldn't have bothered using skills to deal with an F-rank trash like Lin Bei. In his view, this kind of trash could be killed easily. Now, he doesn't think that way anymore. He wanted to take down Lin Bei in the fastest and most violent way. Then I'll slowly torture this bastard to death with a dagger, slice by slice. Despite her surprise and doubt, Shuaziki had already arrived at Lin Mo's right side, ready for battle. However, Wang Mo was not afraid at all. Taking advantage of the unpredictable nature of Shadow Step, Wang Mo appeared directly to Lin Mo's left rear side. The attack was unleashed with triple damage, the dagger aimed straight at Lin Bei's heart and back. If this dagger strikes accurately, Lin Bei will surely be pierced through the heart. Careful! As soon as Wang Mo revealed himself, Shuaziki noticed him immediately, let out a sharp cry, and was about to push Lin Bei away. Too late! Die, you piece of trash! Wang Mo moved swiftly, thrusting a dagger forward. How is that possible? The next second, Wang Mo exclaimed. My attack failed again? At the same time, Shuaziki was also stunned for a moment. Her first reaction was to push Lin Bei away, but she missed. You know, Lin Bei was standing right next to her, how could he not have been pushed? Their disappointment left them momentarily stunned. Get down on your knees. Suddenly, Lin Bei's voice rang out from behind Wang Mo. A small hand suddenly pressed down on Wang Mo's head. Bang! Lin Bei pressed Wang Mo's head down and slammed it into the ground. With a deafening roar, the ground cracked open, sending debris flying everywhere. A pit suddenly appeared. At this moment, blood was streaming from Wang Mo's head. Before he could cry out in pain, Lin Bei lifted his head again and slammed it hard against the ground once more. Bang! Let's see you get cocky, kid. Bang! You've made yourself arrogant. Bang! You think I'm easy to bully? The 3 consecutive smashes sent shockwaves through the minds of the others. Wang Mo was completely humiliated by Lin Bei? How is that possible? Shuaziki was dumbfounded. Du Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. The other 4 awakened individuals from Experiment 2 who came with Wang Mo were all dumbfounded. An F-rank ability user could easily defeat a B-rank tier 1 ability user? Are you kidding me? Is this reasonable? At this moment, Wang Mo's face was covered in blood, several of his teeth had been knocked out, and his nose was collapsed and crooked, clearly indicating that his nasal bone was broken. However, the physical strength of a B-level, first-rank person is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even in this state, Wang Mo still seemed to have considerable strength. You bastard! Du Xiaofeng, you son of a bitch, you just stood there watching him beat me up? Go ahead and do it, you son of a bitch! At this point, he actually vented his anger on Du Xiaofeng. Don't they realize that although Du Xiaofeng is AB level, he hasn't even reached the first level yet? Even he himself was no match for Lin Bei, let alone Du Xiaofeng. However, Du Xiaofeng dared not refrain from taking action. Firstly, I fear future retaliation from this morbid wretch. That bastard is known for holding grudges. Secondly, they were also afraid of Wang Mo's powerful connections. Gritting his teeth, Du Xiaofeng didn't say anything and directly activated his superpower. Entangled in thorns. Where Lin Bei was, a dozen or so vines, thicker than an arm, suddenly sprouted from the ground all around. Each vine was covered with sharp thorns. As soon as they appeared, these vines immediately began to coil around Lin Bei. Whoosh! Lin Bei instantly retreated, escaping the range of the vine's attack, and looked at the vines with great interest. Wood-type ability, and it's even B grade. Du Xiaofeng did not reply. Seeing Lin Bei retreat, he did not pursue him, but instead used the vines to drag Wang Mo behind him. Give him a recovery potion. He didn't turn around to look at Wang Mo, but instead looked at Lin Bei with a solemn expression in his eyes. He didn't believe anything from before. It was just that Wang Mo underestimated his opponent and Lin Bei happened to be there by chance. He knocked Wang Mo away the first time, and completely overwhelmed him the second time. Lin Bei did not use his special ability on either occasion. But it was precisely because this kid was so powerful without using any special abilities that he became even more serious. This kid is too strange. You bastard, you're dead today. Wang Mo truly lives up to his reputation as a level B, rank 1 ability user. Even after being smashed like that, he can still get up and start cursing. He grabbed the medicine his companion handed him and was about to drink it. Then you should just die. But just as he put the medicine to his lips, Lin Bei's voice rang in his ear. This startled him. Du Xiaofeng also turned around instantly, his face full of solemnity. Lin Bei was just standing 100 meters away a moment ago. When did he appear behind him? A dozen or so vines attacked in an instant. His reaction wasn't slow, but Lin Bei's was even faster. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei's fist had already slammed into Wang Mo's face. Chapter 13 Powerful Devastation. Please add to your favorites and donate. Puff. Wang Mo coughed up blood and flew backward, the medicine bottle in his hand also flying away. In the next instant, Lin Bei miraculously dodged all the attacking vines, caught up with Wang Mo who was flying backward, and threw another punch. Lin Bei didn't hold back with those 2 punches. Boom! The ground shook, and the deep crater reappeared. This time, Wang Mo no longer had the strength to shout. Blood was seeping from all 7 orifices. Blood gushed out as if it were free. Wang Mo's life force was also rapidly fading away. No, you can't kill me, cough cough. Seemingly using up his last bit of strength, Wang Mo shouted in a low, incoherent voice. But the blood gushing from his mouth instantly drowned out what he was about to say. Lin Bei, however, remained expressionless and raised his fist. Stop! You can't kill him! At this moment, Du Xiaofeng also shouted out, his voice filled with anxiety. Oh? Give me a reason not to kill him. Lin Bei remained in his punching stance, but his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofeng, who looked anxious. He is a Class B ability user. That reason isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei's fist was about to strike. Wang Mo's parents are both C-level 3 experts, stronger than Teacher Lu. And his uncle is the leader of the Wild Wolf Hunting Group, a level A, rank 3 powerhouse. Just as Lin Bei's fist was about to land, Du Xiaofeng shouted again. If Lin Bei were to kill Wang Mo, not only would Wang Mo be in trouble, but Lin Bei himself would also suffer. The people in Wang Mo's family are no pushovers. If Wang Mo dies, they might still try to reason with you, but you yourself will inevitably be implicated. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei paused, his eyes darted around, and his brows furrowed. He had heard of the Wild Wolf Hunting Group. It was one of the strongest hunting groups in Jinzhou City. A rank, or even a tier 3 powerhouse. Its status in Jinzhou City is self-evident. In the entire Jinzhou City, apart from the city lord, there are only 3 A-level individuals. Offending an A-level expert will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In this world, the strong are respected. So-called regulations are nothing but paper in their eyes. Regulations only apply to the vulnerable. This is also the source of the arrogance of these spoiled rich kids. Lin Bei, now you're scared? Too late, you're dead. Just as Lin Bei hesitated, Wang Mo, having regained some strength, said fiercely. You should just die. Under Wang Mo's shocked and furious gaze, Lin Bei's fist grew infinitely larger. Boom! This punch blasted Wang Mo's head apart, killing him instantly. How dare you! Du Xiaofeng was devastated. He never expected that even after revealing Wang Mo's background, this kid would still dare to kill him. Even Shuiziki was visibly shocked. A level 3A powerhouse, and the leader of the Wild Wolf Hunting Group at that. Even setting aside his uncle Wang Mo, his parents, who are C-rank 3rd level, are not someone Lin Bei can compete with. Humph. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think he won't come after me if I let him go? Given his personality, even if he can't kill me, he'll definitely send his parents or his uncle to kill me. Since he's unlikely to let me go, why shouldn't I kill him? Lin Bei slowly stood up, wiped the bloodstains from his fist, and said calmly. Now, it's your turn. You. The cold voice rang out, and Du Xiaofeng wondered if he was hallucinating. This kid killed Wang Mo, and now he wants to kill me? Lin Bei didn't waste any more words with him and took direct action. Entangled in thorns. Du Xiaofeng retreated rapidly, and vines instantly wrapped around Lin Bei from all directions. The other four also unleashed their skills to bombard Lin Bei. Wang Yimou was killed, so they had to kill Lin Bei, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they got out. As for why Lin Bei was able to kill Wang Yimou instantly, that's no longer within their consideration. The questioning from an A-level expert had already filled them with dread. They just wanted an explanation so they wouldn't be blamed too much. Subconsciously, they didn't believe that Lin Bei was really that strong. This kid must have used some kind of trick, but under normal circumstances, such an unusual method cannot be used many times. Shuiziki was completely stunned at this point. Everything happened so fast that she couldn't quite process it. Lin Bei killed Wang Yimou? Now, are they going to kill Du Xiaofeng and his group? On Du Xiaofeng's side, there's 1 B level, 1 C level, 2 D level, and 1 E level. 5 people. How could Lin Bei possibly have the idea of killing all 5 of them? At that moment, she suddenly felt that Lin Bei was a complete stranger. At the same time, Lin Bei's figure moved swiftly, easily avoiding the vines from entanglement. The 4 people behind Du Xiaofeng also worked together quite well. 2 of them were also ranged attackers, one a D rank fire type and the other a C rank water type. The water-based skill is still a small area attack called Storm. The 2 of them completely blocked any possible escape routes for Lin Bei. The remaining 2 melee fighters stepped forward to cover the retreat, ready to finish off the enemy at any moment. Even so, Lin Bei still managed to avoid the overwhelming bombardment perfectly, under their incredulous gazes. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the D-rank melee awakener. The man also roared and suddenly threw a punch. Lin Bei, without bias, also unleashed a powerful punch. Click! There was no loud roar, only the sound of bones breaking. In a single exchange, the D-level melee ability user's right fist and right arm twisted irregularly. The entire right fist, including the right arm, suffered a comminuted fracture. Before he could even scream, Lin Bei's second punch landed, another headshot. Before the corpse even fell, Lin Bei had already tapped his toes and charged towards the E-level melee ability user on his left. The speed was astonishing. They were not given any time to think. Bang! It was another head-on clash. Lin Bei didn't shy away from melee-type ability users at all. Just kidding, he himself enjoyed 2 F-level physical enhancements and 3 B-level enhancements. Based on this alone, one can already directly confront the vast majority of B-level rank 2 and below ability users. Besides, this is inside a dungeon. He also received a buff that increases all attributes by 100%. If Lin Bei still can't kill these 2, then he'll have gotten the system reward for nothing. Boom! This time, Lin Bei didn't bother to avoid the attack at all. An E-rank melee attack is nothing more than a tickle to him now. He delivered a clean headshot and instantly finished off his opponent. That's impossible. He killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. This terrified Du Xiaofeng and the remaining 2 remote-controlled ability users. Lin Bei's attack was terrifying. This is something that an F-level ability user should never possess. He is definitely not an F-level superhuman. The 2 ranged ability users were now starting to shout in panic. One of them even turned and ran away. Just kidding, an E-level melee attack didn't cause any damage to Lin Bei. Even a D-rank close combat fighter was blown to the head with just 2 punches. Their ranged attacks can't reach Lin Bei, and once he gets close, there's only one word: death. Are you able to leave? Chapter 14: Silencing the Witness, an Unexpected Gain. Please add to your favorites and donate. Lin Bei's figure had already appeared behind the fleeing D-level fire-type ability user. Don't kill. Before he could even utter the word "I," a terrifying fist had already smashed his head open. The headless corpse ran a few steps with its momentum before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Bei turned around, instantly making Du Xiaofeng and the C-level water-type ability user tense up. At this point, they understood very well that they were no match for Lin Bei. They just couldn't understand why Lin Bei, who was only at the F level, was so strong. You, what kind of monster are you? The C-level ability user shouted incoherently, his body constantly backing away. He had long lost the will to fight. Lin Bei, can we talk this over? Let us go, and we promise we'll never tell anyone about what happened here. Du Xiaofeng suppressed his inner turmoil and forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. Do you even believe that yourself? Lin Bei smiled and walked towards the 2 of them. Every step they took seemed to strike at the very core of their hearts. I swear. I only believe in the dead. Lin Bei threw out a sentence, then quickened his pace, and with a light tap of his toes, he swiftly charged towards the two of them. You bastard! You're a bastard! Seeing that there was no way to resolve the situation peacefully, Du Xiaofeng roared and fought desperately. The vines flew wildly, lashing out at Lin Bei. The sea-level water-based ability user also kept unleashing his skills, trying to stop Lin Bei from getting closer. However, all of this was in vain. Now, Lin Bei, at his full strength, is simply beyond their ability to handle. Lin Bei's figure had long since disappeared under the whipping of the rattan cane. His speed was so fast that Du Xiaofeng and the other man couldn't even see him. Monster, you're a monster. In their terror, the two muttered something to themselves. What follows is the instantaneous disappearance of consciousness. They were completely unable to cope with Lin Bei's attacks. They lose their life before the pain even reaches their nerves. This can be considered Lin Bei's last act of mercy. Looking at the two fallen corpses, Xueziki swallowed hard. She was having trouble processing it for a while. Lin Bei, however, searched them for a while, then slowly stood up and walked towards her. A half smile played at the corners of his mouth. What do you want to do? At that moment, Xueziki involuntarily took 2 steps back, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Bei's actions just now completely exceeded Xueziki's expectations. Is this still the Lin Bei I know? They kill without even blinking an eye? Moreover, it's excessively strong. He's so strong, so when we were teamed up before. She didn't even dare to think about it. Could it be that Lin Bei was the one acting all along? But why is that? I can't figure it out. Lin Bei remained silent, watching her as she drew closer. Lin Bei, do you intend to kill me to silence me? At this moment, Xueziki was a little scared. Constantly filling in the blanks in my mind. Yes, Lin Bei killed Wang Yimou, who had a powerful background. In order to avoid being killed, it is necessary to silence them. In fact, that's exactly what Lin Bei just did. Du Xiaofeng is dead, as are the other 4 superhumans who came with Wang Yimou. Right now, only you know all of this. Lin Bei must want to kill me. Suddenly, she saw Lin Bei smile. Although she looked happy, Xueziki felt a chill run down her spine. This chill was even more biting than her ice-based superpower. Lin Bei, however, was smiling because of the system notification. Ding! Killed a rank B, Tier 1 ability user, gaining 1000 experience points. Current experience, 12500-30000. Ding! Killed an E rank, Tier 0 ability user, gaining 200 experience points. Current experience, 12700-30000. Ding! Killed 2 D rank 0 level ability users, gained 600 experience points, currently 13300-30000. Ding! Killed a C rank 0 TH level ability user, gaining 400 experience points. Current experience, 13700-30000. Ding! Killed a B rank 0 TH level ability user, gaining 500 experience points. Current experience, 14200-30000. I didn't expect that killing superhumans could also increase experience points. This surprised Lin Bei somewhat. This will make it much easier for me to accumulate experience points in the future. After all, in such a world, you're bound to encounter some blind enemies. I glanced at the system notification and made inferences based on the increased experience points. Killing an F-rank ability user should be equivalent to killing a low-level alien beast, both yielding 1 experience point. With the boost of 100-fold experience gained from advancement, it becomes 100 points. Rank E should be 2 experience points, and after a 100x boost, it becomes 200 points. Similarly, killing a B rank enemy earns 500 points. Of course, these are all points generated at level 0. Sure enough, killing Wang Yimou, a B rank first level cultivator, instantly gave him 1000 experience points, doubling his bonus. Lin Bei smiled, pleased with his good haul. Little did he know that his smile would terrify Xueziki. When he came to his senses and looked at Xueziki again, he was taken aback. The girl looked terrified and kept backing away. Hey, Miss Xue, what are you doing? Am I that scary? You weren't going to kill me to silence me? I haven't thought about it. Lin Bei shook his head. But aren't you worried that I'll tell everyone about what happened here once I get out? Can you? Lin Bei asked back with amusement. I won't. Shweziki said with absolute certainty. In fact, she really wouldn't tell anyone.
Lin Bei is her team member, so even if she really tells others.
Will Wang Mo's parents and uncle let him go? Impossible.
It can be said that Shweziki and Lin Bei are now in the same boat.
That settles it then? Alright, hurry up and pack your things, let's get out of here quickly. Lin Bei waved his hand and led the way south.
Although the fight just now wasn't very loud, it would be troublesome if other students from the nearby trials happened to see it.
We can't just kill them all, can we? Although killing them will also increase your experience points.
But Lin Bei is not a person who kills without reason. Shweziki calmed herself down and, with countless questions in her mind, followed after them. He opened his mouth several times, but hesitated to speak. He was completely different from his previous aloofness along the way, and instead seemed somewhat uneasy.
Having witnessed Lin Bei's battle, it's no wonder he felt uneasy.
Lin Bei, however, found Shweziki somewhat amusing.
She was originally a cold and aloof older sister, but now she's become a flustered and panicked baby.
Sometimes, even Lin Bei's every move would startle her and cause her to overreact. Hey, Miss Shwe, don't think too much about it, and don't ask too many questions.
Let's stick to the old way, you take charge, and I'll carry the bags.
Don't act too strangely, you might run into other people here at any time, so don't give yourself away.
Okay, I understand.
Upon hearing this, Shweziki surprisingly cooperated and responded repeatedly.
They even took the initiative to walk ahead and lead the way. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised when did this girl become so obedient. After Lin Bei and the others left, two people emerged from the woods not far away. Lin Bei is actually this strong.
One of them had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face, and his eyes were gloomy. If Lin Bei were here, he would be very surprised. Who would have thought that the entire fight just now had been witnessed by Zhao Qianshan, who had always disliked him?
Chapter 15 Handkerchief. Brother Zhao, what's wrong with Lin Bei? He actually.
Gu Xiong, one of Zhao Qianshan's henchmen, looked at the corpses in the distance with lingering fear, his body trembling involuntarily. He had witnessed Lin Bei's killing of Wang Mo and the others.
Fortunately, Zhao Qianshan didn't impulsively go to Lin Bei first.
Otherwise, the two of them would surely be lying there.
It's terrifying to think about.
Zhao Qianshan then walked over to the corpses and observed them for a while. Then, he was seen taking something out and throwing it next to the messy pit.
Let's go, let's get out of here.
Before Gu Xiong could ask, Zhao Qianshan ran over, looked around, and immediately left with his underling Gu Xiong.
It's not safe here.
If he were to encounter someone else, he might not be able to explain it clearly in a short time.
Brother Zhao, what should we say next? Should we tell Lu Gaoxian about this? On the way, Gu Xiong couldn't help but ask. Are you an idiot? Do you think people will believe this if they hear it out loud?
Everyone watched when Lin Bei awakened, but he was only at the F rank.
Although I don't know why he was so fierce, who would believe that he killed Wang Mo, Du Xiaofeng, and the others? 2B grade, 1C grade, 2D grade, and 1E grade. Moreover, Wang Mo is only AB level first rank. Do you think an F rank could kill them?
But, it was indeed Lin Bei who killed him.
He killed him, but who would believe it if I told them? Moreover, even if we were to say this, it wouldn't be us who would say it. He's an F rank, I'm AB rank. We don't get along. What's the meaning?
Upon hearing this, Gu Xiong was somewhat bewildered.
How can you be so stupid? Everyone knows that Lin Bei and I don't get along. I may be great again. If I were to report this, what do you think people would think? I understand.
They will definitely think that you killed Wang Mo and the others, and then frame Lin Bei. Based on your strength, you have the potential to kill Wang Mo and others who are also B rank. But Lin Bei, at rank F, absolutely couldn't. Gu Xiong suddenly realized.
That's the point.
Therefore, it is not our responsibility to deliver this message. But if we don't tell anyone, even if others see Wang Mo and the others' bodies, they won't know who killed them.
They would never have thought of Lin Bei. Moreover, isn't Lin Bei's team member Shweziki also a B-level player? Couldn't she also possibly kill Wang Mo and the others? That's right, but we absolutely cannot tell them.
If someone else were to say it, and considering Shweziki, who is at level B, the Wang family would naturally not let the two of them off the hook. But if I were to say it, the flavor would change. At that time, Lin Bei and the others can say that I framed them. After all, everyone knows I don't get along with him.
Then this matter will just be dropped? How could that be? Do you think Experiment 2 Middle School and the Wang family are just sitting around doing nothing?
Once they got outside, they discovered that Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng hadn't left, which meant something had happened. 2 B-level and 1 C-level individuals died at once. Not to mention Experiment 2 Middle School and the Wang family, even the deputy city lord probably wouldn't ignore it. They will definitely send people in to inspect and search.
But even if we send someone in, we can't see anything amiss.
They were all killed by punches, there were no signs of supernatural abilities. As for Shuiziki, the traces of her ice-type ability disappeared completely in no time, making it impossible to detect.
Are you stupid? If there's no evidence, can't we just fabricate it? Ha! Gu Xiong looked at Zhao Qianshan with some confusion.
Just now, I threw Shuiziki's handkerchief by the pit. Zhao Qianshan laughed, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes.
As one of the 4 most beautiful girls in experimental high school, Shuiziki naturally attracted the affection of many boys.
Zhao Qianshan was no exception, he was one of her admirers. But Shuiziki has always been cold and aloof, ignoring all men. In addition, her grades in both arts and martial arts have always been better than his, so even if he wanted to use force, he wouldn't be a match for her.
If you can't have a person, then you'll become attached to an object.
Zhao Qianshan stole Shuiziki's handkerchief and some of her personal belongings. Because it was done so cleanly, it went unnoticed for a long time.
I never expected to actually use it now.
If Shuiziki hadn't sided with Lin Bei, Zhao Qianshan might not have done this. At least, he still has something to look forward to. The strange thing is that after Lin Bei fell on hard times, Shuiziki unexpectedly stood with Lin Bei, whom she had no connection with before. Since she couldn't have him, Shuiziki sided with Lin Bei.
That would ruin it. If Shuiziki's belongings are found near the body, she will inevitably be implicated. Lin Bei will naturally be implicated as well.
And none of this had anything to do with him.
Wow, that's impressive. No wonder your brother Zhao. After listening, Gu Xiong couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Let's go upgrade, let's finish this level first. Damn it, I don't know what kind of incredible luck Lin Bei had, awakening such a strong, albeit useless, F-rank ability. Zhao Qianshan spat and walked in the opposite direction from Lin Bei and the others. The place where Wang Mo and others were killed.
Holy crap, that's brutal, 6 people died. Is this Du Xiaofeng from Experiment 2? Look, that's Wang Mo. Wang Mo?
His head is all smashed like this, how did you figure it out?
Isn't this their name tag from Experiment 2?
The group inspected the scene and their faces showed astonishment.
This is terrible. 2B level, 1C level, 2D level, and 1E level. Is this a group fight? What grudge could lead to killing so many people at once?
It's clearly a cover-up. Wang Mo is dead. After these words were spoken, everyone fell into a brief silence.
That's true.
Normally, a group fight wouldn't end like this. Injuries are inevitable, but the probability of someone dying is very small.
But it was Wang Mo who died. This kid is quite famous among his peers in Jinzhou City.
Their main advantage is their powerful connections. An uncle who is an A-rank 3rd level rank and the leader of the wild wolf hunting group is enough to demonstrate his importance. He's dead, so those involved naturally have to be silenced. Otherwise, if the Wang family investigates, he won't be able to escape.
Have you noticed that all of these people had their heads blown off, and the method was the same?
Hiss,
you mean they all died at the hands of the same person? One person killed all 6. Is that even possible? None of our group has any A-level ability users. It doesn't have to be a level. A stronger B-level is also achievable.
However, the strange thing is that he didn't use any supernatural abilities. It was purely hand-to-hand combat.
That's even stranger. What kind of good person can take on 6 people by themselves without using superpowers? 2 of them are B-level. Not necessarily. Maybe this is a staged scene, and they have deliberately erased any traces of supernatural abilities.
It's possible that some supernatural abilities, such as dark or ice abilities, will disappear shortly after a kill, making them impossible to trace.
Huh, what's this? Suddenly, someone noticed a handkerchief next to the corpse and picked it up.
On the corner of the handkerchief, a beautifully written character Shui catches the eye.
Chapter 16 Howling Moon Wolves, a pack? Please add to your favorites. This handkerchief is clearly a woman's handkerchief, with the character Shui on it.
She possesses B-level superpowers, is female, and has Shui in her name.
Could it be Shuiziki from Experiment 1? Very likely. Before, outside the instance, Lin Bei from Experiment 1 had a conflict with the person from Experiment 2. He publicly humiliated Lu Gaoxian. Lu Gaoxian is vengeful and will certainly not let this go. Wang Mo, Du Xiaofeng, and others seem to be Lu Gaoxian's students. It seems that Lin Bei's teammate in this trial assessment is Shuiziki. Wow, now that you mention it, it makes sense.
It must have been Lu Gaoxian who instructed Wang Mo and the others to come and cause trouble for Lin Bei.
So, they were killed by Shuiziki and her group? That's most likely the case, but is Shuiziki really that strong? She's very strong.
She's one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Experimental High School number 1.
I've been following her.
In the senior year of Experimental High School number 1, only Lin Bei's grades surpassed hers.
However, Lin Bei awakened a trash F rank skill.
However, Shuiziki awakened AB level ice type ability, and given her consistently top-ranking martial arts performance, her awakened strength was naturally considerable.
Ice type? That makes sense. It must have been Shuiziki's ice type superpower that suppressed them.
Afraid of revealing her true colors, she switched to physical combat and blasted their heads apart. After an ice-based attack, the traces of the supernatural power also disappear the fastest.
Damn, I didn't realize this beautiful woman was so ruthless. So what should we say? Should we tell Lu Gaoxian and the others this news? Why tell Lu Gaoxian? Just tell the Wang family directly, and the reward won't be small. What a pity, such a beautiful woman, an AB level ability user, is about to pass away. Don't regret it. No matter how beautiful she is, she won't become your woman. It's more worthwhile to exchange her for bounty money to buy resources. With resources and increased strength, what kind of beautiful woman can't you find? That's right. The group, handkerchiefs in hand, left happily. For them, this news was a considerable source of profit.
Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Shuiziki arrived at the depths of the trial instance. They knew nothing about the matter concerning Wang Mo's body.
Holy crap, so many howling moon wolves? Looking at the wolf pack in the distance, Shuiziki was somewhat bewildered. The first task of the trial assessment is to advance to rank 1 within the trial instance. Secondly, each person needs to kill 1 howling moon wolf. The howling moon wolf is already the strongest beast in the trial dungeon.
It's already comparable to a slightly stronger beast in a normal low-level dungeon.
Equivalent to the level of a D rank First Awakener. However, in a 2-person team, as long as the teamwork is good. Although it is somewhat difficult, the probability of 1 person killing 1 is not low. After all, it's an assessment. If it weren't challenging enough, wouldn't everyone be able to pass? To get into university, there are naturally certain requirements. To put it bluntly, the howling moon wolf is used to screen out those examinees below rank 1 of D level. Superhumans below rank D are actually not very valuable to train. If you can't even handle the howling moon wolf, then there's no point in training it. I originally thought there wouldn't be many of these howling moon wolves. When we got here, we found that the closest group alone had at least 30 animals gathered together. Moreover, there's more than one group here. You can see other howling wolves at a distance. How are we supposed to fight them? They're all clustered together. It's impossible to lure out just 1 or 2. Shuiziki also frowned, looking troubled. Judging from the situation, we'll definitely need to wait for more people to arrive so we can work together. Otherwise, their 2-man team would have to face an attack from at least 30 howling wolves. Even if Shuiziki is AB rank 1, it would still be difficult for her to deal with. If she attacks first, she has the ability to quickly kill 1 or 2, but after that, she will have to face the pursuit of other howling moon wolves. Although the strength of this howling moon wolf is only about D rank 1 level. However, it is extremely fast, and its biting ability is far beyond the level of D grade 1. The key is the large quantity. Even though her attributes are much stronger than those of a D rank 1, she cannot easily escape. Furthermore, although one group only has about 30 heads, the other groups around it are not to be trifled with either. If the commotion is too great, it will inevitably be attacked by all sides. She couldn't handle hundreds of howling moon wolves. How about we kill some other strange beasts around here first, and then work together to kill the howling moon wolf when more people arrive? After thinking for a moment, Shuiziki looked at Lin Bei and asked him a question. Having witnessed Lin Bei's strength, Shuiziki would consult him on everything that happened along the way. No need, just kill them. But then the wolves pounce. How are we going to escape? Kill them all if they pounce on me. If there are too many of them, it will be difficult for me to make a move. Exclamation point.
Looking at Lin Bei's excited face, Shueziki was speechless.
With so many howling moon wolves, isn't Lin Bei worried at all?
He is powerful, but so many howling moon wolves are not to be trifled with either. However, before Shueziki could refute him, Lin Bei rushed out.
Lin Bei, you.
By the time Shueziki realized what was happening, it was too late to stop them.
Ah.
As soon as Lin Bei made a move, he was spotted by the howling moon wolf. The 30-plus howling moon wolves instantly revealed their ferocious nature, baring their sharp teeth.
With a howl, the wolves launched an immediate attack, pouncing on Lin Bei.
With a determined look, Shueziki rushed out as well, her frost arrow already condensed, and she threw it directly at the howling moon wolf that was lunging towards Lin Bei's right side.
Good timing.
Lin Bei laughed and charged straight at the howling moon wolf that was lunging at him, throwing a punch at it.
Bang!
The howling moon wolf fell to the ground upon receiving the punch, dying instantly without even a scream.
Lin Bei didn't stop at all.
The moment he killed the howling moon wolf, he spun to the left and threw out both fists. The two howling wolves charging from the left were blasted apart at the waist. The phrase bronze head, iron tail, tofu waist is used to describe wolves.
Although the howling moon wolf is a mythical beast, it essentially possesses the same weaknesses as ordinary wolves. As expected, the wolf's waist is the weakest.
After succeeding, Lin Bei smiled wryly. When Lin Bei killed the first howling moon wolf, he did indeed feel the hardness of its head. My mind suddenly clicked, and I thought of the characteristics of wolves, so I gave it a try.
As expected.
So, Lin Bei deftly dodged the wolf pack's attacks with quick toe taps and began to attack the waists of these howling moon wolves. As the two howling moon wolves fell to the ground, the howling moon wolf on Lin Bei's right was also hit by Shueziki.
All 5 ice arrows struck the wolf. The attack of AB rank, Tier 1 wolf was not weak.
The howling moon wolf was instantly pierced by the frost arrow and fell to the ground dead. At the same time, Shueziki also roughly calculated the damage value through this attack.
With her current combat strength, she only needs 4 frost arrows to take down a howling moon wolf.
If it's targeting the waist, 2 patches might be enough to solve the problem.
This attack put Shueziki at ease. Because she saw Lin Bei charge into the wolf pack and handle it with complete ease. Now she could act freely and started killing quickly. Once you cut off the tails of the 2 howling moon wolves, you can complete the trial mission. But there are quite a few howling wolves here, and they're all experienced. Since Lin Bei was having a great time killing and didn't seem to be getting hurt, she didn't mind killing more to accumulate experience points. After all, the more alien beasts you kill, the better your performance in the trial will be. Then she can choose a better university. Chapter 17, A Frenzied Harvest. Ding! Killed 1 howling moon wolf, 100x EXP boost, gained 600 EXP points, current EXP 14800, 30000. Ding! Killed 2 howling moon wolves, 100x EXP boost, gained 1200 EXP points. Current EXP 16000, 30000. Ding! Killed 4 howling moon wolves, 100x EXP boost, gained 2400 EXP points, current EXP 18400, 30000. Ding! Killed 6 howling moon wolves, 100x EXP boost, gained 3600 EXP points, current EXP 22000, 30,000. As Lin Bei rapidly eliminated his enemies, his experience points skyrocketed. It quickly broke through the 20,000 mark. The experience required to reach level 3 is getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, all 32 howling moon wolves were killed. Shueziki only accounted for 10 of them. Lin Bei killed more than twice as many people as she did. This made Shueziki feel somewhat unbalanced. As a B-level 1 ability user, I am definitely one of the best among my peers in the entire Jinzhou city. However, the gap was so vast when it came to Lin Bei. Throughout the entire process, Lin Bei never used any special abilities. How can Lin Bei's close combat skills be so strong? If Lin Bei's attack hadn't shown absolutely no signs of supernatural energy fluctuations. Shueziki even suspected that Lin Bei's awakened ability was not spatial storage, but rather a close combat burst type ability. That's ridiculously strong. She didn't dare ask any more questions along the way. Even now, she is still deeply troubled by the deaths of Wang Mo and the others. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Kill as many as possible. If we can get into the 4 great academies, even the Wang family won't dare to act recklessly. Shueziki kept thinking to herself as she continuously fired ice arrows and drank recovery potions as if they were free.
In China, Kyoto Academy, Shanghai Academy, Nanchuan Academy, and Yuelu Academy are known as the four great academies.
It holds a pivotal position in the entire Chinese nation. Their deans are all S-level beings.
Those selected for the four great academies are all outstanding individuals. They will naturally receive the protection of the academy.
The Wang family, and even the Wild Wolf Hunting Group, indeed wielded immense power in Jinzhou City. But compared to the four major academies, it's not good enough.
If her performance this time can catch the eye of the mentors from the four academies who come to select students,
then all worries were resolved. Although no one else knew that they had killed Wang Mo and the others. But nothing stays hidden forever, who knows what might happen.
Just in case, the only thing to do right now is to get outstanding grades and get into one of the top 4 colleges. Shweziki herself had awakened a rare B-grade superpower, which had already touched the threshold of the 4 great academies. The 4 academies don't recruit many students each year, but the minimum requirement is a B-level awakened ability user. In Jinzhou City, although the number of people who awaken B-level superpowers each year is not large, it still exceeds 3 digits. After all, the population bases there. Even a small city like Jinzhou has a population of nearly 10 million. Each year, there are 3-digit numbers of B-level awakened individuals, which is not a high percentage. However, if we consider the entire Chinese nation, the number produced in a single session is quite substantial. Therefore, level B can only be considered a basic threshold for entering the 4 major academies.
Whether you can get in depends on your test scores. There are 2 basic tasks, which are also the tasks that must be completed to pass the game.
The first is to advance to level 1, and the second is to kill a howling moon wolf.
Don't be fooled by these 2 tasks. The first task is actually something that most people, even F-rank awakeners, can complete in a team. But the second task, slaying the howling moon wolf, was not so easy. Wolves live in packs, and this howling moon wolf itself possesses a level equivalent to D rank 1. Given the sheer number of participants, even those at the B level might not be able to complete the task smoothly. After all, they are just students, and their combat abilities are incomparable to those of the mature B level awakened outside. In addition to completing these 2 tasks, the extra points are awarded based on the time taken to complete the trial, the total experience points gained in the trial, and the extent of injuries sustained. After all, the experience points required for each level of ability user to advance are different. The higher the rank, the more experience points are required for promotion. Therefore, looking at the total experience points is the most reasonable approach. Currently, Shweziki has already completed the 2 basic tasks for clearing the level. Among the extra points, the degree of injury is certainly acceptable. So far, she hasn't been injured at all. Without a doubt, they will be the first to complete the trial. What remains is the total experience points. All she needs to do is kill enough howling moon wolves and exit the instance before the others arrive and complete the howling moon wolf quest. This way, she can maintain the fastest completion time in the trial and also get the highest score. Perhaps some people will deliberately prolong the time in the dungeon to kill more monsters and increase their experience points. However, this would mean losing the bonus to completing the trial. Keep in mind that the faster you complete the trial, the higher the bonus you will receive. The extra bonus is much higher than the bonus gained from killing more monsters. Unless you kill several thousand more monsters in the dungeon, it's completely unnecessary and a losing proposition. Another bonus is the extra tail of the howling moon wolf. Killing an extra moon wolf will earn you a considerable amount of bonus points. After all, the howling moon wolf is much stronger than the other beasts in the dungeon. Before long, the howling moon wolf pack, which had heard the commotion, surrounded them from a distance. Seeing the corpses of their kind scattered all over the ground, they did not flinch or retreat. Instead, they revealed their ferocity. The smell of blood aroused their bloodthirsty nature, causing them to act as if they were going mad. One by one, the howling moon wolves pounced forward, howling loudly. Don't do anything. You're in charge of cutting off the wolf tails. I'll kill these. Aside from the wolf tail I need for my mission, everything else is yours. Without turning his head, Lin Bei left a message and charged straight into the wolf pack. Shweziki is not worried about Lin Bei's safety at all, he's too strong. But upon hearing this, he was still stunned for a moment. Does Lin Bei mean he only wants one wolf tail? He'll give her the rest? Why? The more wolf tails you have, the more extra points you get. This is related to the final grade. Don't overthink it. I have an F-level ability, and no matter how many points I get, I'm destined not to get into the 4 major academies. It's better to recommend you for admission. Besides, you were killing too slowly. Let's clean up the battlefield before the others get here. This will save us the trouble of harvesting when the people arrive. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Shuiziki was initially moved. But as I listened, the feeling just didn't feel right. So Lin Bei was complaining that he was too slow in killing? Damn, you think you're so great and superior. Shuiziki began harvesting the wolf tails in a sullen mood, her emotions completely gone. However, she had to admire Lin Bei. That was a really fast kill. Not long after, just as Lin Bei was about to finish off the third wave of howling moonwolves, voices came from afar. Someone's coming, switch seats. Lin Bei instantly appeared beside Shuiziki, who was harvesting the wolf's tail, took the dagger from her hand, and slashed at the wolf's tail. Shuiziki was pushed out by him. Shuiziki naturally knew what she was supposed to do, and she pretended to attack the remaining howling moon wolf. Chapter 18 Acting. Please add to your favorites. Lin Bei, on the other hand, looked very diligent, painstakingly cutting off the tail of the howling moon wolf. Soon, the two came into Lin Bei's and the other's sight. Judging from their clothes, they are students from Jinzhou Qianhuan High School. Lin Bei looked them over, and they stopped to observe Lin Bei and Shuiziki as well. Seeing how much effort Lin Bei put into cutting off a tail, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. Clearly, in their eyes, Lin Bei was useless. These two were latecomers and did not witness Lin Bei's actions outside the instance. Therefore, they did not know Lin Bei. Otherwise, doubts will inevitably arise. But when they looked at Shuiziki, their eyes narrowed. At that moment, Shuiziki fired 2 ice arrows. Hiss. Awoo. With a scream, the last howling moon wolf that pounced was pierced by an ice arrow and died instantly. Sister Qi is awesome. Lin Bei shouted at this very moment, his face full of admiration. He grabbed the tail he had just cut off, stuffed it into his backpack, and ran off happily. With his back to the two people, Lin Bei winked at Shuiziki. Shuiziki understood, coughed lightly, and waved her hand with a haughty expression. Hurry up and pack your things, get ready to leave. Okay. Lin Bei obediently began the tail cutting project. The two students from Qianhuan High School witnessed the entire scene. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They determined that Shuiziki's superpower was of grade B. At this point, here, and with just 2 frost arrows, they could take down the howling moon wolf. Needless to say, it must be AB rank 1, and its combat power is definitely among the best in its class. Because one of the two who just arrived had awakened ice-type superpowers. His first skill is also Frost Arrow, but his rank is C. A C-level superpower should mean considerable combat strength. Among this cohort of students, they already belonged to the upper echelon of combat power. But he knew that if he were facing this howling moon wolf, let alone 2 frost arrows, he would be no match. Even 6 frost arrows might not be enough to kill this howling moon wolf. A quick comparison reveals the difference in quality. In addition, at this moment they saw the corpses of the howling moon wolves lying on the ground in the distance to their left. There were at least 60 of them, and none of them had tails. On this field in front of us, there are also the corpses of 30 howling moon wolves. Although there are many trees around, the gaps between them are wide enough that they don't obstruct the view too much. You can see the entire area at a glance. Only Lin Bei and Shuiziki were there. In other words, the two of them killed all 90-odd howling moon wolves here? No, that's not right. It should be said that it was all done by this beautiful woman named Sister Qi. This made the two of them instantly wary. They did not move closer to this side. Each trial instance assessment results in some casualties. The casualties did not all come from the strange beasts inside. A large portion of them came from the trainees who took the assessment. Therefore, one must be especially cautious when encountering students who are not from one's own school. In today's world, there is competition between schools. In fact, some extreme behaviors often occur. The higher-ups do not interfere too much in this regard. On the contrary, they highly praised it. In chaotic times, one must fight. As long as it's within the rules set by the state, there's generally nothing to worry about. Of course, if you are strong enough, these rules and regulations are as good as air. Seeing the two people standing at a distance with wary expressions and not coming over, Lin Bei and Shuiziki exchanged a glance and did not take the initiative to talk to them. Lin Bei hummed a little tune as he continued to laboriously cut off the tail. Sister Qi, all done. Put away the last bit of trash, Lin Bei said with a smile. Well, it's about time. Let's go out. Okay. The two of them sang in unison, completely ignoring the other two.
They headed straight for the exit of the trial instance. Lin Bei had previously stated that once the first group of people arrived, they would immediately stop fighting and exit the instance. For Lin Bei, killing a few more or a few less makes little difference.
He only needs to pass the trial, he doesn't need any extra points.
The purpose of these points is simply to get a higher score on the exam so that you can get into a better university. Even with a high score, he, being an F-level student, has no chance of getting into the top 4 colleges.
Then what's the point of playing ball? University? Let whoever wants to go go.
As for Lin Bei, he already has his own plans. With the system in place, whether or not he goes to university is no longer important to him.
Going to university simply means having more resources.
Ultimately, the resources are also produced from various secret realm dungeons. He doesn't go to university, he can just find a temporary, casual team and get in. Furthermore, solo players can hide their information within a team. At that time, he will be able to use his superpowers at will. On the contrary, once he goes to university, all his information will be public.
What if he suddenly uses his superpowers? He claims to have awakened dual superpowers? It's not impossible, I've heard that there are such geniuses in big cities too. However, those are extremely rare.
Moreover, most of them come from large families and powerful organizations.
Given his ordinary family background, let's forget about him. To avoid arguing. Moreover, the number of Howling Moon Wolves they have killed is now enough for Shweziki to enter the 4 great academies.
This is also the main reason why Lin Bei was willing to kill so many Howling Moon Wolves here.
After all, he killed Wang Mo. Just as Shweziki thought, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Once the matter is exposed, with the protection of the 4 major academies, Shweziki will naturally be fine.
From an external perspective, even if the matter were exposed, the Wang family would never suspect them. An F-rank character could kill Wang Mo and his group of 6? No way. Even if the Wang family is unreasonable, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly.
As long as their parents and sister are in the city, the Wang family really can't harm ordinary people.
Within the city, it is forbidden for people with superpowers to kill ordinary people. Moreover, his genius sister awakened a B-level healing ability as soon as she entered high school.
The healing department is already rare, and being a B-level department naturally makes it a treasure for the entire school.
It shouldn't be a big problem.
If the Wang family really wants to break off relations and cause trouble, Lin Bei naturally has a countermeasure. The only thing that made him hesitate was not Wang Mo's parents, but Wang Mo's uncle.
Hong Badian, rank A, tier 3. Thinking about this person still gave Lin Bei a headache.
Although I have a system, my growth rate will definitely be fast.
Even at its fastest, it still takes time.
In particular, to advance to tier 3, you need refinement crystals.
This item isn't for sale outside, you'll have to find the mysterious stone tablet yourself.
This time, upon entering the trial instance, thanks to the 10x drop rate bonus, he obtained over 2,000 items. Moreover, thanks to the buff that increases the quality of dropped items by 1, even the lowest tier beast cores he obtained were upgraded. In other words, all 2,000 plus beast cores in his possession have been transformed into mid-tier beast cores.
This concept is different.
If it's a low-level beast core, you need 50,000 to exchange for 1 refinement crystal. 1 mid-tier beast core can be exchanged for 100 low-tier beast cores. At this moment, Lin Bei possessed the equivalent of over 200,000 low-level beast cores, which could be considered a small fortune. Once he finds the mysterious stone tablet and reaches the required experience points, he can immediately advance to level 3.
Moreover, with such a sum of money, Lin Bei can properly arm himself after he leaves. Why is it him in Chapter 19?
Actually, if it weren't for Shweziki, Lin Bei would have already left the instance. After killing more than 90 Howling Moon Wolves, Lin Mo's experience points had already exceeded the limit. The most regrettable thing is that, because there are no refinement crystals, these extra experience points are directly wasted.
Otherwise, it would require at least tens of thousands of experience points.
Keep in mind that even if you only kill 90 Howling Moon Wolves, each giving 600 experience points, that's already 54,000 experience points. To advance to level 3, he only needs a total of 30,000 experience points.
What a pity.
We still need to get the refinement crystals quickly, otherwise they will be wasted when we kill monsters in the future. However, now that I have so many beast cores, even though I can't buy refinement crystals. However, aside from the beast cores needed to exchange for refinement crystals, the remaining quantity is definitely enough to obtain information about the whereabouts of the mysterious stone tablet. As long as there is news, Lin Bei is confident that he can obtain the refinement crystal. After the two left, the two from former Huang High School breathed a sigh of relief.
They're finally gone.
Let's go over there. Those two have killed all the Howling Moon Wolves here.
The sea-level ice-type ability user pointed to the woods on the far left and spoke. Good.
His companion, also a sea-level ability user, nodded.
The two quickly moved to the left. But less than a minute after rushing in, he ran out in a sorry state. A pack of Howling Moon Wolves followed behind. Holy crap, how come you can't kill a single one even after 8 frost arrows? How the hell should I know?
That woman was killed with just 2 arrows.
Even though she's AB rank, I'm AC rank, so how can there be such a big difference? You're asking me? How should I know?
Let's run first and wait for more people to come and kill them.
Damn it, how did those two kill so many people just now?
The two fled in a sorry state, feeling extremely frustrated. Seeing Lin Bei and his companion kill so many Howling Moon Wolves, they initially thought these wolves might not be as powerful as they had imagined.
Who knew that once this action was taken, the sky would fall? This is equivalent to a D rank, Tier 1 Howling Moon Wolf. Its defense exceeded their expectations.
The two sea-level, first-tier ability users found it surprisingly difficult to break through their defenses.
8 ice arrows were fired, but they managed to kill one of them. In just a short time, they were almost surrounded by other alerted wolf packs. Fortunately, the two ran fast. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died here. Outside the instance, the teachers leading the team and admissions advisors from various universities were exchanging ideas in a friendly manner. One of the tents was particularly lively. Most of the teachers were gathered here, their faces full of obsequiousness. Inside sat the professors from the 4 major academies. Hey, someone's coming out. Suddenly, someone shouted, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Even the 4 mentors from the 4 academies couldn't help but look up. They're out so quickly? This year's results are much faster than in previous years. I don't know which school the candidate is from.
All the teachers craned their necks to look at the exit. The exit of the trial instance emitted violent ripples.
Buzz. 2 people came out, a man and a woman.
The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They caught everyone's eye at first glance. However, the moment everyone saw the 2 people's faces clearly, all the teachers subconsciously rubbed their eyes.
It's them.
It was Lin Bei and Shuiziki who came out. Because of the little incident before entering the trial instance, Lin Bei, an F rank, was already famous throughout the area. They never expected that they would be the first team to emerge. Shuiziki is strong, but she is carrying Lin Bei, who is at the F level, even though Lin Bei's previous performance was not weak.
However, there are quite a few candidates with grades B and C in this cohort.
Logically speaking, even setting aside the combination of 2 B-level strong teams, a C-level and a D-level team wouldn't necessarily be slower than Lin Bei's team. No one could have guessed that Lin Bei would be the first to come out.
Doesn't this mean that Shuiziki is ridiculously strong?
After all, no matter how outstanding Lin Bei's performance is, he's only an F-level player. The teacher's first reaction was naturally because of Shuiziki, and they would never think it was because of Lin Bei.
How could it be him?
Among the teachers, Lu Gaoxian looked at Lin Bei, who was grinning, with a gloomy expression.
Could it be that Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng didn't encounter this kid?
Before going in, he had instructed Wang Mo and the others to torture the kid properly. Although they described it as torture, once they found Wang Mo's pathological condition, the outcome was predictable.
His true intention was to kill Lin Bei. He simply warned Wang Mo not to lay a hand on Shuiziki. In reality, Lu Gaoxian didn't think Wang Mo would listen to him. Shuiziki will inevitably suffer the same fate. However, he didn't care.
The killing of a B-rank character would attract the attention of the school and even the city lord.
After all, every B-level student is a rare genius.
Let alone a B-level, in a place like Jinzhou, even losing a C-level would be taken seriously.
But Wang Mo is different. He has a powerful background. At least within Jinzhou, this small territory, they could practically do whatever they wanted.
Therefore, even if Shuiziki is killed by Wang Mo, it will most likely end without any real consequences.
Moreover, he had warned Wang Mo before that it was due to Wang Mo's own illness.
Even if Shuiziki is really dead, it has nothing to do with Lu Gaoxian, so he can be absolved of responsibility.
But who would have thought that Wang Mo wouldn't even kill Lin Bei? This made him very unhappy. Shuiziki, Lin Bei. Ahaha, good, good, good.
A hearty laugh rang out, and Li Feng strode forward to greet it. He was also surprised, but more than that, he was delighted. Their being the first to come out signifies a successful start to Experiment 1.
You're sure to get a good result. Li Feng's gaze toward the two was filled with approval and excitement.
Because these two are still students in my class.
Hee hee, teacher, we didn't embarrass you at all.
Lin Bei said with a smile. Even though Lin Bei awakened a useless superpower, Li Feng's attitude towards him changed somewhat, but generally he didn't make things difficult for him or look down on him. They still did everything a teacher should do. Therefore, Lin Bei didn't dislike him.
Good, good, good. You've made me proud. Ziki, thank you for your hard work this time.
Li Feng said good 3 more times, looking at Ziki with a big smile.
It's not hard work. Ziki remained cold and aloof, uttering only 3 words.
However, Li Feng was used to it. This girl was never talkative and always seemed unapproachable.
Come with me to register your trial results first.
Good. Suppressing his excitement, Li Feng led the two to the southernmost part of the venue.
Name, school, current level of ability and experience points.
The registration staff there took out their forms and asked them to start filling them out.
The table already listed the information about their previous awakening. The two glanced at the form and filled it out quickly. This is really just going through the motions. Those who successfully complete the level will inevitably reach level 1. As for reaching tier 2 in the trial dungeon? Impossible. Alright, hand over your clearance items. After glancing at the data on the two people's forms, the registration staff nodded and spoke. But the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. The teachers around them also looked like they'd seen a ghost. Chapter 20: The Scramble.
Please add to your favorites and donate. Lin Bei then dumped out a huge pile of wolf tails.
This.
The registered tutor suddenly felt like he was talking nonsense. A whole bunch of tails appeared before my eyes, all of them were the tails of howling moon wolves.
Nearly 100?
Before venturing deeper into the territory, this year's students may not fully realize how difficult it is to kill the howling moon wolf. They were all in large groups. It is not easy for a 2-person team to complete the mission alone. It's practically impossible to kill so many howling moon wolves. Even if they form gangs and find several teams to cooperate with, they can indeed kill the wolf pack.
But when you break it down, there are actually very few. Moreover, in order to earn extra points for the assessment time, they won't stay inside to kill people indefinitely.
In this way, it would be quite good if a team could get 10 wolf tails. But now, Lin Bei and his group have actually produced nearly 100 wolf tails, which is simply unbelievable.
Did you two kill all of these people?
Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe, walking over.
Old Chen.
Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd spontaneously made way for him and addressed him respectfully.
He is Chen Fan, the admissions mentor for Kyoto Academy, one of the 4 major academies. A level 5 powerhouse. This is equivalent to the level of the city lord of Jinzhou City. Yes, we killed them.
Seeing the old man looking at her, Ziki nodded in response. No, strictly speaking, she was the one who killed them all. I was just running errands. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ziki finished speaking, Lin Bei said with an honest and simple expression. These words startled old Chen, who glanced at Lin Bei.
He knows this too. After all, this kid caused quite a stir before the trial.
At the time, he joked with the other professors from the 3 major academies, saying that this kid was interesting.
It's just a pity that this kid's awakened ability is only F level, so it can't be cultivated.
When others heard this, they took it for granted, and most of them even ignored Lin Bei.
Do you even need to tell me? Do you think a mere F rank could kill so many howling moon wolves? Killing even one is a struggle.
Ziki, however, looked at Lin Bei with her cheeks flushed. Lin Bei had killed most of the howling moon wolves here, but now he was being blamed for it all. Although Lin Bei had given her instructions before she left, Ziki still felt a little uncomfortable. However, she also understood the importance of things. Lin Bei had already explained the pros and cons and his plans very clearly, so Ziki had no choice but to agree.
Not bad, you're very good. Girl, are you interested in coming to our Kyoto Academy?
Chen Fan stroked his beard and asked with a kind expression.
Old Chen, that's not fair of you. The other students haven't even come out yet, and you've already made your move?
At this moment, Lu Zicheng, the admissions advisor at Shanghai Academy, spoke up with dissatisfaction.
Yeah, Old Chen, that's not fair of you.
Two mentors, Lu Yong from Nanchuan College and Hu Tianhe from Yuelu College, also spoke up. Normally, the enrollment process will only begin after all the students who participated in the trials have come out and all the statistics have been completed.
With these results, why wait?
Upon hearing this, Old Chen smiled and asked slowly.
This is against the rules. Lu Zicheng said seriously. That's right. Lu Yong and Hu Tianhe quickly echoed. Okay then, I'll wait a bit longer.
Seeing that all three insisted, Xin Fan smiled helplessly and turned to walk back to the original tent. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step, Lu Zicheng's next words caused him to stumble and almost fall.
Shuiziki, right? Come to my Magic City Academy.
I can promise you the best resources, absolutely no worse than Kyoto Academy.
Let me tell you, Kyoto is ranked number 1 among the 4 great academies. They're famous because they know how to create hype. Actually, I'm quite stingy. You won't regret coming to Shanghai Academy. If you nod, I'll process it for you right now.
Shuiziki, our Yuelu Academy can offer you conditions no less than those in Shanghai, and we have lots of handsome guys in our academy, hee.
Get lost. You think your Yuelu Academy has handsome guys?
Everyone knows Nanchuan has the most handsome men and beautiful women.
Girl, don't listen to him.
Come to our Nanchuan Academy, tuition is free, resources are plentiful, and we guarantee job placement and arranged marriages.
You bastards.
Chen Fan suddenly turned around, his previous kind and gentle expression gone, replaced by a stern face that seemed to want to beat these 3 bastards to death. He told him not to break the rules, but those 3 bastards just started poaching people? However, the 3 of them ignored Chen Fan's scolding and instead focused on persuading Shuiziki. Just kidding, someone who can kill so many howling moonwolves, that kind of strength is absolutely top-notch in the beginner stage. This is a true genius, we have to get our hands on her.
Shuiziki was also dumbfounded by the 4 peoples fighting over the item.
She blushed and looked at Lin Bei with a pleading expression. Lin Bei shrugged and said, "You decide your own affairs."
This scenario was actually within Lin Bei's expectations. As for which of the 4 academies to choose? Any of them are fine.
These 4 instructors alone are all at the A-level 5th stage, which shows that the 4 academies are all quite powerful.
Lin Bei.
Seeing Lin Bei's reaction, Shuiziki bit her lip, stomped her foot, and started to act coquettishly.
She didn't know why she was like this.
Unconsciously, Lin Bei seemed to have become her pillar of support.
Even I, who am usually very opinionated, am now indecisive.
All of this has deviated from my original plan. With Shuiziki's sharp rebuke, the instructors of the 4 academies were all taken aback, and then they all looked at Lin Bei, who had been completely ignored by them. All 4 of them were shrewd.
Judging from Shuiziki's expression, this girl was actually seeking Lin Bei's opinion. Lin Bei, isn't he an F rank? Or has he only awakened the useless spatial storage ability? Shuiziki actually wants to listen to him?
This made the 4 of them re-examine Lin Bei.
Miss Shui, you can choose your own future.
I don't care, just give me some advice.
Well, how about we choose?
Lin Bei never expected that Shuiziki would act coquettishly towards him, with an attitude of "I'm not afraid of boiling water, I'll stick with you no matter what." To avoid making the scene too awkward, Lin Bei stammered and had no choice but to speak.
Kid, watch your mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan stared at him and spoke.
The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful, intimidating force.
Oh ho, the old man looks all righteous and kind, yet he's threatening?
Lin Bei was taken aback, and a sense of displeasure immediately arose in his heart. Young man, it seems you have a good relationship with Shuiziki. Here's what I'll do, if Shuiziki chooses our Magic City Academy, I can give you an auditing spot.
You can come to Magic City Academy as an auditing student anytime you want.
At this moment, Lu Zicheng's eyes lit up, and he walked over to Lin Bei with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and said,
"What?" Hearing his words, Lu Yong and Hu Tianhe were dumbfounded. Chen Fan was even more furious. This guy, just to snatch Shuiziki's auditing spot, he gave it away so casually? Have you no shame? Chapter 21 Choice. Oh. That's not bad.
Lin Bei's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Zicheng's words. Lin Bei, our Kyoto Academy can also offer you this condition.
Well, our Kyoto Academy is the number 1 ranked academy, so why don't we let Shuiziki come to our academy?
At this moment, Chen Fan disregarded his status, lowered his posture, and laughed again. But Lin Bei only glanced at him and showed no interest whatsoever.
Who told this old man to threaten me with his aura just now?
He holds grudges very well.
Teacher Lu, I'd like to inquire whether I could give this auditing student spot to my younger sister? Ignoring everyone else, Lin Bei looked directly at Lu Zicheng.
Because he felt that Lu Zicheng was capable and the first to see the situation clearly.
It's interesting to deal with people like that. Your sister?
Lin Bei, auditing student spots are specially granted and very difficult to obtain.
To be honest, even if I promise you this spot, it will take a lot of effort once I get back. But no matter what, you are an awakened superpower user, although, it's still understandable. Your sister probably hasn't awakened her superpowers yet, right?
I can't very well tell her that when I get back.
Lu Zicheng said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. My sister is a genius.
She's 16 years old, in her first year of high school, and has already awakened her superpower, AB level healing ability.
What? Upon hearing this, not only Lu Zicheng exclaimed in surprise, but also the three mentors, including Chen Fan. Awakened superpowers at 16? And at AB level? Even more so, the healing type?
Although the healing class is relatively weak in terms of combat power. However, it holds a very important position in team battles. A team with a strong healer can have its combat endurance and safety factor increased exponentially.
In fact, lone wolves rarely venture into secret realm dungeons. It's basically only available when you're in a team.
Therefore, a healing type ability user is definitely a target that teams will fight over.
To awaken such a superpower at such a young age is truly genius. Okay, I agree.
And Lin Bei, I can promise you that if your sister comes to my Magic City Academy, I will give her the qualification of a formal student. Furthermore, your auditing student spot remains valid.
Lu Zicheng immediately made the promise. Just kidding, how could anyone resist grabbing such a treasure?
Then, if my sister and Shuiziki are both going to your school, can my parents also go with my sister and stay at your school temporarily? After all, my sister is still young and has already adapted to being taken care of by my parents.
No problem, all formal students are provided with separate accommodation by the academy. It's not just your sister as an auditor, you can bring your family members too. Shuiziki can also bring her parents along. Okay, Ziki, how about we choose Shanghai Academy? After all, it's close to home. Hearing Lu Zicheng's promise, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief.
If his parents and sister could all get into the Shanghai Academy, then he would truly have no more worries.
Okay, then I'll choose Shanghai Academy. Shuiziki agreed without hesitation. No, Shuiziki, please reconsider?
The conditions Lu Zicheng agreed to, we in Kyoto can also agree to.
Teacher Chen, I'm sorry, but I've decided to choose Shanghai Academy instead. This. Chen Fan looked annoyed.
He was so surprised when he heard that Lin Bei's younger sister had awakened AB level healing ability at the age of 16 that he didn't have time to react. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei let Shuiziki make the decision directly. This is a huge loss, losing two B level geniuses at once. If I had been a little nicer to Lin Bei just now, maybe.
Why? Chen Fan sighed inwardly, shook his head, and left with a wry smile. Congratulations, Lao Lu.
Seeing that the dust had settled, Lu Yong and Hu Tianhe could only offer their congratulations and return to their previous tense.
Ah, you're too kind, you're too kind.
Lu Zicheng's old face beamed with joy. He was really set for life this time. Having recruited two such treasures, I'm sure I'll receive a generous reward.
Lin Bei, this is your admission notice. Give it to your sister later. She can come over when school starts.
I need to go back and process your auditing student certificate. I'll have your school teacher give it to you when it's ready.
Shuiziki, this is your acceptance letter. Lu Zicheng was indeed very good at handling things.
Judging from Shuiziki's expression, he concluded that this girl listened to Lin Bei very much. Therefore, when giving out the admission notices, he gave the first one to Lin Bei. Although it's unclear why Shuiziki, a B-level ability user, would take a liking to Lin Bei, an F-level ability user.
Is it because this kid is handsome? Ha, another one with a love-struck mind. Thank you.
Lin Bei smiled as he took the admission letter, glanced at it, and then put it directly into his storage space.
By this time, the tutors registering grades had also finished registering.
Of the 96 Howling Moon Wolf Tales, one belonged to Lin Bei, and the other 95 were recorded on Shuiziki. In addition, since they were the first group to clear the level, both of them received the highest completion time bonus points. Both of them also received the highest scores for the other bonus points. After all, neither of them had any injuries. Without a doubt, Shweziki's grades were number 1, making her early admission to one of the top 4 colleges well deserved. The two then went to the rest area to wait, and Li Feng naturally followed them. 2 of his students, one of whom came in first place in the assessment, were both admitted to Shanghai Academy. As the homeroom teacher, I was naturally overjoyed and filled with pride. Teachers from other colleges, though somewhat envious, all came to offer their congratulations.
Lu Gaoxian stood alone to the side, coldly observing.
If looks could kill, Lin Bei and Li Feng would probably have been riddled with holes by Lu Gaoxuan's gaze long ago. Lin Bei and Li Feng naturally also felt this unique gaze. Lin Bei glanced at it and then ignored it.
Li Feng, on the other hand, raised his head and glared back with a cold smile. This made Lu Gaoxian very unhappy. Gradually, the trainees who were to be assessed came out one by one.
They all bore some injuries, more or less.
Advancing to level 1 inside isn't difficult, it just takes a bit more time and effort.
However, defeating the Howling Moon Wolf was a crucial requirement for clearing the level, which left these newbies flustered and struggling, resulting in many injuries. A few B-level ability users are in a better position, but among those below sea level, quite a few are seriously injured. Fortunately, all of them made it through and came out safely.
Time's up.
Just then, the examiner's voice rang out, announcing that the trial assessment was about to begin. Those who do not emerge are all deemed to have failed the trial. At the same time, Deputy City Lord Zhou Kai arrived here again. With a wave of his hand, 10 squads of city defense troops around him quickly entered the trial instance. They went in, naturally to search for the candidates who had not yet come out. Watching them go inside, everyone felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow.
Those who haven't finished playing yet are just not in time to complete the game.
Those who are less fortunate may already be disabled and trapped inside, facing a grim fate. The worst-case scenario is that they are already dead. Of all the people present, Lu Gaoxian was the most anxious.
Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng still haven't come out.
How is that possible? A sense of unease welled up in his heart.
Chapter 22 The Truth is Exposed. Please add to your favorites and donate. Wang Chuankuan, didn't you see Wang Mo and the others inside?
Feeling anxious, Lu Gaoxian called over a student and asked. I saw them when I went in.
Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng were heading west together. We went east, so we didn't run into them. Ding Kuei, haven't you seen Wang Mo either?
No, teacher. I asked several students, and they all said they hadn't seen Wang Mo and the others.
This made Lu Gaoxian frown and feel increasingly irritated. What happened? Given Wang Mo and the others' strength, there shouldn't be any accidents happening inside. All the D ranks have come out, but the 2B ranks can't? Teacher Lu.
Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, and Lu Gaoxian turned around.
Madam Wang, what brings you here?
Upon seeing the person approaching, Lu Gaoxian immediately went to greet him. Here I am, picking up my son Wang Mo and checking out his test scores. His father and uncle went out on business and haven't returned yet, so I came to check on them first.
I'll give them the good news later.
The person who came was Wang Mo's mother, Hong Liang.
Hey, where's Wang Mo? I haven't seen him around.
Hong Liang finished speaking with a smile and looked around, but couldn't find Wang Mo.
Wang Mo, he. Lu Gaoxian smiled apologetically, but didn't know what to say. What's wrong with him?
Hong Liang, however, hadn't noticed anything and continued to ask with a smile.
He hasn't come out yet. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Lu Gaoxian told the truth. This matter cannot be hidden at all. Oh, it's not out yet? What? It's not out yet?
She finished speaking half a sentence, then Hong Liang realized something was wrong and raised her voice by 3 fin.
The assessment was over, but his son still hadn't come out? Does that mean my son failed the trial assessment? How is that possible?
Before Wang Mo came to participate in the trial, his uncle Hong Batian had already taken the boy out of the city to kill some strange beasts in advance. Enter the trial instance and kill a few monsters to advance to be rank 1. With such strength, they are definitely the most outstanding candidates in this year's examination in Jinzhou City. Anyone can fail, but Wang Mo absolutely cannot. Hearing this, Hong Liang was completely unable to accept it. What happened? Her voice turned cold as she stared at Lu Gaoxian.
This made Lu Gaoxuan's scalp tingle. Wang Mo's parents were a bit better, his father was alright, but his mother, Hong Liang, was extremely domineering. Who told her brother, Hong Batian, to be an A-level 3rd rank expert? one of the top 3 cities in Jinzhou. Of course, we have the right to be domineering. Well, I don't know either.
The city defense troops have already gone in to search for the candidates who haven't come out yet.
I'm also waiting for the results.
Lu Gaoxian answered with a forced smile, his forehead already covered in sweat.
I'm entrusting my son to you. If anything happens to him, humph.
Hong Liying's eyes sharpened, and she gave a cold snort.
Madam Wang, I.
A cold snort sent a chill down Lu Gaoxuan's spine, who was at the C-level 3rd rank. He cursed Wang Mo 1,000 times in his heart.
This morbid person, what the hell is going on?
Of all times, something went wrong at this time.
If something unexpected happens, wouldn't that be a disaster? Are you Wang Mo's mother? At this moment, several students wearing Nanyang High School uniforms walked over. Hong Liying was in a bad mood at the moment.
She glanced coldly at the group and found that all of them were D-level ability users. A flash of disdain and impatience crossed his eyes, and he replied curtly, "It's me." Well, although it may be presumptuous, we do have information about Wang Mo and the others. One sentence made Hong Liying take it seriously. Lu Gaoxian also looked at the group with a puzzled expression.
The leader spoke again. My name is Gao Song, and his name is. Alright, I don't want to know your names. You just said you knew about my son? Hong Liying interrupted impatiently, getting straight to the point. Yes, Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng are dead.
Being ignored, a flash of annoyance crossed the leader's eyes, but it vanished in an instant.
What did you say? My son is dead? In an instant, Hong Liying's mind went blank, and her legs felt unsteady. Lu Gaoxian, quick-witted and agile, assisted her and immediately asked, "What exactly happened? Explain yourself. If you're talking nonsense, think carefully about the consequences."
At this moment, Lu Gaoxian forced himself to remain calm, but his heart was already in turmoil and he had lost his composure.
This was the last piece of news he wanted to hear. Did Wang Mo really have an accident? And he's dead? Damn it, I've had the worst luck imaginable.
While sternly questioning her, he supported the trembling Hong Liying, his brow beaded with sweat, and kept a close eye on the domineering woman's expression. He prayed that the news was false, and even if it was true, that it wouldn't involve him.
We passed by a place in the trial instance and saw the corpses of Wang Mo, Du Xiaofeng, and 4 other students from Experiment 2. Boom! Upon hearing these words again, Hong Liying felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going completely blank.
His body trembled even more violently.
Madam!
Lu Gaoxian called out anxiously, fearing that Hong Liying might have suffered a serious accident due to excessive grief.
If that really happens, then I'm truly finished. Speak! What exactly happened? Who killed my son?
Suddenly, Hong Liying, seemingly in a frenzy, grabbed Gao Song's arms and demanded an explanation.
Hiss! Madam Wang, let go.
How could Gao Song withstand such a strike from a C-level 3 powerhouse in his anger and shock? Suddenly, a tearing pain shot through his arms, making him grimace and turn deathly pale.
Stop talking nonsense and speak. Hong Liying didn't care about any of that.
She frantically shook Gao Song's arms and started yelling. People around also turned to look because of the noise. Lin Bei and Shui Ziki naturally saw what was happening, but they were too far away to hear what they were saying.
Tell me, how exactly did my son die? Who killed him?
The roar sent a shiver down Shui Ziki's spine, and she knew something was wrong. Clearly, Wang Mo's death has been discovered by others, who are now informing his mother, Hong Liying. Lin Bei patted Shui Ziki on the shoulder, signaling her not to panic.
Wang Mo and the others' bodies lay there, they hadn't buried or hidden them. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Moreover, during the trials, some people have died, whether killed by strange beasts or due to disputes between examinees. It's not surprising. Even if the deceased is a Class B, as long as there is no evidence, the matter will eventually be dropped. Lin Bei thought that when he killed Wang Mo, he did not find anyone else around. It shouldn't be exposed so quickly. But what Gao Song pulled out next shocked both Lin Bei and Shui Ziki. Gao Song then took out a handkerchief, on one corner of which was embroidered a beautiful character Shui. How did my handkerchief end up in his hands? As someone with superpowers, their eyesight is naturally excellent. At such a short distance, Shui Ziki and Lin Bei could clearly see the words embroidered on the handkerchief. Oh no! In an instant, the two of them knew they were in trouble. Chapter 23, touching my people right in front of me? Shui. Upon seeing the handkerchief, Hong Liying was somewhat bewildered.
He released Gao Song, grabbed the handkerchief, and looked it over from all angles.
What does this mean?
Lu Gaoxian, who was standing to the side, rolled his eyes a few times before suddenly looking at Shuiziki, who was looking in their direction from a distance.
It's Shuiziki from Experiment 1.
Lu Gaoxian shouted excitedly. There was surprise, relief, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Although I don't understand how Shuiziki was able to kill Wang Yimou and the others, this result is the best.
It is also the easiest to be accepted. Because Lin Bei is her teammate, and Lu Gaoxian dislikes this guy and wants him dead.
Shuiziki and Lin Bei are both students of his mortal enemy, Li Feng, and he can't stand to see Li Feng and his friends doing well. He was even more jealous of the scene where the two of them were being fought over by the mentors of the 4 academies, and Li Feng was being flattered by many teachers. Now, Gao Song has produced evidence pointing to Shuiziki. There were several people with the surname Shui in this assessment, but she was the only woman. Moreover, Shuiziki is AB level, so she might indeed have the ability to kill Wang Yimou.
Very reasonable.
Sure enough, following Lu Gaoxuan's words, Gao Song spoke again. We found this handkerchief next to Wang Mo's body, but there were no traces of supernatural abilities around it. Judging from the corpses of Wang Yimou and the others, they were all killed in hand-to-hand combat, and all of them had their heads blown off.
It appears to have been done by the same person.
Gao Song shared his observations and speculations. He didn't need to embellish the story, nor did he claim that his guess was Shuiziki.
Because the name Shuiziki should not be spoken by him. The situation on the ground will be confirmed by the city defense team when they come out. No trace of superpowers? Killed in hand-to-hand combat? Impossible.
Among all the trainees who participated in the assessment in Jinzhou City this time, none of them had strong close combat superpowers. It would take one person to kill Wang Yimou and Du Xiaofeng, a total of 6 people, which is simply impossible. If it was done by one person, that person must be an awakened individual with B level or higher superpowers. There were no candidates above grade B this time. Therefore, there is only one possibility: the murderer deliberately erased the real means of killing Wang Yimou and the others, and what is now left is a deliberate illusion. Only dark, ice, and light-based abilities, or special abilities, can erase the traces left by a supernatural attack in a short time. Among this batch of candidates, only Wang Yimou has reached the B level in the dark element category, so he can be directly ruled out. The light faction can be ruled out because there isn't a single C level awakened in this batch. Special abilities are even less likely, and none of them were in this batch, so they can be ruled out. That leaves only the ice element. Shuiziki is AB rank ice type awakened user, and coincidentally, the character Shui is on her handkerchief. Following up on Gao Song's words, Lu Gaoxian immediately began to analyze the situation.
Regardless of whether it was Shuiziki or not, he wanted to confirm it now.
In this way, Hong Liang's hatred will be diverted, and if I take a little more initiative, I might be able to absolve myself of responsibility. They could even drag Li Feng down with them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lu Gaoxian became excited and shouted at the top of his lungs, Li Feng, look at the kind of student you've taught. He actually killed innocent candidates during the trial. He's utterly inhuman. Shuiziki, I never expected you to be so ruthless and audacious. You seem so gentle and quiet. Wang Yimou and Du Xiaofeng are both B-level awakeners. Do you understand the value of grade B? They are the pillars of the nation's future. You are all just students. What deep-seated hatred could you possibly have to commit such a heinous act? You don't respect me, and you don't respect Wang Mo's parents? Or do they simply disregard the entire Jinzhou city, or even the entire Chinese nation? This shout immediately drew everyone's attention to the experiment. Lu Gaoxian, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Feng hadn't figured out what was going on yet, but he vaguely heard Hong Liang's frantic screams from before. Suddenly hearing Lu Gaoxian pointing and cursing in his direction, he immediately roared back in anger. How did it become that Shuiziki killed Wang Yimou and Du Xiaofeng? Moreover, Lu Gaoxian clearly elevated the seriousness of this issue to a whole new level. Even if Shuiziki killed a B-level awakened in the trial, it doesn't mean she doesn't respect China, does it? You little bitch. Did you kill my son? At this moment, Hong Liang's eyes were blazing with anger. After listening to Lu Gaoxuan's analysis, she also felt that it was very reasonable. Coupled with Lu Gaoxuan's impassioned and provocative words, Hong Liang stopped thinking about anything else and became preoccupied with her preconceived notions. They instantly locked onto Shuiziki. The next moment, before Shuiziki could say anything, Hong Liang made her move. When a C-level tier 3 character unleashes its power, it's no joke.
Whoosh!
Han Liang vanished instantly, leaving behind a ring of black mist. When he reappeared, he was already behind Shuiziki, and a dagger had appeared in his hand at some point, which he thrust straight into her back.
Unexpectedly, Han Liang is also an awakened dark element. Stop!
Li Feng didn't expect Han Liang to make a move so directly, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to stop her. As for Shuiziki, although she is AB rank 1, her combat awareness and reaction are naturally inferior to those of a veteran C rank 3 awakened.
Die!
Han Liang, her eyes blazing with anger, stabbed down hard.
Snort! However, a cold snort exploded in the arena. Han Liang felt a tremendous force and was instantly pushed away.
Behind Shuiziki, there was now a towering figure. As everyone looked over, they saw that this person was Lu Zicheng, the admissions tutor of the Magic City Academy.
You dare to attack a student of my Magic City Academy right in front of me?
Lu Zicheng exuded an imposing aura without being angry. The mere sight of him emanating pressure and killing intent caused those around him to involuntarily take a step back.
This is a level 5A powerhouse.
With just a cold snort, he released his pressure and killing intent, sending Han Liang, a C level 3, flying away.
She killed my son. Upon seeing Lu Zicheng, Han Liang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she roared with intense hatred.
There are disputes and injuries during the trials. This happens in every session.
If you're not as skilled as others, whose fault is it?
Besides, the city defense team hasn't even come out yet, and the chain of evidence isn't complete.
How can you so readily conclude that she killed your son? Lu Zicheng squinted and spoke in a firm and powerful voice.
Upon hearing this, many teachers echoed and advised, "Yes, Madam Wang, please observe a moment of silence in your grief over the loss of your beloved son. However, let's wait for the city defense team to come out and inquire about the situation before we speak."
Madam Wang, old Lu is right, please calm down.
Besides, casualties are quite common in trials.
Shut up.
Han Liang was still a little wary of Lu Zicheng's words and dared not refute him too much.
But now these teachers from Jinzhou City are also here, talking freely? It wasn't their son who died, yet you just spout nonsense, huh? Han Liang had no reservations about them whatsoever.
At his stern shout, everyone fell silent, even though they had wanted to flatter Lu Zicheng.
But he didn't want to offend this domineering woman. Alright, let's wait and see.
We'll talk about it when the city defense troops come out. Lu Zicheng glanced at Han Liang, who was filled with anger and ready to explode, and said calmly,
"Fine, wait until they come out, then let's see how you little bitch, try to explain yourself."
Han Liang threw down a harsh remark, walked to the side and sat down, but her eyes were fixed on Shuiziki, as if she wanted to devour her alive.
Chapter 24 Confirming the Crime? Please add to your favorites and donate. Not long after, the city defense troops who had entered the trial instance returned. Many bodies were carried out.
In terms of quantity, there are still many bodies on the list that have not been found.
I reckon they all ended up in the monster's stomach.
This kind of thing happens in every assessment. The parents of the test takers were also somewhat prepared.
Success makes one a superior person. If you lose, you can only raise a new account and try again. Son. With just one glance, Han Liang spotted a stretcher. Although the body was covered by a white sheet, the drooping arm visible outside the sheet made her recognize her son at a glance. She rushed to the stretcher, her hand trembling, her face streaked with tears, and her throat choked with sobs. He placed his hands on the white cloth, hesitant to lift it for a long time. Finally, as if she had used all her strength, Han Liang grabbed the white cloth. The moment the white sheet was lifted, Han Liang's face contorted, and she wept silently. Although the corpse's entire head was blown apart, making it impossible to recognize its original appearance, the clothes that he had personally dressed his son in and the glaring nameplate on his chest were still visible. All of them confirmed that the corpse was indeed their son, Wang Mo. Or, my son. After a while, heart-wrenching cries rang out. Han Liang was devastated. This is my student, Wang Mo. What exactly happened? At this moment, Lu Gaoxian also came over and asked in a deep voice. We found the body in the West District. There were 6 bodies with him, all with their heads blown off by brute force. There were not many signs of a struggle at the scene, nor were there any residual energy from supernatural abilities. Based on the marks on the surface, these 6 people were likely killed by the same person using brute force. After listening to the city defense soldiers' report, Lu Gaoxian immediately turned to look at Shuiziki and asked, "Shuiziki, do you have anything else to say?" The city defense soldiers' account matched Gao Song's account, and at the scene, they found a handkerchief with the character Shui on it. Wang Mo and Du Xiaofeng are both B-level awakened, so only a B-level awakened could kill them. Among melee abilities, there are no B-level ones at all. The absence of any traces of supernatural power in the surroundings can only mean that the supernatural energy used by the murderer had the characteristic of dissipating rapidly. Your ice-type skill falls right into this category. Lu Gaoxian, don't spout nonsense. This is just your own speculation, not conclusive evidence. Also, just because this handkerchief has the character Shui in it, does that mean it must belong to Shuiziki? At this moment, Li Feng frowned and retorted sharply. He was furious. It was obvious that Lu Gaoxian wanted to make Shuiziki a confirmed murderer. This handkerchief does indeed belong to Shuiziki, I've seen it before. Just then, a voice sounded behind Li Feng. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to that direction. The one speaking was Zhao Qianshan. Zhao Qianshan. What nonsense are you spouting? When Li Feng saw that the speaker was Zhao Qianshan, he immediately felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. What is this bastard saying at this critical moment? Absolutely outrageous. Lin Bei's eyes darted around, and he instantly understood what was going on. Shuiziki used to frequently lose her personal belongings, which caused quite a stir in the class. However, the thief was never found, so the matter was left unresolved. And this handkerchief was the one Shuiziki had lost before Lin Bei vaguely remembered it. So the handkerchief was found by Gao Song. Gao Song was definitely not the one who stole Shuiziki's handkerchief. The handkerchief was lost in the classroom at school. Nanyang High School, where Gao Song studied, was quite far from their experimental number 1 high school. Moreover, it's impossible for Gao Song to come to their class at experimental number 1 middle school to steal Shuiziki's handkerchief. The only person who could steal a handkerchief is someone from the school. Now that Zhao Qianshan has suddenly spoken up, it's clear that this matter is related to him. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Qianshan. This man deserves to die. This handkerchief is indeed mine, but it was lost in class several months ago. Many classmates know about this. To everyone's surprise, Shuiziki readily admitted that the handkerchief was hers. This made Lin Bei frown. This stupid woman. You can tell what kind of person Han Liang is just from her behavior. Once the handkerchief is admitted to belong to Shuiziki, will that crazy woman let it go? Sure enough, as soon as Shuiziki finished speaking, Han Liang moved silently. I kill you. As the voice rang out again, she appeared beside Shuiziki, her cold dagger flashing out instantly. The speed was so fast that almost no one had time to react. Let go. Lu Zicheng made another move. As soon as she uttered those two words, Han Liang flew sideways, the dagger in her hand being knocked away. Lu Zicheng. She killed my son, are you sure you want to protect this little bitch? Han Liang got up, glared at Lu Zicheng hatefully, and questioned him, word by word. I told you, she is a disciple of my Shanghai Academy. Moreover, Shuiziki has already stated that the handkerchief was lost months ago. Their classmates can also testify. So even if the handkerchief appears next to your son's body, this does not mean that she killed the person. Both of them are B-level awakened. Under such circumstances, unless there is an immense hatred or a treasure appears, they would never engage in a life or death battle. There is absolutely no way that treasures will appear in the trial dungeon. So what's Shuiziki's purpose in killing Wang Mo and the others? Is there a life or death feud? Lu Zicheng spoke calmly and in a loud voice. These words left Han Liang momentarily stunned. It seems that her son has no connection with this Shuiziki, let alone any life and death hatred. Old Lu, you should know about the commotion Lin Bei caused before the trial assessment, right? At this moment, Lu Gaoxian spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zicheng did not speak, but frowned slightly and looked over. Lu Gaoxian did not back down. Instead, he calmly spoke again. The person Lin Bei defeated back then was one of Wang Mo's brothers. So, this feud was formed. I think these children are all young and impetuous. With our teachers outside, everyone can restrain themselves. But what will happen when we meet again in the trial instance? You can guess without me saying it. Clearly, they met in the trial instance. A battle is inevitable. Then Lin Bei is definitely no match for Wang Mo. However, Shuiziki, as Lin Bei's teammate, would certainly not stand by and watch her teammate get beaten up. Perhaps, Shuiziki made a mistake when helping Lin Bei fight back against Wang Mo, which led to Wang Mo's death. So, who are Wang Mo's parents and uncle? I believe that almost everyone in Jinzhou City knows.
They were probably afraid of being exposed and facing retaliation from the Wang family, so they decided to kill them to silence them. They killed Du Xiaofeng and the others as well. They also faked the scene.
Anyway, the residual energy of ice-type abilities will disappear quickly.
At that time, it will be done without anyone noticing, and naturally no one will know.
But they didn't expect that they would accidentally leave behind their handkerchief. At this point, Lu Gaoxian sneered and glanced at Shuiziki and Li Feng.
As for this brute force headshot, it must have been Lin Bei who did it. I'm sure everyone witnessed this little guy's close combat abilities before the trial even began.
Whoosh!
This caused an uproar among everyone present, who began whispering among themselves. And what Lu Gaoxian said, when put together, actually makes a lot of sense.
Clap, clap, clap.
Applause rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Lin Bei.
Old man, you really know how to frame someone. Just because I embarrassed you and beat up your student. Are you trying to frame us?
But, you're really stupid, no wonder the students you teach are all so rubbish.
You bastard. What did you say? Chapter 25 Turning Black into White? Reaping what you sow. Did I say something wrong? Don't you even consider how strong Wang Mo is?
Moreover, you yourself said that when the body was discovered, he wasn't the only one there. Among them are Du Xiaofeng, a B-level superpowered individual, and 6 others in total. Shuiziki is powerful, but no matter how powerful she is only a B-level first rank.
Could you take down all 6 of them at once? Even if you manage to do it by sheer luck, without getting hurt at all? Is that even possible? Ask the B-level candidates here, can they do it? Does adding someone like me, an F rank, make us super powerful? Where's your brain? Besides, can't you even see that this is obviously a frame-up? And you call yourself a teacher? Pa! You!
Feeling scorned by Lin Bei, Lu Gaoxian was about to lash out. However, Lin Bei wouldn't give him a chance and quickly spoke again. Shuiziki's handkerchief was lost a long time ago, and there are witnesses to prove it.
Many people in the class know about this.
Moreover, it wasn't just this handkerchief that was lost, there were other things as well. Although the culprit was not identified at the time, one thing is certain. That means all the things that were lost were done by the same person. I didn't know who did it at first, but now I know. Lin Bei's sudden change of topic left everyone a little confused. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei walked behind him, and everyone's eyes followed him. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Zhao Qianshan and revealed a strange smile.
What do you want to do?
Seeing Lin Bei's smile, Zhao Qianshan immediately sensed something was wrong.
Teacher Lu, could you do me a favor?
Lin Bei did not respond to Zhao Qianshan, but instead turned to look at Lu Zicheng.
Lu Zicheng was taken aback, then nodded. Go on.
Help me control this guy, I need to search him.
He's AB rank, I can't handle him. No problem. Lu Zicheng readily agreed.
Lin Bei intrigued him, and he wanted to see what this kid was up to.
Lin Bei, what are you going to do?
Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Zhao Qianshan panicked. Considering what Lin Bei just said, the purpose of this kid searching him is quite obvious. Unfortunately, Zhao Qianshan did indeed have more than one handkerchief from Shuiziki on him.
Shut your beak. At Lin Bei's shout, Lu Zicheng made his move, shaking hands from a distance.
In an instant, Zhao Qianshan stood there motionless, unable to struggle.
Lin Bei immediately reached out and searched Zhao Qianshan's body.
Soon, a pair of light blue underwear with a bear printed on it was found. Everyone was stunned when they saw this, and Shuiziki's face turned bright red. As they drew closer, they saw that Shuiziki's eyes were blazing with fury.
Needless to say, these cute little underwear are hers too.
After the martial arts class, everyone was given time to wash up and change clothes.
The school also offers laundry services. After all, everyone would be drenched in sweat after such a martial arts class, and they couldn't possibly continue the class in wet clothes, could they? Wouldn't that be incredibly painful? Girls, in particular, are more concerned with cleanliness. However, one time, Shuiziki's clean clothes were stolen. So, it was this guy. Asshole. Shuiziki cursed angrily. Zhao Qianshan looked extremely embarrassed. That's not true, this isn't mine, Nonsense, such cute underwear can't possibly be yours.
Lin Bei interrupted Zhao Qianshan, glanced at the others, and finally looked at Lu Gaoxian.
Fool, don't you understand now? handkerchief, underwear, grade B, injured.
As Lin Bei spoke, he pointed to the wounds on Zhao Qianshan's body.
Unfortunately, some of the wounds on Zhao Qianshan's body showed traces of fire, wood, and water elements.
Based on the characteristics of those people you just mentioned, Wang Mo's companions include fire, wood, and water types.
As for why he doesn't have any dark elemental attributes, that idiot Lu himself has already explained it.
The residual energy on wounds caused by dark, ice, and special types will dissipate quickly. As for why he did this, it's because many people know that this kid has always disliked me. He harbored resentment towards Shuiziki, whom he admired but could not have, for choosing a useless person like me as a teammate.
Since he might have accidentally killed Wang Mo and the others, shouldn't someone be found to take the blame?
These words caused an uproar in the audience. Zhao Qianshan's face turned completely green. It was clearly his own intention to frame Shuiziki and Lin Bei.
How did it end up being attributed to me now?
As for the wounds on his body, they were clearly from fighting those strange beasts. Unfortunately, among the strange beasts he killed were those with fire, wood, and water elemental attacks, and he inadvertently left marks on them.
Who the hell can I reason with? Lu Gaoxuan's expression was uncertain, and he was speechless for a moment.
What this kid said was just a rebuttal to what I had just said.
How can he possibly retort? Isn't this like shooting yourself in the foot?
Damn it, the Zhao Qianshan is an idiot, he deserves to die. Lu Gaoxian now wished he could kill Zhao Qianshan. As for Shuiziki, her pretty face was full of shock.
Lin Bei is really good at making things up, isn't he? He's turning black into white? Is this even possible? Can they really believe it? So it was you. Unexpectedly, after Lin Bei's explanation, Hong Liang went from anger to confusion to realization, and then back to a state of rage. Lin Bei's words were reasonable and well-founded, and they also found Shuiziki's underwear on Zhao Qianshan. What more needs to be said? She believed it. Die, you son of a bitch.
Hong Liang, carrying a dagger, quickly charged towards Zhao Qianshan.
This time, Lu Zicheng did not stop him. Although Li Feng's expression showed a struggle, he still didn't move.
Although Zhao Qianshan was also his student, this kid deliberately pointed out that the handkerchief belonged to Shuiziki, which was obviously a malicious attempt to frame him. He felt ashamed of such a person and did not want to save him. At that moment, almost everyone in the room believed Lin Bei's story. Only Lu Zicheng and Lu Gaoxian, their eyes darting around, did not believe it. As a level 5A powerhouse, he could tell at a glance that the wounds on Zhao Qianshan's body did indeed contain traces of residual energy from the wood, water, and fire elements. However, Du Xiaofeng, who was dead, was a B-level wood-type ability user. Once the skills he used left a mark, it wouldn't be so faint. Moreover, even if the beasts and humans are of the same type, the residual energy they leave behind will be slightly different. Regarding this point, unless you're at the A level, it's not easy for others to notice unless they delve deeper. The current situation on the scene leaves no room for others to investigate further. Lu Gaoxuan's disbelief stemmed from the fact that Wang Mo and Zhao Qianshan had no conflict whatsoever, so how could they possibly fight each other? But that doesn't matter anymore, because judging from the current situation, Hong Liang has believed it, and there's no stopping her. If he speaks again, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, as long as someone else takes the blame and it doesn't involve him, it's fine as long as Hong Liang can vent her anger.
So, no one stopped them. No, that's not how it is. I didn't kill Wang Mo. It was Lin Bei. Lin Bei killed all of them by himself. Seeing Hong Liang charging towards him and realizing he was trapped and unable to move by Lu Zicheng, Zhao Qianshan panicked and shouted frantically. Bullshit. You think I'm easy to fool? A mere F-rank trash like you can kill my son? Die. The dagger pierced Zhao Qianshan's heart in an instant. Hong Liang didn't stop at all. She pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. He stabbed her countless times, blood splattering all over her face, yet she showed no sign of stopping. Zhao Qianshan's body went limp, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Why is this happening? I'm telling the truth, it really was Lin Bei who killed Wang Mo and the others. In the end, Zhao Qianshan collapsed, filled with endless resentment. Chapter 26 Dual Superpowers? Please add to your favorites and donate. The body had already fallen, but Hong Liang's movements did not stop. One dagger after another was plunged down frantically. Gu Xiong, the underling who was teamed up with Zhao Qianshan, was trembling, and a sudden urge to urinate rushed to the top of his head. That's brutal. Moreover, he was surprised to find that Lin Bei was smiling at him at that moment. A chill ran up from the soles of my feet. I almost lost my balance and fell to the ground. Madam Wang, please accept my condolences. At this moment, Zhou Kai, the deputy city lord, walked over. He witnessed the farce unfold, but said nothing and did not try to stop it. He didn't want to offend Lu Zicheng, and he didn't want to get too involved with the Wang family either. His stance is different. Now that Zhao Qianshan is dead, although he was only AB level, he didn't have any particularly powerful background. He's dead, so he's dead. This brings an end to the matter. Otherwise, if Hong Badian gets involved, the nature of this matter will be different. However, it was foreseeable that the Zhao family was going to be in trouble. Hong Liang finally stopped, looked up at Zhou Kai, her eyes bloodshot. She slowly stood up, walked to Wang Mo's body, and hoisted it onto her back. Son, mother is taking you home. Without saying goodbye to anyone, he walked straight outside. Halfway there, she stopped without turning back. The Zhao family must perish. I urge Vice City Lord Zhou to inform the City Lord not to interfere. I see. Zhou Kai remained expressionless and calmly replied. The Zhao family is insignificant. Hong Liang took another step and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Call. At this moment, Shuaziki breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems the matter has been resolved. Everyone else then looked at Lu Gaoxian. At this moment, Lu Gaoxian looked like a clown. His previous words made him appear as a petty person who sowed discord and was narrow-minded. Everyone looked at him strangely, with mockery and disdain. Lu Gaoxian felt a tightness in his chest, but he couldn't express his bitterness. Snort! He snorted coldly and left immediately, too ashamed to stay there any longer. Kid, I'll remember you. As he walked past Lin Bei, a voice filled with hatred came from behind him. Lin Bei glanced at his back, narrowed his eyes, and a hint of killing intent flashed across them. Lu Gaoxian is vindictive and will not let this go. He failed this time and even lost face. This person must be eliminated. However, he didn't show anything, instead acting as if nothing had happened, and quietly returned to the group, heading towards Shuaziki. Shuaziki looked at Lin Bei without saying anything, but the gratitude and admiration in her eyes were undisguised. Here, keep your underwear safe, don't let them get stolen again. Asshole. Seeing the bear-patterned underwear suddenly handed to her, Shuaziki's gratitude vanished, and she wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Bei immediately. Just throw it away, I don't want anyone else to have touched it. Oh, it's such a shame to throw away such cute underwear. Lin Bei suddenly said with a grin. You. Lin Bei, I didn't realize you were such an interesting guy. Just as Shuaziki raised her fist to punch Lin Mo, Lu Zicheng walked over. Ha? What did you say, Teacher Lu? Hee, it's nothing, I just find you interesting. If you weren't only an F-level superpower, I would really like to take you in. Oh? Teacher Lu, actually F rank is also very strong. E rank can't beat me. I defeated that E rank before. Alright, stop joking around. You two can go back and pack up first, just in case. Take your families directly to the academy as soon as possible. Once you're admitted to my Magic City Academy, the academy will take care of anything that happens. Lu Zicheng coughed and said with a serious expression. She gave Lin Bei a meaningful look. Lin Bei was taken aback, but nodded without saying anything. From Lu Zicheng's eyes, Lin Bei knew he had guessed something. Come to think of it, they are a level 5A expert, so they can still catch some details. Others, being caught up in the situation, are misled by themselves and won't realize anything unless they investigate further. But for a powerful figure like Lu Zicheng, it was naturally different. Thinking of this, Lin Bei glanced at the 4 courtyard tents in the distance. Sure enough, Chen Fan, Lu Yon, and Hu Tianhe looked at him differently. This made Lin Bei feel uneasy, as if he had been seen through. However, since they didn't expose him or interfere, Lin Bei was somewhat grateful. Withdrawing their gaze and pretending not to know, Lin Bei and Shuaziki respectfully bowed to Lu Zicheng, exchanged a few words with Li Feng, and then left first. Other candidates still need to wait for the college's admission process, but since the two of them have already made their choices, they naturally don't need to stay here any longer. Xiao Lu, it seems your Shanghai Academy has recruited some promising students this time. As soon as Lu Zicheng entered the tent, Chen Fan stroked his beard and chuckled, a hint of envy in his eyes. Hey, old Lu was quick to act. He was able to defeat 2B level, 1C level, 2D level, and 1E level fighters all by himself without sustaining any injuries. To be able to kill so many howling moonwolves, that's impressive.
That kid named Lin Bei is not bad either, he's to my liking, it's just a pity that his awakened ability is too weak.
Lu Yong and Hu Tianhe also said with a smile. Keep your voices down.
You guys have such loud voices, are you afraid others won't hear you? Lu Zicheng glared at them, then sat down with a smile, picked up a teacup, and took a sip.
You all figured it out? Old Lu, who do you think you are? If we can't tell, then we've been working for nothing.
Hu Tianhe was a straightforward person by nature, and upon hearing this, he was the first to jump out, looking displeased.
Okay, you're amazing. However, it really surprised me. Moreover, I feel that Lin Bei is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface.
Indeed, otherwise, Shuiziki wouldn't he ask for his opinion on everything, Chen Fan nodded and said. Even now, he still harbors some resentment towards that kid Lin Bei. It was all because of him that Shuiziki chose Shanghai Academy.
Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Could it be that Lin Bei possesses some extraordinary talent?
Judging from the City Defense Army's report and the wounds on the bodies of Wang Mo and the others, this does not seem like a deliberate cover-up after killing them. I think Wang Mo and the others were killed by brute force, and probably almost instantly. Because I just asked the city defense troops, and there weren't many signs of a struggle around the body. The battle was resolved quickly. Lu Zicheng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table as he spoke slowly. Shuiziki may be very strong, but her strength lies in her skills. Close combat is probably not her forte.
And they couldn't even make out the wounds on Wang Mo and the others.
At this point, Lu Zicheng's eyes suddenly lit up. The other three people who heard his words were also startled and sat up straight.
Lin Bei has dual superpowers?
The three of them uttered the same sentence in unison.
Chapter 27. It's good that you're back.
At this point, all four of them couldn't sit still any longer. Awakened individuals with dual superpowers do exist, but they are extremely rare. Once one appears, it becomes the object of fierce competition among various forces.
But the next second, all four of them frowned and fell into deep thought.
Lin Bei may be a dual ability awakener.
Moreover, judging from the methods used to kill Wang Mo and the others, his second superpower should be at level B. However, one of his known superpowers is F-level spatial storage.
That's practically like losing a superpower, which is a bit of a shame. After a long pause, Chen Fan shook his head and said with a regretful expression.
All three nodded. Chen Fan was right.
Even though Lin Bei had dual superpowers, his F-level spatial storage was practically useless. Therefore, his dual superpowers, namely his physical attributes, have been further enhanced.
Therefore, the mentors have already seen results in killing Wang Mo.
However, this advantage will diminish as time goes on. After all, an F-rank power level can only be upgraded to level 1, and the skill can only be obtained at the initial level. Without the ability to improve, one cannot obtain multiple physical enhancements, and the inability to develop skills also determines the skill ceiling.
It is indeed a pity.
At best, Lin Bei's physical attributes are only slightly stronger than those of other B-level individuals.
The crucial point is that they also don't know what Lin Bei's second superpower is. If Lin Bei doesn't tell them, they won't be able to find out. Because current detection instruments can only detect the initial awakened ability level of the other party. The awakened abilities and ranks are completely undetectable.
Unless Lin Bei switches his special ability to participate in the test himself. Based on Lin Bei's previous methods and personality in dealing with Lu Gaoxian and Han Liang, he would definitely not take the initiative to expose himself. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Lu Zicheng and others valued it.
It's a good thing to know how to hide your talents.
Only the most foolish person would reveal all their cards to others.
So, Lao Lu, you've had a huge haul this time, essentially recruiting 3 B-level geniuses all at once. Suddenly, Hu blurted out. It's all luck, it's all luck. Upon hearing this, Lu Zicheng was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter.
Indeed, it seems I've struck gold this time.
Although Lin Bei's superpower is only a useless F-level ability, it is still considered a B-level ability. It's even slightly stronger than a typical B-grade weapon. Lin Bei was unaware of the discussion among the professors from the 4 academies.
At this time, he and Shuiziki had already returned to Jinzhou City. Both of them were admitted to the Magic City Academy, although Lin Bei's grades were average and he only got an auditing student spot. However, being an auditor at Shanghai Academy is a status that is more valuable than being a regular student at a regular university. So, when they returned, Li Feng arranged for a separate car to take the two of them. After entering the city, the two got out of the car.
Lin Bei, thank you.
Shuiziki looked at Lin Bei for a long time, then spoke softly with mixed feelings.
Oh, when did Miss Shui become so coy? This isn't like you at all. Screw you. Seeing Lin Bei's grinning face, Shuiziki's gloomy mood vanished, and she laughed and cursed.
Hee, alright, hurry back and pack your things, then take your parents straight to Shanghai. As he finished speaking with a smile, Lin Bei's expression turned serious.
You think? That's right.
At first glance, it seems like Wang Mo's matter is over, but the teachers from the 4 academies have clearly seen through the clues. In other words, Han Liang's emotions were unstable, and their abilities in vision were not yet sufficient.
That's why I led them astray.
But if things were to be investigated later, things might get complicated with Wang Mo's uncle, Hong Batian.
Upon hearing the name Hong Batian, Shuiziki's expression turned serious. Indeed, you can't fool an A-level expert. Then I'll go back and tell my parents now. Kindness. Then see you in Shanghai.
Lin Bei smiled but did not agree. He wanted the spot simply for the sake of his parents and sister. As for him, it doesn't matter whether he goes to university or not. With the system in place, he didn't want to waste time on tedious schoolwork, which was too inefficient. Of course, the Magic City Academy also has some resources that are not available outside.
He wouldn't mind using the auditing spot to get in and take a look.
Watching Shuiziki leave, Lin Bei ran straight towards home.
Jiuhu Jiayuan is located in the southwest commercial district of Jinzhou City. The entire southwest region is predominantly populated by ordinary people. In this commercial area, the goods sold are everyday necessities for ordinary people.
As for beast cores, potions, equipment, and the like, they are almost nowhere to be seen here.
It was already evening. Throughout the residential area, you can see elderly men strolling and practicing Tai Chi in the garden.
Cheerful music drifts by, and no matter which dimension you're in, you'll always find those square dancing aunties. They dance to the music, their bodies, already deformed by age, with joyful expressions. Perhaps, only at this moment can they forget their troubles, forget the era in which they were born, and forget the environment in which strange beasts surround them. Overall, the residents of this community are in relatively good condition.
At least we have enough to eat and wear, and we even have some spare money. Building 11, Unit A, Room 501. Lin Bei's home. This is a duplex villa.
It has 2 floors, and it is located on the top floor. It's called 501, but actually the 5th and 6th floors all use this address.
The downstairs floor is also 2 stories high, which counts as one household.
Being able to live in a duplex villa shows that the Lin family is quite well off.
Mom and Dad, I'm home.
As soon as he entered, Lin Bei called out.
Son's back?
Wait in the living room for a bit, there's only one dish left before we eat. The voice of Wu Xiulan, the mother, came from the kitchen. Lin Bei's mother is a bank employee, or more precisely, a junior manager.
Stable income. The aroma wafted over, and Lin Bei took a deep breath. Oh, Mom, are we having sweet and sour pork ribs today? With your keen sense of smell, aren't you having your assessment today? You must be exhausted. Shouldn't we treat you to a good reward?
Wu Xiulan wiped away her tears and laughed and scolded. Her son returned safely, and she finally felt relieved. After Lin Bei awakened his F-level storage ability a while ago, his parents didn't dislike him. On the contrary, they were very worried. Because there is a probability of injury or death in the trials and assessments. Originally, they suggested that Lin Bei suspend his studies and give up the trial. But Lin Bei disagreed.
They couldn't refuse, so they had to agree.
From the moment Lin Bei left home in the morning, Wu Xiulan had been on tenterhooks. She even bought a lot of Lin Bei's favorite dishes in a daze. Even if Lin Bei doesn't come back, she will still cook a table of her son's favorite dishes. Now that Lin Bei is back, she is very happy. Suppressing the urge to rush out and hug her son, Wu Xiulan happily cooked the dishes.
Regardless of the outcome of this trial assessment, it's good that you're alive and back. Chapter 28. Happiness came too fast. Please add to your favorites and give a reward.
On the sofa, Lin Guodong, the father, pushed up his thick-rimmed black glasses and put down the newspaper in his hand.
Xiao Bei, come and sit down. Lin Guodong smiled and waved to Lin Bei.
Lin Bei nodded and walked over.
He asked with a hint of confusion, Hey Dad, didn't you go check on the shop today? Why are you back so early?
There wasn't much business today, so I came back early. Lin Guodong said with a smile, while his eyes inadvertently glanced at Lin Bei's entire body. Upon discovering that her son appeared to be unharmed, her smile widened even further. Lin Bei naturally noticed his father's little actions, which inexplicably touched him. My father is quite capable. He owns a shop that sells hardware products. I also take on some renovation work on the side. Because of their fair prices and hardworking and kind nature, they have a good reputation and their business is doing reasonably well. From time to time, managers of large companies or projects would introduce him to some work. Tell me, how did the exam go today? What are your plans for the future? How about we consider my previous suggestion and come help me at the store? Lin Guodong only spoke slowly after confirming that his son was not injured. Old Lin, your son just got back. Don't keep asking him questions. He must be exhausted after a long day. Let him have some food first. At this moment, Wu Xiulan came out carrying a fragrant, bright red plate of sweet and sour pork ribs and glared at Lin Guodong. I just wanted to chat with my son for a bit since you hadn't finished cooking yet. Okay, in that case, Xiaobei, you should eat first. Let's talk after we finish eating. Ha? Shall we eat first? Aren't we going to wait for Xiao Xiao? At this time, my younger sister should be home from school and still on her way. However, we'll be home soon. You eat first, I'm saving your portion for your sister. Wu Xiulan waved her hand and said. Lin Bei smiled and nodded, then sat down at the table. I had barely sat down when the door was opened again. Brother! How did the test go today? It's okay if you didn't do well, I'll protect you from now on. A lithe figure darted in and, like a koala, clung to Lin Bei. The girl had her hair tied in a high ponytail, with bangs that reached her eyebrows. A red and white jade pendant hangs on the snow-white swan's neck. The image depicts sunrise and dawn, making it particularly unique. Her exquisitely sculpted nose playfully sniffed Lin Bei's neck. Her bright, sparkling eyes looked at Lin Bei with joy. It was Lin Bei's younger sister, Lin Xiaoxiao. Oh my little darling, your brother has been working hard all day, and you're still hanging on him. Get down quickly. You're all grown up now, you need to get rid of this bad habit. Hee, no need to change it, no need to change it. Even my brother doesn't mind, Mom, you're being too nosy. Lin Bei affectionately stroked Lin Xiaoxiao's hair. Alright, wash your hands and eat first. The little girl patted Lin Bei on the back with a serious expression. Don't worry, your sister is very capable now. You used to protect me, now I'll protect you. Although the words sounded touching, seeing the girl still clinging to him made him feel a little out of place. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she chuckled, jumped down, and ran to the bathroom in a flash. A woman as free as the wind. This is Lin Bei's assessment. The parents, standing to the side, looked at the brother and sister with smiles on their faces. There was a brother and sister who both felt very happy. Xiaobei, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. Don't take the assessment too seriously. Finally, Wu Xiulan spoke up. Your mother is right. It's not a big deal if you didn't pass the exam. At least you've awakened, and your physique is definitely much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Your mother and I are just ordinary people, haven't we achieved a comfortable life together? Lin Guodong also smiled and comforted him. Mom and Dad, what are you saying? I passed the test this time. Lin Bei naturally knew they were comforting him, afraid that he would feel burdened if he didn't do well on the exam. What? You beat the game? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong were both taken aback, their faces immediately filled with surprise. Good, it's good that you've cleared the level. You're a true son. Lin Guodong was overjoyed. Passing the trial meant that his son could at least get into a university with superpowers. Regardless of which school you attend, your future prospects will be far beyond those of ordinary people. After all, you can meet more people with awakened superpowers inside, and your future network will definitely be stronger than that of ordinary people. Son, which university did you choose? At this moment, Wu Xiulan also asked with a smile, and casually picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it into Lin Bei's bowl. I didn't choose, someone else chose me. Ha? You got chosen? Which university? Lin Bei's parents looked at him with suspicion at the same time. The Shanghai Academy is just a spot for an auditor. As Lin Bei spoke, he began to nibble on the ribs that Wu Xiulan had picked up for him. Wow, it tastes just like Mom's cooking. So delicious. The Demon City Academy? Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong stood up instantly, looking surprised.
You mean the Shanghai Academy, one of the 4 great academies in China?
Lin Guodong leaned forward again to ask, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, it's the Magic City Academy, one of the 4 major academies, but it's an auditing student spot. It seemed that the parents had skipped over the term auditor, so Lin Bei repeated it again. He even emphasized the words auditor in his speech.
What? Bro, you got accepted into the Shanghai Academy? That's awesome.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao ran out of the bathroom and asked in an exaggerated expression.
Holy crap, auditor, it's an auditing spot, don't you guys even pay attention to these 3 words?
Lin Bei remained silent.
My son actually got into Shanghai University. Oh my god, thank God.
Wu Xiulan excitedly put her hands together and bowed towards the sky. Dad, Mom, little sister, we've got auditing spots. Lin Bei had no choice but to repeat himself.
So what if you're an auditor?
Even though your dad is just an ordinary person and not an awakened superpower, I've heard the bosses at the construction site say that the 4 great academies are the strongest academies in China. Even an auditor there is much more valuable than a regular student at other academies. That's right, I heard it from our manager at the bank as well. He has a distant nephew who became an auditor at ULU Academy, one of the 4 major colleges, last year.
You wouldn't believe it, but he bragged about this for a whole year, he was incredibly proud of it. The ranking of Shanghai Academy is higher than that of ULU Academy, so wouldn't my son be even more awesome? Mom, you're right.
Although Shanghai Academy ranks second among the 4 major academies, it's on par with Kyoto Academy, which ranks first.
It's definitely one of the strongest academies.
That guy is absolutely awesome for being able to audit classes in Shanghai.
Brother, I'm so proud of you.
Lin Xiaoxiao spoke in a pretentious manner, her face full of pride, as if she were the one auditing the class.
Alright, what's all this excitement about me being an auditor? Here, this is for you.
Lin Bei found the praise from his parents and sister somewhat amusing, but he still took out an admission notice from his spatial storage and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao.
Given to me? What is it? Dude, you've got a change of heart, haven't you? You even brought me a gift.
Lin Xiaoxiao happily accepted it and opened it. For a moment, her expression froze, and she remained stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, she looked at the contents of the small piece of paper several times, from top to bottom and from left to right.
Finally, she raised her head in shock, looked at Lin Bei, and pointed to herself with one finger. I've been admitted to the Magic City Academy? And I'm a formal student? That's right.
You've been accepted into the Shanghai Academy, and you're even a full-fledged student who's more awesome than your brother. Lin Bei gently stroked Lin Xiaoxiao's high, straight nose and said with a smile.
Oh my god. Mom and Dad, I've got it. I've been accepted into Shanghai University early through a special admission process. I can go to Shanghai University now. What?
At this moment, Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong exclaimed in surprise, their minds still reeling. Just now, their son was admitted to the Shanghai Academy as an auditor, which made them very happy and proud. Now you're suddenly telling them that your daughter has also been accepted into a prestigious college in Shanghai? Or are you a formal student? Happiness came too fast, I can hardly keep up. Chapter 29 Clues, a powerful enemy is attacking. Wu Xiulan snatched the notice from Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and read it carefully. It's true. Xiaoxiao has been admitted to the Shanghai Academy as a formal student, that's wonderful. Wu Xiulan burst into tears of joy. She was quite worried about Lin Bei this past week because he had awakened a useless F-level superpower. Today, however, she received a huge surprise. No, there are 2. Double happiness. The meal ended happily for the family. After dinner, the 4 of them sat on the sofa. Lin Bei calmed down for a while and then spoke solemnly. Dad, Mom, little sister, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing Lin Bei suddenly become serious, Lin Guodong and Wu Xiulan immediately stopped smiling. Even Lin Xiaoxiao, who is usually mischievous and playful, quieted down. I messed up a bit during this assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao, the younger sister, was fine, but Lin Bei's parents' expressions immediately changed. A look of worry immediately appeared on his face. If someone gets into trouble during the assessment, it must be related to someone with superpowers, and it's definitely not a small matter. You don't need to worry too much for now, the matter has been resolved. Just to be on the safe side, we'll pack our things tonight and head straight to Shanghai. At my sister's school, Teacher Lu, who is in charge of admissions, will put in a good word for her.
As for Dad's shop, it probably won't be able to stay open. Mom, it would be best if you could call and ask if you could transfer your bank job to Shanghai, but it's okay if not. From now on, I'll take care of this family.
After saying that, before his parents could even ask, Lin Bei pulled out a large backpack from his storage space.
Upon opening it, a wealth of alien beast cores were revealed before their eyes. Intermediate level beast cores? So many?
The backpack was huge at a glance. You could tell there were no fewer than 100 beast cores inside.
Moreover, each one is a mid-level beast core.
100 intermediate-level beast cores can be exchanged for 100 low-level beast cores. A low-level beast core, depending on the type of beast, currently sells for between 5,000 and 10,000.
Some of the more special ones can even sell for 20,000 yuan. This bag of money would be an absolutely staggering fortune for an ordinary person.
This pack of 100 intermediate-level beast cores, even at the lowest price, is worth a staggering 50 million.
It's said that people with superpowers make money easily, which is something ordinary people can't even imagine. Just as I expected.
What Lin Bei took out was only a small portion of what he had obtained this time. His spatial storage contained a total of more than 2,000 intermediate-level beast cores. After deducting the 500 intermediate beast cores he needs to exchange for Tier 3 refinement crystals, he still has more than 1,500 intermediate beast cores left to use. Therefore, this package represents only 1/15 of Lin Bei's disposable wealth.
Lin Bei said he would support the family, and that's no exaggeration.
Lin Guodong and his group were also astonished by the wealth that Lin Bei had brought out.
This is a bag of money worth 50 million.
Lin Guodong has worked hard for so many years, but he hasn't earned as much as this bag. This package is for your expenses in Shanghai.
I'll keep it for now and give it to you when we get there.
Of course, I also asked Teacher Lu, and she said that even as an auditor, I would be provided with independent accommodation.
So we don't need to buy that house yet.
After all, it's safer to live on campus. Lin Bei retrieved his backpack and began to explain. The reason I asked his mother to inquire about the possibility of a transfer at the bank was because my mother is the kind of person who can't sit still.
She's happier when she has something to do.
Otherwise, with Lin Bei's current wealth, his parents could support him for several lifetimes even without working.
This is the difference between people with superpowers and ordinary people. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. But Xiao Bei, who exactly did you offend? Can you tell us? Wu Xiulan responded, but couldn't help asking a question. I killed Wang Mo. Wang Mo?
Upon hearing the name, Lin Bei's parents were stunned, but his younger sister, Lin Xiaoxiao, immediately opened her mouth wide.
Wang Mo? You mean Wang Mo, the nephew of Hong Badian, the leader of the wild wolf hunting group, the one from the Wang family in the southern district?
As someone with superpowers, she naturally knew more than her parents. Her parents certainly wouldn't know Wang Mo, but they would know the Wang family, the wild wolf hunting group, and Hong Badian, even if they were ordinary people.
It was him?
As expected, Lin Xiaoxiao's words shocked Lin Bei's parents. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately understood the stakes involved.
Hong Badian is one of the 3 major figures in Jinzhou City, and a level existence.
Well, but don't worry for now, I think I've managed to smooth things over.
However, it's hard to say what will happen in the long run.
Lin Bei nodded and said calmly.
I'll go pack my things right now.
Wu Xiulan made a quick decision and stood up to go to her room to pack.
What's the point of packing?
Since our son isn't short of money, let's just take his bank cards and passbooks and leave right away. We'll buy the rest when we get to Shanghai. At this moment, Lin Guodong called out to Wu Xiulan.
Yes, look at my brain, let's just go. Xiao, go get dressed, let's go now. Good. The family understood the importance and urgency of the matter and took action.
Lin Bei was also deeply moved by this.
This is what family is like, they have absolute trust in you.
Before long, after a quick packing, the family prepared to set off. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure descended.
Boom!
With a loud crash, the front door of Lin Bei's house split open. The windows all around were also shattered. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in front of Lin Bei's family.
Hong Liang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed, and his expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, Hong Liang stared intently at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. You little beast, you lied to me so badly.
Behind her stood 2 expressionless middle-aged men. The man in the suit and tie was none other than Hong Liang's husband and Wang Mo's father, Wang Dixing. The other one, however, was so striking that it was impossible to look directly at him. It was Hong Liang's brother, Hong Badian, the leader of the wild wolf hunting group, and a level 3rd rank warrior. Even without sensing the boundless murderous aura emanating from him, the bright wolf head mark on his chest already revealed his identity. On the other side, in the city lord's mansion east of Jinzhou City.
Have the Wang family noticed something amiss?
City Lord Guo Fuxing sat at his desk, holding documents in one hand and rubbing his temples with the other.
Well, Hong Liang and Wang Dishing didn't seem to notice anything.
However, Hong Badian came by earlier, checked the bodies of Du Xiaofeng and the others, and then left. He couldn't hide these things from him. Standing opposite Guo Fuxing was Zhou Kai, the deputy city lord. Wow, Lin Bei and Xue Ziki are really bold. Although their methods were passable, they still underestimated an A-level expert. According to the news that just came back, not long after Hong Badian returned, he took Hong Liang and Wang Dishing towards Juhu Jiayuan.
We should be arriving soon. Juhu Garden? Lin Bei's home? Ha, they didn't go to the Xue family first?
It must be that Lin Bei led Hong Liang astray back then, so he was the first to be targeted.
Lord, should we intervene? Manage? Why should we manage? For the sake of Lin Bei, who is only at the F rank. Chapter 30 Lawlessness. Please add to your favorites and give a reward.
However, he and Xue Ziki were both admitted to the Magic City Academy, even though Lin Bei was only an auditor.
Moreover, Lin Bei's younger sister is a genius. Zhou Kai still offered a few reminders. You mean Lin Xiaoxiao, the one who awakened AB level healing ability at the age of 16?
Yes, she was also admitted to the Shanghai Academy through a special admission process. Her value is clearly higher than that of Xue Ziki and Lin Bei. If Lu Xicheng hadn't known before, that would have been fine, but now that he does know. If anything happens to any of these three, it will be difficult to explain to the Shanghai Academy. The bias against its own students at Shanghai Academy is common knowledge. If you're not a student of their college, Shanghai Academy might be completely blind to your true nature. But if their students are bullied, they will definitely take action.
Ha, what does that have to do with us? It was Hong Badian and the Wang family who made the move.
If an A-level expert were to launch a surprise attack, even I couldn't stop him.
I can't keep an eye on Hong Badian 24 hours a day, can I?
Even if the Magic City Academy wants to hold someone accountable, they should go after Hong Badian.
Besides, is a dead genius still a genius?
After all, they haven't enrolled in the school yet, and the Shanghai Academy might not necessarily pursue the matter further.
However, Hong Badian will definitely pay a price.
Recently, Hong Badian has indeed been having a lot of fun. It's time to teach him a lesson. Guo Fuxing spoke calmly, his face expressionless. You couldn't tell his emotions from his face at all. It is indeed a pity that Lin Xiaoxiao, such a genius, died. However, compared to suppressing Hong Badian and having complete control over the entire Jinzhou city, Guo Fuxing naturally chose the latter. For those in power, everyone else is merely a pawn in their power game.
Pass this message on to Li Zicheng at the Magic City Academy later. This is our final act of assistance to Lin Bei and Xue Ziki. Okay. Zhou Kai didn't say anything more, just acknowledged and left. Hong Badian, after this, you should learn to be obedient.
Guo Fuxing looked out the window, muttered to himself, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Upon seeing Hong Liang and the other two appear, Lin Bei knew something was wrong.
Hong Badian has arrived, which means the plot has clearly been exposed. As expected, he underestimated the A-level expert. If I had known this would happen, I should have left with my parents and sister as soon as I got home. I wonder how Xue Ziki is doing now. Did Hong Badian come to our side first, or did he go to the Xue family first? After quickly thinking for a moment, Lin Bei still tried to remain calm and put on a surprised expression. Madam Wang, what makes you say that? You're about to die, and you're still pretending?
At this moment, Wang Dishing also shouted angrily.
I do not understand.
Lin Bei is like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water, he's just stubbornly refusing to admit anything.
Kid, you think you've hidden yourself well? I have to say, if I hadn't gone, my sister and the others might have actually been fooled by you.
Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. In my eyes, all your efforts are in vain. My nephew was killed by you and Xue Ziki.
Lord Hong, you're joking. What merit do I have to kill Wang Mo and the others? I'm an F rank. Ha, still trying to argue?
You and my sister did a lot of analysis, all pointing to that kid from the Zhao family.
At first glance, it makes sense.
If I didn't go to see the body or the scene, I would also think what you said makes sense. Unfortunately, even though the residual energy of ice-type abilities dissipates quickly, I can still detect it. On Wang Mo's corpse, there were traces of ice-type superpowers, but none of fire-type ones.
The Zhao Qianshan you mentioned is AB rank fire type. Hong Batian spoke with a cold smile. Every word and phrase was like ironclad evidence, pressing down on Lin Bei. Oh? Perhaps he encountered an ice-type beast earlier? You little beast, still trying to argue? No matter what you say, I'm going to kill you today. Even if we kill the wrong person, so what? It is your honor to be buried with my son. Including your family. This time, Hong Batian remained silent.
Hong Liang, however, gritted her teeth and shouted, enunciating each word clearly.
Guodong, what happened to your family?
Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway asking a question. Hong Liang and her group made such a commotion that it attracted the attention of the neighbors.
Walk!
As Hong Batian and the others turned around, Lin Bei shouted and shoved his parents toward the window where his sister was. He, however, rushed towards Hong Liang.
Snort! However, Hong Batian snorted coldly.
An extremely domineering pressure swept over, instantly sending Lin Bei flying, and even pressing Lin Bei's parents and Lin Xiaoxiao, who were near the window, directly to the ground.
Puff!
Lin Bei felt as if he had been struck in the chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly.
I was horrified. Is this a level 3A powerhouse? Did the pressure alone inflict injury on him?
A superhuman has committed murder.
After a brief moment of stunned silence, the neighbors shouted in alarm. There are explicit regulations in Jinzhou City that allow people with superpowers to kill within the city limits. Especially ordinary people and students.
Clearly, the neighbors understood the purpose of these people's visit.
The Lin family's reputation is well known in the neighborhood.
As neighbors with a good relationship, even if they are very scared, they would not sit idly by.
Ordinary people also have ordinary dignity.
In their words, if they see ordinary people being bullied by people with superpowers, they must take action.
If even ordinary people don't help their own kind, who else can they rely on? In the eyes of those with superpowers, they are nothing but ants. So noisy.
However, the neighbor who shouted only managed to utter one cry before his body exploded and he died. It was Hong Batian who made the move, but he only released his aura. For ordinary people, the pressure from an A-level expert is enough to crush them.
Throughout the entire process, Hong Batian didn't even glance at his neighbor. Completely ignore it. Murder!
At this, the other neighbors cried out in alarm. However, what awaited them was slaughter. Wang Dishing's figure flickered a few times, and one by one, the shouting neighbors fell down, losing their lives.
You dare kill ordinary people? Aren't you afraid the city lord will hold you accountable?
Lin Bei was filled with shock and anger, and shouted angrily.
Will the city lord hold him accountable? Will he? Ordinary people should have the awareness of ordinary people. A few ants dare to dream of turning the world upside down? How laughable. Regulations are always aimed at the weak.
Hong Batian sneered and slowly raised his right hand, about to attack Lin Bei.
Brother, let me do it. I want to kill him with my own hands. At this moment, Hong Liang said in a resentful voice.
He then picked up a dagger and walked step by step toward Lin Bei.
Lin Bei, you little beast, how dare you kill my son? Today, I'll make you regret ever being born.
After saying that, Hong Liang instantly increased her speed and appeared beside Lin Bei in the blink of an eye.
The sharp, cold tip of the dagger was almost piercing Lin Bei's skull.
Lin Bei, still clutching his chest from Hong Batian's oppressive attack, was half squatting on the ground. Clearly, there was no way to avoid this attack. However, just as Hong Liang revealed a sickly smile, thinking she was about to kill her enemy. Suddenly, everything blurred before her eyes, and Lin Bei, who had been crouching in front of her, disappeared. At the same time, a tremendous force came from Hong Liang's hand holding the dagger, and the dagger slipped from her grasp. In an instant, a strong hand gripped her neck, and she felt herself suffocating.
You! The moment she saw the other person's face, Hong Liang's pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 31 Team Formation, Passive Skills. Shut up!
Lin Bei had already snatched the dagger from Hong Liang and held it to her neck. The sudden turn of events brought the scene to a standstill.
How is that possible? Wang Dishing looked shocked.
Hong Liang, as the person involved, was even more incredulous.
Had Lin Bei turned the tables on him? She didn't even see Lin Bei's movements clearly. Ha, it really is you.
Hong Beishan's expression remained unchanged, as if this outcome was already within his expectations.
Shueziki's close combat skills could not possibly have caused the wounds on Wang Mo and the others. I never expected you to have dual superpowers. Dual superpowers. Hong Liang and Wang Dishing were both taken aback when they heard Hong Beishan's words. So that's how it is. That makes sense.
No wonder the older brother was so certain that Lin Bei was the murderer after examining the body.
At the time, Hong Liang thought it was unlikely.
But when it comes to the death of his own son, he would kill even if it was a mistake.
Humph. If you don't want her to die, get out of the way. Lin Bei's eyes flickered, but he didn't reply.
Instead, he spoke coldly to Hong Badian and the others. He held Hong Liang hostage and kept moving closer to his parents and sister by the window.
Hey sis, wanna gamble with me?
Before Hong Badian and the others could speak, Lin Bei whispered something to Lin Xiaoxiao.
Good.
Although Lin Xiaoxiao was a little confused by Lin Bei's inexplicable words, she still nodded directly.
Ding.
Successfully teamed up with Lin Xiaoxiao, whose looks are rated 95 out of 100.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade B superpower recovery healing.
Ding. The host has received comprehensive physical enhancements. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have gained the passive ability, Resilience. Resilience, passive ability, permanently reduces damage taken by 30%.
30% damage reduction? Lin Bei's eyes lit up when he saw this ability. They arrived just in time.
At the same time, he also felt a warm current flowing through his body.
Lin Bei knew that this was a physical enhancement after regaining B-level superpowers.
Of course, this kind of enhancement is not like the enhancement that occurs when one first awakens their superpower, which can be completed all at once.
It will take some time.
Ding, hidden supernatural ability detected in teammate.
Initiating capture.
Ding, host's rank is too low, capture failed. The sudden system notification startled Lin Bei.
Hidden superpowers? What the heck? And the capture failed?
This made Lin Bei glance at Lin Xiaoxiao.
I never expected my younger sister to have a hidden superpower? Could it be that she is the real dual power possessor? You think this will make us hesitate to act rashly? However, at that moment, Hong Beishan's voice came. The words had barely left his mouth when Hong Badian made any move.
Lin Bei felt his hair stand on end the moment he saw it. The intense sense of crisis suffocated him.
Not good.
Lin Bei had no choice but to push Hong Liang away immediately and roll to the side. He had just dodged, and the spot where he had been standing felt as if it had been sliced open by a sharp knife. The floorboards were even ripped through. From beginning to end, Lin Bei had no idea how Hong Badian made his move.
The gap is still too big.
However, Lin Bei did not stop. He knew that once Hong Liang was out of his control, his whole family would die. So, as he rolled to the side, he didn't care about being shocked by Hong Beishan's methods. With a forceful twist of his body, he pounced on Hong Liang again with lightning speed.
Clown. Hong Badian quickly grasped Lin Bei's intention, chuckled, and slightly raised his right hand. However, his brow suddenly furrowed.
A thick layer of ice instantly enveloped him.
Freeze.
Not only Hong Badian, but also Wang Dishing and Hong Liang were frozen in an instant. Taking advantage of the skill's ability to forcibly freeze the target, Lin Bei rushed to Hong Liang's side again and grabbed her.
A rank B ice-type ability? As expected, you have dual abilities. Hong Badian sneered, showing no panic at all about being frozen in ice.
His body jolted, and the ice on his body shattered instantly. Lin Bei, with a solemn expression, continued to retreat while holding Hong Liang hostage.
His icebound ability can freeze a target for 5 seconds under normal circumstances. But against Hong Badian, it only lasted for 1 second. This seems to be the result that Hong Badian didn't care. If he wanted to, this skill would probably be useless to him. This is the result of differences in rank.
When a lower-level ability user uses their skills against a higher-level ability user, the effect is diminished, and many skills may even become ineffective.
Let them go, and I can give you an explanation.
At this moment, Lin Bei spoke in a deep voice.
The dagger remained pressed against Hong Liang's neck. No, brother, don't worry about me, I want them all to die.
The ice on Hong Liang's body had not completely thawed, but her overwhelming hatred only intensified.
At this point, it's quite obvious.
He must have been killed by Lin Bei, his own son.
Even if it means death, we cannot let Lin Bei's family go. Smack!
A resounding slap landed directly on Hong Liang's face, leaving a bright red 5-finger mark.
You have no right to speak.
Lin Bei shouted fiercely, and the dagger pierced in half a step.
Bloodstains were visible on Hong Liang's neck. We are all students admitted to the Magic City Academy. I am just an auditor. Kill me and the Magic City Academy will not do anything to you. But my sister is already a formal student, and you probably know about her talent. If anything happens to her, you won't be any better off.
Lin Bei looked at Hong Batian again and said calmly.
Ha, you think you can negotiate with me like this? How naive.
If I kill you, but leave your sister alive, it will only bring me more trouble in the future.
As for genius? Is a dead genius still a genius?
Deshing, kill them. Hong Batian laughed and pointed at Lin Bei's parents and Lin Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Wang Dishing, who had thawed, pounced on them without hesitation, his face grim.
Son, don't worry about us, just go. Brother, run.
Wu Shilan and Lin Xiaoxiao shouted at the same time that they did not want to be a burden to Lin Bei.
Asshole.
Seeing that Hong Batian wasn't buying it, Lin Bei cursed and kicked Hong Liang away, sending a cold dagger flying straight at her heart. He then lightly touched the ground with his toes and instantly pounced on Wang Dishing.
Frost arrow. 5 icy arrows were launched instantly, all aimed at Hong Batian.
Lin Bei can now fire 8 ice arrows at once.
The remaining 3 ice arrows in his hand were then shot towards Hong Liang. He knew that the 5 ice arrows were useless against Hong Batian. But his goal was only to temporarily slow down Hong Batian's actions. At the very least, Hong Batian needs to either shatter or dodge these 5 ice arrows, and he also needs to rescue his sister Hong Liang. This would give him time to kill Wang Dishing and save his parents and sister. Snort! Hong Batian snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. With a wave of his right hand, the daggers and ice arrows aimed at Hong Liang were instantly neutralized. Then, with a slight movement, the 5 ice arrows missed their mark.
Just as Lin Bei was about to strike Wang Dishing, Hong Batian's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Bei like a ghost.
Bang! With a single punch, Lin Bei was sent flying. It was impossible to resist. He was horrified that his opponent had knocked him away so easily without even using any special abilities. A rank that's incredibly strong. It completely exceeded his expectations. The difference between grade A and grade B is like heaven and earth. Fortunately, I have the passive ability Resilience, which reduces damage taken by 30%. Although he was knocked away, Lin Bei found that he was not seriously injured. Oh? I underestimated you. Hong Batian was quite surprised to see that Lin Bei had not been seriously injured. But the next second, he sneered and slapped Lin Bei's parents and Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 32 Kill without hesitation. Please add to your favorites. Damn it! Ice Dragon Break.
Seeing this, Lin Bei stood up in anger and unleashed his full power, using his trump card, Ice Dragon Break.
This is where the healing necklace comes into play.
The mental energy depleted by the ice arrows and the freezing attack has already been largely recovered.
It's enough to unleash Ice Dragon Break. This is only a black iron grade equipment. If it were silver or even higher grade recovery equipment, it would probably allow him to recover even faster. Roar! In an instant, the dragon's roar shook the heavens. A deep blue ice dragon appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying aura, and rushed straight at Hong Batian. What? For the first time, Hong Batian's expression changed, revealing shock. He could sense that this ice dragon was no ordinary thing. If left unattended, I fear I will get hurt. He abruptly withdrew his attack, his heart filled with a mixture of shock and anger. Lin Bei actually told him to back down, which he considered a disgrace. However, even as he retreated, the ice dragon remained as if it had eyes, constantly following him. The dragon opened its mouth wide and tore down in one swift motion. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the entire building collapsed. Taking this opportunity, Lin Bei didn't bother to check on Hong Batian. He instantly rushed to Wang Dishing's side and unleashed a powerful punch. If you want my family to die, then you should die first. You little beast, how dare you? Wang Dishing never expected that at this critical juncture, instead of thinking about taking his family to escape first, this kid would attack him. He is, after all, a veteran awakened one of rank C, tier 3. He crossed his arms and instantly assumed a defensive stance. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out. To Wang Dishing's shock, Lin Bei's fist continued its momentum, passing through his arms and slamming directly into his head. Bang!
Like a watermelon bursting open, Wang Dishing's head was instantly blasted apart, with red and white matter flying everywhere. The headless corpse crashed backward.
Lin Bei didn't care about any of that.
He quickly turned back, opened his arms, picked up his parents and Lin Xiaoxiao, and broke through the window. He jumped straight from the 5th floor.
No! Han Liang witnessed the whole thing but was powerless to stop it.
She watched helplessly as her man was blown to the head, and she went completely insane. The pain of losing a child had not yet subsided when a new wound was added.
Drive her mad.
Lin Bei, I'm going to kill you.
With a sharp shout, Han Liang produced another dagger and jumped after Lin Bei.
After landing smoothly, Lin Bei quickly took out a mental recovery potion and a physical recovery potion from his storage space and drank them both.
You guys go first.
At the same time, Lin Bei pushed his parents and Lin Xiaoxiao away, while he himself went to meet Han Liang, who was chasing after him.
Brother, I'll stay and help you.
Lin Xiaoxiao simply cast a recovery spell on Lin Bei and didn't want to leave. In an instant, Lin Bei felt a warm sensation all over his body. Physical and mental strength are recovering rapidly.
This is far more powerful than his healing necklace and recovery potion.
As expected of a B-grade healing ability. However, even so, Lin Bei did not want them to stay.
No, you go too. Quickly. Although Hong Batian was struck by the ice dragon's blow, he certainly wouldn't die from it.
Their presence would only distract Lin Bei. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Although she was reluctant, she knew what was important and that this was not the time to hesitate or procrastinate. Without saying much, Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed her parents and ran outside.
At this moment, Lin Bei was already facing off against Han Liang. C rank, Tier 3.
In the past, Lin Bei might not have been a match for him.
After all, once he leaves the dungeon, his double attribute buff will be gone.
At best, they can only contend with them. But after teaming up with his younger sister, he received a comprehensive boost. Perhaps due to the battle, his enhancement time was shortened. At this moment, the B-level enhancement effect that Lin Xiaoxiao had given him had been completely absorbed.
You little beast, die. Humph. You think you can take me on? With his strength increased, Lin Bei's confidence soared, and he was no longer afraid. Han Liang vanished, then appeared like a ghost beside Lin Bei, launching a series of attacks.
The shadow step technique of the dark element is indeed powerful, especially in the hands of Han Liang. It is far stronger than Wang Mo's. However, Lin Bei now is not the same as a Meng back then. His physical strength has already surpassed that of Han Liang by a considerable margin. What appeared to be an extremely fast speed to others was clearly visible to Lin Bei.
He dodged Han Liang's backstab by sidestepping and punched her in the abdomen.
The movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go.
Put.
Han Liang was struck in the abdomen, her back arched, and she was knocked off the ground with both feet, blood spurting out.
Lin Bei, not one to back down, pressed his advantage. Another punch landed, aimed at Han Liang's head.
Since things are beyond repair, it's hard to say whether I can even escape this calamity. So even if I die, I'll take 2 people down with me.
Stop.
In an instant, the ruins of the building that had just been blasted apart by the ice dragon blast exploded open, revealing Hong Baishan's figure. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. His chest was bruised, and one arm was covered in blood. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
I was actually injured by Lin Bei?
He hadn't expected Lin Bei to use such a tactic.
His own defenses were completely useless against the ice dragon's break. This was a real hit from the ice dragon break.
As soon as he emerged from the ruins, he saw Lin Bei blasting towards Han Liang's head, which filled him with shock and rage.
How dare this kid? Idiot, you think you can just stop like that? Lin Bei didn't even glance at Hong Batian, and his fist moved even faster. At this point, why would I waste my breath talking to you? Why would I let you threaten me? Do you think you'll stop once you stop? Boom! A headshot, a brutal headshot. Han Liang's headless body crashed to the ground.
The scene fell silent instantly, with only the heavy breathing of the 2 people audible. The continuous skill consumption in combat left Lin Bei feeling somewhat overloaded. Despite having the healing necklace, recovery potions, and even the recovery skill her sister used before leaving. However, such a fast-paced battle was still somewhat beyond his capacity to handle. Panting heavily, Lin Bei stared intently at Hong Batian, trying to recover his losses as quickly as possible.
Meanwhile, Hong Baishan's breathing became increasingly heavy. That's anger.
This time, killing someone like Lin Bei would have been as easy as crushing an ant. To my utter surprise, this kid is so difficult to deal with, and he even has a hidden move that could hurt me. This made him, a veteran A-level expert, lose face. What's most hateful is that Lin Bei actually killed his brother-in-law and sister right under his nose.
Bastard! You deserve to die. The brief silence triggered Hong Beishan's outburst.
A boundless killing intent surged into the sky, and at the same time, his body erupted with extremely powerful energy. The true power of an A-level expert.
What? He actually reached a rank 4?
With his full strength unleashed, Lin Bei instantly sensed his opponent's true power.
Hong Badian is not a level 3rd rank, but a level 4th rank.
Furthermore, this power is clearly not something that someone who has just entered the 4th tier can possess.
It's almost infinitely close to a level 5th tier. This old man has been hiding his true abilities. Die!
Hong Badian moved, and with a roar, his figure seemed to teleport, making it impossible for Lin Bei to track his movements.
Chapter 33 Advancement, Strength greatly increased. Bang!
Before he could react, Lin Bei was hit again. His body was like a kite with a broken string, and he was suddenly knocked away. However, while in the air, the system notification in my brain lit up.
Ding! Host has killed 2 C-rank Tier 3 ability users. Received 6,400 experience points with a 100x experience boost. Ding! Host's B-level healing ability has advanced to Tier 2.
Currently, the experience points for advancing to rank B healing abilities are 3,130,000.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired Derivative Skill 1, Immunity to all poisons.
Immune to all poisons, this skill increases poison resistance by 50%. Ding!
Due to advancement to Tier 2, the ability to resist all poisons has been enhanced to Level 2, increasing poison resistance by 60%.
Ding!
Due to advancement to Tier 2, recovery ability has been enhanced to Level 3, allowing for significant recovery of physical and mental energy at a faster pace.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired Derivative Skill 2, Blessing. Blessing, upon casting a skill, you will receive a 30% boost to all aspects for 10 minutes.
Cooldown, 10 minutes. Ding!
Congratulations, host, your body has been enhanced twice. Note, to advance a rank B healing ability to rank 3, you need refinement crystals. A warm current surged through his body, and Lin Bei's body was strengthened once again.
Host, Lin Bei. Number of body enhancements, 8 6B grade enhancements, 2F grade enhancements. Special abilities, rank B ice ability, rank F spatial ability, rank B healing ability.
Rank, Ice type B rank 230,000 30,000, Space type F rank 1,100,100, Healing type B rank 23,130,000. Skills, Frost Arrow level 3, Ice Seal level 2, Ice Dragon Break level 1, Spatial Storage 1000 cubic meters, Recovery level 3, Immunity to Poisons level 2, Blessing level 1. Dungeon buff, all attributes plus 100%, item drop rate plus 10x, drop quality plus 1 triggered if there is a female character with a beauty rating of 90 or higher in the party.
Passive ability, resilience damage reduction 30%. Equipment, healing necklace black iron. Looking at the data on the panel, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel delighted. The punch I just received doesn't hurt anymore.
Unexpectedly, after killing a C level 3 ability user, he received 3,200 experience points.
He previously killed a C rank, level 0 monster in the trial instance, which gave him 400 experience points.
Based on this, it seems that a C level Tier 1 grants 800 experience points.
Tier 2 grants 1,600 experience points. Tier 3 also doubled, giving 3,200 experience points? Doesn't this mean that killing people gives more experience than killing monsters? Now, he has instantly raised his newly acquired B-grade healing ability to level 2. I benefited greatly.
The 2 new skills are also very useful. In particular, the Blessing can give you a 30% boost in all aspects for 10 minutes every hour.
There are so many things you can do in 10 minutes. Moreover, the cooling time is very short, only 10 minutes. Absolutely divine skill. Lin Bei did a somersault in the air and landed steadily.
Although his face was a little pale, he didn't seem to be in any serious condition. Upon seeing this, Hong Beishan's eyes revealed surprise and doubt.
How come this kid is unharmed after I hit him? Hong Badian refused to believe it and attacked again.
Lin Bei was once again knocked away.
But this time, Lin Bei's expression didn't change at all. He's in even better shape than before.
There was no other reason than that Lin Bei activated the blessing when Hong Batian attacked again. The 30% increase across the board naturally includes improved defensive and resistant capabilities.
Lin Mo has now received 2 more physical enhancements. In addition, there's the 30% damage reduction from the toughness buff. Nature suffers less damage. It's my turn.
Now that the blessing had been initiated, Lin Bei naturally couldn't waste it.
10 minutes is neither a short nor a long time. Whoosh!
Lin Bei's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, this speed was almost comparable to that of Hong Batian.
How is that possible? Bang!
Before Hong Batian could think any further, Lin Bei's fist had already arrived.
Hong Batian raised his hand to block and grab Lin Bei's fist.
Upon contact, Hong Batian released his grip with lightning speed, his figure involuntarily dodging and retreating rapidly. Lin Bei's fist grazed past him. The several large trees in front, which would take 3 people to encircle, were directly blasted by this terrifying fist wind. The torso broke off and collapsed abruptly. Hong Batian was so shocked by this punch that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Hong Batian had already caught Lin Bei's punch, but the instantaneous contact forced him to let go.
The force of the punch was beyond his imagination.
This force is actually no weaker than mine? How is that possible? In the rush just now, he naturally wouldn't have taken the hit head-on. Hong Batian, who had retreated to the side, stared at Lin Bei as if he were looking at a monster.
He couldn't understand how this kid had suddenly become a different person, with his strength increasing so much.
That shouldn't be happening.
Even if he has 2 superpowers, one is a B rank ice-type ability, and the other is an F rank space-type ability that's pretty useless. Even if the ice element reaches level 2, this kid still wouldn't have such brute strength after his body is strengthened.
Something's not right.
I'm a rank A, tier 4, and I'm not far from tier 5.
I'd like to see what's really going on with you. Hong Batian suppressed his anger, his eyes narrowing slightly.
They launched another attack. This time, green mist surrounded him, and a pungent smell instantly filled the air. Let alone smelling it, just getting close to it is enough to make your eyes sting.
This green mist is extremely irritating.
Even a tiny bit of it can make you feel extremely uncomfortable.
Poison? So he awakened a poison-based ability? No wonder everyone says Hong Batian is not someone to be trifled with. It's not just because of the rank of his superpower.
Poison-based superpowers are definitely one of the most troublesome superpowers.
Moreover, it's a poison-type weapon that has reached the A rank, so its power is naturally even more terrifying.
Without saying a word, Lin Bei activated his immunity to all poison skill. The 60% poison resistance made him feel much better instantly. He felt better, but Hong Batian couldn't quite understand it. Her own poison-type skill, Green Mist Entanglement, is essentially a crowd control area. As long as they are under his green mist, it's hard to say whether the opponent can even withstand the poison and not fall down, let alone fight back. On the other hand, Lin Bei only noticed his discomfort at the very beginning. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, the young man's face suddenly became rosy and his expression relaxed?
Could it be that this kid isn't afraid of poison?
Despite his many doubts, Hong Batian did not stop. The movements were getting faster and faster.
The most poisonous disease in the world. The next moment, he activated another skill. A green skull appeared out of thin air, opened its eerie maw towards Lin Bei, and took a bite. Lin Bei didn't dodge or evade, completely ignoring the poisonous skeleton.
Instead, he unleashed Ice Dragon Break on Hong Batian once more.
Roar! A more powerful, azure blue ice dragon appeared. If you look closely, you'll definitely be able to see the difference between this ice dragon and the previous one. Its back was surprisingly tinged with a faint purple.
The ice dragon had barely appeared when it locked onto Hong Batian and plunged down.
Chapter 34 I'm dumbfounded. Please add to your favorites.
Upon seeing the ice dragon again, Hong Batian's expression turned serious, and he retreated abruptly. Having suffered from the ice dragon's blow, he naturally dared not confront it head-on.
Moreover, this ice dragon gave him a stronger feeling than before. What's wrong with this kid?
He was filled with shock and rage, and struck the ice dragon twice with his palms.
However, these 2 palm strikes were completely ineffective against the ice dragon.
In the blink of an eye, the ice dragon twisted its body, turned a corner, and took a bite.
Holy crap! Hong Batian never expected that this ice dragon would be able to turn corners.
By the time they realized it, it was too late to dodge. With a gritted teeth, Hong Batian crossed his arms and held them in front of him.
Boom! The ice dragon instantly engulfed Hong Batian. At the same time, Hong Batian's green skull also landed.
The pungent, fishy stench filled the air, causing Lin Bei to frown and quickly cover his nose before moving away. Although he has 60% poison resistance, and with the blessing, he is almost immune to toxins.
However, it is not absolute immunity. This venomous virus is not to be underestimated, and it is clear that Lin Bei cannot achieve complete immunity.
Fortunately, thanks to his own resistance to the poison, he was not seriously injured. Lin Bei kept shifting positions and charged towards Hong Batian. The blessing's effect is still present, so it shouldn't be wasted. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Even though he has become so much stronger, he can only temporarily stand up to Hong Batian. Once the blessing period is over, I will definitely be no match for him.
Cough cough.
Hong Batian stood up again, covered in blood, with his arms covered in purple and blue bruises. It's like muscles that have been frozen and died. Before he could do anything, Lin Bei's figure had already pounced on him. The fist kept growing larger in Hong Batian's eyes.
Bang! Hong Batian truly lived up to his reputation as an A-level expert. Even with his injuries, his reactions remained remarkably swift.
The two exchanged blows, engaging in a direct confrontation.
Ta-da!
Both sides retreated 5 or 6 steps before regaining their footing. Their eyes showed surprise and doubt. Lin Bei was surprised that Hong Batian, despite suffering serious injuries, still had so much strength left.
Hong Batian was surprised by the combat power that Lin Bei was displaying at this moment. This kid actually managed to fight me to a draw after going head-to-head with me? How is that possible? Even if Lin Bei has 2 superpowers, the strongest one is only B level. Even if he reached B level 2nd rank, plus the F level 1st rank enhancement, they should be far from being a match for me. I'm an A rank, level 4.
Lin Bei charged forward again, and Hong Batian met him in fury. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged countless punches.
Hong Batian grew increasingly angry and alarmed as he fought, feeling like he was being overwhelmed.
Lin Bei grew increasingly serious and anxious as the fight progressed. Hong Batian didn't know the reason for his sudden increase in strength, but he knew it himself. The time for the blessing was approaching, but he still hadn't managed to defeat Hong Batian. The A rank 4th level was too strong, far exceeding his expectations. Even though Hong Batian was seriously injured after taking 2 hits from his Ice Dragon break, he was still seriously injured.
I still can't completely overwhelm my opponent. What to do?
If the fight continues, his combat power will instantly decrease by 30% once the blessing time is over. While fighting, Lin Bei glanced around, searching for a way to escape. Hong Batian keenly sensed Lin Bei's unease and anxiety, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes.
Ah, kid, it seems you've reached the end of your rope. Die! Hong Batian laughed loudly and attacked even faster, sticking to Lin Bei and striking him relentlessly. Lin Bei sensed something was wrong.
The A-level expert's perception was too high, and this Hong Batian was the leader of the wild wolf hunting group. They must have had plenty of battles in the wilderness and secret realms on a regular basis, so they have plenty of experience and they couldn't keep it a secret for long. Now that they've discovered the clues, getting away is going to be difficult. However, Lin Bei would not give up and continued fighting while retreating. Even if the blessing time is up, with the passive ability of perseverance, he believes he still has a chance.
Not good.
The time for blessings had arrived, and Lin Bei felt his fighting power plummet after landing that punch.
Bang! Ta-da!
After exchanging blows, Lin Bei staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, a sharp pain shooting through his fist. The decline in their combat strength made it clear that the two were of different abilities.
Hong Batian was taken aback at first, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, finally can't hold on anymore? Die! Hong Batian would not let such an opportunity slip by.
His fists were enveloped in green poisonous mist as he charged forward. With their combat strength plummeting, Lin Bei switched from offense to defense and retreated step by step. Fortunately, the damage reduction effects of poison resistance and toughness are still there, plus the healing necklace, and the ability to cast recovery skills on myself from time to time. They wouldn't be seriously injured. But Lin Bei knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Whoosh! Just then, a streak of light approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. As they approached, an immense pressure instantly enveloped them, a pressure even more terrifying than that of Hong Batian before. Hong Batian glanced to the side, his brows furrowed. Lin Bei also fought his way back while looking in that direction.
Teacher Lu.
Lin Bei was delighted to see who had arrived.
It's Lu Zicheng from Shanghai Academy. Buzz. Lu Zicheng had already arrived close by.
After a quick glance, the anger on his face was completely replaced by shock. Because of the battle between Hong Badian and Lin Bei, the buildings here had already collapsed and were now in ruins. The bloodstains on Hong Baishan's body were still wet, and he looked seriously injured. In contrast, Lin Bei, although being beaten by Hong Badian, did not have any obvious injuries on his body.
This scene sent shockwaves through Lu Zicheng's heart. This kid has actually been able to hold his own against Hong Badian for so long? And he hasn't even gotten hurt? He was dumbfounded. Previously, Deputy City Lord Zhou Kai found him and told him that after Hong Badian saw through the clues of Wang Mo's death, he directly brought Hong Liang and her husband to seek revenge on Shuiziki and Lin Bei. Lu Zicheng was naturally furious immediately. They dare to kill students from the Magic City Academy, even with Hong Badian and his gang?
This shows they don't take Shanghai Academy seriously.
Without saying a word, Lu Zicheng charged straight in. He wanted to see just how many heads this Hong Badian had. However, due to Zhou Kai's guidance, Lu Zicheng went to Shuiziki's place first.
When they arrived at the Shui family's residence, they found that they were all safe and sound. That's when they rushed towards Lin Bei. In fact, this was also the rhetoric that City Lord Guofuxing instructed Zhou Kai to use. Hong Badian wanted to restrain him and teach him a lesson, but he didn't intend to kill him yet.
After all, an A-level combatant is still of great importance to Jinzhou City. However, Wang Mo is dead, so he needs an outlet for his emotions. But we can't let Shanghai Academy suffer too much loss.
On the surface, Shuiziki is AB level, and as long as she's alive, Lu Zicheng won't be too ruthless. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, although her superpowers are rarer and more talented than Shuiziki's. But Lin Bei is dead, and as his younger sister, she naturally won't let it go.
Given Hong Baishan's character, he would definitely eliminate any potential threats.
So, since the decision has been made to abandon Lin Bei and feed Hong Badian, Lin Xiaoxiao's death is just that, death.
Anyway, even if he's recruited by the Shanghai Academy, it's not certain that he'll be able to create any value for Jinzhou City in the future. It would be a good thing if Lin Xiaoxiao didn't die in the end. With her brother dead, the younger sister was bound to seek revenge, which provided another means to restrain Hong Badian. Once such a genius goes to the Magic City Academy, even Hong Badian will be unable to interfere. They will inevitably become a problem as they grow up. Hong Badian naturally understood that they would eventually surrender to him in order to form an alliance for self-preservation. As the city lord, he was not afraid of this so-called genius Lin Xiaoxiao. If you have the Magic City Academy behind you, does that mean Guofuxing doesn't have any powerful backers? Without power, how could one become a city lord? Chapter 35: The True Use of Superpowers? However, the city lord Guofuxing did not expect that Lin Bei would actually hold out until Lu Zicheng arrived. Of course, no one expected this result. Lu Zicheng, after inspecting the scene, was also shocked. This kid is much stronger than I imagined. Lu Zicheng's eyes lit up when he looked at Lin Bei. This might be the real treasure he found this time. Hong Badian, is that it? You're something else, daring to even mess with students from my Magic City Academy. Amidst his unexpected joy, Lu Zicheng's expression turned stern, and he glared angrily at Hong Badian. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive force from all around intensified, pressing down on Hong Badian. Hong Badian took a half step back, his brows furrowed, but he did not back down at all. He killed my sister's family. Does your Magic City Academy intend to protect him? Oh? Lu Zicheng was taken aback. He had only seen Lin Bei and Hong Badian when he arrived, and hadn't noticed anyone else. He had already guessed that Wang Mo would be killed by Lin Bei. But according to Hong Badian, Hong Liang and her husband are also dead? Was he killed by Lin Bei? With a slight sense, he instantly located the bodies of Hong Liang and Wang Dixing. Damn, it really is. Both bodies had their heads blown off, and the hair on them was exactly the same as Wang Mo's. Lu Zicheng couldn't help but look at Lin Bei again in surprise. You want to kill my family, am I not allowed to fight back? Seeing Lu Zicheng's arrival calmed Lin Bei down considerably. Upon hearing Hong Baishan's words, Lin Bei also loudly refuted them. Bullshit. You killed my nephew first. You're talking nonsense. Your nephew wants to kill me for no reason. Do you expect me to just stretch out my neck and wait for him to kill me? At this point, Lin Bei no longer needed to hide the fact that he had killed Wang Mo.
The fact that these two A-level individuals were present couldn't be hidden at all. You. Alright, just as Lin Bei said, your nephew attacked first and was killed because he was less skilled.
No one else is to blame. You're already a renowned A-level expert, so didn't you encounter any attacks during your growth process? If you encounter this, wouldn't you fight back? We've all been there, don't fool yourself. Lu Zicheng waved his hand, interrupting Hong Badian. Upon hearing this, Hong Badian was speechless for a moment. Lu Zicheng was right. Which strong person hasn't encountered such a thing during their growth? But Hong Badian still spoke in a deep voice, those are my nephew and sister. I must avenge them. So what if he's your nephew? Lin Bei is a student chosen by my Magic City Academy. You can't kill him. Lu Zicheng's face showed impatience. Are your nephew and sister special? Lin Bei is someone I personally favored. What if I insist on killing him? You can give it a try. Lu Zicheng's face darkened. Humph. Then let's fight. Hong Badian didn't hesitate either. He snorted coldly and unleashed his full aura, entering battle mode. Buzz. A giant green skull appeared. This was Hong Badian's most famous and deadly move. But the next second, under Lin Bei's astonished gaze, the skeletal phantom quickly merged into Hong Badian's body. He was surrounded by green light. The momentum has surged once again. Oh. I didn't expect that you, at only the late stage of a rank 4, have already reached the second tier. Lu Zicheng was also taken aback when he saw this. No wonder Hong Badian dared to fight even though he knew he was only in A-level 5th rank. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. A three-headed, six-armed Flame King appeared behind him, just like Hong Badian. The illusion instantly entered his body, and Lu Zicheng's body was surrounded by red light. The next instant, the two collided. Boom! The ground cracked under the enormous roar, eliciting screams from afar. Those who had been watching from afar all cried out in alarm and fled to even more distant places. Some ordinary people who didn't have time to escape were instantly vaporized by the terrifying power leaked from the two. When gods fight, mortals suffer. City rules and regulations are meaningless in the face of these inhuman powerful figures. Lin Bei stared wide-eyed at everything before him, his mind filled with the word second gear. Second gear? What does that mean? His momentary confusion made him even more focused on the fight between the two. He discovered that Hong Badian's fighting style was completely different from before. In previous battles, Hong Badian would also unleash his supernatural abilities to attack. However, right now, the superpower is being released, but not for direct attack instead, it's being absorbed into the body. Does this mean Hong Badian's attacks are now even stronger? The same was clearly true for Lu Zicheng's side. The battle between the two was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, they had fought countless rounds, but neither of them had used their special abilities to exchange blows. This is completely different from the way they learned to fight in school. Could this be the second level that Lu Zicheng mentioned? Is this the true way to use superpowers? At this moment, Lin Bei seemed to have grasped the key. His eyes gradually brightened, and he stared intently at the two fighting, his face showing excitement. An unexpected bonus. Unexpectedly, watching the battle of the strong brought unexpected joy. However, when he tried it himself, he was unable to achieve it. His supernatural abilities can be released, but they cannot be integrated into his body. What exactly is wrong? For a moment, Lin Bei was puzzled and felt a strong urge to get closer to the topic. It's like looking at a treasure right in front of you, but being unable to obtain it. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continues. Hong Badian was indeed formidable. He managed to put up a respectable fight against Lu Zicheng, who was only at the A-level 5. However, the gap still exists. Gradually, Hong Badian fell into a disadvantageous position. His breathing began to become erratic. Lu Zicheng, however, remained as steady as Mount Tai, his aura deep and resonant. Not only that, they fought even harder as the fight progressed. Fire-type bursts are inherently more powerful than poison-type bursts. In addition, the poisonous fog is not very harmful when exposed to the scorching flames. Therefore, Hong Badian's special abilities actually had little effect on Lu Zicheng. Bang! Hong Badian was hit by Lu Zicheng and flew a long way, crashing through several walls before falling to the ground. Lu Zicheng was relentless, always following him around. Before Hong Badian could get up, another punch, carrying terrifying flames, landed. Boom! He punched a charred crater into the ground. The shattered stones were instantly vaporized before they could even fly. This shows how terrifying the flames are.
Hong Badian was no simple man either. The instant Lu Zicheng's fist landed, he shifted half a foot to the side.
He even managed to escape by rolling away at an unusual angle, thus dodging the punch. Huff, huff.
Still in shock, Hong Badian gasped for breath and retreated rapidly. His face was extremely solemn. As expected of a teacher from the Magic City Academy, their strength is truly formidable. I originally thought that even though these teachers were of higher rank, they spent most of their time teaching students. In terms of actual combat, they are inevitably less familiar with each other than themselves. But this battle changed his mind.
Perhaps other university professors would think the same way.
However, these teachers from the 4 academies are all tough nuts to crack.
Lu Zicheng didn't care what Hong Badian was thinking at the moment. Since the fight had started, he naturally wouldn't hold back. A phantom image reappeared behind Lu Zicheng, this time a 9-headed fire python. It's time to end this.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-headed fire python instantly merged into his body.
Lu Zicheng unleashed an aura that made even Hong Badian tremble. Chapter 36. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Please add to your favorites and give a reward. How is this possible? You actually entered 3rd gear?
Upon seeing this, Hong Badian's eyes widened in fear, and he cried out in disbelief.
The terrifying pressure forced Hong Badian to kneel on one knee. 3rd gear? You overestimate me. Your 2nd gear is just too inexperienced. Lu Zicheng sneered and threw a punch. This punch didn't even get close.
A dozen meters away, a deep red beam of light shot out instantly, accompanied by a beast's roar. They launched a devastating attack on Hong Badian. Along the way, the surrounding air evaporated, and a deep, black trench appeared on the ground.
No!
Hong Badian's forehead veins bulged as he screamed with all his might. He struggled against the terrifying pressure pressing down on him, forcing himself to shift his body. Finally, seemingly having exhausted all his strength, he managed to turn slightly to the side.
Laugh!
The flames scorched its body, producing a sizzling sound.
Ah! A scream rang out.
Lin Bei stared at Hong Badian in shock. His kneeling right leg and right arm vanished instantly. The wound was sizzling and smoking, and was charred black. Even half of his face was burned by the beam of light that grazed it, leaving him unrecognizable.
Lu Zicheng's attack was terrifying. Oh! You're quite capable. Lu Zicheng was somewhat surprised to see that Hong Badian was able to move in time and avoid vital points even under his strong pressure. However, he had no intention of giving up. He walked step by step toward Hong Badian. You can't kill me.
At this moment, fear finally appeared in Hong Badian's eyes.
Despite the pain, he kept backing away. It's too late to say these things now. You should know that some things, once started, can't be resolved peacefully. Lu Zicheng chuckled and shook his head, speaking calmly. No, you can't, if you kill me. Alright, save your energy, no need for the clichés.
Lu Zicheng interrupted Hong Badian and slowly raised his right hand.
The blazing flames reignited in Lu Zicheng's hands. Old Lu, please have mercy.
Just as Lu Zicheng made his move, 2 streaks of light rushed over.
Before the person even arrived, anxious shouts could already be heard.
Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zicheng frowned, stopped raising his hand, and looked at the person who had come.
Old Lu, please calm down and show mercy.
At this moment, the person had arrived. The person at the head was dressed in an expensive-looking, jet-black battlesuit. Every move he makes exudes the air and presence of someone in a superior position.
Lord Gua, you.
The newcomer was none other than Guo Fuxing, the city lord of Jinzhou City, accompanied by Zhou Kai, the deputy city lord. Throughout the journey, Guo Fuxing was in a really bad mood. Little did he know that Lin Bei would be able to hold on until now. Furthermore, they killed Hong Liang and Wang Disheng.
This is completely different from what he expected. Shouldn't it have been Hong Badian and his gang who came seeking revenge and directly slaughtered Lin Bei's entire family? When Lu Zicheng arrived and saw the scene, he was naturally furious, and it was only natural that he would teach Hong Badian a lesson. After all, Lu Zicheng wouldn't pay much for a dead genius. If Hong Badian softens his stance slightly, or if all else fails, he could throw the Wang family out to pay compensation and even have them lose lives. But now, Lin Bei is not dead. Not only did he not die, but he also demonstrated his extremely high value.
A dual ability user is already quite valuable, but fortunately one of their abilities is only F level, and it's a rather useless spatial storage ability. However, despite Hong Baishan's presence, he still managed to kill Wang Liang and her husband. Furthermore, he hadn't been killed by Hong Batian for so long. It even caused considerable harm to Hong Batian. This kind of ability is even more valuable than cultivating an A-level genius. So, naturally, Lu Zicheng wouldn't hold back against such a genius. It's not just for the reputation of the Magic City Academy, but also to use our strength to subdue the genius Lin Bei. Such a genius, how can he be convinced without displaying absolute and shocking strength? So Lu Zicheng did just that. In front of Lin Bei, he used a second-level ability that most superhumans were unaware of. He even used near Gear 3 absolute power to instantly suppress Hong Batian, who had also entered Gear 2. Furthermore, they must kill Hong Batian in front of Lin Bei, so that Lin Bei will have no worries about the future.
There's actually nothing wrong with doing this. The key is that Hong Batian cannot die.
For the Magic City Academy, killing an A-level is not a big deal. However, for a small city like Jinzhou City, losing an A-level ability user, especially one who had reached the second tier, would be a devastating blow. I know that Hong Batian has gone too far this time. However, my Jinzhou City is not like other major cities. The value of an A-level expert is extraordinary. Old Lu must be well aware of how many resources are needed to cultivate such a strong individual. Our Jinzhou City can't afford to suffer. Of course, I will offer your school and Lin Bei a certain amount of resources and materials as compensation for his reckless and excessive behavior this time. In addition, I promise to keep an eye on Hong Batian. He would never again lay a hand on Lin Bei or his family and friends. If he does that, I'll kill him myself. I implore Mr. Lu to show leniency for the sake of the future of my Jinzhou City. Mr. Guo was extremely grateful. Guo Fuxing spoke with a sincere expression, always maintaining a humble attitude towards Lu Zicheng. What do you think? Lu Zicheng frowned slightly, and finally looked at Lin Bei, who was walking not far behind him. For him, it didn't matter whether he killed Hong Batian or not. For him, Hong Batian posed no threat whatsoever. On the contrary, Guo Fuxing, as the lord of a city, must have a powerful background, and it must be significant. Otherwise, although there aren't many level 5 experts, there are still quite a few in the whole of China. To become the city lord, one needs not only personal strength but also the support of powerful forces behind them. It's not something that just anyone can become an A-rank 5th level. Since they've lowered their stance, we should still give them face. After all, the direct conflict wasn't with him, but with Lin Bei. As Lu Zicheng inquired, Guo Fuxing also looked at Lin Bei with a gentle smile on his face. Anyone who looks at him would think that this city lord is a kind person. But Lin Bei smiled faintly and slowly said, "City lord, I am just a nobody." One sentence made Guo Fuxing's smile freeze, and he looked puzzled. He didn't understand what Lin Bei meant. A nobody like me can't think that far ahead. All I know is that if he doesn't die, I won't have a good life in the future. His nephew, Wang Mo, inexplicably tried to kill me during the trial, leaving me no choice but to fight back. Luckily, I was strong enough that he managed to kill me. And out of desperation, I had no choice but to kill him. But he came with Wang Mo's parents, wanting to kill my whole family. I had no choice but to resist, but unfortunately, my strength was nothing compared to that of an A-level expert. If it weren't for Teacher Lu arriving in time, I would be nothing more than a cold corpse now. Moreover, everyone in the city knows Hong Baishan's character. Would he let this go? Can you keep an eye on him? So, you want me to let him go? Sorry. I can't do that. I don't want to live in constant fear from now on. His words caused the smile on Guo Fuxing's face to gradually freeze. But the next second, Lin Bei did something that surprised everyone. Chapter 37, A Mishap? Just as Guo Fuxing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, Lin Bei suddenly coughed and spoke again. Of course, after all, it was the great city lord who spoke. We must give them this face, no matter what. One sentence made Guo Fuxing's eyes light up, and a smile reappeared on his face. Lu Zicheng was slightly surprised, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Bei with interest, waiting to hear what he had to say next. As for Hong Batian, he was already severely injured and powerless. Moreover, he knew that whatever he said at this moment would not make any difference. Whether they survive or not depends on Lu Zicheng's decision. For the first time, he felt powerless. Lord of the city, what do you think of this? To be honest, they caused me a lot of harm. It's not just physical, but even more so mentally. Even with the city lord's guarantee, I would still be on tenterhooks if I released him.
Leaving here for the Magic City Academy is my only option now.
Therefore, compensation is still necessary. Of course, as I just said, I will give you 10,000 low-level beast cores as compensation.
Guo Fuxing immediately responded. Wow, 10,000 low-level beast cores? That's quite a sum. For a newly awakened superhuman, that's good enough. Lin Bei nodded. However, as you can see, the houses and the entire community here have been destroyed by Hong Badian and his gang.
And those deceased uncles, aunts, grandfathers, grandmothers, and so on.
I understand. I will make sure to compensate them adequately. You can rest assured about that.
Furthermore, even if you let Hong Badian go, you will still be imprisoned for a period of time. This is a lesson he deserves. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, Guo Fuxing spoke again.
This kid rattled off a whole bunch of nonsense. He was clearly trying to extort money from me. Hong Badian was furious. Wasn't it your ice dragon broken that destroyed this house?
I did not go to destroy the house.
Now they're all taking the blame?
But at this point, he couldn't be bothered to argue.
I'm too badly injured to be in the mood.
The city lord's reputation is truly admirable, and he is indeed the person everyone supports. It is our blessing that Jean City has a city lord like him.
You're too kind. So, are you?
Guo Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes.
He didn't want to hear a single word of that kid's flattery. The right thing to do is to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Since the city lord has agreed, then I only have one last request. As long as the city lord agrees, this matter will be considered closed.
You say?
Upon hearing this, Guo Fuxing was visibly taken aback. After all that talk, you have one more request?
Let Teacher Lu seal him off, and let me slap him 3 times.
As long as he's not dead, then so be it. Okay. No problem.
Upon hearing his words, Guo Fuxing was slightly taken aback but immediately agreed. They didn't even notice that Hong Badian's expression had suddenly changed.
Teacher Lu, could you please also seal his mouth shut?
He swore so rudely before, I don't want to hear his voice anymore.
Lu Zicheng smiled faintly, said nothing, and immediately took action.
The instant Hong Badian opened his mouth, his body, including his mouth, was sealed shut.
Mum. Hong Badian was speechless and kept trying to struggle. Unfortunately, under Lu Zicheng's control, it was completely useless.
Guo Fuxing breathed a long sigh of relief. He only took 3 blows from Lin Bei.
No matter how monstrous he was, 3 blows wouldn't be enough to kill Hong Badian. Even though Hong Badian is currently seriously injured. Finally, the matter is settled.
As for Hong Badian's struggles, and even his apparent desire to say something, Guo Fuxing simply chose to ignore them. They were afraid that this bastard would spout nonsense and cause more trouble. All he wanted now was to get things over with quickly and send these 2 living devils away.
Lord City Lord, we'll keep our word, won't we?
Suddenly, Lin Bei looked at Guo Fuxing.
Oh?
Of course. All right, as long as he doesn't die after the 3 blows, this matter will be considered settled.
No problem, go ahead and do it.
Guo Fuxing urged.
This kid is too slow.
Lin Bei smiled and walked up to Hong Badian. Hong Badian was filled with anger and tried hard to speak, but he couldn't make a sound.
Blessing. Ice Dragon Break. Lin Bei didn't delay any longer and activated his blessing skill immediately.
The reason he talked so much nonsense with Guo Fuxing was that he was actually waiting for the cooldown period for his blessings.
Now, the time has come. A powerful surge of growth arose spontaneously. A deep blue ice dragon with a purple back appeared instantly and pounced on Hong Badian. Boom!
The spot where Hong Badian was located was blasted into a bottomless crater. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was clear that Hong Badian was about to die.
Holy crap!
Upon seeing this, Guo Fuxing, whose expression had remained relatively calm, was shocked. I know this kid is capable, otherwise he wouldn't have survived under Hong Badian until now.
But what the hell is this? Is this kid's skill really that good? Moreover, it seems that Hong Badian has no power to resist at all.
Even if he was completely imprisoned, he knew how monstrous the physical defense of an A-level 4th-tier expert was.
How could it possibly not withstand even a little bit? This skill is strange. It was blown to pieces in an instant?
Those 3 blows. Thinking of this, Guo Fuxing was about to speak up to stop him. However, Lin Bei was faster than him, launching his first palm strike at the same time. He now had several bottles of recovery potions in his hand. He unleashed a palm strike, and before his old strength was completely dissipated, he drank a bottle of mental recovery potion.
The second strike was almost seamlessly connected. Boom! The enhanced version of Ice Dragon Break has reappeared. Put!
Hong Beishan's already frail body could no longer withstand the Ice Dragon Break that ignored his defenses. The remaining hand and foot were instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist.
Bleeding from all 7 orifices, exhaling more air than inhaling.
This stunned Guo Fusheng, who had just opened his mouth.
Boom!
The third palm strike landed without warning.
Dust swirled all around, then suddenly everything fell silent.
When Guo Fusheng peered into the pit, all that remained were some bloodstains and fragments of clothing. There was nothing else there.
Hong Badian didn't even leave a scrap of flesh behind.
You! At that moment, an unnamed rage ignited in his chest. Guo Fusheng's eyes at that moment could kill. Lu Zicheng, standing to the side, touched his nose, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That kid is ruthless and decisive.
Clap clap clap.
Lin Bei dusted off his hands and turned to look at City Lord Guo Fusheng with a look of surprise and regret.
I didn't expect him to be so weak. Lord City Lord, this is not my fault. This is completely beyond my expectations.
I promised 3 slaps, I didn't hit you more than that.
Ding!
Killed an A rank 4th tier ability user, gained 16,000 experience points.
Would you like to allocate skill points to the healing tree? 16,000?
I didn't expect to get so many experience points for killing Hong Badian.
Lin Bei didn't hesitate and immediately chose to add points.
Ding, current healing experience value is B grade, level 2, 19100, 30000. On the other side, Guo Fusheng stared at Lin Bei, his chest heaving violently, clearly furious.
Phew!
Finally, he withdrew his murderous glare, calmed himself down, and slowly spoke. However, his voice was several decibels lower.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
His voice was steady, and his expression was calm, but he practically spoke through gritted teeth.
Whose fault is it? It's because I oversimplified things and fell into this kid's trap. Alright, let's call it even.
I'll go with Teacher Lu now.
The rest is up to you, Lord City Lord. Okay. Guo Fusheng nodded, trying to calm his raging anger. By the way, Lord City Lord, about the compensation you promised.
Lin Bei, who had already walked some distance, suddenly turned around and asked. I'll have Deputy City Lord Zhou send it to you later.
Thank you very much. Lord City Lord, your words are indeed as good as gold. You are a true man.
After saying this, Lin Bei walked to Lu Zicheng's side.
Lu Zicheng gave Lin Bei a deep look, said nothing, and led him away. Watching Lin Bei's departing figure, Guo Fusheng clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. Lord City Lord, are we just going to let that brat go like this?
At this moment, Zhou Kai walked over and asked softly.
What else can we do?
The words have been spoken, and Lu Zicheng is still the witness. Prepare 10,000 low-level beast cores and send them to Lu Zicheng for Lin Bei. At this moment, Guo Fusheng felt as if he had swallowed fly excrement, his mouth filled with disgust.
Having been in charge of Jinzhou City for so long, what kind of methods haven't I seen?
Today, our sailboat was unexpectedly defeated by such a greenhorn.
That's absolutely ridiculous. It's a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. Lin Bei, I'll remember you.
Guo Fusheng muttered through gritted teeth as he looked in the direction Lin Bei had left.
Let's go back to the City Lord's mansion.
Finally, leaving behind a single sentence, Guo Fusheng turned and left without looking back.
Chapter 38 Second Gear. Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review.
On the way, Lin Bei followed Lu Zicheng without saying a word. Upon entering the southern district, Lu Zicheng suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Bei.
Aren't you afraid that Guo Fusheng will hold a grudge against you for doing this? If I don't do this, Hong Badian will keep worrying about me. If it were just me alone, then it wouldn't matter. But I still have my parents and my sister.
Lin Bei said calmly. Lu Zicheng stared at Lin Bei for a long time, then laughed. You're quite interesting.
He, we were all forced into it. All I want is to live a good life with my family.
Then you shouldn't have embarrassed Guo Fusheng like that. To rise to the position of City Lord, his backing must be extraordinary.
I know, but he never cared about our lives.
We are merely pawns in his game of controlling Hong Badian.
Oh? You noticed that? Lu Zicheng laughed with interest. I'm not stupid. But I hadn't really thought that much about it before. Until you and Lord Guo appeared.
Clearly, my survival was unexpected by Lord Guo and deviated from his original plan.
I think he wanted to use my death to put you and Hong Batian at odds. But my status as an auditor doesn't warrant your killing me. After all, I'm dead. If you die, you have no value. At that time, you would at most punish Hong Batian. But I am still alive, and I have shown you my greater value.
Therefore, I am worthy of your killing spree to eliminate future troubles for me.
Isn't that right? Go on, Lu Zicheng said, maintaining his smile.
Lord Guai naturally did not want Hong Batian to be killed.
As he said, there are only 3 A-level experts in Jinzhou City. However, Hong Batian is extremely arrogant and difficult to control. It was only after Lord Guo came up with this design. I'll use the death of my family to teach you a lesson to the arrogant Hong Batian.
Lord Guo will appear at the right time, save him, and make him realize that he must rely on him to survive. In this way, Lord Guo will naturally have a better grasp on Hong Batian in the future.
Lu Zicheng nodded with a smile. Lin Bei's analysis was absolutely correct. This kid is quick-witted, which made him admire him even more. Since he's already using me as a sacrifice, why should I give him face? Moreover, I don't want to leave myself with such a future problem. Kid, you're pretty good.
Upon hearing this, Lu Zicheng burst into laughter, appearing extremely pleased.
Teacher Lu, I have a question that I hope you can answer.
Seeing that Lu Zicheng was in a good mood, Lin Bei rolled his eyes and asked with a grin.
Oh? You ask. When I watched you fight Hong Batian before, what was the second gear you were talking about?
I see that your skills are not used directly for attack, but rather integrated into yourselves to amplify your abilities.
Is this what second gear is? That's roughly the idea. Lu Zicheng nodded. Then why do I feel a sense of resistance when I try to integrate the skills into myself? You? You haven't even reached Tier 3 yet, and you want to attempt Tier 2 fusion? Upon hearing this, Lu Zicheng laughed. Can't be fused before reaching level 3? Of course.
After awakening your superpower, you will possess derivative skills derived from your own superpower. The vast majority of people with superpowers rely on their derived superpowers to attack. Those who can awaken B-level or higher ability users have a chance to advance to the second tier. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must first reach level B, Tier 3. Those whose abilities haven't reached rank B and haven't entered Tier 3 cannot advance to Tier 2.
I see. So, does that mean that once you reach Tier 3, you can move on to Tier 2?
As I just said, there is a chance. Theoretically speaking, as long as one awakens a B grade or higher ability and reaches level 3, one is qualified to enter the second tier.
It's not easy to move into the second gear. First, the ability derived from your B-level ability must have a suitable dominant skill. Dominant skill? What does that mean? Level B ability users can advance to level 5.
In addition to the initial skills gained upon awakening, 5 additional skills can be derived. In other words, a B-level ability user can obtain a total of 6 skills after reaching level 5. However, these 6 skills are randomly selected from the same skill type. It has offensive skills, defensive skills, support skills, and a few special skills.
There might even be skills that are completely useless, offering no combat support whatsoever.
At this point, Lu Zicheng smiled and glanced at Lin Bei. Lin Bei was taken aback, then gave an awkward smile.
My F-level spatial storage skill is like this.
This leads to the situation where some awakened individuals, despite being at the B rank, have developed multiple support skills or multiple useless skills.
To advance to the second tier, you must have a dominant skill.
This dominant skill can be offensive, defensive, supportive, or special.
But it will definitely not be dominated by useless skills.
If you choose to focus on offensive skills, your attacks will be greatly enhanced after entering the second tier. Similarly, if you choose defensive skills as your primary focus, your defense will be greatly enhanced after entering the second tier. The skill you choose as your primary skill will determine which aspect you become stronger in once you enter the second tier. However, they will generally choose offensive and unique traits. Only in this way can you make yourself stronger. After all, no matter how strong the defense is, it can only be a victim of attacks. Although it's not easy to die, you might not be able to kill the opponent either. After all, you are far inferior to the attack type second gear in terms of both attack and speed. You can't kill them, you can't catch them, even if you're a turtle shell, you can't do anything to them. Secondly, once you've chosen your primary skill, you'll have to sacrifice 2 of your own skills to integrate with it. The process of integration varies from person to person and skill level. Some integrate relatively smoothly, while others may never be able to integrate in their lifetime. The easiest skills to integrate are complementary ones. For example, if you choose an offensive skill as your primary skill, and you happen to have a support amplification skill and a defensive skill among your other skills, then combining them will be relatively easy. Alternatively, if you choose a single target attack-oriented skill as your main focus, and combine it with area of effect attack skills and other types of skills, it will also be relatively easy. However, it is almost impossible to successfully fuse 3 attack skills, 3 support skills, or 3 defensive skills.
Achieving such complementary integration is not easy.
Because most people with superpowers develop skills that are either single target attacks or single target defenses. Skills that perfectly complement each other account for less than half.
So that's how it is.
No wonder those below B level 3 can't advance to the second tier. There aren't enough skills to choose from, so fusion is impossible.
You can say that too.
Lu Zicheng was taken aback when he heard Lin Bei's words, but replied with a smile. So, when you just saw 2 phantoms merge, did you mean you were fusing 2 of your main skills?
Doesn't that count as a third tier? Third gear?
Haha, if I could have a third gear, I'd be laughing in my sleep. I was just lucky the 6 skills that came out of my hand happened to be able to fuse into 2 main skills. Therefore, it is stronger than Hong Batian, who only has 1 dominant skill and is at the second tier. As for third gear, we'll talk about that after you get to second gear.
It's too early now. Knowing too much will only confuse you and hinder your growth. Lin Bei.
Elder brother.
Xiao Bei.
Just then, several voices called out, and Lin Bei turned his head to look, where several familiar faces came into view.
Chapter 39 Simple Happiness. Dad, Mom, little sister, and the beautiful Shui.
Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Lin Bei greeted them with a smile.
Are you all right?
Wu Shoulan pulled Lin Bei over and looked her up and down carefully. Looking at her eyes, it was obvious that she had just cried and they were still a little swollen.
I'm fine, perfectly fine. Miss Shui, what are you doing here? Teacher Lu just came to my place and asked me to wait for him here.
Although Shuiziki didn't say much, it wasn't hard to see her worry in her eyes.
Don't worry, it's all over now, the matter is resolved.
Seeing that everyone still looked worried, Lin Bei smiled and said.
Solved? Bro, that's Hong Batian.
Lin Xiaoxiao acted like a little adult, her eyes filled with doubt.
It's really solved.
Hong Liang and her husband are dead, and Hong Batian is dead too.
What?
The casual words that came out of Lin Bei's mouth startled everyone.
It's true, you can ask Teacher Lu if you don't believe me.
Seeing the disbelieving looks in everyone's eyes, Lin Bei spread his hands and pointed at Lu Zicheng.
That's right, it's solved. Lu Zicheng smiled and nodded when he saw everyone looking at him.
Seeing this, although everyone found it hard to believe, their worries faded. The feeling of surviving a disaster welled up within me.
You will all stay here tonight. I will have someone arrange accommodations.
Tomorrow, come back to the Magic City Academy with me. Lu Zicheng paused for a moment, then spoke again.
Although the matter seems to have been resolved, it is true that Lin Bei offended Guo Fuxing. Although Lu Zicheng wasn't afraid, with these men with him, it was hard to say what Guo Fuxing might do if he lost his mind. After all, judging from Guo Fuxing's methods, he is no pushover. He must have harbored resentment because Lin Bei made him lose face this time. It's safer to go back to the Magic City Academy.
Subsequently, under Lu Zicheng's arrangement, the group checked into a hotel exclusively for the 4 major courtyards.
Brother, are Hong Batian and the others really dead? Of course, you won't believe me if I tell you. Why would Teacher Lu need to lie to you? How did you manage to hold out until Teacher Lu passed by? Aren't you an F-level student? How are you so strong?
Lin Xiaoxiao witnessed everything from Hong Batian and his group's appearance to Lin Bei's counterattack.
The doubt in my mind lingered, so I asked it directly. Hey, I'm your brother. You've awakened a B-level ability, how could I be any worse? You're kidding. Tell me quickly, what really happened?
Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed Lin Bei's hand and shook it, acting coquettishly.
It's a secret. Couldn't you have let your brother keep some trump cards up his sleeve and pretend to be weak while actually being strong? TCH, who still pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger these days? What's that saying again? If you pretend to be a pig too much, you might actually become a pig. I don't want a pig as my older brother. Damn it, you little brat, got a sore butt? You're asking for it.
Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and made a move to spank her.
Mom, look at my brother, he's bullying me again.
Lin Xiaoxiao jumped away in a flash and hid behind Wu Xiulan.
Alright, your brother must be exhausted today. Let him get some rest.
We still have to travel to Shanghai tomorrow. You should go take a shower and go to bed too.
Oh. Good night, pig brother.
Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, made a face at Lin Bei before leaving, and ran away before Lin Bei could retaliate. Lin Bei watched Lin Xiaoxiao's cheerful figure as she walked away and laughed. Xiao Bei, you've grown up and have developed remarkable abilities. However, we should still try to keep a low profile in the future, and avoid those powerful people if possible.
Safety is the most important thing.
Wu Xiulan took Lin Bei's hand and began to explain.
Mom, I understand.
Lin Bei nodded, but he had already made up his mind.
Keep a low profile?
In this world, if you really want others to stay out of your way, keeping a low profile is simply not an option. Sometimes it's not about whether you want to provoke others, it's that someone will always come looking for trouble. Therefore, he must accelerate the improvement of his abilities. Only with sufficient strength can one deter petty villains.
First, he needs to advance to level 3. He was very interested in the second option. After witnessing the formidable strength of Lu Zicheng's second-tier forces, the passion within him was ignited. Now that I've arrived in this world of spiritual revival and possess a system, of course, I need to work hard. For myself, for my parents, for my younger sister, and for my friends. Nothing was said that night.
Perhaps due to yesterday's trial and the fierce battle last night, Lin Bei slept particularly soundly. He only woke up when Lin Xiaoxiao straddled him and started thrashing around, almost suffocating him.
The sun's already high in the sky, and you're still not up? Breakfast's going to get cold. Do you really want to be a pig? Damn it, you brat, you can't get over this hurdle, can you?
Lin Bei grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao, who was riding on top of him, flipped her over and pinned her down, then slapped her buttocks twice.
This girl has no manners. Oh no, Mom, help!
Lin Xiaoxiao resisted for a long time to no avail, and then suddenly shouted. Her flushed face was full of frustration. After awakening his B-level superpower, his physical strength naturally surpassed that of Lin Bei before. In those few days, this girl finally got to play the role of the boss and bullied Lin Bei quite a bit.
Now, it makes her feel like she's back to square one.
After disciplining the girl for a while, Lin Bei finally got up and went to eat, feeling satisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao, with her hair and clothes disheveled, a pained expression on her face, and a pout, looked like she had been through a terrible ordeal, as she followed behind. He kept his head down, munching on his steamed bun, occasionally glaring fiercely at Lin Bei. Under the table, Lin Xiaoxiao's restless feet tried to sneak up on Lin Bei a couple of times. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain in the face of Lin Bei's current strength. The unlucky one was naturally Lin Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong both smiled and remained silent in response.
Watching the brother and sister bicker is a kind of happiness in itself.
After the meal, just as the group finished packing up, Lu Zicheng called. The group arrived at the hotel lobby, where Shuiziki and her family were already waiting.
Outside the hotel, the car arranged by Lu Zicheng was already waiting there. To Lin Bei's surprise, the admission advisors from the other 3 academies were also here.
Upon seeing Lin Bei, they all greeted him with knowing smiles. At this moment, it seemed that his younger sister and Shuiziki, both B-level geniuses, had become supporting characters.
He was the most dazzling person in this group. Clearly, they all knew about what happened yesterday. Lin Bei, well done.
You can come visit our college sometime in the future, Huer said first.
Okay, Professor Hu, I'll definitely come and bother you then. Lin Bei, why don't you come to Kyoto? I'll give you a formal place to give birth right away.
At this moment, Chen Fan stepped forward and spoke, contrary to his usual behavior.
Old Chen, isn't it inappropriate for you to poach my employee right in front of me? Lu Zicheng was standing outside the hotel talking to the driver when he heard this and suddenly darted to Lin Bei's side.
He stared at Chen Fan with a predatory look, clearly displeased.
What do you mean by poaching? You gave them an auditing spot. What is an auditor? Simply put, it means you can leave anytime. Screw you. I reported to the academy last night.
Once I'm there, Lin Bei will be a full-fledged student. Lu Zicheng said, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Bei wiped his nose and couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
These two are quite old, yet they still bicker like children. It's quite amusing.
In the end, Lin Bei was taken away by Lu Zicheng and left Jinzhou City, where he had lived for 18 years.
Chapter 40, Lin Bei's decision. Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review. What? You're going to the wilderness?
Inside the car, Lu Zicheng looked at Lin Bei.
Yes, I need to reach the 3rd tier as soon as possible. On the way, Lin Bei consulted Lu Zicheng.
You can only obtain the crystal of refinement through your own efforts. Each person can only exchange for the amount of refinement crystals they need at the mysterious stone tablet. They cannot exchange for more than the amount required. For example, if you have only one special ability, you can only exchange for one tier 3 refinement crystal. If you have 2 special abilities, you can exchange them for 2 tier 3 refinement crystals.
Besides this, no extras can be redeemed. This also resulted in even the 4 major institutes not having any surplus inventory. You can't just give away the refinement crystals you need to someone else, can you?
Therefore, Lin Bei decided to go directly into the wild. After all, with the system at his disposal, staying in the academy was essentially a waste of time. After learning about the existence of a 2nd gear, and even a 3rd gear, Lin Bei became even more eager to become stronger. He didn't want to encounter someone like Hong Badian again and be unable to cope. You can study systematically at school for a period of time and then team up with your classmates to go into the wild. Every so often, the academy organizes teams to go into the wilderness, and after completing the corresponding tasks, they can earn academy points. It can be exchanged for potions and equipment. I still want to go out and hone my skills on my own. Don't worry, my sister and parents are all at the college. I will also go to the Shanghai Academy to complete the enrollment procedures, but I won't attend classes for now. I'll just go directly to the wilderness. Lin Bei said with a grin. He knew that Lu Zicheng had applied for a formal college spot for him, and if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to explain it to others. However, he really didn't want to waste time at school. Real-world practice is the fastest way to improve your skills. Of course, he did consider it. There are no shortage of beautiful campus beauties in the college. Teaming up with them makes it easy to expose yourself. But once you're out there, you don't know anyone, so there are plenty of ways to hide yourself. And it's more free. However, he didn't need to give up his identity as a student at the Shanghai Academy. In critical moments, they can still raise a big flag and find a powerful backer. After all, I'm still in my growth stage. Okay, then. Seeing Lin Bei's insistence, Lu Zicheng had no choice but to agree. It's better to have someone else's name attached than to have someone poach your talent. Lin Bei, how about I go with you to the wilderness? At this moment, Shueziki seemed to have made a decision and looked at Lin Bei.
No. Before Lin Bei could speak, Lu Zicheng suddenly stood up and firmly objected. He had just boasted to the school that among the B-level students he had recruited this time, there were 3 geniuses. Lin Bei, who possesses dual superpowers, is no longer planning to stay at school. If Shueziki were to leave as well, how would he explain it? It's too dangerous in the wild. I can't take care of you. You should focus on improving yourself at the academy first. We'll talk about it when I'm stronger.
Lin Bei was also surprised. He hadn't expected Shueziki to suggest going to the wilderness with him.
However, the team rewards are one time only, and no additional rewards will be added later.
All I can say is that Shueziki's presence grants her an extra buff for entering the dungeon. For Lin Bei, finding a good-looking teammate in the wild is something he can do himself. There's no need to bring an acquaintance along. When forming a random team, he won't feel guilty if he escapes in a dangerous situation. However, having Shueziki with you would be a huge burden if you encountered a danger you couldn't handle.
We can't just ignore her, can we?
Lin Bei is not so confident that he thinks he is invincible just because he has the dungeon buff.
Snort! Hearing Lin Bei's words, Shueziki was not happy.
He sullenly hummed and turned away to sulk. He said nice things, but he was afraid he couldn't take care of her, and that they would be together when he became stronger.
Isn't it just that they think they're weak and a burden?
Of course, another reason why Shueziki was sulking was because of herself. Indeed, compared to Lin Bei, I am too weak.
Am I not even qualified to team up with him and fight side by side?
Shueziki was somewhat unwilling, clenching her fists and making a silent resolution. I must work hard at the academy and improve my skills as soon as possible.
She didn't want to be a burden.
Seeing Shueziki sulking, Lin Bei smiled wryly, but didn't say anything more. 2 hours later, they arrived in Shanghai. It is a major base city, completely incomparable to Jinzhou City.
Its land area alone is 10 times that of Jinzhou. The city's defense equipment is also sophisticated and innovative. Many of the defensive features on the city walls are things I've never seen before in Jinzhou City. Upon entering the city, a scene far more prosperous and bustling than Jinzhou came into view. Moreover, the streets were wide and clean, showing absolutely no signs of disaster following the revival of spiritual energy.
The vast majority of pedestrians on the street had cheerful smiles on their faces. Their happiness indexes seemed quite high.
Life became more comfortable. But once the car entered the college area, the scene before us was completely different.
The people here are in a hurry, and each one of them appears exceptionally resolute. Furthermore, one can sense varying degrees of malevolent energy emanating from these individuals. They were clearly people who had experienced life or death battles. Outside the college, there is a long, seemingly endless commercial street. In addition to normal daily necessities, there are also stalls selling various weapons, equipment, medicines, and special items. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised when he saw the stall owner. It seems that many of the stall owners are quite young. Many of the stalls here are set up by students from our college. After returning from completing missions in the wilderness dungeons, they would hand over most of their belongings to the school in exchange for points. Use points to redeem medicines, weapons, equipment, and special items available at the school. After all, the price offered by the school is definitely more affordable than outside. However, schools are not omnipotent, they don't accept just anyone. Moreover, there are items they need that our school doesn't have. At this point, they would sell or exchange the items they needed here.
Seeing Lin Bei's surprise, Lu Zicheng explained. "Oh, I see."
Lin Bei watched with great interest as the students loudly hawked their wares at the stalls, planning to browse around himself later. When going out alone, it's always good to prepare some weapons and equipment. Aside from using superpowers, does he just keep hitting with his fists? After all, superpowers cannot be released indefinitely, and mental energy needs time to recover.
Taking drugs all the time isn't a good thing.
Therefore, Lin Bei still felt that he needed to prepare some melee weapons.
At least, there's a transition period before good weapons are released. Soon, the car entered the Magic City Academy.
As expected of one of the 4 great academies, the magnificent buildings within the academy are simply dazzling. It can be described as high-end and luxurious. Moreover, what opened Lin Bei's eyes was that every single student here seemed to be a B-level ability user.
Just as rumored, the minimum admission standard for the 4 major colleges is B. The car stopped, and everyone got out. Just as I was about to head towards my supervisor's office building, a group of people hurriedly ran past me. Make way quickly. Chapter 41 News of the Crystal of Refinement.
One of them was carrying a man covered in blood on his back, his face pale. The arms, hanging naturally at their sides, were twisted, clearly indicating broken bones. The others also suffered injuries, some minor and some serious.
What happened?
Lu Zicheng frowned, grabbed one of the men, and asked. Teacher Lu, let's go to the Secret Realm dungeon in Area C35 to hone our skills. We are currently fighting a medium-sized herd of beasts inside. Suddenly, a stone tablet appeared, and along with it, 4 high-level alien beasts also rushed out of thin air.
One of them was too powerful, we couldn't fight it.
Su Wei's was seriously injured, and our team escaped. The other teams were almost completely wiped out.
I understand. You should go get treatment first. Lu Zicheng's eyes widened in surprise, his brows furrowed, and he began to ponder, a stone tablet has appeared in the C-Zone instance? Wilderness areas were also classified into different levels. Zone C represents the exotic beasts in this area, as well as the exotic beasts in the dungeon. Only those with an ability rank of C or higher can deal with them. Logically speaking, B-level trainees should not face much danger in Zone C. Even if a pack of beasts breaks out, there is a high chance of escaping. In such regions, the level of the strange beasts will only be that of mid-level beasts. There will be no high-level alien beasts. However, the appearance of the stone tablet caused an accident. The mysterious stone tablets appear randomly, and once they appear, a random number of high-level beasts will appear out of thin air around them. The number is usually between 1 and 5. A high-level beast is equivalent to having combat power of B level or higher. Some are even equivalent to grade A. Clearly, they were unlucky and encountered 4 high-level alien beasts at once. One of them even has a combat strength that should reach a level. While Lu Zicheng was pondering, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. He was actually a little disappointed when he heard Lu Zicheng say that even the 4 major academies didn't have any extra refinement crystals. Lin Bei had another purpose in coming to the academy, to see if he could directly obtain a refinement crystal within the academy. But they realized it wasn't feasible on the way, so they decided to go directly into the wilderness. The appearance of the stone tablet is random, and each time it appears, it will only exist for a maximum of 5 days. Therefore, it's not easy to find. Sometimes you know where the stone tablet is, but it's too far away, and you might not make it in time to get there. After all, it's not enough to just get into the instance the monsters inside won't let you pass easily. In addition, you'll encounter some scoundrels who kill and rob within the dungeon. But isn't this just a coincidence? Upon arriving at the Magic City Academy, they received news of the appearance of the stone tablet. And it just appeared, in the wilderness area outside the city of Shanghai. Soon, Lin Bei completed all the formalities and made sure his parents and sister were settled in properly. I must say, the accommodations the college arranged for them were actually quite nice. It's even more upscale than my family's duplex house. Because of Lin Bei's special circumstances, and because her sister has an extremely rare B-level healing ability, they were allocated a small villa of over 300 square meters. It comes with a fairly large yard. When completing the formalities, Lin Bei greeted Lu Zicheng. So after settling his parents in, Lin Bei prepared to go directly to the Secret Realm instance in Area C-35. Xiao Bei, are you leaving already? Why don't you have some food before you go? Wu Xiulan said with some reluctance. Mom, it's so important for me to go to the stone tablet to exchange for refinement crystals right now. I don't have much time, so I have to hurry. I'll spend time with you all when I get back. Little sister, take good care of mom and dad. Okay, brother, you need to be careful too. Knowing that Lin Bei was going on a long journey, Lin Xiaoxiao was unusually well behaved. A look of worry appeared in his eyes. The Secret Realm dungeon is no joke. It's still the Secret Realm dungeon in Zone C. Moreover, there are also high-level exotic beasts inside. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. Lin Bei looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, hesitating to speak. When I teamed up with this girl, the system gave me a hint about some kind of hidden ability. There were strangers around along the way, so we didn't have time to ask many questions. According to the system's prompt, does this mean my sister might possess other superpowers? Is Lin Xiaoxiao also a dual-powered individual? Moreover, his first superpower is B-level, which means that the level of his second superpower will not be lower than the level of his initial superpower. He also learned from Lu Zicheng that the second ability grade of a dual ability awakener is definitely no lower than the initial ability grade. Born to the same parents, the younger sister has such strong talent, while he has only awakened an F-level superpower? Holy crap! Did my little sister absorb all the essence? However, he was somewhat looking forward to seeing what his younger sister would think her second superpower would be. If I were to get an A-level or S-level superpower, wouldn't I be set for life? After leaving a packet of 100 intermediate-level beast cores for his parents, Lin Bei left immediately. He didn't rush to leave the Magic City Academy. Following Lu Zicheng's instructions, he first went to the academy's equipment room. With a student ID, things are much cheaper here than outside. As for the stalls outside the school, he doesn't have time to browse them now. After a quick scan, he finally chose 2 black iron grade battle swords. Compared to a sword, he still felt that a knife was more imposing. However, he did not choose a higher grade battle sword. Under normal circumstances, a freshman who has just enrolled in school would not be able to afford weapons and equipment above the iron level. That's too conspicuous. Secondly, a weapon of black iron quality is more than enough for him now. Most importantly, he has a system that increases the drop rate and quality of loot as long as he teams up with beautiful women with an appearance score of 90 or higher to enter the dungeon. C-rank dungeons are designed to drop equipment of black iron or even silver rank. Therefore, he doesn't need to spend this money now. He discovered that even though he had only bought black iron grade equipment, the teacher in charge of sales had already given him a strange look. Dude, are you really going to buy a black iron grade battle sword? Or 2? Yes, teacher. The teacher looked at Lin Bei's student ID information, then looked at Lin Bei again. Student, the black iron battle blade costs 2 million each, so 2 of them would cost 4 million. Judging from Lin Bei's unpretentious attire, and the information provided, he was not a descendant of any superhuman. They are still freshmen who have just enrolled and whose classes have not yet officially started. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to afford such a large sum of money. Can I pay with beast cores? Lin Bei was very satisfied with the price. This is much cheaper than outside.
He had known before that a piece of equipment of the black iron grade would cost at least 2.6 million outside.
Buying it at the school means saving 1.2 million on 2 of them.
Of course, 4 million, which is equivalent to 800 low-level beast cores.
Good. Lin Bei nodded and, under the teacher's surprised gaze, took out 8 beast cores. A mid-tier beast core?
The teacher was momentarily stunned upon seeing the beast core.
This kid actually pulled out a mid-level beast core? Did I misjudge it? Chapter 42 Ugly Man and Handsome Man.
Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review. The fact that they are new students already tells a lot.
These are all people who have just completed the trial assessment.
The only way to obtain beast cores is by defeating exotic beasts in trial dungeons. Because these do not need to be handed over.
Secondly, students from well-off families will receive some financial assistance from their families.
However, most of what they gave were low-level beast cores.
Even if there are mid-level beast cores, there are only 1 or 2. This kind of thing is only used to show off among classmates when you're a freshman.
After all, a B-rank first-level monster is indeed capable of killing a medium-level monster, but it would take at least a period of training in the academy before it would have the opportunity to go to a D-rank or higher dungeon. If Lin Bei were a senior student, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to take out these mid-level beast cores.
The key point is that this kid is a freshman who just enrolled. Moreover, this kid's family background seems quite ordinary in terms of identity information.
Lin Bei didn't have time to consider the teacher's feelings. He paid, took the goods, and left in one swift motion.
Then, he bought some water and food and headed towards Area C35.
Having a student ID from Shanghai University makes things especially convenient in Shanghai. Once people see that you are a student of one of the 4 major colleges of the Magic City Academy, they will be very polite to you. Even the check at the city gate was faster than for others. With the dedicated passenger bus, Lin Bei quickly arrived at the supply station on the outskirts of the C35 area. It was called a supply station, but it was actually a small fortress.
Some of Shanghai's city defense troops are stationed here.
It can be considered the eyes of Shanghai in the wilderness area.
They will report the situation here in real time and get the information about wild animals as soon as possible.
However, the city's defense forces had limited manpower, so eventually, they simply opened the fortress to the public.
Let those hunting parties come in to rest and resupply.
A simple trading market and task posting center were set up here. The hunting party can also gain certain benefits and equipment by completing tasks here, thus strengthening themselves.
C35 dungeon team needed.
C rank or above, strong B rank leader available. Quick pass stone tablet, those who want to advance, come here. Only B level is required, there are 2 spots left. As soon as Lin Bei got off the bus, he heard shouts and calls from all around him. Everywhere you look, you see hunting groups of varying sizes recruiting members.
It's really lively today.
Nonsense, the appearance of the stone tablet naturally makes it lively, everyone is thinking about advancing. I didn't realize it until now, there are so many people who need to advance to the 3rd tier. Definitely, there are plenty of people stuck at level 2, and the stone tablet is extremely rare.
Listening to the other passengers getting off the bus, Lin Bei smiled and then began scanning the recruitment plaza.
There are many recruitment teams, but, at a glance, I didn't find any beauties with a looks score of 90 or higher. If he chooses to form a team, Lin Bei will naturally have to find a beautiful woman with good looks that the system approves of to team up with. What he didn't expect was how difficult it would be to find a beautiful woman when teaming up in the wild. After wandering around for a while, I couldn't find anyone who met the criteria of being over 90 points in terms of looks.
The highest score was only 88.
I should have brought my younger sister or Shuiziki with me. At this moment, Lin Bei felt a pang of regret.
It seems I was oversimplifying things. Truly beautiful women with stunning looks are actually quite rare.
Suddenly, another passenger bus drove in through the entrance, and a group of people got off. One of them, which appeared to be a 3-person team, immediately caught his eye.
Because all 3 of them are women.
The woman standing in the middle was particularly eye-catching. Her long, glossy black hair was draped over her shoulders, with an orchid-shaped hair clip on each side of her ears. Wearing a light blue and white armor suit, her skin appeared exceptionally fair. With her willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and pale red lips, she possessed a unique charm. A faint smile always graced her lips, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Bei took a liking to her at first sight.
This woman's looks are definitely above 90 points. Beautiful ladies, do you still need your team? I'm a rank B, tier 2, with Earth-type abilities. I can fight and tank, and I can definitely protect you.
Before Lin Bei could even step forward, a burly man spoke up.
Of the three, the woman on the far right, with her red hair, glanced at them and a hint of disdain in her eyes.
This man had a strong physique, but an unsightly face.
Not only is it ugly, it's also very unsophisticated. Sorry, we only look for female teammates.
Although she was disgusted, she still patiently and kindly spoke up.
Three beauties, why don't you reconsider? An all-female team could easily get you into trouble.
Moreover, as you've probably heard, there are high-level mythical beasts near the stone tablet.
You need a strong front row. Here, if we're talking about resilience, I'm the only one who can withstand a beating.
The burly man seemed completely oblivious to the disdain in the red-haired woman's eyes, and kept praising himself. His eyes, however, kept darting between the four women. This made the red-haired woman even more disgusted.
Wang Erxiong, don't bother, they clearly don't like you. Yeah, come back, don't make a fool of yourself.
Not far away, two superhumans who seemed to recognize the burly man laughed mockingly.
Wang Erxiong glared at the two men, then grinned and was about to speak to the four women again.
I said we only want female team members, please move aside. The red-haired woman interrupted her abruptly, her face darkening, making no attempt to hide her disgust.
This made Wang Erxiong's face darken, and his eyes gradually narrowed.
However, he didn't react. Instead, he chuckled coldly twice and turned to leave.
Yue, don't be too impulsive. Don't offend people unnecessarily when you're out.
At this moment, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses gently reminded the red-haired woman from the side. It's his own fault for being so clueless. He wouldn't understand if we tried to explain it to him properly.
Yue, the red-haired woman, said nonchalantly. I don't think this man is a good person.
Those two who were shouting at him earlier were his gang.
We need to be careful when we go inside. The one who spoke this time was the woman Lin Bei had taken a liking to at first sight. Sister Wan Wan, I understand.
Upon seeing her, the red-haired woman, Yue, seemed unusually obedient. But then she turned around and shouted out loud, direct access to the stone tablet, 2 people needed, be level 2 females preferred. When she called out the word priority, she suddenly glared at the burly man from before.
Because after the man left, he didn't go far and kept staring at the 3 of them.
It was one thing to stare, but those rat-like eyes kept darting between the 3 of them, and a lewd smile was constantly on his lips.
This made Yue very unhappy.
At the same time, the burly man's face darkened upon hearing Yue's shout.
They just said they only wanted women, but now they're saying women first, which clearly means they don't exclude male teammates.
But just now, the blatant rejection he received ignited a surge of anger within him.
However, he didn't react, but the smile on his lips became even colder.
Lu Wanwan naturally saw all of this and shook her head helplessly. It seems we're bound to encounter some trouble. The random teams that come here are no pushovers.
May I join?
Lin Bei walked up and asked with a smile. Yue turned her head and was immediately struck by her beauty.
Wow, this guy is really handsome.
And then, a bright smile appeared on her face.
Chapter 43 Surprise, Superfusion.
Lin Bei was already good-looking, and after multiple rounds of physical enhancement, both her figure and her temperament have been further improved. Therefore, its charm is even greater. Not only Yue, but the other 2 women also felt their eyes light up when they saw Lin Bei.
Handsome guy, are you also AB rank too? Although she thought Lin Bei was very handsome, Yue still asked a question. Going to the stone tablet is no joke.
Those strange beasts won't refrain from attacking you just because you're a beautiful woman or a handsome man.
Without sufficient strength, going in would only be a burden.
Lin Bei nodded and handed over his rank certification.
Lu Zicheng helped him get this thing when he was applying for his student ID at the Shanghai Academy.
If you are not a student of one of the 4 major academies, or even a freelance cultivator, you must go to the Superpower Center to register and have your superpower level verified. However, students at Shanghai Academy can skip this step because they are authorized by the academy to handle it themselves.
You're from Shanghai University?
The information on the superpower rank certification is very simple. It displays your superpower rank and level. And then there's your affiliation. As for what kind of superpower it is, it won't be specified above.
When Lin Bei was processing the paperwork, Lu Zicheng did not mark it as having dual superpowers. He simply used his highest current rank stat for the certification. Currently, Lin Bei is not affiliated with any particular faction, department, or hunting group.
However, he is a student of Shanghai Academy, so the information displayed above shows his status as a student of Shanghai Academy. Upon hearing Yue's words, the other two women also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes.
Why would a student from the Magic City Academy come here alone? Yes.
Lin Bei nodded, still smiling.
Actually, I was overjoyed inside.
Upon first seeing the three women, he immediately concluded that Lu Wanwan must be a beauty with a score of over 90.
The girl with glasses is probably pretty good looking too, maybe a 90 out of 100. However, the red-haired woman's makeup was a bit, smoky eye makeup. It's really hard to tell how much of your face is bare under makeup. However, upon closer inspection, the system scan revealed that all three individuals scored above 90 points in terms of attractiveness. I was just worried that there wasn't a single beautiful woman in this little base. Now look what's happened, 3 of them have come at once.
Happiness came too fast, I can't quite process it all at once.
Welcome to the team.
After receiving Lin Bei's reply, Yue exchanged glances with the two women behind her and immediately made a decision.
Thank you. My name is Lin Bei. Hello, my name is Yue, this is Lu Wanwan, and this is Zhang Xiao. We are both B level, rank 2. After a brief introduction, the 4 of them got to know each other.
At the same time, a system notification lit up in Lin Bei's mind.
Ding!
Lu Wanwan, with a beauty score of 96, has been detected in the team.
You have been granted the B rank wood type ability, Entanglement. Ding!
Zhang Xiao, with a beauty score of 91, has been detected in the team. She has been granted a B level super powerful acumen.
Ding!
Yue, with a beauty score of 93, has been detected in the team. She has been granted the B level melee type ability, Armor Penetration.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received an extra reward Super Fusion. Super Fusion, the host can fuse skills regardless of type, rank, or attribute category, with a 100% success rate.
Exclamation point.
Lin Bei was already very happy to have acquired 3 B-level superpowers. The unexpected bonus surprised him. When Lu Zicheng mentioned the second-level fusion skill before, he knew how difficult it was to enter the second level. Each person's derivative abilities are randomized. It is impossible for 3 skills to belong to different categories. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to integrate them.
Otherwise, wouldn't second-tier B-level powerhouses be everywhere? Who would have thought that this biggest challenge would be solved so easily with just one team formation? Ignoring type, rank, and attribute doesn't mean that only things of the same attribute and type can be fused. Can things from different systems and ranks be fused together? And it has a 100% success rate? That's absolutely incredible. Hey bro, wait a minute, we'll just get one more person and then we're off. At this moment, Yue spoke again. Okay.
Lin Bei smiled and nodded directly.
The way he looked at Yue and the other two changed. These 3 are my lucky stars. As for waiting for one more person, that's perfectly normal.
In general, outdoor teams consist of 5 people.
By the way, bro, I forgot to ask you, what type of ability do you have, and what position are you good at? I'm a melee fighter, in the forward position.
Lu Wanwan is a control fighter responsible for controlling the battlefield, and Zhang Xiao is a ranged damage dealer. Suddenly, Yue slapped her forehead and asked somewhat awkwardly.
I was so focused on how handsome Lin Bei was that I forgot about this.
For a small team to cooperate well, it's best if the roles they play during battle can complement each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei thought for a moment and then said, healing support. Even if Yue hadn't said anything, he already knew the positions that the 3 of them were good at.
The team is currently lacking a healer and a tank.
Lin Bei is capable of handling close combat, ranged combat, and even control roles.
However, he was also worried that if he mentioned the same location, the 3 women might consider replacing him.
After all, in a 5-person team, it's best if the roles are complementary and don't overlap.
So the remaining slots are for healers and tanks.
Putting aside the fact that he just gained the superpowers of the 3 women, even with his current physique, he would receive further enhancements once he entered the dungeon.
Being a tank is actually enough. However, this was Lin Bei's first time officially entering a C-level secret realm dungeon, and he was unaware of what was inside.
He didn't want to be the one tanking the monsters in this situation.
So after thinking about it, I decided to choose the treatment location. Ha! You're a healer?
However, he did not expect that his words would shock all 3 women.
Are you really a healer?
This time, not only Yue, but even Zhang Xiao, who doesn't talk much, asked in surprise.
Oh? Yes, is there a problem?
Seeing the way they looked at him like he was a national treasure, a panda, Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine for no reason.
Oh my god, you're a healer. We're so lucky. He. Yue exclaimed in surprise and jumped up. I didn't expect you to be a healer. Not bad.
Even Zhang Xiao added a comment, expressing her praise. Lu Wanwan was the only one who didn't say anything, but she also gave Lin Bei a smile.
Forehead. Lin Bei then realized that healing specialists were so popular?
No wonder the whole school treated my younger sister like a treasure when she awakened her B-level healing ability. At that time, I didn't know much about healing classes, especially the B-class healing classes.
But aren't there some outside too?
Lin Bei thought that his younger sister was valued so much mainly because she had awakened at the age of 16.
I never expected that B-rank healing classes would be so popular.
Sure enough, after Yue learned of her abilities, she immediately started shouting at the top of her lungs. Direct access to the stone tablet, powerful healer support, let's unleash a powerful attack.
This girl has completely let loose. With the treatment, we don't even need the tank anymore. Of course, she also had her own ulterior motives.
This girl just scanned the area a few times, and there are indeed several meat tanks. They were all men, and their looks were really hard to look at. If it weren't for Lin Bei, who has a healing ability, she might have had no choice but to bite the bullet and recruit someone else.
But now, it's not necessary. A wet nurse could save the world. Chapter 44 Another reward giveaway? Please add to your favorites.
Lin Bei was speechless at Yue's hawking.
What wet nurse? She's clearly a wet nurse.
However, this is not important.
He is currently enjoying the benefits of his enhanced body.
Having assimilated the abilities of his 3 teammates, Lin Bei can receive 3 enhancements.
This time, the warm current inside my body seems to be greater than before. Could it be that the enhancement time gained from the initial assimilation of a teammate's ability shortens as time goes on?
Lin Bei felt a surge of joy as he experienced the noticeable increase in speed. The enhancement gained from assimilating a teammate's ability for the first time would take some time to be fully absorbed.
But now, it seems to be several times faster. Great news! Lin Bei has now received 11 B-level enhancements and 2 F-level enhancements. Its physical body alone is already extremely powerful.
In addition, he has the passive ability of resilience, which reduces damage by 30%.
He estimated that if he were to face Hong Batian again now, as long as he doesn't use Gear Second, he can't hurt himself at all. Thinking about this made him happy. I now possess the ability to confront most A-level opponents directly.
Yue's shouts had an immediate effect, and a large crowd gathered around.
However, there were almost no women among them.
When you come to the wilderness to do a mission, you rarely encounter a woman alone. Just as Yue was struggling to make a choice, a woman pushed through the crowd and walked in.
Hello, my name is Huang Rong, I'm a rank B, level 2 fire-type ability user, can I bring someone with me to join?
As they were talking, Huang Rong pulled a man over.
He does look quite dashing.
He is my boyfriend, named Go Wei, a B level tier 3 melee-type ability user.
Rank B, tier 3?
Upon hearing this, Yue and the others couldn't help but look over. Lin Bei also immediately raised his head to look. However, he looked over because of a system notification that this person named Huang Rong had a beauty score of 90.
Another one offering rewards? We're already at level 3, why do we still need to go to the stone tablet? Yue asked.
I came with my girlfriend to help her complete the stone tablet exchange task. As he spoke, Gu Wei looked at Huang Rong with even more doting affection. Huang Rong's face was slightly flushed, but it was not hard to see the happiness radiating from her face. Yue glanced at Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiao behind her.
Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiao both nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Adding one more couple won't be a big problem.
Yue looked at Lin Bei again. After all, Lin Bei was already one of their team members, so she should ask for his opinion.
I have no objection, it's up to you.
Lin Bei smiled and said.
Alright, welcome to the team.
Seeing that no one had any objections, Yue readily agreed and introduced each other to their respective combat positions.
Ding! Huang Rong's appearance score in the team has reached 90 points.
You have been granted the B-level fire-type ability, Fireball.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, your body has been strengthened once again in all aspects.
This was a really good haul. Lin Bei smiled.
He never expected that forming a team would lead to encountering 4 stunningly beautiful women who would all score 90 points.
Make a fortune. I used to complain that I couldn't find any beautiful women in the wild. He looked at the system panel. He has now reached the level of 12 physical enhancements.
Among them, Grade B was enhanced 10 times and Grade F was enhanced 2 times. He acquired a total of 6 B-level superpowers and 1 F-level superpower.
They have a ton of skills.
While the dazzling array of skills is pleasing to the eye, the experience bar ahead suggests a long and arduous journey. The superpowers and skills I acquired later were all level 0 and rank 0. Luckily, I had a 100-fold experience boost, otherwise, leveling up would have been so difficult that I'd be sick of killing monsters. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, no one noticed the new couple who had arrived. He subtly glanced at the burly man from before. I believe everyone goes to the stone tablet for the purpose of cultivating the crystal. Have you prepared all the beast cores? With everyone present, they found a quiet place and held a pre-battle meeting. We're still short, about 200 more.
Huang Rong spoke first. We're about the same, Lin Bei, what about you?
Yue Wei looked at Lin Bei.
Let me see.
Lin Bei had previously obtained a mid-level beast core worth just over 2,000. I left 100 to my parents, and used 8 to buy weapons.
We currently have 1903 mid-tier beast cores. Converted to low-level beast cores, that's 190,300.
To obtain 1 refinement crystal, 50,000 low-level beast cores are required. This means that he needs to exchange for 4, and he is still short 10,000 low-level beast cores.
Once he enters the secret realm instance, his instance buff will be automatically activated.
With a 10x drop rate and plus 1 quality bonus, killing a low-level beast will yield 10 mid-level beast cores, equivalent to 1,000 low-level beast cores. In other words, you need to kill 10 mid-level beasts to get 10,000 low-level beast cores. However, I still lack the experience required to reach the peak of the second tier for several of my B-level abilities. The current experience points for a B-level healing class are 19100, 30000. They need to kill 109 low-level beasts to meet the experience requirements for advancing to rank 3.
The 4 abilities B-rank wood, B-rank shooting, B-rank melee, and B-rank fire were all newly acquired by him. To upgrade all of them to tier 3, each one needs to kill 333 low-tier beasts, for a total of 1,332 beasts. Including the healing system, that's 1441 low-level alien beasts. Converted to mid-level beasts, that would require killing 721. After doing the math, Lin Bei was also a little taken aback. After all, when they came, they only needed to upgrade the rank of their B-grade healing system, and they had plenty of beast cores. This makes the gap quite large. However, Lin Bei did not intend to reveal everything at once, since the stone tablet would only appear for 5 days. Each member of the squad seemed to be short 200 or 300, not counting themselves, and that be rank 3 go away. We need to kill around 1,200 of these strange beasts, which is quite a lot. Let's exchange as much as we can. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei casually gave a number. I'm still short about 200 heads. Okay, it seems we're all in the same boat. If we hurry up with 4 days, we should have enough time. Lin Bei, we'll save 200 heads for you to deliver the final blow. Yue Wei spoke directly, and everyone said they had no objections. Healers aren't very strong in combat, so letting him kill alone would definitely be very slow. However, with a healing ability, their combat endurance will increase. The consumption of recovery potions will also be greatly reduced. Overall, having a healing type ability user in the team is definitely worth the investment. Thank you, Captain, Lin Bei said with a smile. After discussing their plan, the group immediately shouldered their large backpacks and set off. These backpacks are all technological products with built-in space compression. Although it can't compare to traditional space storage equipment, its capacity is still many times larger. That's enough for them to take all the beast cores. Once inside the instance, everyone should remain vigilant and try to stay away from other people. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance to the C-35 dungeon. Yue Wei spoke again to explain. The group understood that most of those who came here were there for the stone tablet. Many of them certainly don't have enough beast cores. Most of them are obtained by killing monsters after entering the dungeon. However, some people with superpowers will also set their sights on other people's backpacks. Killing and robbing to obtain beast cores is much faster than slaying exotic beasts. Go in. Ignoring the groups of hunters gathered at the entrance of the secret realm,
Yue waved her hand and stepped into the dungeon portal first.
Lin Bei and his group followed without hesitation. Chapter 45 Violent Glasses Girl. Ding!
A female team member with a beauty score exceeding 90 has been detected in the team.
Dungeon buff activated.
Ding! For qualified members detected in the team.
Dungeon buffs are being adjusted. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 100% to all attributes, 400 times the experience points, 20 times the drop rate including the number of beast cores obtained, plus 1 to the quality of dropped items, and plus 4 to luck during the dungeon.
The
moment Lin Bei entered the instance, a system notification lit up in his mind.
Experience points have increased by another 400 times? And the drop rate has increased by 20 times? At first glance, Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. In this way, his original 100x experience boost is now equivalent to 500x. The team has 4 people who meet the appearance score of 90, so why should each person get a 100-fold increase?
This is great. In this way, what was originally required to kill 1441 low-level beasts now only requires killing 289.
It saved a lot of time.
Secondly, although the drop rate is only 20x, it is combined with the quality plus 1. You can obtain 20 mid-level beast cores by killing just one low-level beast.
It's important to know that the Secret Realm dungeon in Zone C mainly contains mid-level exotic beasts. If you kill a mid-level beast, wouldn't you get 20 high-level beast cores?
One high-level beast core can be exchanged for 100 mid-level beast cores, which is equivalent to 10,000 low-level beast cores. In other words, if I kill one mid-level beast inside, along with the 1908 mid-level beast cores I have, I can accumulate enough low-level beast cores to exchange for 4 refinement crystals. Lin Bei currently has a total of 6 B-level superpowers, and he needs to prepare an additional 100,000 low-level beast cores. Before coming in, he thought he could barely gather the beast cores needed for the 4 refinement crystals.
What's there to say now? Let's go all out. Isn't it just a matter of killing 10 more mid-level alien beasts to make up the difference?
As for whether to use mid-tier or high-tier beast cores for the exchange, as long as the quantity is correct, the exchange will be successful. Lin Bei had asked Lu Zicheng about this back at the Magic City Academy. Moreover, the calculation of the number of alien beasts that needed to be killed was based on the experience provided by low-level alien beasts. Killing a mid-level beast here will earn you twice the experience points of killing a low-level beast. In other words, Lin Bei only needs to kill 145 mid-level alien beasts. This makes things much easier. But what is this plus 4 luck? Lin Bei was somewhat puzzled when he saw the end of the prompt. The system did not respond. Lin Bei simply decided not to think about it anymore. Looking up, this Secret Realm instance was very similar to the trial instance he had participated in. They are all independent worlds. The difference is that the trial instance is in grasslands and forests. Here, however, are city ruins. Could this be a plane that was destroyed by these strange beasts? Looking at the post-apocalyptic ruins before him, Lin Bei, as a transmigrator, immediately thought of this. Let us go this way. Gu Wei and I will go in front, Xiao Rou and Huang Ron will bring up the rear, and Lin Bei and Wan Wan will go in the middle to control the situation and provide healing. After determining the direction, Yue pointed to a street on the left and began to speak. Good. Everyone nodded and immediately lined up in formation as Yue had instructed, then walked into the street ahead. The 6 people proceeded cautiously, without rushing in. Such ruins may harbor strange beasts, so we must not rush in blindly. Once surrounded by a horde of strange beasts, one is caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. To the right front, 2 gold-eating beasts, mid-level. Suddenly, Yue shouted and instantly lunged to the right front. Gu Wei was equally decisive, arriving at the gold-eating beast faster than Yue, despite being a latecomer. Whoosh! He grabbed the long sword from his back and slashed down without a word. The gold-devouring beast at the very front was slashed away and fell to the side. Roar! Seeing its companion attacked, the other gold-devouring beast immediately went into berserk mode, its eyes turning bloodshot as it pounced on Gu Wei. Without hesitation, Gu Wei drew his sword and slashed again. At the same time, Yue rushed towards the fallen gold-eating beast, activated armor break, and swiftly slashed its neck with her blade. Put! Blood splattered everywhere, and the gold-eating beast, whose defenses were not weak, was easily breached by Yue. Yue didn't stop, and stabbed the gold-devouring beast in the heart again. Whoosh! The gold-eating beast began to convulse violently, and after a few moments it stopped moving, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. On the other side, the second gold-eating beast had also been defeated by Gu Wei once again.
Yue used the same method, and with 2 slashes, she finished off her target. The whole process took only 5 or 6 breaths. It's a pleasure to work together. We'll each take one.
Yue skillfully dug out 2 mid-level beast cores, handing one of them to Gu Wei.
It's a pleasure to work with you.
Gu Wei smiled, took the beast core, and handed it directly to Huang Rong behind him. However, a strange glint flashed in his eyes, unnoticed by others.
Seeing the two make their first kill, Lin Bei couldn't help but admire them. The two were working together for the first time, yet they were able to achieve such a perfect understanding. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the two had fought in an open-world instance. Gu Wei is alright, but judging from his age, he's probably much older than me, around 28 years old.
But Yue is about the same age as me. Lin Bei had just observed Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiaoro's expressions and actions. There was not a trace of worry for Yue on their faces or in their eyes. This indicates that they believed that killing these 2 gold-devouring beasts would be a piece of cake for Yue.
These 3 women are not simple.
Someone of similar age to myself, yet possessing such skillful and powerful combat abilities and experience, must have a unique background. However, since everyone was in a temporary team, it was impossible for them to share all their information. The group continued on their way, and soon they discovered 2 more strange beasts. This time, because of the slightly longer distance, Zhang Xiaoro and Huang Rong took the lead. Huang Rong possesses fire-based superpowers, which are indeed spectacular to use, with explosive special effects and extremely strong attack power. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaoro's move surprised Lin Bei, Huang Rong, and Gu Wei. She was using a heavy sniper rifle. Even Lin Bei assumed Zhang Xiaoro was using a bow and arrow if she hadn't taken it out of her backpack. After all, he assimilated Zhang Xiaoro's special ability, which was shooting type. In this world, superhumans who can use firearms are extremely rare.
After the revival of spiritual energy, firearms are far less effective against these alien beasts than melee weapons.
However, the moment Zhang Xiaoro set up her heavy sniper rifle,
her entire demeanor has changed.
She pushed up her glasses and a carefree smile appeared on her lips.
Breathing entered a certain rhythm in an instant.
The next second, he snapped his fingers together.
Bang! Gun muzzle flashes and bullets shoot out.
Lin Bei was shocked after the shot was fired.
Huang Rong used 4 fireballs to kill the gold-eating beast.
But Zhang Xiaoro, with just 1 shot, was blown to the head. Its destructive power alone far surpasses Huang Rong's. Of course, Lin Bei knew a little about this, because it's mentioned in the description of his super powerful crosshair. This skill not only guarantees a 100% hit on the locked target, but also amplifies the damage tenfold. This is why Zhang Xiaoro's heavy sniper rifle can unleash such power. She's practically a violent, bespectacled girl. Lin Bei, you and Sister Wanwan can take the next 2. While pondering, Yue smiled and pointed to 2 dark figures ahead.
Chapter 46. Is this a healing system?
Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review.
Yue, you. Upon hearing Yue's arrangement, Lu Wanwan frowned and was about to speak. Is everything alright?
Yue gave Wanwan a look, then smiled and looked at Lin Bei. Despite being the smallest in the group, this girl clearly has her own plans and arrangements for everything she does. As a small team, before venturing into the deepest part of the dungeon, it's natural to understand the actual combat strength of each member. In the outer areas, there are few strange beasts, and they rarely appear in large groups.
This is a good time for everyone to get to know each other and work together.
If we don't figure things out now, and something unexpected happens once we go deeper in, the whole team could be wiped out. Even though Lin Bei claimed to be a healer, Yue still wanted to assess his combat abilities. After all, there are high-level mythical beasts near the stone tablet.
When the battle begins, they won't be able to concentrate. What if Lin Bei gets attacked while alone, and they don't have time to rescue him? Therefore, Yue wanted to find out about Lin Bei's strength and capabilities. No problem.
Lin Bei nodded directly. He then walked toward the 2 strange beasts in front of him. Seeing that he neither refused nor showed any fear, Yue nodded to herself. Regardless of whether he could win or not, at least Lin Bei wasn't a coward. Yue, really, he's a healer, and most of his skills aren't offensive. If you ask him to kill monsters, he can only fight them in close combat. But this gold-eating beast is a mid-level exotic beast. Lin Bei might not even be able to break through its defenses.
Seeing Lin Bei leave, Lu Wanwan felt a little resentful towards Yue.
Lin Bei, I'll use entanglement to trap them, be careful. After saying that, Lu Wanwan followed him and activated her entangling skill before Lin Bei could make a move.
6 thick shrubs burst forth from the ground, instantly trapping the 2 gold-devouring beasts before they could react. Roar!
The sudden change startled the gold-eating beast, causing it to roar in anger. But the shrubs are very strong, and they cannot easily break free from them.
At that moment, Lin Bei also took out a battle knife. Wow, a black iron battle sword?
You're quite wealthy, young man. Yue, who was holding a short knife, was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Although she was smiling, her whole body was tense, as if she were about to explode.
If Lin Bei is in danger, Yue will definitely take action immediately.
Upon seeing the black iron battle sword in Lin Bei's hand, Huang Rong and Gui's eyes visibly lit up. The two even exchanged a quick glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes.
Black iron equipment is arguably the best weapon level within Tier 3.
There are people who use silver equipment, but they are extremely rare. Only those at the very top of this level, or those with extremely powerful backing, possess it. Therefore, outside, a B-ranked Tier 3 player who can use black iron grade weapons and equipment is absolutely awesome. Theirs are all B-grade, Tier 2, so naturally they don't have any.
Sister Wanwan, can you rest assured now? With the black iron battle blade, it was easy to pierce the hides of 2 gold-devouring beasts.
Besides, they're all trapped by you, they can't hurt your precious little ones.
Yue couldn't resist teasing Lu Wanwan at this moment. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat?
Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwan spat and glared at Yue. This girl is indeed very responsible when she's serious, and she's extremely capable and efficient. But when she gets serious, that little mouth can really be a chatterbox. Lin Bei paid no attention to their playful antics. He was calculating in his mind exactly how much effort he needed to put in. This time, his body was strengthened multiple times, but he really didn't know just how strong it had become. But the gold-eating beast in front of him was a mid-level exotic beast, and this was the first time he had ever faced one.
Fine, I'll try with 1/5 of my strength.
Lin Bei finally made a decision. I'm afraid I won't have enough to use myself. Too few available doesn't seem good either.
1/5, is that about right?
Lin Bei adjusted his strength and swung his knife. The black iron battle blade slashed down smoothly, without Lin Bei even feeling the slightest resistance. The gold-devouring beast in front of them continued to roar.
What happened? Did you miss?
At this moment, Lin Bei was a little confused.
I didn't miss, so why can't I feel anything when I hit something?
Moreover, the gold-eating beast was completely unharmed and was still struggling and roaring there. Lin Bei, somewhat bewildered, raised his knife and slashed at another gold-devouring beast.
The result is still the same? Holy crap! Lin Bei couldn't understand it.
Yue and the others standing at the back were even more bewildered. They kept a close eye on Lin Bei the whole time, afraid that something might happen to him, so they could intervene in time. But just now, I clearly saw Lin Bei slash down with his knife, so why didn't anything happen?
From their perspective, they didn't cut it off.
If Lin Bei's strike didn't completely break through the defense, then at least the blade would have been stuck inside the gold-eating beast's flesh.
If even the defenses aren't breached, then the sword will inevitably be deflected.
However, Lin Bei's sword neither got stuck nor was it deflected. In particular, Lin Bei also slashed at another gold-devouring beast, with the same result.
This confused them a bit.
Hiss. Suddenly, blood spurted from the neck of the first gold-devouring beast. Its head slowly slid off as blood splattered. The burly body also collapsed with a crash. The inexplicable scene left everyone speechless. The second gold-eating beast was exactly the same, spraying blood as it was decapitated.
This surprised everyone. A brief silence fell over the entire room. Phew!
A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint smell of blood in the air, which slowly brought everyone to their senses.
But everyone's expression changed.
Yue leaped forward and landed directly beside the corpses of the 2 gold-eating beasts. When she saw the wounds on the 2 gold-devouring beasts, her pupils suddenly contracted.
Is this a healing system?
Yue turned to look at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with shock.
The cut was as smooth as a mirror.
How fast a blade must be, and how much force must be applied, to cut like that in one stroke?
Lin Bei is a healer. The enhancement to the body from AB level 2nd tier is so-so.
Yue herself is also a B-level ability user, and a melee type at that. Surely Lin Bei, a B-level enhanced healer, can't be several times stronger than her, a melee fighter, right? Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiao also rushed over, and were shocked when they saw the wounds on the gold-eating beast. I didn't realize you were such a close combat expert.
Not bad at all.
Yue calmed herself down, patted Lin Bei on the shoulder casually, and giggled. However, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes.
He even subtly winked at Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiao.
It's a bit suspicious that a healing class can have such great power. However, judging from the current situation, Lin Bei did not show any malice towards them, so Yue naturally did not say anything. On the bright side, having a strong teammate is a good thing. But if Lin Bei joined them with some ulterior motive, Yue wouldn't let him off easily. Go Wei and Huang Rong also came over, their expressions even more strange.
When they saw the gold-eating beast's wounds, their surprise was inevitable.
At this moment, their clothes were instantly soaked through, and their gazes toward Lin Bei became more serious.
Hee, I'm just strong.
Lin Bei spoke awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected his strength to be so great. He had already restrained himself.
It turns out I didn't miss, I hit it too hard.
The killing was too swift. The gold-eating beast was even killed before its brain could process it.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,000 experience points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 40 high-level beast cores.
Oh? 2 mid-level alien beasts actually gave 3,000 experience points? Based on this calculation, a mid-level beast should normally give 3 experience points. Lin Bei has a 500-fold increase in experience. Killing 1 gives you 1,500 experience points, and killing 2 gives you 3,000 experience points.
Ding, please select the ability you wish to enhance. Lin Bei glanced at the panel and immediately upgraded all 4 newly acquired elemental abilities to level 1. A total of 1,200 experience points were consumed. Lin Bei added all of the remaining 1,800 experience points to the healing skill tree. Currently, the healing system is at Tier B, level 22090030,000, while the other 4 systems are at Tier 103,000. Furthermore, 4 new skills were derived, and the initial skills of these 4 elements were all enhanced to level 1.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the wood-type derivative skill Ghost Thorn.
Bite. Ha, it's true what they say, we meet again, ladies. Just then, footsteps sounded, and 8 figures appeared in front of everyone.
The speaker was none other than the ugly, burly man who had been rejected by Yue earlier, Wang Erxiong.
Chapter 47 Disclaiming Relationship.
After glancing at the newcomer, Lin Bei turned his head to check his own condition again.
All 4 of Lin Bei's new abilities were upgraded, and he received 4 more enhancements. A warm current is flowing, and strength is constantly emerging.
When Yue and the others saw Wang Erxiong, they all frowned.
How come I keep running into ugly guys like you everywhere I go?
Yue muttered something, not loudly, but it made Wang Erxiong's face darken. On the contrary, Go Wei and Huang Rong exchanged glances frantically upon seeing Wang Erxiong and the others, their clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat.
Provoked, Wang Erxiong no longer cared about anything else. Little girl, you really can't see the situation clearly, can you? You're sharp-tongued, aren't you? I'll teach you a lesson with that mouth of yours later. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him scattered and surrounded Yue and the others. Hand over the beast cores on your bodies and serve us brothers well. If you make us grandfathers happy, we might spare your lives. He.
The men's eyes gleamed with lust as they sized up Yue and her 2 companions' impressive figures, their faces filled with lewdness.
On the contrary, Go Wei and Huang Rong were pale-faced and kept exchanging glances. What are you 2 still doing there? Come here. At this moment, Wang Erxiong looked at Go Wei and Huang Rong and called out.
Yue and the others looked at Go Wei and Huang Rong at the same time.
Lin Bei also looked over. So you 2 were in cahoots with them? No wonder I ran into them even though I chose such a remote route. Did you leave marks along the way?
Suddenly, Yue and the others understood.
No, don't listen to their nonsense, we don't know these bastards at all.
Upon hearing this, Go Wei immediately denied it, but his eyes kept glancing at Lin Bei, looking nervous.
Yes, we don't know them at all, Huang Rong repeatedly denied.
The 2 of them had already cursed Wang Erxiong and his bunch of idiots' ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts.
I gave you guys so many meaningful glances, didn't you see? In fact, Go Wei and Huang Rong were indeed part of Wang Erxiong's group. They had done this kind of thing even before the stone tablet appeared. With coordinated efforts from both inside and outside, they easily absorbed a large number of teams. These days, where can you get beast cores and equipment faster than by raiding and robbing?
Their strength was already considerable within Zone C. Their methods, when used in this way, have proven consistently effective. But today, I ran into Lin Bei, such a weirdo. They had both witnessed Lin Bei's slaying of the two gold-eating beasts. They wouldn't believe it was a coincidence that such a powerful attack was so strong. Just kidding, Lin Bei is terrifyingly strong. How could a healing-type character possibly be able to unleash his full potential? Clearly, Lin Bei was hiding his true abilities.
Wang Erxiong and his gang were quite something.
They rushed out rashly, not even bothering to give them a second glance, and just like that, they completely broke off relations.
That's absolutely suicidal.
Especially Go Wei, who has reached B level 3, naturally has a sharper eye than ordinary people.
How could they dare admit that they were part of Wang Erxiong's gang? What are you two doing?
Wang Erxiong was also a little confused at this moment.
What did Go Wei mean? Wang Erxiong, shut the hell up. Who the hell are you? Do we even know each other? Are you trying to frame us? I'll kill you. Upon hearing Wang Erxiong's voice, Go Wei immediately began to curse. Not only that, they directly attacked Wang Erxiong. Holy crap, are you out of your mind?
The incident happened so suddenly that Wang Erxiong had no time to react.
He had absolutely no idea why Go Wei was attacking them. You scum, eat my balls. Huang Rong didn't hesitate either, and launched a fireball directly at Wang Erxiong. Boom! In an instant, Wang Erxiong was forced to retreat by Go Wei's attacks and was also hit by Huang Rong's fireball.
Although his defensive abilities were not significantly damaged by the fireball attack. But his clothes were burned and his face was charred black.
Damn it! You two bastards, you're asking for it. Kill them.
This made Wang Erxiong famous.
This is utterly baffling. In an instant, Wang Erxiong's men surrounded and attacked Go Wei and Huang Rong.
Yu Wei and the other two frowned as they looked at the scene.
What's going on? Did I guess wrong? Aren't Go Wei and Huang Rong with Wang Erxiong?
After all, Go Wei and Huang Rong's attack didn't seem like acting, they were fighting to the death. It was as if they had some deep-seated grudge. However, now that the fight had begun, Yu Wei and the others were also ready to make their move.
No rush, let's take a look first. However, Lin Bei stopped the three of them. Lin Bei, you. Why are you getting involved when they're fighting like dogs? You mean I guessed right before?
Yu Wei looked at Lin Bei. That's why you're the captain, your analysis is spot on. Lin Bei glanced at her and said with a smile. Yu Wei and the other two exchanged glances, stopped themselves from going forward to help, and stood beside Lin Bei to watch the battle.
Go Wei, Huang Rong, you two idiots, what are you doing?
You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots.
At this moment, Go Wei was filled with boundless rage.
It's all the fault of those idiots like Wang Erxiong. He had just caught a glimpse of Yu Wei and the others seemingly about to offer their help, and he was initially delighted. I thought I had barely gotten through this hurdle.
If I explain things properly after the war, I might be able to smooth things over.
But when he saw Lin Bei stop Yu Wei and the other two, and look at him with a half smile, he was surprised. His heart sank. Clearly, Lin Bei wasn't easily fooled and had figured it out. However, he still gritted his teeth and fought desperately. Facing Wang Erxiong and his group is much better than facing this freak who can instantly kill the gold-eating beast.
As long as you are firm enough, you can refuse to admit that you are in Wang Erxiong's gang.
Ideally, we should kill a few of Wang Erxiong's men.
Even if Lin Bei has some guesses, he can't say much about it.
After all, he personally killed Wang Erxiong's men, so he couldn't very well say that he was still one of them, could he?
So Go Wei fought desperately.
A full-force burst from a B-rank 3rd-level fighter is naturally stronger than Wang Erxiong's B-rank 2nd-level fighter. They pursued relentlessly, forcing Wang Erxiong into a series of defeats.
You bastard, are you serious? Old Su, Old Xia, kill him.
Su Lai and Xie Sen are also B-rank, 3rd-level beings.
As a team that frequently raids and plunders in the wilderness of Area C, how could they possibly only have one B-rank Tier 3 player? Go Wei was instantly suppressed. Wang Erxiong was also enraged by the beating, and his attacks became ruthless, each move aimed at killing.
Before long, Go Wei and Huang Rong, who had been extremely fierce just moments before, were at a disadvantage and were in imminent danger. His body was already covered in bruises.
Surprisingly, neither of them asked Lin Bei and the others for help.
Because they knew very well that asking for help would be useless. Only by fighting desperately and making their stance clear can they have a glimmer of hope.
Go Wei, Huang Rong, you two ingrates, die.
The enemy had 8 men, and Gu Wei and his companion gradually lost their footing and were forced into retreat. It was on the verge of being severely damaged.
Alright, make your move.
At this moment, Lin Bei stretched, said something, and walked towards Wang Erxiong.
Chapter 48 The Killer Star. Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review. Damn it, you traitors! Wang Erxiong roared angrily and swung his axe down.
Gu Wei had already been seriously injured by the group's attack and was now powerless to resist. However, a look of sorrow appeared on his face. You have to pay for the sins you've committed.
Brother Wei.
Huang Rong had already been subdued by the men. Seeing that Gu Wei was about to be beheaded, he cried out in grief. However, halfway through the chop, a tremendous force struck him, sending him and the axe flying.
Alright, I see your remorse.
A light, airy voice drifted over, like heavenly music, causing Gu Wei to instantly open his eyes, a hint of joy involuntarily appearing on his face.
You bastard, you pretty boy, you're asking for it. How dare you sneak up on me?
Wang Erxiong scrambled to his feet and, upon seeing that it was Lin Bei, flew into a rage.
I've disliked this kid for a while now. So what if he's handsome? Lin Bei didn't even glance at him. With a wave of his right hand, 2 gentle streams of power flowed into Gu Wei and Huang Rong's bodies. Their injuries improved immediately. Thank you. With gratitude in their eyes, the 2 men leaped to their feet and retreated in front of Lin Bei, assuming a fighting stance towards Wang Erxiong and his companions. Healing skills are awesome, but in a fight, what are you? Seeing that Gu Wei and the other man's injuries had healed considerably in an instant, Wang Erxiong sneered. Guys, let's do it. Spare the women, but kill all the men. Okay. At Wang Erxiong's command, everyone took action. You guys rest, I'll take care of it. At this point, Lin Bei no longer bothered to hide his strength. I want to kill the beasts quickly to gain experience so I can exchange them for refinement crystals later. TCH, you try? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue in the wind? Upon hearing this, Wang Erxiong and the others all burst into laughter. A healing system has also been installed here. In terms of recovery ability, there is no doubt that it is absolutely amazing. As for fighting? The healing class is complete idiots. However, before the mockery on their faces had faded, they were instantly moved. Lin Bei's figure blurred into a blur, appearing before him in an instant, a gust of wind striking his face. Fast. Incredibly fast. The mere force of the punch was enough to send chills down everyone's spines and make their hair stand on end. Monster. The thought had barely formed when 2 plumes of blood mist began to drift down. Boom. 2 headless corpses slumped to the ground. What? Wang Erxiong and his companions were greatly alarmed. In the brief moment they met, neither of them could clearly see Lin Bei's movements. 2 members of my team have already died? Each one here is at least AB grade, level 2. But in front of Lin Bei, he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Their gazes toward Lin Bei were extremely strange, filled with shock, doubt, and disbelief. Lin Bei didn't care what they were thinking at the moment, and he made his move again. Old Deng, stick with me and hold off his attack, everyone else focus fire. At this moment, Wang Erxiong shouted loudly, and a shield appeared in his left hand. Holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, he was the first to block Lin Bei's path. The superhuman named Old Deng, who was also a defensive type, was following closely behind, carrying a shield. The others activated their special abilities, preparing to unleash them. However, they still underestimated Lin Bei's strength. Lin Bei's physical attributes have now undergone 16 enhancements. Without using any special abilities, his physical body alone is enough to fight against these B-level defensive ability users. Moreover, this is inside a dungeon, and Lin Bei also has a 100% boost to all his attributes. Lin Bei suddenly had a battle knife in his hand. Sizzle! He didn't seem to exert any force, he just made a light, effortless stroke. Wang Erxiong's shield was as thin as paper and was cleaved in 2. How is this possible? Wang Erxiong's eyes widened as he watched the shattered shield, and then his own body separated from him under his gaze. Only then did the blood spurt out. Wang Erxiong, along with his shield, was cut in 2 and lost his life. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. Run! It took them a while to realize what was happening. A distorted scream rang out, and everyone turned and ran in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. After 2 attacks, Lin Bei's strength had exceeded their comprehension. How could AB rank be so powerful? Unheard of.
At this moment, all they felt was terror.
No wonder Go Wei and Huang Rong betrayed them. No wonder these two were willing to fight to the death. This is a surrender. Damn it, those two bastards didn't tell them sooner. They even left marks along the way for them. Isn't this leading them to their deaths? Damn.
On the other hand, Go Wei and Huang Rong, while their eyes were filled with shock, also breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, I didn't do anything stupid.
Fortunately, he immediately made his position clear and resolutely distanced himself from Wang Erxiong and his group. Otherwise, they would be the ones being hunted down by Lin Bei now. Those who understand the times are wise. The old saying is indeed true. Yu Wei and the other two women were dumbfounded. Lin Bei's actions just now have already given them some clues. Lin Bei has definitely been hiding his true strength. The moment Wang Erxiong and his group appeared, for a fleeting moment they even wondered if Lin Bei was one of them.
But in an instant, they discovered that Go Wei and Huang Rong were actually with Wang Erxiong and his group.
Now that Lin Bei had made a decisive move and killed his opponent, all her concerns were dispelled.
But, isn't Lin Bei a bit too strong? Could it be that this kid doesn't have healing abilities, but rather melee abilities? Only melee fighters possess such formidable physical attributes. The problem is, this kid did indeed cast a healing spell on Go Wei and Huang Rong just now. This shows that Lin Bei does indeed possess healing-type superpowers. Is a healing class really that overpowered in melee combat? Moreover, Lin Bei's ruthless and decisive nature once again alarmed Yu Wei and the others. From the time they first met and encountered Wang Erxiong's team, everyone thought Lin Beiwen was quiet and gentle, like a handsome scholar. But once he makes a move, he's a complete nemesis. Leave them all. On the other side, Lin Bei had already caught up with those people and swiftly brought down his knife. In a moment of confusion, the remaining 7 people were all killed. Even the 2B rank level 3 beings among them couldn't withstand Lin Bei's strike. After finishing, Lin Bei squatted down and began rummaging through their backpacks. Wow! There are quite a few crystal cores. Almost everyone had no fewer than 70,000 low-level crystal cores, and Wang Erxiong had more than 100,000 low-level crystal stones in his backpack. Clearly, they were not Wang Erxiong's first target. Before this, there must have been other teams that suffered at their hands. 620,000 low-level beast cores, not bad, haha. After all the looting was completed, Lin Bei smiled. With so many beast cores, there is more than enough for him to exchange for refinement crystals with his current 6B level abilities. Even if he acquires a few more B level abilities in the future, it will be enough for him to exchange for them. This time, killing Wang Erxiong and his group of 8 resulted in an unexpectedly large amount of experience points. Chapter 49: A Great Harvest. Killing a B rank tier 2 monster actually gave me 10,000 experience points. Previously, Lin Bei had killed Du Xiaofeng, a B rank 0 level character, in the trial instance, and the system gave him 500 experience points. Killing Wang Mo, a B rank 1st level warrior, grants 1,000 experience points. At that time, Lin Bei only had the advantage of a 100-fold increase in experience. Based on this calculation, killing a B rank tier 2 enemy should yield 2,000 experience points with a 100x boost. But now, he has a 500x boost in the dungeon. Therefore, killing a B rank 2nd level enemy gave him 10,000 experience points. Lin Bei killed a total of 6 B rank 2nd level opponents and gained 60,000 experience points. 2 of the B level 3 ability users gave him a total of 40,000 experience points. This wave of gains netted me a whopping 100,000 experience points. However, when he caught a glimpse of Yu Wei and the others out of the corner of his eye, he immediately felt that they were working very hard. They don't have the 100x boost, so wouldn't killing a B rank 2nd level enemy only give them a maximum of 20 experience points? How many people would you have to kill to meet the requirements for advancing to the 3rd rank? Just thinking about it is exhausting. Then, Lin Bei had a thought and began to add experience points. First, he upgraded all 4 of his newly acquired superpowers to level 2, consuming a total of 12,000 experience points. Another 9,100 experience points were added to the healing system, so the B-level healing system has now temporarily reached its maximum experience bar. I have 78,900 experience points left. After glancing at it, Lin Bei immediately maxed out his melee and fire-type abilities to 30,000 experience points. At this point, all 4 types of supernatural abilities ice, healing, melee, and fire have met the experience requirements for advancing to rank B, tier 3. Both the wood and shooting types have just reached B rank 2, and have 18,900 experience points remaining.
I need 41,100 more experience points to meet all the requirements.
In other words, he only needs to kill 83 more low-level alien beasts or 42 more mid-level alien beasts to meet all the requirements.
The process was shortened in an instant, and Lin Bei was in a great mood. After casually taking all the weapons from these people, he walked towards Yue and the others while enjoying the further enhancement of his body. This round of skill point allocation resulted in his body receiving 6 more enhancements. Clenching his fist, Lin Bei felt incredibly strong. With his physical strength alone, he should be able to crush most of the A-level non-second tier powerhouses. As for the second tier A-level, like Hong Batian, once I reach level 3, I should be able to suppress it. Ice-type skills, Frostbolt level 3, Frostbite level 2, Ice Dragon Break level 1. Spatial skill, Spatial Storage level 2, 1000 cubic meters. Healing skills, Recovery level 3, Immunity to Poisons level 2, Blessing level 1. Wood-type skills, Entangle level 3, Ghostly Thrust level 2, 1000 Leap Strike level 1. Shooting skills, Superior Aim level 3, Eagle Eye level 2, Armor Penetration level 1. Melee skills, Armor Break level 3, Bloodlust level 2, Shadow Clone level 1. Fire-type skills, Fireball level 3, Hellfire level 2, Fire Dragon's Roar level 1. After glancing at his current skills, Lin Bei felt even better. This dungeon run has been incredibly fruitful so far, a great omen. Yue and the others watched as Lin Bei searched Wang Erxiong and his men's backpacks and weapons without stepping forward. He killed everyone, so the spoils naturally belonged to Lin Bei. Although everyone knew that Wang Erxiong and the others must have a huge amount of alien beast cores in their backpacks. But compared to that, Lin Bei's strength was even more shocking to them. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Bei smiled and said. Clearly, after witnessing his power, these people were no longer as calm and composed as before. Lin Bei. What exactly is your rank and what kind of superpower do you have? Yue gritted her teeth and couldn't help but ask. AB rank healing system. The light of the recovery skill in Lin Bei's hand reappeared, seemingly proving himself. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. What kind of healing system is this twisted? Yue rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. Brother Bei. Seeing Lin Bei looking over, Gu Wei and Huang Rong called out cautiously, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Alright, whatever your purpose was before, at least I saw your sincerity just now. It's a great virtue to admit your mistakes and correct them from now on, behave yourself. We understand. Captain, are you guys leaving or not? What are you planning to see? The stone tablet won't wait for anyone. I still need to kill the alien beasts. Lin Bei turned around and looked at Yue and the other 2 women again. Let's go, of course we'll go. You already have so many beast cores, do you still need to kill alien beasts? Yes, I have enough beast cores, but I need to accumulate experience points, right? I'm still a little short. Forehead? Upon hearing this, Yue and the others looked at Lin Bei with some surprise. Logically speaking, most people who come here already have enough experience points. What they lack is just beast cores. Because killing a beast doesn't guarantee that every beast will drop a beast core, especially low-level beasts. For someone of their rank, most of their previous experience was definitely spent fighting against lower-ranking beasts. Only after reaching level 2 can one begin to kill mid-level beasts. Lin Bei, however, was the opposite of the others. He had enough beast cores, but not enough experience. Of course, if they knew that Lin Bei's so-called lack of experience was in relation to all 6 of his B-level abilities advancing to level 3, they would probably be furious. The group chatted for a few minutes, and the atmosphere eased considerably. The monster-slaying journey has begun once again. From then on, Lin Bei became much less polite and started killing monsters along with them. After half a day, they had managed to kill 42 mid-level alien beasts. All 6 B-level abilities have reached 30,000, and the experience points have met the requirements. To speed up the process, Lin Bei directly distributed some of the harvested beast cores to Yue and the others. They were only missing a few beast cores, and the quantity wasn't much. Since I gained a lot this time, I might as well make up for it for them. This saves you the time of killing hundreds of monsters. After all, the monsters in this secret realm are not concentrated in one place, so searching for them would be too time-consuming. However, it was already late, so the group didn't go directly to the stone tablet. Instead, they chose a relatively secluded spot to rest for the night. We'll go to the stone tablet when it's light. After spending nearly a day together, Yue and the others had become quite familiar with Lin Bei.
The previous awkwardness gradually subsided. They found that Lin Bei was actually quite easy to talk to. The group sat around the campfire, and Gu Wei was roasting a pig-like beast for them. Beasts eat people, and people can also eat beasts. Most of the mythical beasts are edible. Furthermore, consuming the meat of these exotic beasts can aid in physical recovery and enhance physical constitution. Zzzzz. As the meat chunks on the rack roasted, oil dripped continuously, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ever since witnessing Lin Bei's strength, Gu Wei has been incredibly hardworking and conscientious throughout the journey. They took care of all the chores and miscellaneous tasks without uttering a single complaint. He even seemed a little excited to be able to stand in front of a powerful figure like Lin Bei. In this kind of world, being able to become acquainted with such a genius is definitely a good thing. Lin Bei, are all the people at your Magic City Academy as perverted as you? Yue Wei sat down next to Lin Bei and asked curiously. Once out of combat, this girl becomes a chatterbox and a curious little thing. It's like he's become a completely different person. Hey, what are you saying? How is that perverted? Oh, you're not just a pervert, you're a complete pervert. Seeing the two joking around, Lu Wanwan and Zhang Xiao also laughed. However, neither of them were as talkative as Yue Wei, they were rather quiet. Wow, I didn't expect to run into so many beautiful girls here. The sudden sound made everyone frown and look over. Chapter 50 No Taboos. Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review. A 5-person squad appeared before the group. 5 people, all men. Except for one who looks only 22 years old, the other 4 look at least over 40. What surprised Lin Bei and his companions the most was that all 4 of them possessed the strength of a perfect B-level expert. The 22-year-old man was AB rank, level 2. Judging from the looks of it, this young master is probably some young master from a wealthy family, otherwise he wouldn't have 4 B-level experts following him. The one who spoke was the 22-year-old man. The 4 middle-aged men did not stop him from speaking rudely, they simply stood aside and coldly watched Lin Bei and his group. Beautiful lady, let's get acquainted. My name is Jiang Wanwan, and I'm from Kyoto. Jiang Wanwan, the 22-year-old man, struck a pose he thought was very handsome, and smiled at Lu Wanwan. His eyes gleamed, and although he was looking directly at her, he had already scanned Yue Wei, Zhang Xiao, and Huang Rong from the corner of his eye. They were originally drawn here by the aroma of the roasted meat. Unexpectedly, there was a beauty like Lu Wanwan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, Yue Wei, and Huang Rong, though slightly less impressive than Lu Wanwan, were not far off and each had their own unique charm. If placed outside, it would be a rare and exquisite object. Lu Wanwan frowned, feeling disgusted by Jiang Wanwan's weak words and aggressive gaze. Gu Wei glanced at Lin Bei, then stood up first, blocking the way for the others. Huang Rong followed closely behind. Sir, we are not acquainted, please leave. A hint of displeasure flashed in Jiang Wanwan's eyes as he glanced sideways at Gu Wei, who was blocking his way. However, it was only at first glance. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually bypassed Gu Wei and was about to sit down next to Lu Wanwan, completely ignoring Gu Wei's advice. Seeing this, Gu Wei raised an eyebrow, gritted his teeth, and made a move. In the past, if he had seen that the other party had 4 B-level perfection experts, he would never have acted this way, even if it meant being beaten to death. But now, Lin Bei is behind me. B-level perfection? He felt it wasn't enough in front of Lin Bei. So he took action. Court death. The moment he moved, the middle-aged man in the gray Zhongshan suit shouted angrily and appeared beside Gu Wei. With its 5 fingers forming a claw, it reached down towards the top of his head. Golden light surrounded his fingertips, emanating a sharp and piercing gust of wind. It sent chills down Gu Wei's spine, filling him with a sense of impending doom. Roll. However, the claws did not fall. With a cold shout, the middle-aged man felt a blur before his eyes and then felt a piercing pain in his hand. The sound of breaking bones in the hand followed. Ah! The pain had barely begun when he felt as if his abdomen had been struck by lightning. He lost his balance and flew up, then was sent flying backwards by the kick from the newcomer. With a bang, it crashed to the ground some distance away and immediately lost consciousness. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wanguan's buttocks, which were about to sit down, froze on the spot. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The other 3 middle-aged men also changed color instantly. The previous arrogant and disdainful attitude was gone. Uncle Zhang. Jiang Wanguang realized what was happening and shouted. However, Uncle Zhang lay there motionless. You bastard! How dare you hurt my people?
At this moment, Jiang Wenguan looked at Lin Bei with anger in his eyes. But what followed was a resounding slap.
Smack! A crisp slap rang out, and Jiang Wenguan was sent spinning 720 degrees. After swaying for a while, I saw stars.
The bright red five-finger imprint on his fair but swollen cheek was particularly striking.
That slap swelled up half of Jiang Wenguan's face. Young master! The three shouted urgently and instantly appeared beside Jiang Wenguan, protecting him behind them.
He stared intently at the person who had made the move. But his eyes betrayed his astonishment.
You bastard! You dare hit me? You're asking for it. Kill him.
Jiang Wenguan finally came to his senses and immediately flew into a rage. He had never been slapped like that before in his entire life.
However, the three of them did not move. One of them spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Wasn't your attack a bit too heavy-handed? He hit too hard? He just went all out on my teammate. Why don't you say that was too hard?
Hearing this, Lin Bei chuckled and slowly said again, before you kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed.
Gu Wei was still in shock, but he was also incredibly excited.
I made the right choice in joining Lin Bei. Boss Lin did indeed make his move.
And damn, that's incredibly strong. A B-level expert at the peak of perfection was knocked unconscious with a single kick. Uncle Wang, why are you wasting your breath talking to him? Kill him.
Jiang Wenguan roared angrily, his voice filled with impatience. To be so disrespectful to me, I must kill him to vent my anger.
Oh? Kill me? So this matter can't be left unresolved?
Lin Bei smiled, a helpless expression on his face. You forced me to do this.
Sir, please don't be impulsive. We can talk things over.
Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Uncle Wang immediately responded. He cursed Jiang Wenguan behind him countless times in his heart. This spoiled brat is arrogant and willful, having been pampered by his family.
Does he think everyone should give way to him? Can't they see that the other party is stronger than all of them? Are you still shouting that you want to kill people? This is an open world instance. If someone gets upset and kills you, you'll have nowhere to turn to cry. Discuss? Hey, do you want me dead? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Wenguan with a smile. Nonsense. Is there any room for negotiation? Dream.
Look, even your young master has said so, and I don't like to leave any potential problems behind. So, accept your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei made his move.
Stop.
You can't kill us, we are Jiang from Kyoto. Uncle Wang braced himself and stood in front of Jiang Wenguan, attempting to make Lin Bei think twice by using the identity of the Jiang family from Kyoto. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei's attack rendered him permanently speechless. Blood splattered, a mixture of red and white, splashing onto Jiang Wenguan's face. The warm liquid caused Jiang Wenguan's angry face to contort instantly. At this moment, all his previous anger had vanished, replaced entirely by terror.
Uncle Wang, is he dead?
The thought kept popping into his head. He couldn't believe it. Even at the peak of B rank, he is not the strongest in Kyoto or even Shanghai. Within the C-zone of the Secret Realm dungeon, it is definitely the most outstanding existence.
A-level powerhouses wouldn't just wander into C-level dungeons for no reason. Yet, even such a top-tier expert couldn't withstand a single move from this kid.
Since you're going to kill me anyway, I don't care who you are. Lin Bei pursed his lips, looked at Jiang Wenguan again, and grinned.
What are you going to do? At this moment, Jiang Wenguan's arrogance vanished, replaced by fear.
The other two grabbed Jiang Wenguan and ran away immediately.
Just kidding, this kid is a complete lunatic.
Completely disregarding the other party's identity and not being threatened in any way, they were utterly unrestrained.
People like that are simply not to be trifled with. Leave them all.
He had only taken 2 steps when Lin Bei's light, airy voice came from behind him.
Chapter 51 achieved, a fruitful result.
Several blades flashed past, and the 2 middle-aged men were cut into pieces before they even had time to turn their heads.
Ah!
Jiang Wenguan was so surprised that he let out a effeminate scream.
You, don't come any closer.
Jiang Wenguan collapsed to the ground, using both hands to prop himself up and move backward, his face contorted with terror. All 4 of them are B-level experts at their peak. They could even put up a fight against an A-level expert.
But this kid in front of me couldn't even withstand a single blow? What kind of monster is he anyway?
At this moment, Jiang Wenguan was filled with nothing but fear and regret.
How did I end up messing with such a pervert? Lin Bei walked over expressionlessly and swiftly brought down his knife.
Jiang Wenguang collapsed limply, lifeless.
Ding!
Killed 4 B rank tier 5 ability users, gained a 500x experience boost, experience points plus 320,000.
Ding!
Killed a rank B, tier 2 ability user 1.
Gained a 500x experience boost, 10,000 experience points. Ding! Experience points are being automatically allocated.
Ding! Congratulations host, all your abilities have reached tier 2 perfection. You only need to obtain an advancement crystal to advance to tier 3.
Ding! Experience points exceeded, automatically cleared. 4 head. Lin Bei was initially quite happy to see the large amount of experience points. But the automatic cleanup of excess experience points that popped up at the end made him smile wryly. He wasted a lot of experience points at the 3rd level. Lin Bei squatted down and began his work of looting the corpse. Wow, as expected of Kyoto, they're really rich and powerful. After looting the corpse, they found a lot of valuable items. From what Jiang Wenguang and the others had said earlier, it was easy to tell that they came from a prominent family in Kyoto. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to the old trick of bringing up their family background in an attempt to intimidate Lin Bei. Sure enough, the beast cores these people carried were all mid-level beast cores, totaling 10,000. There are even 10 high-level beast cores. Not only that, but they also found 3 black iron weapons and 1 silver weapon on them. I didn't expect this kid to be weak, but his weapon is quite good. Holding that silver great axe, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. However, Lin Bei wasn't used to using this thing, and if he were to use such a weapon, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. After glancing at it twice, Lin Bei threw it directly into his storage space. After I leave, I plan to find a black market to dispose of it and exchange it for beast cores or money. Since I already have a buff, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to get a good weapon. Instead of exchanging it for weapons, it's better to sell it directly for money and use it to buy other resources suitable for my younger sister and parents. Host, Lin Bei. Number of body enhancement attempts, 2018 B grade enhancements, 2F grade enhancements. Ability rank, B rank ice ability, F rank spatial ability, B rank healing ability, B rank wood ability, B rank shooting ability, B rank melee ability, B rank fire ability. Special ability ranks, Ice type B rank 230,000 30,000, Space type F rank 1,100,000 100, Healing type B rank 230,000 30,000, Wood type B rank 230,000 30,000, Range type B rank 230,000 30,000, Melee type B rank 230,000 30,000, Fire type B rank 230,000 30,000. Ice type skills, Frostbolt level 3, Frostbite level 2, Ice Dragon Break level 1. Spatial skill, Spatial Storage level 2, 1000 cubic meters. Healing skills, Recovery level 3, Immunity to Poisons level 2, Blessing level 1. Wood type skills, Entangle level 3, Ghostly Thrust level 2, 1000 Leap Strike level 1. Shooting skills, Superior Aim level 3, Eagle Eye level 2, Armor Penetration level 1. Melee skills, Armor Break level 3, Bloodlust level 2, Shadow Clone level 1. Fire type skills, Fireball level 3, Hellfire level 2, Fire Dragon's Roar level 1. Basic dungeon buff, all attributes plus 100%, item drop rate plus 10x, drop quality plus 1 triggered when there is a female character with a beauty rating of 90 or higher in the party. Current basic dungeon buff, all attributes plus 100%, experience increased by 400 times, item drop rate increased by 20 times, drop quality increased by 1, luck increased by 4 triggered when there are 4 beauties with a beauty rating of 90 or higher in the party. Passive ability, resilience damage reduction 30%. Special abilities, 100x experience boost permanent, super fusion. Equipment, Healing Necklace Black Iron, Battle Sword 2 Black Iron, Short Sword 1 Black Iron, Horse Head Axe 1 Silver, Steel Sword 1 Black Iron, Crimson Fire Spear 1 Black Iron. After looking at the panel data, Lin Bei checked the number of beast cores he currently possessed. Currently, I possess a total of 625,300 low-level beast cores, 11,903 mid-level beast cores, and 890 high-level beast cores. To upgrade all 6 B-level abilities to level 3, you need to exchange for 6 refinement crystals, which is equivalent to 300,000 low-level beast cores. Now that I have so many beast cores, it's naturally enough. Boss Lin, should we dispose of their bodies? The Jiang family of Kyoto is very powerful if they get investigated later. At this moment, Gu Wei stepped forward and took the initiative to ask. No need, this is a secret realm instance, mid-level exotic beasts can be found everywhere. The corpses here won't be long before they're completely devoured by the strange beasts.
Before Lin Bei could speak, Yue spoke up. No, we should still deal with it. Lin Bei seemed to be deep in thought, but finally said something. Having experienced the trial instance before, Lin Bei felt it was always better to be cautious in everything he did. Although he is already quite strong, he dares to fight even if he encounters an A-level opponent. A family that can establish itself in Kyoto must be quite powerful. If left here, the corpse will most likely end up in the monster's stomach. But what if we get discovered like we did in the last trial instance? As for the people in the team, Lin Bei wasn't worried that they would leak the news. They're all from the same team. If word gets out, none of them can escape responsibility. Thus began the operation to destroy the evidence. The group quickly attracted several strange beasts. They then ran far away until the bodies of Jiang Wenguang and the others were devoured by the strange beast, before moving to another place to continue taking turns sleeping. Of course, Lin Bei doesn't need to take turns on duty. This is something everyone agrees on. Lin Bei naturally didn't stand on ceremony and slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Lin Bei was awakened by the rich aroma of meat broth. Gu Wei and Huang Rong had already prepared breakfast. I must say, those two are really good at handling things. They took care of almost all the logistics for the squad. Brother Lin, you're awake? Come and try Huang Rong's meat soup. Gu Wei smiled and handed him a bowl of hot meat soup. Okay, thanks. Lin Bei smiled and took the bowl, slurping a mouthful along the rim. Wow, it smells delicious. Chapter 52 Stone Tablet, Horde of Beasts. Please add to your favorites and leave a positive review. The meat of exotic animals is inherently more nutritious than that of poultry or livestock. After Huang Rong's special cooking, this pot of meat soup really has a unique flavor. Especially having a bowl of this first thing in the morning, it warms you up from head to toe. Sister Rong, your cooking is amazing. This meat soup is so delicious. Yue, who was standing to the side, had already eaten until her mouth was covered in oil. If Lin Bei hadn't known through the system that this girl's looks were a 93 out of 100, he wouldn't have been able to find out. With her red hair, smoky makeup, and delinquent-style outfit, she looked like a typical delinquent. Coupled with her rough eating manners, it's really impossible to tell. Yes, it tastes really good. I can't cook. Even Zhang Xiao and Lu Wanwan, who are usually quiet, were full of praise. Clearly, these two are foodies. He ate with starry eyes, looking completely blissful. She had completely lost her usual tranquility and coldness. I'm glad you like it. Huang Rong smiled broadly, feeling quite pleased with everyone's praise. It's delicious, but it's so addictive. If I want to eat it again, I won't be able to anymore. Lin Bei also said with a smile. Boss Lin, that's easy. From now on, Huang Rong and I will follow you. Upon hearing this, Gu Wei immediately grinned and came over, his face full of anticipation. Save your breath. He's not some freelancer. Lin Bei is a top student from Shanghai University. Before Lin Bei could speak, Yue, with a piece of meat in her mouth, mumbled something while chewing. Ha! So the boss is from Shanghai Academy. No wonder he's so amazing. Gu Wei and Huang Rong suddenly realized at the same time. When they joined the team, they didn't know Lin Bei's identity. Only Yue and two others knew about it. However, upon hearing that Lin Bei was a student at the Magic City Academy, a hint of melancholy appeared in their eyes. Gu Wei and Huang Rong are both independent individuals, having never attended university because they were both orphans. Fortunately, both of them had awakened B-level superpowers, which allowed them to blend in with the various hunting groups in the wild. For them, just being alive is enough. Although he suffered many losses during this period, and even almost lost his life a few times, they survived, whether they were lucky or not. You're both B rank, why didn't you find a stable hunting group to join? Instead you're just lone wolves. Lin Bei then asked out of curiosity. Boss, you don't understand these hunting groups. Most hunting groups are a mixed bag, and we simply can't stay there. The people inside are murderous and none of them are good people. Especially Huang Rong, she. At this point, Gu Wei paused. Everyone glanced at Huang Rong and immediately understood. Huang Rong is quite attractive. The system rated her 90 points, so she's naturally beautiful. But because of her beauty, she naturally attracted the attention of many in the mixed hunting party. Then why are you with Wang Erxiong and the others? Yue then asked a question. You might not believe it, but it's true. Don't let Wang Erxiong's reputation as a lecher fool you. He's done plenty of murder and robbery too. But aren't all hunting groups like this? Inside the city,
all you see are people. But once you get to the wilderness or a secret realm instance, they're all ruthless people who would devour you without spitting out the bones. However, there's one thing about Wanger Xiong: no matter how lecherous he is, he won't touch anyone in his team. That's why the two of us are temporarily working with them. Oh? So, does that mean I mistakenly killed a very principled good person? Lin Bei said, rubbing his nose. A good person? That's not accurate. Even I'm not a good person. These days, there are hardly any good people out there living on the edge of a knife. Boss, I'm not trying to boast that Huang Rong and I have particularly strong moral values. But we really can't stand the people Wanger Xiong has killed and the things he's done lately. Huang Rong and I had originally planned to find another way after she advanced to level 3. Of course, I still want to apologize again for our previous behavior. At that time, we didn't have any relationship. We were selfish. Seeing Lin Bei's ambiguous smile, Ge Wei gritted his teeth and spoke again. After all, their original purpose in infiltrating this group was to take action against Yue and her group. Once they succeed, the fate of these three beauties is self-evident. But he's right, they didn't know each other before and had no connection whatsoever. Given their experiences, their selfishness is understandable. In this kind of world, it's really hard to survive if your values are too upright. Alright, it's getting late, let's go. Lin Bei stood up and patted the dust off his backside. This matter is over and there's no need to say more. Saying any more would just be pretentious. Since the decision has been made not to kill, there's no need to pursue this further. Besides, since Yue and the other two haven't said anything more, there's no point in Lin Bei saying anything more. For Lin Bei, being selfish is not wrong. If it were him, the lives of others wouldn't matter. As long as my parents, sister, and relatives are safe, that's all that matters. Moreover, in this world, only when one is strong enough can one talk about humanity and justice. The group quickly packed up and headed towards the coordinates of the stone tablet. On the way, they avoided killing the strange beasts whenever possible. At this point, they had all reached the required experience points, and Lin Bei had already made up for their lack of beast cores. The stone tablet is just ahead. More than an hour later, Lin Bei and his group arrived at a place not far from the stone tablet. Yue pointed in a direction while referring to the secret realm map she had bought outside. There was a spacious square, surrounded by towering buildings. It looks a lot like a CBD area in a metropolis. However, by this time these high-rise buildings had already collapsed, and their exteriors were in a state of disrepair. Hey, there's a battle over there. And those black things in the back are the stone tablets, right? Damn, there really are 4 high-level alien beasts. Are they trying to kill us? As they approached, they discovered that a tall, black stone monument did indeed stand in the square. Blue light flashed across the stone tablet from time to time. Judging from the trail of light, it seems that various obscure and incomprehensible symbols are engraved on it. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging around the stone tablet. 3 small teams are fighting against the alien beasts. The situation doesn't look very optimistic. Among them, 4 particularly large and robust beasts immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were all high-level exotic beasts. Around them, no fewer than 50 mid-level alien beasts gathered together, constantly launching attacks on the members of these 3 teams. The 4 high-level beasts actually revealed human-like contempt and mockery in their eyes. They don't actually do anything, they just let out a roar every now and then. It's as if he's commanding these mid-level alien beasts in battle. In fact, these mid-level alien beasts, under the command of high-level alien beasts, have a very high degree of coordination in their attacks. The 3 squads were in grave danger and complained bitterly. Meanwhile, from the 2 directions opposite Lin Bei, a steady stream of strange beasts were converging on this side. Clearly, these were also the underlings summoned by those 4 high-level alien beasts. The road has been blocked by these strange beasts. We can't get through without killing them. There are so many, how are we supposed to kill them all? Seeing this, everyone frowned. Come with me. Just then, Lin Bei, wielding a knife in both hands, charged out first. Chapter 53, A Sweep Through. Yue and the others, also armed, followed closely behind. The 3 teams, who were engaged in battle, caught a glimpse of someone rushing towards them and immediately became alert. They were already struggling, surrounded by the beasts, and if they were ambushed at this moment, they would be in grave danger. So they tried to avoid Lin Bei and the others' route and moved to the side. Lin Bei ignored this. They rushed straight toward the stone tablet. Upon seeing a group of people rushing towards them,
the strange beasts on the periphery immediately roared and pounced. Lin Bei wielded 2 swords and slashed wildly.
With each strike, several strange beasts fell.
The strange beasts couldn't stop him at all.
Roar! The 4 high-level beasts were clearly attracted by the commotion.
With a roar, the dozen or so beasts that were attacking the 3 teams immediately turned around and charged towards Lin Bei.
Lin Bei's body sank, showing no fear whatsoever.
The sword in his hand flashed with cold light, its speed increasing even further. Yue and Gu Wei stood on either side of the team, protecting Lu Wanwan, Zheng Xiaoro, and Huang Rong, and unleashed their fury on the monsters surging from both sides. With Lin Bei leading the charge, Yue and the others faced almost no pressure.
Boss Lin is awesome. As Gu Wei killed, he shouted, unable to hide his excitement. They've been to the secret realm dungeon many times.
They encountered the stone tablet twice during their trip. However, each time he was deterred by the strange beast in front of the stone tablet.
Getting to the stone tablet isn't so easy.
Over the years, he only succeeded once by sheer luck, which allowed Gu Wei to advance to the 3rd rank. But the losses were also heavy.
Of the 15 people who went, only 3 came out.
At that time, Huang Rong had not yet met the promotion criteria. Therefore, I did not participate in that operation.
It's fortunate that I didn't participate, otherwise I might have been ruined there too.
Whenever Gu Wei recalls that brutal battle, he still feels lingering fear. But now, the same situation is no problem at all for Lin Bei. Lin Bei was like a god descended to earth, incredibly powerful. These strange beasts were like paper in his presence.
He didn't seem to be under any pressure at all. Wow, who's that kid? He's so strong.
The other 3 teams naturally saw what was happening here as well. When they saw that Lin Bei's team only had 1 B-level 3rd rank member, they were vigilant, but they didn't really care too much. Each of their 3 teams has 2 B-rank tier 3 members. There was even a B-rank 4th tier player in one of the teams. In terms of overall strength, on the surface, Lin Bei's team is naturally inferior to them. But when they made their move, they were dumbfounded.
That B-rank 3rd level fighter was actually assisting in the attack from the side? The one leading the charge was actually the youngest looking guy in the group? What kind of playing style is this? Could that B-rank 3rd tier ability be a magic-based superpower? But the positioning is wrong too.
If it's a magic-based character, they will definitely stand at the back or middle of the team, not on the flanks.
The next second, they were shocked.
Lin Bei wielded 2 swords, moving as if he were in an empty field. No matter how many strange beasts attacked him, he would kill them all with a single strike. No beast required him to strike a second time.
Are you kidding me? These are all mid-level beasts, 1 hit and they're dead? Even the B-rank 4th level powerhouses in their team couldn't do that.
But the kid who led the charge was only at the B-level 2nd rank. Even so, they still didn't think Lin Bei's team would be able to reach the stone tablet successfully.
The high-level beasts haven't even made a move yet.
Moreover, the high-level beasts had clearly noticed Lin Bei's direction, and a large number of mid-level beasts were charging towards them.
Great opportunity, everyone get ready to charge at the stone tablet.
Regardless, the arrival of Lin Bei and his group greatly reduced the pressure on the 3 teams. Taking advantage of the reduced number of strange beasts around them, these people immediately changed their defensive combat mode and prepared to break through and enter the stone tablet. But the next second, they stopped and stared blankly at Lin Bei. Suddenly, Lin Bei shouted, and the surrounding beasts were instantly frozen in ice.
They turned into ice sculptures. Holy crap! This is an ice-based ability? Isn't he supposed to be a melee fighter? He didn't seem to be using any melee-type abilities during the fight. Everyone was stunned by these words.
Yes, when Lin Bei killed the alien beasts before, he didn't have the same burst of supernatural energy as melee-type ability users do in combat.
But something's not right. How can an ice-type ability user be this strong in melee combat? Outrageous. Not only them, but Yue and others were the most shocked. Lin Bei had previously used his restorative abilities on Gu Wei. Although they were also very puzzled and shocked by Lin Bei's powerful physical body. He could use the excuse that this kid was born with superhuman strength to comfort himself and barely accept it. Now look what's happened. Lin Bei then unleashed his ice-type supernatural ability. Moreover, judging from the power of this freezing, it's definitely a B-level superpower. Healing is rank B, and ice is also rank B? And what about that extremely abnormal physical combat ability? Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Lin Bei couldn't care less what they thought.
More and more mid-level minions summoned by the high-level beasts were charging towards them. Therefore, Lin Bei used the ice seal to open a path for himself more quickly. He didn't care what others thought. Now that I have Lao Lu from Shanghai University to back me up, I'm not worried at all. Don't stand still, stay close. Lin Bei shouted and rushed towards the stone tablet without stopping. Yu Wei and the others were also slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and followed suit.
Holy crap, holy crap. Boss Lin, you're awesome. You're my idol. A genius with dual superpowers.
At this moment, Gu Wei shouted excitedly. He had heard of geniuses with dual superpowers before, but now he had seen it with his own eyes.
That's fucking amazing.
It was an honor for him to know such a genius and strong person. He felt even more certain that his firm decision to serve Lin Bei was the right one. Stop talking nonsense and watch out for the beasts on both sides.
There are high-level beasts ahead.
Lin Bei didn't have time to listen to their praise and surprise.
Ahead, a high-level alien beast was already charging towards them.
Seeing that its underlings couldn't stop Lin Bei at all, it could no longer restrain itself. This is a gray-backed bear, standing upright, reaching a height of 5 meters. Its entire body is covered in incredibly tough, dark gray fur, making it virtually impervious to blades and spears.
Despite its large size, it is extremely fast.
If Lin Bei's physical body hadn't undergone multiple comprehensive upgrades, he probably wouldn't have had time to react at all.
Bang!
As the bear's paw slammed down from above, Lin Bei unleashed a flurry of slashes with his twin swords.
Clang!
The strikes, which never failed, produced a crisp, metallic clang. This time, Lin Bei failed to sever the bear's paw with a single strike.
Ta-da!
The bear retreated several steps. Although its hand was not severed, the immense force of the strike still forced it back several steps.
Roar! How could he have been defeated by such a tiny human being before him?
Ignoring the excruciating pain in its paws, the bear, relying on its thick hide, launched another attack.
Armor piercing. Bloodlust. Shadow clone.
Faced with the attack from the azure-backed bear, Lin Bei's expression darkened, and he activated all 3 of his melee skills simultaneously.
Chapter 50 for the formidable Lin Bei. Please leave a positive review and consider a donation.
In an instant, Lin Bei's entire body was enveloped in a faint red light. The 2 swords emitted a constant, shimmering silver light.
One glance is enough to send chills down your spine.
With the added armor-piercing skill, the black iron battle blade is now several times sharper.
Wow, that kid, he's a melee-type ability user. Wait a minute, he just used ice-based abilities. Damn, is he a dual ability awakener? My god, I actually witnessed a genius with dual superpowers? That's incredible.
This startled all 3 teams. No wonder this kid is so fierce, he's a genius with dual superpowers. Needless to say, Yu Wei and the others were utterly shocked. Others only thought he was a dual ability awakener, but they knew that Lin Bei was not just a dual ability user, he was a triple ability user.
The problem is that people with dual superpowers are extremely rare. 3 superpowers? It seems this is the first time they've ever heard of such a thing.
Yu Wei, in particular, could sense that Lin Bei's melee-type ability seemed to have the same aura as her own awakened melee-type ability. But just considering the armor-piercing skill, I always felt that Lin Bei was many times stronger than me.
Is the difference really that big?
At the same time, Lin Bei's figure became blurry. It moved erratically, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, making it difficult for the gray bear to catch it.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
All the people could see was a silver streak dancing wildly, and they couldn't see Lin Bei's figure at all.
Roar woo.
The roar of the gray-backed bear gradually turned from anger into a wail. With each flash of silver light, a deep, bone-revealing wound would appear on its body. After a few breaths, the bear was covered in wounds and was no longer the mighty and ferocious creature it once was. His eyes, as large as copper bells, were filled with fear, and he kept backing away.
Roll!
Lin Bei sheathed his sword at that moment. With a furious roar, the bear with the grayback actually slunk away in the astonished gazes of the crowd.
This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding.
Beasts are ferocious by nature and are fearless in the face of death.
Why would I be afraid of death? Still so obedient? Lin, Boss Lin, aren't you going to kill it? Even Gu Wei asked in confusion.
The bear with the grayback had already been severely injured by Lin Bei, so killing him would be effortless. But Lin Bei did not chase after him to kill him.
Go in first.
Lin Bei didn't explain and rushed straight towards the stone tablet. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted or anything, it was simply that he had already reached the maximum experience level, and killing more would just be a waste of experience points. It would be a waste to kill all these strange beasts now. So, although he seemed to be killing everyone along the way, he actually left each enemy alive. The use of ice is not just for saving time. The primary objective is to temporarily disable these alien beasts' ability to move. Once he emerges from the stone tablet, their death is imminent. With so much experience, we certainly can't let it go to waste. Yue and the others did not hesitate, they did whatever Lin Bei said. Despite having many doubts in their hearts. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 of them instantly broke through the encirclement of the strange beasts and entered the stone tablet. With Lin Bei and his group no longer their target, all the beasts' attention once again fell on the 3 teams. Roar! The bear with the gray back, which had just been severely injured by Lin Bei, roared in anger immediately. Although his voice trembled slightly with the shock of surviving a close call, the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised when he looked at the 3 teams. It needs to vent. In front of so many of his underlings, he was seriously injured by a human, and was so frightened that he was driven away by Lin Bei with a single word. This is outrageous. We've lost all face. It can't beat Lin Bei, but these 3 teams of humans in front of it. They must die. Therefore, disregarding its severe injuries, it led the charge directly towards the 3 squads. Oh no! I was so focused on that kid, now I'm doomed. Retreat quickly. That blue-backed bear is coming. Withdraw my ass. We're surrounded. Damn it. Is my life going to be in danger just from eating a watermelon? Only then did regret well up in their hearts. Why bother watching how others fight? Now look what's happened, not only have we missed our chance to enter the stone tablet. They were surrounded by strange beasts, and were even targeted by the high-level strange beast, the azure-backed bear. Let alone getting into the stone tablet, you'd be lucky to even escape. However, none of the 3 teams that managed to get here were pushovers. Without any further communication, the 3 teams moved together in an unusually harmonious manner. They understood very well that they could no longer act independently. We must unite and fight the enemy together. Only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope. The 3 teams of 15 people banded together and, after only 2 or 3 practice sessions, were able to work together effectively. Although the blueback bear is indeed very powerful. But with its serious injuries, it was helpless against these people for the time being. Enraged, it howled and roared twice at the other 3 high-level beasts behind it. However, the 3 high-level beasts showed indifference in their eyes, and even a hint of mockery. At the level of high-level beasts, they all have their own territorial consciousness. If it weren't for the magical properties of the stone tablet, the 4 of them would never have been able to stay together so peacefully. Seeing that their peer, the grayback bear, was injured, they were overjoyed. With 1 less competitor, the number of his underlings naturally increases. The area he will rule in the future will only be larger. As for whether the bears live or die, they can completely ignore it as long as it doesn't jeopardize the mission entrusted to them by the stone tablet. Roar! Helpless, the bear could only roar angrily and turn to charge at the 3 squads again. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and the others had already entered the interior of the stone tablet. This is the inside of the stone tablet? Lin Bei curiously examined the inside of the stone tablet. This place is actually a natural cave? The space is also extremely spacious, far exceeding the size seen from the outside. Not far away, there stands a black stone tablet. Its shape is almost identical to the stone tablet seen from the outside, only much smaller. This stone tablet is only 1.5 times the height of a person. How do I redeem this? Lin Bei looked at Gu Wei. Only Gu Wei has ever redeemed this item. It's very simple, just place your hand on the stone tablet and close your eyes to sense it. If someone enters while your eyes are closed. Don't worry, Boss Lin, the people who come in each time will not be in the same space. What's the meaning? I don't know the specifics, but once you come in, as long as you touch the stone tablet, you will be sucked into a special personal space by the stone tablet. Each person's space is independent. So you don't need to worry about being disturbed or attacked by others during the exchange period. That's amazing? Lin Bei was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. So Lin Bei took the lead, stepped forward, and reached out his right hand to touch the stone tablet. Buzz! The moment Lin Bei touched the stone tablet, he felt himself being pulled by a mysterious suction force, instantly transporting him to an unfamiliar space.
Chapter 55 Priceless Treasure. This is the exchange space?
Lin Bei looked around curiously. The space wasn't large, but it felt like being in the starry sky.
Just then, a screen appeared, radiating light. The list of items has appeared above. So much?
Lin Bei looked at the densely packed list in front of him, somewhat surprised. Among them, the Crystal of Refinement and the fragment of the Tower of Ascension key caught Lin Bei's attention. Needless to say, the Crystal of Refinement was Lin Bei's purpose in coming here this time.
Fragments of the Tower of Ascension key, these are tokens to the Tower of Ascension. Collect 8 fragments to synthesize a complete key.
Legend has it that the Tower of Ascension contains the precious Spirit Pill and the Heavenly Mandate Pill. Linksy Pill, taking this pill guarantees activation of a random superpower ineffective for those already possessing awakened superpowers. Heavenly Fate Pill, taking this pill can increase your current supernatural ability by 1 level. Each person can only take it once.
Such a treasure really exists? Lin Bei was delighted to see this.
He had heard before that there was a chance to obtain such treasures from stone tablets.
With these, one's parents can also gain superpowers.
In such a world, having superpowers is the true foundation for survival.
Moreover, awakened beings have a longer lifespan than ordinary people.
What Lin Bei didn't expect was that these treasures weren't directly exchanged on the stone tablet, but rather had to be obtained from the Tower of Ascension.
Where is this Tower of Ascension?
While overjoyed, Lin Bei also became puzzled. I had never heard of the Tower of Ascension.
Never mind, I'll ask someone else when I get out of here.
Since such a thing exists, the Tower of Ascension must also exist.
Let's exchange for it first. When Lin Bei looked at the exchange requirements, he was dumbfounded. Holy crap! A single fragment of the Tower of Ascension key costs 100,000 mid-tier beast cores? Exorbitant price. Lin Bei thought he was very wealthy now.
He possesses 625,300 low-level beast cores, 11,903 mid-level beast cores, and 890 high-level beast cores.
But now it seems that it's not enough at all.
To exchange for 6 refinement crystals, you need 300,000 low-level beast cores. So, all the remaining beast cores, converted to mid-tier beast cores, amount to 104,156.
Can I only exchange one? How many people can afford to replace that? No wonder everyone says the chance of getting this thing is very low. It's not that the odds are low, it's that you can see it but can't touch it. Only the strongest among them could possibly be satisfied.
I only have so many beast cores because of the 20x drop rate and the +1 quality buff.
How long would it have taken to kill someone else? You could kill until you were sick and still not get one.
Sure enough, such extraordinary treasures are extremely difficult to obtain. In an instant, Lin Bei realized how poor he was.
But the next second, he had an idea.
Lin Bei first exchanged for 6 refinement crystals. 300,000 low-level beast cores disappeared, and 6 golden fruits appeared in front of them.
This is the Crystal of Refinement? It smells quite good.
The moment the Crystal of Refinement appears, a captivating fragrance fills the air, and just one whiff makes you feel completely comfortable. Lin Bei took one and swallowed it directly.
It's icy cold and has a texture very similar to jelly.
In the blink of an eye, his Ice-type ability broke through to a new level.
Ding! Your B-rank Ice-type ability has been upgraded to rank 3. Current experience points, 300,000. It works!
Lin Bei smiled and swallowed the remaining 5 pills.
Ding! Your B-rank healing ability has been upgraded to tier 3. Current experience points, 300,000. Bite!
Soon, all 6 of Lin Bei's B-level abilities reached level 3.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Ice-type derivative skill Ice Cloud Chains.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Fire-type derivative skill Fire Domain.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Melee-type derivative skill Heavy Blade.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained.
Looking at the derivative skills of the 6 superpowers, Lin Bei began to examine the function and attributes of each skill. Ding! Multiple skills detected in the host.
Would you like to fuse them?
Just then, a system notification sounded.
Is this a super fusion?
Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited.
Does this mean I might be able to move into the second tier right now? Merge!
After a brief pause, Lin Bei silently recited in his mind. Ding! Please choose whether to fuse individual elements or all elements, and determine the dominant skill.
Can they all be fused together? Does that mean there's no limit to the number of skills I can fuse? Can more than 3 skills be fused together?
That's right, the powerful fusion allows for no restrictions on product category or quantity.
Awesome! Lin Bei had asked Lu Zicheng about it before.
The more skills that can be combined in this 2-tier skill fusion, the stronger the fusion becomes. It is already extremely difficult to fuse 3 skills together, let alone fuse a 4th or even more skills together without them being rejected. Furthermore, those who, like Lu Zicheng, possess a total of 6 skills, with exactly 3 forming a fusion skill, are extremely rare. Most people who can create a fusion technique are already doing quite well. But now, Lin Bei can do it directly. Let's start with individual integrations. Okay, host. Please select the dominant skill for each type of ability. Lin Bei thought about it for a while and finally made his choice. For Ice-type monsters, he naturally chose Ice Dragon Break. During fusion, the dominant skill retains all of its basic attributes. Other skills are used as supplementary abilities to enhance the main skills. For the fire element, he chose Fire Dragon Strike. For melee combat, he chose Bloodlust. From the perspective of a healer, he chose to offer his blessings. For the wood element, he chose to entwine. For shooting, he chose Eagle Eye. The reason for this choice is not that other skills are not good. Taking all factors into consideration, Lin Bei needs comprehensive enhancement. Ice Dragon Break and Fire Dragon Break grant him powerful ranged attack capabilities. Therefore, in the shooting class, he gave up other offensive skills and chose Eagle Eye to enhance his reconnaissance capabilities. In the wild, having Eagle Eyes increases his chances of survival. The wood element focuses on crowd control, while Lin Bei abandons other offensive skills. In terms of attack, fire and ice skills are naturally stronger. As for melee combat, Bloodlust can instantly unleash double the combat power, making it more useful to him than other melee skills. As for the healing class, the power of blessing goes without saying, so it's the obvious choice. Ding, primary skill selection complete. Initiating Super Fusion. The single element fusion skill will be named after the primary skill. Ding, congratulations host, fusion complete. Ice Dragon Break Ice Fusion skill. After fusing with oneself, it possesses the ability to ignore defense, reducing the opponent's attack speed and briefly freezing the target. Fire Dragon Strike Fire Fusion skill. After fusing with oneself, attacks will cause continuous fire damage and reduce the effectiveness of healing potions on the target by 50%. Blessing Healing Fusion skill. Upon merging with oneself, self-healing ability is increased by 300%, during which time one is immune to all poison and restriction skills, and an additional 15-minute 50% boost to all attributes 8-minute cooldown. Entanglewood Type Fusion skill. After merging with oneself, defense is doubled, and attacks will cause binding and paralysis effects. Eagle Eye Shooting Type Fusion skill. After merging with oneself, one's mental power gains a 500% boost, enabling one to detect any stealth skills. Bloodlust Melee Fusion skill. After fusing with oneself, attack power and speed are doubled, and attacks will cause the target to suffer a continuous bleeding status. Note, the current compatibility rate for the above fusion technique is 60%. This rate will increase again as the host advances their rank. Compatibility? Chapter 56 Dual System Fusion Technique Twin Dragon Break. The higher the compatibility of a fusion technique, the stronger its power. Oh, I see. This was the first time Lin Bei had heard of this. Lu Zicheng had never mentioned it before. I wonder how good a 60% fit is. Ding, a common amplification effect has been detected between the single element fusion skills of ice and fire elements. It is recommended to fuse them again. Oh. The sudden notification sound startled Lin Bei. Then let's merge. Since the system made the suggestion, there must be a reason for it. Ding, super fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Twin Dragon Break. Double Dragon Strike 2-element fusion skill. When released alone, it can attack all targets in front, ignoring defense and causing continuous damage from ice and flame burns. It also reduces all recovery actions of the target by 80% for half an hour. When this fusion skill is applied to oneself, it deals double the damage of a single element fusion skill and has a very low probability of triggering an instant kill effect, regardless of level. What? Instant kill ability? Ignores level? After seeing the description of the Twin Dragon's Break, Lin Bei was almost incredulous. An instant kill that ignores level? That's just too overpowered. Although the probability is extremely low, having this attribute makes you an absolutely awesome existence.
It's up to some unlucky soul to enjoy it. Great stuff. This is a really good haul.
In a good mood, Lin Bei looked at the exchange list again and directly exchanged for a key fragment of the Tower of Ascension. The fragments have a very ancient appearance, are dark yellow in color, and are neither copper nor iron. It is unknown what material they are made of. After examining it carefully, Lin Bei put it into his storage space.
Since the Tower of Ascension has what he needs, he must collect the key.
The exorbitant exchange amount is like climbing to the sky for others. But for Lin Bei, he has a 20x drop rate and a +1 quality buff to the dropped items. He believes that as long as he kills the 4 high-level beasts outside, that will be enough. Lin Bei wasn't particularly interested in the other items on the list, although those recovery potions might be much more effective than those available outside. However, Lin Bei didn't need them much anymore. With the fusion technique of the healing system, he felt that he didn't need these medicines anymore. When you're not in good shape, use a fusion technique to instantly boost your self-healing power by 300%, and you'll be able to recover completely. As for the issue of endurance, with the Eagle Eye fusion skill, his mental strength is increased by 500%, which is enough for him. Without delay, he left the exchange space directly. Inside the stone tablet space, Yue and the others had been waiting for a long time. After all, they only need to exchange for 1 refinement crystal, and there are no fusion skills to synthesize.
Naturally, she came out earlier than him. Lin Bei, have you exchanged everything?
That's about it, but I still need to exchange for some things. I'm almost missing some beast cores.
How much are you short?
We have extra here, take it all and see if it's enough. Upon hearing this, Yue and the others took out their beast cores and handed them over.
No need, this isn't enough. I'll go out and kill some more. You all wait for me here.
After saying that, Lin Bei rushed out without waiting for anyone's response. Everyone stared at the beast core in their hands, completely bewildered. There are 5 of them here, and together they have no less than 3,000 beast cores. 10 of them are mid-level beast cores.
Is that not enough? What exactly does he want to change?
In their minds, the only items on the exchange list besides refinement crystals were recovery potions. Recovery potions aren't expensive. Even the best kind that can regenerate severed limbs only requires 100 mid-tier beast cores. Other regular potions can be exchanged for a few to 100 low-level beast cores.
How could it not be enough? Moreover, Lin Bei had obtained quite a few beast cores from the people he had killed before. They didn't even consider the fragments of the Tower of Ascension key. Because it's incredibly expensive, I simply can't afford to replace it. However, since Lin Bei said that, they were only puzzled for a moment and didn't think about it further. I've finally advanced to Tier 3. I feel much stronger now.
Of course.
Tier 3 is a watershed moment. Once you reach Tier 3, there's no barrier to advancement. You just need to slowly kill alien beasts and absorb their essence to improve. We were lucky this time, we were paired with Lin Bei, otherwise it would have been too difficult to get in here.
That's right. With 4 high-level alien beasts and so many mid-level alien beasts guarding the gate, to be honest, we really couldn't get in without him.
I don't know what happened to those 3 squads outside. Sister Wan, do you think we should go out and help Lin Bei? What if those 3 teams ran away? With so many strange beasts outside, they'd all attack Lin Bei alone.
But Lin Bei just told us to wait for him here, so I think we shouldn't go and cause trouble. Lu Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave her a response.
Sister Wan is right. Boss Lin is so strong that even Song Baixiong is no match for him.
If we go with him, we won't be of any use and will only become a burden to him.
When we came in earlier, Boss Lin was clearly slowing down to accommodate our pace. If he were alone, he'd probably be in no time. Go Wei nodded and said, "Wow, this guy is a monster, how can he be so strong?" Zhang Xiaoro nodded in agreement.
Lin Bei was able to successfully advance to the 3rd rank this time, which was all thanks to him. Everyone admired and was grateful to him. On the other side, Lin Bei had already left the stone tablet space. As soon as I came out, I saw 3 teams fighting in the distance. In just a short time, the wounds on the people in these 3 teams had increased even more.
And their location is constantly shifting outwards.
Clearly, they were unable to withstand the attack and were preparing to break through and retreat. Encountering a stone tablet does not guarantee successful entry into the exchange space. Therefore, there are quite a few Class B ability users accumulated over the years. However, the percentage of those who can advance to level 3 or above is not very high. Only awakened ones of rank A or above can enter the stone tablet relatively easily. Lin Bei glanced at it briefly, his gaze settling on the 3 high-level beasts on one side of the stone tablet. The bear he had previously severely damaged was now chasing after the 3 squads. Sensing Lin Bei's gaze, the 3 high-level beasts turned to look at him simultaneously. The moment their gazes fell upon Lin Bei, the 3 high-level beasts trembled and involuntarily took a half-step back. They had all witnessed Lin Bei's fierce confrontation with the Tsangbei bear and the severe injury it suffered. The reason they didn't go up to help was because they knew it would be pointless for them to do so. This human being is not someone they can shake. Fortunately, after severely injuring the azure-backed bear, Lin Bei did not intend to kill it, but instead went directly into the stone tablet. This was a relief for them as well. Go in if you want, just don't kill yourself. Their mission is simply to prevent humans from entering. There's no need to risk your life. But now, the humans' eyes were filled with murderous intent as they looked at them. They panicked. Chapter 57: The Power of Fusion Techniques. Lin Bei's appearance naturally caught the attention of the 3 teams over there. It's him. He's out. What is he trying to do? To their surprise, Lin Bei immediately attacked the 3 high-level alien beasts as soon as he appeared. The mid-level beasts around him couldn't stop him for even half a second. Now, all 6 of his B-level abilities have reached level 3, and his body has been enhanced 6 more times. A total of 24 B-level enhancements and 2 F-level enhancements had long since made his physical body incredibly strong. Moreover, this is in a dungeon, where the double stacking of buffs is even more terrifying. At this moment, Lin Bei killed these mid-level alien beasts as easily as slicing melons. Blood splattered everywhere as mid-level beasts fell one after another. The prompts in my mind kept flashing, and in just a short while, all the mid-level alien beasts around me turned into experience points. Furthermore, it allowed him to acquire a considerable number of high-level beast cores. In the short time they've been inside the stone tablet, the number of mid-level beasts outside has already doubled. There were no fewer than 200 mid-level exotic beasts around. The once spacious square was now completely filled with these strange beasts. If the place hadn't been so small and the beasts so large, those 3 teams would probably have been overwhelmed long ago. This buff is awesome. Looking at his rapidly increasing experience bar and beast cores, Lin Bei's lips curled up in a smile. Suddenly, several bright spots appeared on the ground, making Lin Bei's eyes light up. You got a loot drop? With a thought, Lin Bei directly stored the equipment in his storage space. There's no time to check them one by one right now. Soon, he reached the high-level alien beast. Roar! The 3 high-level beasts roared warnings at him, but their bodies involuntarily took a half-step back. Let pretentious posturing become my experience. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the twin swords, and without pausing for a moment, charged forward. Seeing this, the high-level beasts had no choice but to bite the bullet and meet them head-on. At the same time, it roared and issued commands, and all the mid-level beasts instantly turned around and attacked Lin Bei. Only the northern bear, upon turning around and seeing Lin Bei, visibly narrowed its pupils, a deep-seated fear surging forth. It ran away immediately. Trying to run? This scene naturally did not escape Lin Bei's notice. He had already used the eagle-eye fusion technique the moment he made his move. Although killing these strange beasts is nothing to Lin Bei now. However, there are so many of them, and the space is so crowded, that moving them is not convenient. He didn't want to be caught off guard and end up losing his job. With the addition of the eagle-eye fusion technique, his mental strength increased by 500%. Every movement within the arena was under Lin Bei's watchful eye. He noticed it the instant Song Beixiong turned to run away. I need these 4 high-level beasts to exchange for the key fragments of the Tower of Ascension. How can I let them get away? Blessings. Fusion. With a thought, Lin Bei activated the blessing fusion technique. He suddenly felt lighter, his speed increased several times, and boundless power surged within him. All attributes receive a 50% increase, along with a 300% increase in self-healing ability. Furthermore, with the natural amplification from the fusion skill's possession and advancement to the 2nd tier, Lin Bei was completely unafraid of attacks from the surrounding mid-level alien beasts. It was still those 2 knives in his hand. With a single strike, the foremost high-level beast was cleaved in 2. Not only that, the powerful blade force pierced through the beast and took away the high-level beast behind it as well. No way. 1 strike, and he killed 2 high-level beasts? Are you kidding me? What rank is he anyway? He can't be an A-level ability user, can he? How is that possible? A-level experts don't need refinement crystals to advance to the third rank.
That's too outrageous. Is he here to escort their team? Well, it's hard to say.
Because of Lin Bei's actions, all the alien beasts around the three teams abandoned them and attacked Lin Bei. They were still basking in the joy of escaping danger when they witnessed a scene that left them speechless. Under Lin Bei's twin blades, the high-level alien beasts were as fragile as paper, instantly killed.
That's incredible.
It's important to understand that once an A-level ability is awakened, the entire evolutionary path changes. Upon awakening, one's life level will evolve, without needing to advance to Tier 3 like B-level or lower-level ability users.
Therefore, A-level awakened beings are absolutely inhuman. Lin Bei's ability to survive and even humiliate Hong Badian is entirely due to the system. Even the most extraordinary person would die if it were someone else.
Because A-level awakeners do not need refinement crystals, A-level powerhouses are rarely seen in the Stone Tablet's secret realms.
A-level experts are always a force to be reckoned with, regardless of the faction they belong to.
They won't easily send people out to do things, even for the sake of junior members of their faction.
Unless this young man is exceptionally gifted.
But if someone were truly a prodigy, there would be no need for an A-level expert to intervene in such a situation.
Heh, it seems you are the beast that has reached A-level combat power.
Lin Bei didn't care what others thought at this moment, but instead looked at the last high-level alien beast in front of him with great interest.
That last strike could have cut down 3 people at once.
However, the purple thunder tiger managed to dodge the attack in time. The speed was indeed quite surprising to Lin Bei. After all, Lin Bei's attributes were extremely abnormal at this time. However, Lin Bei was only slightly surprised. Then, under the horrified and furious gaze of the purple thunder tiger, Lin Bei disappeared from the spot.
The purple thunder tiger's fur stood on end, ready for battle. But the next second, it was dumbfounded.
Lin Bei didn't attack it at all. Instead, he caught up with the fleeing gray-backed bear in an instant, as if by teleportation.
Sangbei Xiong had only run a few meters when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine.
I turned around suddenly and almost peed my pants in fright. The twin blades, gleaming with a cold light, were already falling towards its head.
Roar!
A roar filled with shock, anger, and sorrow rang out, becoming the last cry of the grayback bear. The enormous bear head suddenly fell down. The headless body went limp and collapsed to the ground.
Ding!
Killed the Azureback bear, gained 80,000 experience points and 20 Lord-level beast cores.
Done!
Lord-level beast cores are naturally beast cores of a higher grade than high-level beast cores. It can be called a Lord-level beast, with combat power equivalent to a human A-level expert.
You're the only one missing.
Lin Bei turned around and smiled as he looked at the last high-level alien beast.
I wonder what level of beast core I'll get if I kill you.
With that previous strike, Lin Bei had confirmed that the purple lightning tiger before him was the same beast whose combat strength was suspected to be at the A level, as mentioned by the injured senior students from the academy. Strictly speaking, this purple lightning tiger should only be considered to have barely reached the Lord level. After all, its strength is only slightly beyond that of a normal high-level alien beast. The death of the azure-backed bear caused a brief pause among the surrounding mid-level beasts. Although all mythical beasts are inherently bloodthirsty, the hierarchical differences between them are very strict. Lower-ranking beasts will unconditionally obey higher-ranking beasts. This is a genetic memory ingrained in their very bones. Yet, 3 of their extremely powerful high-ranking leaders had died under the blade of this human before them. Even the purple thunder tiger, which they considered absolutely invincible, showed signs of fear.
How could they not panic?
But Lin Bei paid no attention to them at all, and instead charged straight at the purple thunder tiger with his sword.
Explode! Chapter 58 Massacre, Clearing the Field. Please leave a positive review and consider a donation.
Seeing Lin Bei charging towards them, the purple thunder tiger had no courage to fight back. It is bloodthirsty, but at this level, it has already developed intelligence. Clearly, the human before it was far too strong to handle.
But there's nothing I can do. Escape? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention that it appeared here because it was bound by an invisible force. Its mission here is to protect the stone monument and prevent humans from entering.
Of course, it can choose to kill or not kill any humans it encounters.
The problem now is that it neither wants to kill Lin Bei nor can it. But Lin Bei wants to kill it. If it can't leave this instance within 5 days, where can it go?
Besides, it had just experienced Lin Bei's speed firsthand.
It knew it couldn't outrun Lin Bei. Finally, it mustered its courage, roared, and led its many underlings to charge towards Lin Bei. Compared to them, Lin Bei was extremely excited.
The blessing of the fusion technique allowed him to experience the power of the second gear. Such an increase is completely incomparable to awakening and advancing to strengthen the body. It's essentially a leap forward in strength at different levels.
This feeling made Lin Bei feel a little giddy.
This only uses the fusion technique's eagle eye and blessing simultaneously.
He didn't even dare to think about adding anything else.
Lin Bei now feels that if he were to be buffed by the dungeon, and all his fusion skills were activated, he would dare to challenge even an S-rank powerhouse. In an instant, he rushed in front of the purple thunder tiger and slashed down with his sword.
Roar!
The purple thunder tiger was, after all, a beast that had 1 foot in the lord level, and even now, as it fought desperately, its entire body was surrounded by purple lightning.
Clang!
As the clang of metal rang out, a human-like fear appeared on the face of the purple thunder tiger. With a single slash, its claws, capable of easily tearing through steel plates, broke off. However, this caused Lin Bei's attack to miss slightly.
Sizzle!
Purple electricity spread from Lin Bei's black iron battle sword to his palm, bringing a tingling, stinging sensation.
However, it only lasted for a moment.
It has the passive skill of resilience, and is further enhanced by the blessing fusion skill. The purple lightning, which was originally capable of instantly killing a mid-level alien beast, had little effect whatsoever.
Minor injuries, thanks to 300% self-healing, are instantly restored to their original state.
Although the purple thunder tiger was initially terrified that its claws had been severed, it felt a secret joy when it saw Lin Bei being struck by its own natal lightning. In the blink of an eye, this human became immune to lightning and appeared to be completely unharmed.
This terrified it.
But Lin Bei wouldn't give it that much time to think.
The second strike came down. Roar!
The purple thunder tiger roared repeatedly, but to no avail. The sharp blade sliced across its chest in an instant, leaving a horrifying wound.
Oh! It really is a semi-lord level beast. Its physical defense is indeed extraordinary.
Even with the black iron battle blade and Lin Bei's current enhanced combat power, it couldn't cut the sword in two. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised as he watched the purple thunder tiger fall and slowly lose its life.
Ding!
You have defeated the purple thunder tiger, gaining 200,000 experience points and 20 lord level beast cores.
Ding!
You have defeated the purple thunder tiger and obtained 1 silver battle blade.
Ding! Quality +1 effect activated.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold grade battle sword Thunderclap 1.
Gold level.
Lin Bei was initially somewhat dissatisfied with the level of the beast core that the purple type mad tiger had dropped. It's barely considered a lord level beast, yet it still gave me a lord level beast core with a +1 quality bonus. Clearly, this purple lightning tiger has not yet truly reached the lord level. However, the experience points are plentiful. Now, he's unexpectedly gotten a gold grade weapon, and it just so happens to be the battle sword he likes. Lin Bei became happy again. He put away his twin black iron swords and picked up the Thunderclap sword, examining it closely. The sword was entirely black, and when swung, its blade was covered in purple lightning, accompanied by booming thunder.
Great! Very cool!
Lin Bei waved his hand a few times, quite satisfied. He then turned to look at the stunned mid-level beasts around him.
Even mosquito meat is meat, so it's a good opportunity to test the knife.
With Thunderclap in hand, Lin Bei was like a thunder god descending upon the land, charging into the horde of strange beasts.
Wah!
Now, the remaining mid-level beasts panicked.
They all turned and ran.
Just kidding, his own boss, and the boss of bosses, were both killed by this human in front of him.
Are we just waiting to die if we don't run?
At that moment, they even forgot their inherently bloodthirsty and fearless nature.
Fear consumed their entire being.
With Benlei in hand, Lin Bei felt that his speed had been further improved. Moreover, the power enhanced by the fusion technique seems to be even greater through this thunderclap.
Is this feeling what they call compatibility?
Lin Bei seemed to be deep in thought. In the second gear state, the fusion of the body and the superpower has a certain degree of compatibility. Similarly, this power is well suited to be unleashed through weapons. The higher the compatibility, the greater the combat power. Clearly, gold grade equipment is far superior to iron grade equipment. Although the black iron battle sword was sharp, Lin Bei knew that it was all achieved by using external force. It is the effect produced by adding one's own combat power to the blade. But now, he could feel his power fused with the thunderbolt, making it easier to unleash and multiplying the power of his strikes. If I had used this thunderclap sword to kill the purple thunder tiger just now, let alone split it in two. One slash and it'll probably blow a hole right through it. Too powerful. That purple lightning tiger just died like that? Dual superpowers are that strong? That was a beast that was almost at the Lord level, and it was killed so easily? Lin Bei killed 4 high-level alien beasts in just over 10 breaths. The 3 teams on the periphery watched the whole thing unfold, their hearts filled with turmoil. Lin Bei's combat strength completely exceeded their expectations and overturned their understanding. As for the second gear that Lin Bei used, they did not notice it. After all, the combined effects of Lin Bei's blessing and eagle eye techniques were not as noticeable as those of Lu Zicheng and Hong Batian back then. If they knew that Lin Bei had actually entered the second tier, I wonder what they would think. The scene before us was extremely dramatic. The remaining nearly 100 mid-level alien beasts were actually chased and killed by Lin Bei all by himself. If it weren't for the fact that the aura emanating from Lin Bei was still within the range of B-level superpowers, the members of those 3 teams would definitely have thought that Lin Bei was an A-level powerhouse. It might even be that rumored S-class genius. But it was precisely because they sensed that Lin Bei was indeed a B-level awakener that they were even more shocked. Which B-class character is this strong? Lin Bei didn't care what these people thought at all, and his figure flashed around the square. None of the remaining mid-level beasts escaped, they all became victims of his blade. After slaying the last mid-level beast, Lin Bei looked at his experience points and immediately smiled. Chapter 59: The Key to the Tower of Ascension. This wave of experience points exploded. A total of 176 mid-level beasts were killed. According to the system's data, each beast gave an average of 8,000 experience points. This is several times more than what the 2 gold-eating beasts gave us when we first entered the dungeon. Based on the comparison, the previous gold-eating beast was roughly equivalent to a C-rank 4th-level beast. As for the mid-level beasts on this side of the stone tablet, they should be equivalent to around level B, tier 2. High-level beasts are naturally those above level 3. Of the 4 beasts here, the purple thunder tiger gave 200,000 experience points, while the other 3 gave a total of 240,000 experience points. A total of 1.848 million experience points. Just a little too much. Lin Bei smiled and directly upgraded all 6 of his B-level abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host, all 6 B-level attributes have reached tier 4. Remaining experience points, 48,000. The final stage requires 3 million experience points? Even Lin Bei felt a headache coming on just looking at it. With its own system and a 500-fold increase in experience, it takes quite a while to reach the required level. If it were any other B-rank beast, wouldn't it require killing 3 million low-level beasts? Even if you only target high-level beasts, you'd still have to kill at least 750,000. How long will this fighting last? No wonder there are so few people who have reached the B-level perfection. Now, Lin Bei truly understood the pain that other superhumans experienced when they advanced. However, when I read the introduction to the Tower of Ascension before, it seemed that there were potions inside that could greatly increase experience points. It seems that those powerful families and forces that can quickly cultivate elites to reach the maximum B-rank level are obviously using similar potions. Otherwise, even killing 3 million low-level alien beasts would not be enough to complete the task. Ding, advancement complete. Host has received 6 B-level enhancements. The warmth within his body returned, interrupting Lin Bei's thoughts. Having been strengthened once again, Lin Bei's body has now undergone 30 B-level enhancements and 2 F-level enhancements. Even outside, he would be able to completely crush most A-level powerhouses. Ding! Should the derivative skills gained from the advancement be incorporated into the fusion skills of this type? Yes. Without a second thought, Lin Bei chose to merge. The battle just now had already made Lin Bei fall in love with the feeling of second gear. That's incredible. Fighting together is far more powerful, exciting, and intense than simply unleashing one's superpowers. Moreover, after fusion, not only can the damage of the original fusion still be enhanced, but the compatibility can also be increased, and some characteristics of the derivative skill can be retained. This can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding! 6 fusion skills have been upgraded. Please check them yourself. Lin Bei glanced at it and, sure enough, all the fusion techniques had been significantly improved. The cards I have are now much stronger, it's time to exchange them for key fragments. Lin Bei glanced at the battlefield, found no equipment he had missed, and turned back to enter the stone tablet again.
He went in again?
The three teams in the distance stood there motionless, watching Lin Bei re-enter the stone tablet. The strange beasts that originally surrounded the stone tablet were all killed by Lin Bei.
What should we say now? Should we go in or not?
We definitely need to go in, but let's wait until they come out first.
Good.
Just to be on the safe side, everyone decided to wait until Lin Bei and the others left before going in.
If going in displeases Lin Bei, then I'll be in trouble. Strong people often have eccentricities that no one can predict.
As soon as Lin Bei entered the stone tablet, Yue and the others surrounded him.
We'll talk about it later. I'll exchange the items first.
Lin Bei stopped their questions and immediately entered the exchange space. Yue and the others cooperated well, and although they had many questions in their minds, they waited quietly.
Exchange.
Lin Bei directly selected the key fragment for the Tower of Ascension and chose to exchange it. The next moment, he had 7 key fragments in his hand.
Now we have everything.
Lin Bei took out the fragment he had previously exchanged from his storage space and held it in his hand. The 8 key fragments suddenly emitted a dazzling light, then attracted each other and merged together. 3 seconds later, the light dissipated, and the 8 fragments merged into a bronze key. The key to the Tower of Ascension, an essential item for accessing the Tower of Ascension. Its location can be determined through telepathic communication. Lin Bei examined the key for a moment, then a thought struck him.
A detailed map appeared in my mind. The Tower of Ascension is actually located in a secret instance in Area A under the jurisdiction of Bay City?
The map was very detailed, but the location of the Sky Tower made Lin Bei frown. He is very strong now, and he dares to venture into any instance of Area A.
But Bay City is special because it's an island. Although the area is not large, several resource-rich secret realms have appeared around it.
Therefore, it has also attracted the covetous eyes of other countries. Great battles frequently break out there, and powerful figures abound. The biggest reason for the outbreak of the battle was not because of the strange beasts, but because of the struggle for territory. Especially Japan, which is globally recognized as the most shameless country, often uses various excuses to cause trouble in Bay City.
They attempted to seize Chinese territory.
Of course, the strong in China would not let such clowns get away with it.
You dare jump?
I'll beat you so badly you won't even recognize your own mother. After several attempts, Japan, seeing that it couldn't gain any favor, turned to the United States for goodwill. They also joined forces with India and several other countries to frequently attack Bay City. After all, abundant resources are something that all countries would covet. With powerful nations joining forces, China is indeed finding it somewhat difficult to cope. China is a large country, and with strange beasts all around, it cannot concentrate all its forces on Bay City. So the area is currently quite chaotic, and battles frequently break out. Because of the abundant resources, many hunting teams went there, but they also suffered heavy losses.
If you want to go to the Tower of Ascension, you need to prepare well.
There, you will not only encounter A-level powerhouses, but also S-level powerhouses who are not usually seen.
Let's prepare more thoroughly before going to Bay City.
Lin Bei thought for a moment and put the key into the storage space. He wasn't afraid of A-level opponents, but he didn't know just how strong S-level opponents were. For now, I'll focus on improving my strength until I reach the perfect B rank 5th level, and then I'll be fully prepared before going. Lin Bei began to check his storage space. After exchanging the keys, he still had 4,520 high-level beast cores left. The 20x drop rate plus the +1 quality buff certainly made him a fortune. Lin Bei looked at the list of those who had exchanged their items and obtained some of the potions that could regenerate severed limbs. They also exchanged some potions that could enhance their physical strength. Finally, they purchased a large quantity of recovery potions and miscellaneous items. A total of 320 high-level beast cores were used. Although the price of potions here is much higher than at the Magic City Academy, the quality of the potions is much better. Anyway, I made a lot of money this time, so it's good to have some special effects items on hand.
Who told him to be so rich and powerful now? As for the weapons that can be exchanged inside, the highest grade is only silver.
Lin Bei glanced at them and immediately passed on them. This time, he killed monsters and got a lot of weapons and equipment, although he hasn't had time to look at them yet. However, when I put the weapons and equipment into the storage space earlier, I still glanced at their quality.
There are quite a few silver level ones. Chapter 60 Divine Realm, Soul Devouring Blood Mist. Please leave a positive review and consider a donation.
After exchanging the items, Lin Bei didn't rush out. Instead, he looked at the weapons and equipment he had acquired in his storage space. 6 silver weapons and 3 silver pieces of equipment. There are also 42 pieces of black iron equipment. A total of 51 items were found, which is much more than Lin Bei predicted. During this trip to the secret realm, he only managed to kill 178 mid-level alien beasts and 4 high-level alien beasts. That's all the equipment they released. Based on his knowledge of drop rates, this drop rate was definitely more than 20 times higher. After thinking about it, it must be related to luck plus 4. It's probably because of a stroke of luck that this happened. Who cares, more explosions are better. Of the 6 silver weapons, 2 were swords. Lin Bei directly arranged them as his backup weapons. Although he already had 1 thunderclap, he still needed to keep 2 as backups. The other 3 items included a small scepter with healing bonuses, which Lin Bei put away, intending to give to his younger sister when he got back. The other 2 items are a longsword and a giant axe. This was of no use to Lin Bei, so he simply put it away. All 3 silver-grade equipment pieces are necklaces, each increasing self-healing by 30% and also providing a 10% boost to all attributes. As expected of a silver-grade item, its stats are quite good. Lin Bei chose a silver-grade fire necklace and replaced his black iron necklace. He doesn't plan to sell the remaining 2 either. I'll give one to my younger sister and keep the other for my parents. He definitely wants to go to the Tower of Ascension. If they obtain a treasure that can change their parents' physical condition and awaken their superpowers, they can make their parents superpowered as well. Lin Bei didn't care how strong his parents were, at least becoming a superhuman would increase their lifespan. As future superhumans, we should naturally leave them some equipment. As for the black iron equipment, Lin Bei only glanced at the quantity and put it away directly. The monsters he encounters in the future will only become stronger, so the equipment he obtains will only get better. Black iron equipment is highly valued by others, but Lin Bei no longer values it much. We'll choose 2 of these to give to teacher Lu and Shuiziki, and get rid of the rest when we get back. Although he had only known Lu Zicheng for a short time, Lu Zicheng had actually helped him quite a bit. In life, there should be give and take. Giving away 2 pieces of equipment is only fair. Shuiziki had helped him a lot when he was down on his luck, and Lin Bei naturally remembered that. That's just the kind of person he is. Those who are good to him will repay him 100-fold or 1,000-fold. But for those who harbor malice towards him, there's only one word: do it. After finishing packing, Lin Bei exited the exchange space. All done? Yue Wei was the first to greet her. Okay, all done. How many superpowers do you actually have? After hesitating for a while, Yue Wei finally asked the question. When she stormed in, she saw Lin Bei use melee-type abilities one moment, ice-type abilities the next, and he had even used healing-type abilities earlier. I'm really curious. You guess. Yue Wei rolled her eyes. If I could guess, would I be asking you? However, seeing that Lin Bei didn't seem inclined to say anything, she wisely refrained from pressing him further. Lin Bei, let's exchange contact information. You can look us up if you come to Wancheng in the future. At this moment, Lu Wanwan walked over and said in a graceful and generous manner. Wancheng? You 3 are from Wancheng? Lin Bei was taken aback. He hadn't actually asked Yue Wei and the other 2 where they were from before. Yes. Lu Wanwan nodded. Do you know about the Tower of Ascension? The Tower of Ascension? Of course I know about it. The constant battles over there are because of the secret realm where the Tower of Ascension is located. Oh? What do you mean? We don't know the specific details. After all, those who can go there are all a level or above experts. Moreover, as you just saw in the exchange space, the number of beast cores required to enter the Tower of Ascension is astronomical for us at present. Only after advancing to rank B perfect is there any hope. Given the quantity required for the exchange, achieving a perfect B grade isn't easy, is it? Lin Bei thought for a moment and then chimed in. Under normal circumstances, relying solely on ordinary secret realms is naturally not enough. However, in the secret realm where the Tower of Ascension is located, the space is incredibly vast, and the number of strange beasts is enormous. It's no exaggeration to say that the size of that secret realm is probably comparable to that of our blue star. Moreover, those strange beasts seem to come from nowhere, and there's no way to kill them all. Besides, once we reach B rank perfection, we can go to the divine realm, where there are plenty of strange beasts for us to kill. The realm of gods? What's that? You don't know about the divine realm? Aren't you a student at the Magic City Academy?
You should be taught about it in class. I just enrolled and haven't started classes yet. Ah. Lin Bei's words surprised Lu Wanwan and the others greatly. You haven't even enrolled yet, and you're already this abnormal? Does your principal know about this? Yu Wei said with an exaggerated expression.
The student ID only displays the student's name, photo, affiliation, and rank of their superpower. As for what kind of superpower it is, what grade it is, etc., there is no information at all. Previously, Yu Wei and the others thought Lin Bei was a top student from the Magic City Academy. I only found out now that this kid is a freshman and hasn't officially started classes yet. How incredibly powerful must someone be to be this strong even before enrolling? It's simply unbelievable. The Divine Realm is also a secret realm, but it is similar to a frontline battlefield. It contains not only strange beasts, but also even more powerful strange humans.
The restrictions on entry and exit there are loosened every now and then.
Once the barrier is loosened, the strange beings and beasts inside will launch a fierce attack, attempting to break through and invade Earth. Therefore, each country sends powerful individuals and awakened legions to garrison there.
If you want to gain a lot of experience, that's the fastest way. However, although there are no level restrictions there.
But those who are not at the D level awakened are just cannon fodder if they go in. Only by reaching rank B perfection will one be relatively safe inside.
So that's how it is.
This information taught Lin Bei a lesson.
For Lin Bei, this was very useful information.
Since the Divine Realm is a dungeon, it may be a battlefield of life and death for others. For him, that was a treasure trove.
If we gather some beautiful women in the group, with the buffs stacked, wouldn't we be able to dominate the battlefield? When the time comes, won't it be easy to advance to B-level perfection?
In the context of racial conflict, the number of deaths and injuries is naturally terrifying.
This is a great place to grind experience points.
Actually, everyone knows that it is very dangerous for awakeners below D level to enter the Divine Realm, but there are still many awakeners below D level who want to go in.
Because it's quite peculiar.
If the number of deaths on both sides reaches a certain level, there is a chance that the soul-devouring blood mist will erupt. It is said that wherever this soul-devouring blood mist passes, all the corpses will be swept away. Then, this blood mist will emit a kind of energy. By absorbing this energy, there is a chance to upgrade the grade of one's own superpower.
What? You can do that?
Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately looked at Lu Wanwan.
This news is very important. If it's true, doesn't that mean my F-level spatial ability can also be upgraded?
The upgraded spatial system. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately perked up.
How many times can the energy fed back from this soul-devouring blood mist raise its grade?
I'm not too sure about that, since I've never been inside myself, I've only heard about it from my father.
Lin Bei nodded. Even a single improvement is a good thing. I must go to the realm of the gods myself. Chapter 61. Are you a dog? Let's go out first. After learning some of the information, Lin Bei decided to leave first. This time, the target has been exceeded.
Apart from the area around the stone tablet where such a dense concentration of strange beasts could be found, other places were much more scattered. If you're too scattered, killing enemies to gain experience would be a waste of time.
Staying here is pointless. Everyone nodded and followed Lin Bei out of the stone tablet space.
This time, with Lin Bei's assistance, exchanging for refinement crystals was easier than they had imagined.
Everyone was in a good mood. All the strange beasts here are dead?
As soon as they came out, they saw the piles of strange beast corpses outside the stone tablet. In particular, the 4 particularly large and conspicuous corpses were those 4 high-level alien beasts.
Lin Bei, you didn't kill him, did you?
Lin Bei smiled but did not answer. However, everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with undisguised shock. Lin Bei's words were tacit agreement.
Nearly 200 mid-level alien beasts and 4 high-level alien beasts. One person killed so many?
Lin Bei had them wait in the stone tablet space, and they would only be out for a short while.
How could Lin Bei kill so many strange beasts in such a short time? Abnormal.
As they passed the 3 teams from before, Yu Wei and the others noticed that the dozen or so people looking at Lin Bei were filled with fear. Furthermore, everyone's posture looked rather stiff. Clearly, Lin Bei had put considerable pressure on them. However, they all wore flattering and friendly smiles, nodding frequently to Lin Bei in a show of goodwill. Lin Bei glanced at them, grinned, and walked past them without saying anything. Yu Wei and the others followed closely behind without greeting them.
Only after Lin Bei and the others disappeared from their sight did they take a deep breath. Phew, they're finally gone. I almost suffocated. Alright, let's hurry up and go in, or it'll be troublesome if there are too many people later. Everyone nodded and ran towards the stone tablet. Although they had fought a fierce battle before, Lin Bei's massacre made them feel much more relaxed. Not only them, but also those who came after them benefited greatly. Lin Bei had no idea that his massacre would benefit many people who came after him. They obtained the crystal of advancement from inside the stone tablet without any hindrance. Without Lin Bei, the strange beasts outside alone would have been enough to give them a hard time. There will inevitably be many casualties. Outside the secret passage, Lin Bei and the others emerged. They're out. Yue jumped up happily, her previous serious demeanor completely gone. It was as if he had instantly transformed back into that playful, unconventional person. Everyone, I'll be going now. Oh? You're leaving already? Aren't you going to have a meal together to celebrate? We've all advanced this time, so we deserve a good meal. Yue quickly pulled Lin Bei back, and Lu Wanwan and the others also showed a hint of anticipation in their eyes. They had all witnessed Lin Bei's strength. Such a genius is naturally loved. Besides, Lin Bei is so handsome. Later, I have to rush back for something. We've already exchanged contact information, so I'll get back to you later. Lin Bei looked at Yue and the others and said with a smile. Okay, bye-bye handsome guy, remember to come visit us in Bay City. Must. Uncle Lin, until we meet again. Ge Wei and Huang Rong also said with some reluctance. Lin Bei's strength deeply shocked the two of them. Ge Wei actually really wanted to follow Lin Bei. But Lin Bei clearly didn't mean it that way, so he didn't say anything more. Fortunately, Lin Bei also exchanged contact information with them. This shows that Lin Bei still approves of the two of them. This alone made Ge Wei and Huang Rong happy. Until we meet again. Lin Bei waved his hand and left. Shanghai Academy. Teacher Lu, when do you think my brother will be able to come back? Teacher Lu, is it dangerous for my brother to go to that C-35 secret realm? Teacher Lu, will my brother be able to advance to level 3 smoothly? Teacher Lu. Lu Zicheng was in a real bind. He never expected that Lin Xiaoxiao, this outstandingly beautiful and talented girl, would be such a chatterbox. After Lin Bei left, I kindly came over to check on Lin Bei's family. But Lin Xiaoxiao was an outgoing person, and she started asking Lu Zicheng a barrage of questions. They might even ask the same question repeatedly, every few days. This almost drove Lu Zicheng to depression. Ahem, Xiaoxiao, don't panic. Your brother's strength is in the C-35 area, so he should be safe. Lu Zicheng patiently replied to Lin Xiaoxiao again. What to do? Before Lin Bei left, he asked him to take good care of his family. Lu Zicheng agreed, which is why he came. A man should keep his word. However, he didn't know how to answer Lin Xiaoxiao's questions. Based on what he knew, if Lin Bei was careful inside, he should have no problem protecting himself. However, high-level beasts had appeared at the stone tablet, and there was more than one of them. Among them, one of them is suspected to have reached a strength level above A. Whether Lin Bei will be able to successfully enter in exchange for the refinement crystal is really hard to say. As for whether there is any danger, he dared not make a guarantee. Anything can happen in a secret realm, who can guarantee that? But if you say you don't know, or give an ambiguous answer, Lin Xiaoxiao will definitely keep asking until she gets to the bottom of it. Teacher Lu, my brother told me that you are very strong. Could you take my brother to exchange for refinement crystals? Lu Zicheng stared intently at Lin Xiaoxiao for a long time. Is this girl genuinely clueless or doing it on purpose? How could a senior tutor at a prestigious academy in Shanghai possibly accompany his students to dungeons to do quests and act as their babysitter? If this precedent is set, wouldn't everyone come to him for help with tasks? Ring ring. Just as Lu Zicheng was at a loss for words, the phone rang. Hello, this is you. What did you say? Lin Bei is back? Okay, I understand. Upon hearing the news of Lin Bei's return, Lu Zicheng's face lit up with joy. When this kid comes back, I won't have to go bald like this anymore. After hanging up the phone, I was about to tell Lin Xiaoxiao the news when I froze. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was just chattering away in her office, had vanished into thin air. That brat! Lu Zicheng laughed and cursed, then walked directly out of the office and headed towards Lin Bei's residence at the academy. Brother! You're back! I missed you so much.
From a great distance, one could hear Lin Xiaoxiao's cheerful shouts. Lin Bei turned around, opened his arms, and smiled at her. As always, Lin Xiaoxiao leaped up and hung herself on Lin Bei's neck, sniffing him all over with her pretty little nose.
Alright, are you a dog?
Humph. I'm checking to see if you'll bring back a few daughters-in-law for mom and dad when you go out.
Get lost, you're talking nonsense.
Lin Bei gave Lin Xiaoxiao a sharp rap and then laughed and scolded her.
Hiss. You stinky Lin Bei, you bully me as soon as you get back.
Lin Xiaoxiao, clutching her head where she had been hit, cursed angrily and then bit Lin Bei's shoulder.
This is their usual way of greeting each other.
Although Lin Bei's physical body is now incredibly strong, being bitten like this won't hurt him at all. But to spare his younger sister's feelings, he still pretended to be all bared teeth.
This made Lin Xiaoxiao very happy, and she giggled. Chapter 62 Rich and Powerful. Please give a good review and a reward. Lin Bei.
At this moment, Lu Zicheng also arrived.
Teacher Lu. Back so soon? Did something go wrong? Wait, holy crap.
Seeing that Lin Bei had returned after only 3 days, Lu Zicheng clearly assumed that the trip to the secret realm had not gone smoothly. But as he approached and sensed something, his expression changed drastically.
You succeeded? Damn, be rank 4th level?
This discovery left Lu Zicheng somewhat stunned.
In just 3 days, he went directly from rank B2 to rank B4? Are you kidding me? The process of exchanging for refinement crystals is already extremely difficult.
Moreover, 4 high-level exotic beasts appeared around the secret realm stone tablet in area C35 this time.
It's not that easy to get in. Even assuming, by all accounts, that you actually succeeded in redeeming the currency. But how easy is it to advance from B rank 3 to B rank 4? That requires 3 million experience points. How many alien beasts would you have to kill? It's unreasonable, completely unreasonable. I'm lucky, ha.
Lin Bei, however, said with a smile.
Good luck? Don't be ridiculous, kid, tell me honestly, how did you do it? Lu Zicheng was not easily fooled, so he immediately pulled Lin Bei aside and asked in a low voice. With 3 million experience points, you could kill even Lord-level monsters until your hands were sore. 3 days? Absolutely impossible. Otherwise, wouldn't B rank 4th tier monsters be flying everywhere outside?
Grade B is not uncommon, not just globally, but within China alone. After all, spiritual energy has been reviving for so long, and the lifespan of B-level awakened individuals is relatively long. Each generation has accumulated a considerable number of strong individuals. Those who might advance to level 3 have already lost more than half of their potential. As for 4th order and even 5th order, there are even fewer. Their vast experience requires them to accumulate it slowly over many years.
Teacher Lu, what do you mean by this? Lin Bei looked at Lu Zicheng with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? To advance from tier 3 to tier 4, not to mention us A levels, even UB levels need 3 million experience points. You can rise this much in just 3 days? You mean this? Teacher Lu, didn't you buy the experience potions in the stone tablet exchange space? Experience potions? They even exist? Upon hearing this, Lu Zicheng was taken aback. He had never heard of it before. But looking at Lin Bei's suspicious expression, it seems there really is such a thing? Of course there is. 1 bottle of potion cost me 5 mid-level beast cores. It's ridiculously expensive. 5 mid-tier beast cores for 1 bottle? Yes. How many experience points can 1 bottle increase? On average, it's probably an increase of about 500,000. How many? 500,000. Depend on. Lu Zicheng rolled his eyes.
Lin Bei just mentioned that 1 bottle costs 5 mid-level beast cores, and he also thought it was too expensive.
But now Lin Bei is telling him that 1 bottle can increase experience by 500,000? This is expensive? This is fucking cheap.
It takes 6 bottles to gain 3 million experience points, which is equivalent to 30 mid-level beasts.
Killing 30 strange beasts was too easy for Lu Zicheng. If such a thing really existed, wouldn't all my years of fighting day and night in the God Realm battlefield be a joke? After killing for so many years, I finally managed to reach level 5. If I had this experience potion, wouldn't I have already reached a level perfection? Is everything you're saying true?
Of course it's true. Lin Bei nodded seriously.
How come I've never heard of such a potion before? Lu Zicheng rested his chin on his hand and began to ponder.
As he said, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a potion inside a stone tablet. However, judging from Lin Bei's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. The stone tablet itself is extremely mysterious, and the exchange list inside has indeed shown that each person can exchange for different things. Aside from the crystal of refinement, which is a guaranteed drop, other items do have a chance to randomly appear.
He had never heard of experience potions before. Did Lin Bei just get incredibly lucky? No, I have to go and see for myself.
Since level awakeners do not need refinement crystals to advance, they explored the stone tablet a few times when it first appeared, but then stopped paying much attention to it. After all, the items they could exchange for inside weren't very useful to them. Therefore, the absence of level powerhouses actually makes it easier for awakened individuals below B level to acquire them. However, now that experience potions have appeared, things are different.
By the way, Teacher Lu, look at this. This is a silver weapon. A giant axe suddenly thrust in front of him immediately caught Lu Zicheng's attention. Silver weapons, those are really good stuff. Even though he was an A rank 5th level, he didn't have many silver level equipment. It was only through so many years of battlefield bloodshed that he managed to obtain it by sheer luck. I don't use an axe either. I remember seeing one in your house. I suppose you might need it, so I'll give it to you. Give it to me?
Lin Bei, this is a silver weapon.
Do you know its value? If you put it outside, it would cost an astronomical price.
Even if you don't use an axe, you can always consign it at an auction house or exchange it for a silver weapon that suits your needs.
Lu Zicheng was somewhat surprised. What kind of luck did this kid have? He went out for a stroll and already had a silver weapon? No need, I have more here, just right for me.
As he spoke, Lin Bei took out a silver-grade battle sword. Upon seeing this battle sword, Lu Zicheng felt his brain wasn't quite up to par.
What's going on? Go out for a stroll and you'll get more than just a silver weapon?
What happened next left Lu Zicheng speechless. As Lin Bei spoke, he took out a small scepter and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing to the side.
Hey sis, here, this is for you. It'll be good for you. Don't lose it. For me?
Wow, this scepter is so beautiful, bro, I love it to death. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she saw the exquisite miniature scepter. She took the scepter, looked at it from left to right, and jumped up with joy.
Three silver weapons? Here, this is for you too.
At this moment, Lin Bei took out another necklace, which was still silver grade.
Lu Zicheng was overwhelmed with mixed feelings as he watched all this.
After decades of hard work, I've only managed to accumulate 5 pieces of silver equipment.
Lin Bei, on the other hand, went out for 3 days and came back with 4 pieces of silver equipment?
Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care about anything else. She took what her brother gave her without a second thought and was overjoyed.
Please come inside first. I have something to discuss with Teacher Lu. Okay.
Lin Xiaoxiao obediently went back. Only then did Lin Bei look at Lu Zicheng, who was looking surprised, and slowly asked, Teacher Lu, do you know about the Tower of Ascension?
The Tower of Ascension? Of course I know it.
It's a place that A level and even S level powerhouses fight over.
It contains many precious treasures, especially the Spirit Rhinoceros Pill and the Heavenly Mandate Pill. There are very few people in this world who can awaken dual superpowers on their own.
With the Spirit Pill, one can artificially create beings with dual or even triple superpowers. As for the Heavenly Mandate Pill, it is even more precious. It's even more powerful than the gift of the soul-devouring blood mist in the Divine Realm. I've heard of the soul-devouring blood mist. Like the Heavenly Fate Pill, it can also improve the grade of a superpower.
But can the Heavenly Fate Pill only be taken once?
It seems that the soul-devouring blood mist can be taken more than once.
Shouldn't the soul-devouring blood mist be more powerful? That's because you don't understand the real differences between them.
Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lu Zicheng smiled.
Chapter 63 The difference between soul-devouring blood mist and Heavenly Fate Pill. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked at Lu Zicheng.
He had only heard some of it from Lu Wanwan before, but since Lu Wanwan hadn't experienced it herself, she didn't know the specifics very well. Theoretically, the soul-devouring blood mist can upgrade the rank of a superpower multiple times, but it is also random.
Not everyone can do it multiple times, some can only do it once. The exact reason remains unknown to this day.
However, there is a limit to the improvement of the soul-devouring blood mist. No matter whether it is improved once or multiple times, it can only reach the highest level of A. The heavenly mandate pill inside the Tower of Ascension is said to be effective only once in a lifetime.
However, it can be upgraded to S rank or even higher, without any limit. What?
A glint of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes.
So that's how it is. That's right.
So, while the soul-devouring blood mist looks good, the destiny pill is still the really strong one. However, getting into the Tower of Ascension is easier said than done. You should have also seen the beast cores needed to exchange for the key fragments.
That's an astronomical price.
Even for me, it took all these years to collect just 3 key fragments. Only those S-level powerhouses have it relatively easier.
Moreover, having the key doesn't guarantee you'll get the destiny pill.
It is said that the superhumans inside are terrifyingly strong, and even S-class powerhouses are not easy to deal with.
The so-called heavenly mandate pill is actually an inner elixir inside a person's body. Only by killing them will you have a chance to obtain it. What are the chances? Yes, not all inner cores are heavenly fate cores.
So, killing even one extraordinary person is difficult, and obtaining a heavenly fate core requires killing several. Most importantly, there are no restrictions on going to the God realm, but those below D rank are more likely to die there. After all, it's not easy to hold out until the soul-devouring blood mist appears. A blood mist will only appear once enough people die on the battlefield of the gods. But at least if you have the guts and aren't afraid of death, you'll always have a chance to fight. The Tower of Ascension is so high that even the entrance fee alone is enough to deter awakened beings below rank C from ever reaching it.
How can they kill 800,000 mid-level beast cores? Even if you're at level C or higher and get the key, going in is just asking for trouble, unless you're at level A. To be honest, even I wouldn't necessarily come out alive if I went into the Tower of Ascension. Therefore, for those who truly want to improve their supernatural abilities, the Divine Realm is more suitable, as it is almost larger. Lin Bei listened attentively to Lu Zicheng's words and was deeply moved. Lu Zicheng was right.
The special nature of the heavenly fate pill made it a coveted target for experts above grade A. It's not worth it for low-level players to go, and they might as well go to the Divine Realm.
Alright, since you said there are experience potions at the stone tablet, I have to go take a look. If it really exists, I'd like to try my luck at the Tower of Ascension someday. I've arranged everything for you at school. If you want to study here, just go and attend some classes. If you don't want to, you're free to do as you please. I've already spoken to the principal. However, if there are any competitions at school, you'd better come back and support them. If it had been when he had just brought Lin Bei here, Lu Zicheng would never have said those last words. But now, Lin Bei has successfully exchanged for the refinement crystal in just 3 days and reached the B-level 4th rank. Such speed is definitely not just good luck. Lin Bei's strength and talent were clearly greater than Lu Zicheng had imagined. Therefore, whenever the school holds any exchange competitions or activities, Lin Bei will surely bring honor to the school. As long as I'm at school, or can get back in time, it's fine. My main plan is to go to the realm of the gods. Lin Bei said with a smile that he could not guarantee that he would participate in every competition. The prerequisite is that you have free time. Rapid growth is what he needs to do right now. Competition, honor? They're all fleeting. As long as you are strong enough, these things will come to you automatically. You're going to the divine realm right now? Lu Zicheng's expression turned serious. The divine realm is very dangerous. It's alright. Although it's dangerous, it's also the fastest way to grow, isn't it? That's true. Fine, you decide for yourself. If you go, please be careful. There, one must not only be wary of strange beasts and strange people, but also of people, especially awakened individuals from other countries. As I just mentioned, only when enough people die will the soul-devouring blood mist be activated. Moreover, murder and robbery were commonplace there. Once you get there, you have to be ruthless. But when it's time to back down, you also need to learn to run away. There's no shame in running away if you can't win a fight. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Teacher Lu, I understand. Lin Bei nodded, looking at Lu Zicheng with gratitude in his eyes. I had only known Lu Zicheng for a short time, and we didn't really have much of a relationship. But after getting to know him, Lu Zicheng was genuinely good to Lin Bei and his family. Lin Bei could tell that Lu Zicheng wasn't just being hypocritical and polite, he genuinely cared about him. After giving a few more instructions, Lu Zicheng left. Lin Bei went back inside, where his father and sister were sitting in the living room talking. And the mother also ran out of the kitchen. Xiaobei, you're back? You must be exhausted. Go take a shower first. There are a few dishes that will be ready soon.
You didn't even tell me you were coming back so I could prepare the meal.
Mom, it's not mealtime yet, I'm not hungry. It's almost 5 o'clock. Have you been eating well these past few days?
Stop talking nonsense and go take a shower.
We'll eat first. Old Lin, your son is back, and you've been sitting there reading the newspaper the whole time?
Please move the bowl and chopsticks.
Xiao Xiao, go buy some drinks, there aren't any left in the fridge. Remember to buy sugar-free Coke.
Okay, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, and rushed out to buy drinks.
Lin Guodong also stood up.
Xiao Bei, go take a shower.
We'll have a few drinks later. Why drink alcohol?
My son has been working hard outside for days, a Coke will do. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother, Wu Xiulan, who had just retreated into the kitchen, peeked out again and glared at Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong gave an embarrassed smile and obediently went to set the table. Lin Bei smiled wryly. That's just how his mother is, awesome. I went back upstairs to my room and took a shower, washing away the fatigue of the past few days.
After changing into casual clothes, Lin Bei went downstairs.
By this time, the food was already on the table, a full 8 dishes.
Very abundant. Mom, are you celebrating a holiday?
Why celebrate a holiday?
You've already lost weight after being away for a few days. You should eat some more to recover.
Before Lin Bei left, he gave them a lot of beast cores. They're doing nothing here now, yet they have more wealth than they did doing business before.
My precious son, who is so outstanding, is back. Shouldn't I treat him to a feast?
Mom, your eyesight hasn't been very good lately. Where has my brother lost weight?
I think he's even more robust than he was 3 days ago. What do you know? Eat your food, the chicken leg isn't enough to shut you up.
Wu Xiulan glared at Lin Xiaoxiao and said irritably. Mom, my little sister is right, I've leveled up again these past few days, hee hee. Lin Bei also showed off his muscles.
You still have to eat. People need food to survive. When you're out there, you eat dry food and just make do with whatever you can find. Can it compare to home? Now that you're back, eat well. You're still growing, so you need to get enough nutrition.
Yes, sir. Lin Bei saw his mother's stern face, immediately saluted, and started eating. Wu Xiulan then smiled.
Chapter 64 Young Master John's Benefactor. Please give a good review and a reward. Kyoto, South Ward, inside a luxurious manor. The second young master's whereabouts have not been found yet? A dignified-looking middle-aged man asked with a frown.
Master, the second young master and old one have all lost contact. The people who went to investigate found nothing.
Investigate further. How could 5 living people just disappear for no reason?
Also, check if any B-level perfect teams or A-level awakened individuals have appeared among the people who went to see 35 in the past few days.
Yes. As his subordinates left, the middle-aged man's companion, a man who bore a resemblance to Jiang Wenwang, approached. Father, I'm afraid something has happened to my second brother. Humph. You dare touch my son, Jiang Xingtian's son? Don't let me find him, or else.
We lost contact 2 days ago and our subordinates still haven't found a trace of them. I'm afraid the other side is quite powerful.
Yes, I understand.
Wentao, you don't need to worry about things here. You take your men to the B22 secret realm now and focus on leveling up to the 5th rank. You'll be in charge of the divine realm this time.
Make sure you advance to rank A.
When you come back, your second uncle and I will take you to the Tower of Ascension. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtian's words, Jiang Wentao's eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face.
I understand, Father. I will definitely not let you down.
I'm certain I'll reach rank A during this trip to the divine realm.
Yes, I've already spoken to them over there.
When you get there, just look for your Uncle Jiang.
He'll ensure your safety in the divine realm.
Remember, do not act rashly in the divine realm, and never act alone.
Once you reach S rank, you'll be qualified to go to the interdimensional gate. Good. Jiang Wentao was excited at this moment. The gate of boundaries, that's where true powerhouses should go.
S level is merely the highest realm in the perception of those who have awakened in the secular world. Little did they know, this was merely a threshold in a world where spiritual energy was reviving.
However, those below S rank are simply not qualified to access these things. Alright, you can go now. Yes, Father.
Jiang Wentao left respectfully, but the moment he stepped out of the study, a haughty coldness appeared on his face.
Young Master. Let's go, B22. Yes. The group quickly left the manor and headed towards the A22 district outside Kyoto. My dear brother, you deserve to die. I really should thank Linbei. You are truly my benefactor. Otherwise, how could the opportunity to go to the Divine Realm, the Tower of Ascension, or even the Gate of Realms have fallen into my lap? Ha ha ha. Inside the car, Jiang Wentao was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. In the Jiang family, Jiang Wenguan was the most beloved son of the patriarch, Jiang Shengtian. He's the one who thinks of everything good. With him around, Jiang Wentao simply couldn't stand out. However, Jiang Wentao is also very good at being patient. She never argues or fights, and always gives in to her younger brother. But he has been looking for a chance to turn things around. Jiang Shengtian originally planned to arrange for an A-level expert to escort Jiang Wenguan to Zone C35 to exchange for refinement crystals. However, Jiang Wenguan was spoiled from a young age and had a high opinion of himself. Too arrogant, he refused outright. He felt that having 4B level 5th rank companions in Zone C was enough. Jiang Wentao naturally flattered him, making him even more convinced that he was very strong and did not need an A-level expert to accompany him. She also wanted to show her father that she was capable enough. In this way, Jiang Wentao's opportunity naturally came. How could he possibly give up such a great opportunity? 2 A-level experts were arranged to take action against them long ago. But to everyone's surprise, on the second day, Jiang Wentao's subordinates sent a message. Jiang Wenguan died, as did the 4B rank, 5th level retainers who went with him. However, it was not them who took action, it was someone else. That person was Lin Bei from the Magic City Academy. This delighted Jiang Wentao. Even though his own people were doing it, he was still worried that his father would find out something. But since someone else did it for me, it means that God is on my side. As for Lin Bei, he doesn't need to deal with him at all. Intervening on your own is actually not good. It's best to leave it to your own father to handle. This can be seen as Jiang Wentao's way of thanking Lin Bei. Brother, are you going to the Divine Realm? Heh, you know about the Divine Realm too? Hee, I just overheard you talking to Teacher Lu. But it's so dangerous there, are you really going? After the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao sat down next to Lin Bei, cutting fruit as she asked him a question. I have to go, I need to become stronger. You're already at rank B, tier 4, isn't that strong enough? Among our peers, you're already quite good. You've left Sister Shui miles behind. Not enough. Sis, we know too little about this world. In that small place called Jinzhou, we were actually quite isolated from the outside world. During this trip, I learned a lot of information that I had never encountered before. Grade B is acceptable in our Jinzhou area. But once you get outside, it's really nothing. Take Hong Badian and the city Lord Guofuxing for example. In the event of a conflict, we are no match for them. I will only feel at ease when I become stronger. Brother, actually, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. I just checked on the forum, and the Divine Realm is really dangerous. Although you are already at B rank 4, it is said above that only B rank 5 can be considered to have some self-protection ability. I don't want anything to happen to you. At this point, a mist appeared in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Alright, do you think your brother would do something he's not sure about? The Divine Realm might be dangerous for others, but it's nothing to your brother. You're bragging, don't try to fool me. No matter how strong you are, you're only AB rank 4th level. Even if you have dual abilities, the other one is still an F rank. I asked Teacher Lu, and he also said it's a pity that your other ability is only F level. If it were B level, or even C level, it would be much stronger. Lin Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable because she thought Lin Bei was trying to comfort her. Seeing this, Lin Bei smiled, looked around, and found that his parents were still busy in the kitchen. So he pulled his younger sister aside and whispered, "Who said your brother only has 2 superpowers?" As he finished speaking, a flame lit up in his palm, but vanished in an instant. Fire-based ability. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled by the sudden appearance of the flame and screamed. "Shoo, keep your voice down, what are you yelling about?" Lin Bei quickly covered Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth and glared at her. Dude, that's not fair of you. It's a triple ability? And this fire ability is B rank? I'm not mistaken, am I? Yes, it's grade B. Ha, that's great. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed to receive Lin Bei's approval, but her face fell the next second. Even 3 superpowers won't work, it's still too dangerous. Hey bro, how about we practice slowly here?
The Magic City Academy has such a big reputation, and the professors are very strong.
You don't need to be so aggressive.
Staying in the academy is certainly much safer, but fighting is the only way to improve yourself the fastest.
Alright, I understand. Also, you're not allowed to tell anyone about my 3 special abilities. I get it.
You have to keep some cards up your sleeve, hee hee hee. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately nodded and grinned mischievously. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Bei suddenly remembered the system notification he received when he teamed up with his younger sister.
Hidden superpowers? Not high enough level? Now that I've advanced, can I assimilate my younger sister's hidden abilities? Hey sis, wanna team up for a game?
Without hesitation, Lin Bei grinned and looked at his younger sister, Lin Xiaoxiao.
Chapter 65 The Black Market. Playing games? Sure. But not Doghorn, it's full of cheaters.
Just touch the big red button and a bunch of dogs appear.
I'll play Eternal City instead. Good.
Ding, team formation successful.
The host has assimilated team member Lin Xiaoxiao's abilities.
Ding, hidden supernatural ability detected, scanning. Ding, host level is insufficient, unable to acquire.
Not high enough level?
Lin Bei was annoyed when he saw this message. I've already reached level 4 of grade B, and I still meet all 6 grade B requirements.
Is that not enough? What level is my younger sister's hidden superpower? Could it be an S-class? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised to see Lin Xiaoxiao happily running to turn on the computer.
After playing 3 games with his younger sister, Lin Bei said he was too tired and returned to the living room.
Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while tomorrow. You've just gotten back and you're going out again? Where are you going this time? Wu Xiulan asked with concern. I'm going to a secret realm to level up. I'll probably be gone for a while this time. Here, take these.
As he spoke, Lin Bei took out a bunch of things. Among them were 3,000 high-level beast cores, a silver necklace, a black iron necklace, and some black iron weapons and potions.
Wow, bro, you've struck it rich.
So many beast cores, and they're high-level ones at that. Upon seeing these, Lin Xiaoxiao was so shocked that she jumped up.
These things are just too expensive. Xiao Bei, what are you doing?
Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong were also shocked.
3,000 high-level beast cores, how much would that cost? I've never seen so much money in my life.
This is all small change, keep it for yourselves, but don't flaunt your wealth, be careful. Also, Mom, you're not in good health, so you can wear this silver necklace for now.
Dad can use the iron necklace for now.
Both of these can enhance your physical condition and have a decent recovery effect.
Keep the extra things for a rainy day.
Especially these recovery potions, which were obtained in the secret realm, are much more effective than those available outside.
Keep it for yourself, don't give it to anyone.
Finally, these dozens of bottles of medicine can regenerate severed limbs, so be sure to hide them well. Ignoring his parents' surprise, Lin Bei recounted everything one by one. These words made Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong frown frequently. Logically, parents should be both proud and happy to have received such a large sum of money from their son. The child has become successful. But their first reaction now is worry. What seemed like giving them gifts actually made them feel like they were giving their last words.
Xiao Bei, is the place you went to very dangerous? Maybe we shouldn't go?
Your parents don't expect you to be super strong, we just want our family to be safe and sound. Wu Xiulan grabbed Lin Bei's hand, her voice trembling as she spoke. Her eyes were glistening with tears.
Yes, Xiao Bei.
We still haven't used up the beast cores you gave us a few days ago, and Teacher Lu also brought over 10,000 low-level beast cores that Lord Guo from Jinzhou sent yesterday.
We simply can't use them all. You don't need to work so hard. Oh dear, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? I had too much stuff, so I gave you some of it.
Upon seeing this, Lin Bei immediately realized what his parents had misunderstood and quickly explained. But Wu Xiulan and Lin Guodong still looked suspicious.
Look, I have a lot more here.
As he spoke, Lin Bei took out a bunch of beast cores and weapon potions.
Damn, bro, you're a real big spender.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her face showing an exaggerated expression. She already knew that Lin Bei was going to the divine realm. As awakened beings, their ability to accept information is naturally stronger than that of their parents. Moreover, Lin Bei had explained it to her privately before, so she wasn't as sad as her parents.
Is everything you said true? Wu Xiulan asked suspiciously, looking at what Lin Bei had taken out again. Mom, I'm telling the truth, so you two don't need to worry about it. Your son is pretty powerful now. Even someone like Hong Badian couldn't kill me now. Lin Bei patted his chest and said. Alright, go ahead if you want, but be careful. Seeing Lin Bei's insistence, Wu Xiulan had no choice but to agree. The beast cores inside are enough for you to advance to the 3rd tier. You can focus on upgrading to the peak of the 2nd tier for now. Try to wait until I get back, then I'll take you to find the stone tablet to exchange for it. Lin Bei gave Lin Xiaoxiao instructions again. The stone tablet area is fraught with danger, and it is indeed not easy for ordinary B-level players to exchange for refinement crystals there. Besides, his younger sister was a healer, so he was still a little worried. Okay, brother. How about you take me with you to the divine realm? What are you talking about? This is no joke. You should focus on advancing to level 3 first. Lin Bei refused outright. Although their strength has increased considerably, since Lu Zicheng and Lu Wanwan both said that there are many dangers inside, they naturally cannot bring Lin Xiaoxiao along. I only have one younger sister. If something were to happen to her, that would be a huge problem. After chatting for a while, Lin Bei left the academy. Shanghai, North District. In a small alley. Lin Bei walked slowly. Along the way, people would occasionally peek out and glance at you. Turn left at the end of the road, and you'll find a large warehouse. Lin Bei went straight up and knocked on the door. Click. A crack appeared in the door, and a burly man poked his head in, looked at Lin Bei, and spoke indifferently. 1,000. Lin Bei immediately took out 1,000 yuan and handed it over. Squeak. The rusty iron gate opened suddenly. Don't cause trouble inside. The burly man didn't even glance at Lin Bei before giving his instructions. Lin Bei didn't say much and went straight inside. Passing through the partition, a large market comes into view. The alleyway was bustling with people, a stark contrast to the quiet lane we had passed before. It was incredibly lively. Rows of stalls were set up there, and the stall owners didn't call out to sell. They just sat there, waiting for passing customers to inquire. Of course, at some stalls, sellers and buyers argued heatedly. Lin Bei walked and looked around, his face full of curiosity. This place sells a wide variety of things. It has almost everything. Weapons, equipment, potions, beast cores, and even some martial arts techniques for ordinary people and for tempering the body. However, their grades are not high. Most of the weapons and equipment are basic, and it's rare to see any black iron equipment, such as whips, nunchucks, and tridents. This weapon is not used by many people. Suddenly, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks. We buy all kinds of weapons, equipment, potions, and beast cores. Origin is not important, and prices are fair. Next to the stall, a conspicuous sign was hanging there. Hey bro, got something to sell? Upon seeing Lin Bei, the shopkeeper, who had been half lying in his stall, immediately sat up and asked with a smile. You accept everything? Yes, we accept everything, and the prices are absolutely fair. We treat everyone fairly, young and old. Can it withstand weapons made of black iron? Of course. You can take it out and have a look, young man. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper sat up even straighter. Lin Bei immediately started pulling it out. Holy crap! So many? And they're all iron. However, when the shopkeeper saw the number of weapons Lin Bei pulled out, he was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 66. The huge sum of money arrives. Please leave a good review. There were a total of 40 pieces of black iron equipment, including weapons and equipment confiscated from Jiang Wanguang and Wang Erxiong. Before the exclamation could even leave his lips, the shop owner immediately covered his mouth and quickly glanced around. He felt a little relieved when he realized that his exclamation hadn't attracted anyone's attention. Brother, let's talk inside. The shop owner smiled broadly and gestured for the customer to enter. Lin Bei nodded, put away his weapon, and followed him into the small hut behind the stall. Upon entering the house, the shop owner immediately closed the door. Hey bro, let me take another look at your gear. Lin Bei followed his instructions, and 40 pieces of black iron equipment reappeared. Good stuff, all good stuff. The shop owner examined the items carefully, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Hey bro, are you selling all of these? Right. So, are you planning to sell everything for money, or exchange it for something else? Exchange it for cash.
Lin Bei thought for a moment and realized that he currently had enough weapons, including a gold-grade thunderclap blade and 2 silver-grade battle swords as backup. As for equipment, he looked around the market and found that the most he could find were black iron equipment.
Silver-level equipment is scarce and unsuitable for him. As for the gold grade, there isn't one at all.
Clearly, even on the black market, obtaining a high-grade piece of equipment is not easy. He currently has 1,200 high-level beast cores, which is enough for now.
Moreover, I am about to go to the realm of gods.
There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain beast cores and equipment inside. On the contrary, he didn't have much cash on him. After arriving in Shanghai from Jinzhou, he hadn't had time to exchange any cash. When you're traveling, you need to spend money on food, drink, and clothing. His parents wanted to give him money, but now that he was capable, he naturally wouldn't rely on them anymore.
Exchange money?
Upon hearing this, the shop owner's eyes lit up even more. For ordinary people, money is a good thing.
But for awakened ones, beast cores and equipment are the real hard currency.
The other party only wanted money, which was more cost-effective for him. What a great business! Brother, I believe you already know before you came that the normal price for this black iron equipment is 2.6 million per piece.
However, I'm a recycler, and I don't ask where the goods come from, so I definitely can't buy them at the original price.
At this point, the shop owner paused and looked at Lin Bei. Seeing that Lin Bei's expression was calm, the shop owner swallowed hard and said again, I can offer 1.7 million for one piece. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei frowned. Brother, as you know, 2.6 million is the normal selling price outside.
In some academies, a piece of black iron equipment only costs around 2 million. If I buy it back to sell, I definitely need to keep some profit.
Before Lin Bei could speak, the shop owner spoke up again.
Too low.
Lin Bei still said something.
The shop owner is right, but will he sell these weapons for less than the academy's price after he buys them back? Lin Beikai didn't believe it.
As long as the shop owner holds the price at 2 million, naturally a lot of people will rush to buy it. Black iron weapons, below grade B, are definitely the mainstream top-tier quality. Making a profit of 300,000 yuan on one item, this guy is making way too much money.
This.
One price, 1.9 million per piece. If it works out, great. If not, forget it, I'll go look around some more. Lin Bei spoke, and as soon as he finished speaking, he made a gesture to put away his equipment.
Wait, buddy, wait a minute.
Okay, 1.9 million it is.
Seeing Lin Bei's action, the shop owner panicked and gritted his teeth, agreeing immediately. Lin Bei was right, the shop owner would definitely sell it for no less than 2 million after taking it back.
The college sells them cheaply, but they are only sold to the college's students and instructors. Outsiders cannot buy them. If he were to offer a price of 2 million, there would be a huge crowd scrambling to buy it. A profit of 100,000 per piece may not seem like much, but with 40 pieces here, that's a business worth at least 4 million.
Then it's a deal. Lin Bei laughed.
The shop owner beamed with joy. A good deal had been made. He was very decisive and transferred the money directly.
As the phone notification sounded, 76 million yuan was deposited into the account.
Boss, do you buy silver weapons? Just as the shop owner was happily packing up the equipment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again.
Ha? A silver weapon?
Under the shop owner's shocked gaze, Lin Bei took out a horse-head axe.
This one was found by Zhang Wangguang.
The shop owner's eyes flickered with surprise, greed, and finally caution.
Young man, is this counterfeit? Don't you not ask about the source here? Lin Bei frowned.
Don't worry about it, bro. Normally, the only people who can come here to make a move are those with black iron equipment at most.
Even if this level of equipment is smuggled, I can handle it. But above the silver level.
Forgive my bluntness, but those who can use weapons of this level are either monstrous geniuses or people from powerful families and influential clans. I can't afford to offend them. However, if you really want to sell it and trust me, I can help you sell it at a black market auction. Anyway, it's all anonymous buying and selling. Even if someone comes looking for us later, it won't do any good.
Oh? Okay, then you can help me get rid of it.
Okay, but I have to take a 10% cut of the sale price for this kind of goods, which is too risky.
No problem.
Lin Bei simply tossed the horse-head axe to the shop owner. This surprised the shop owner.
Did the other party trust him that much? Didn't they even want any guarantees or collateral?
Little did he know that after hearing his words, Lin Bei was even prepared to throw away the weapon. Silver level weapons are considered top tier items by others, and are extremely rare and valuable. But for Lin Bei, it was completely worthless. Want it? Just go to the secret realm and kill high level beasts. Forget about silver, you'll get tons of gold grade drops. Since you trust me so much, I'll transfer 30 million to you first, because silver equipment won't be less than that amount. After the auction ends, I'll transfer any extra money to you based on the actual proceeds. Okay. Lin Bei was surprised that the shop owner was quite honest, smiling as he took out his QR code to receive the money. Soon, the 30 million arrived in the account. Now, Lin Bei's account has more than 100 million yuan. As expected, awakened ones make money fast. Especially those who possess a system of awakened beings. Before coming to the black market, Lin Bei had already opened an anonymous bank account and an anonymous phone number. Therefore, you don't have to worry about information leakage no matter how you transfer money. And I must say, the 4 academies have a lot of business. Even anonymous bank cards can be processed quickly. Clearly, such double crossing is quite common in the wild. The college has tacitly accepted this attitude. If you're capable, it doesn't matter if you double cross someone, that's just how the world is. After finishing the matter, Lin Bei left his anonymous contact number and then left directly. As soon as Lin Bei entered his residence at the Magic City Academy, he saw Shuiziki already sitting inside waiting for him. Lin Bei, are you going to the Divine Realm? Can you take me with you? As soon as Lin Bei returned, Shuiziki went straight to greet him. No. Chapter 67 Rumors. The Divine Realm is not a place to joke around. It's too dangerous for you to come with me now. Lin Bei directly rejected Shuiziki. But Shuiziki gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. In high school, although Lin Bei's academic performance was also surpassed by mine, the difference isn't that big. However, now, not only did they fail to catch up with Lin Bei, they also fell further and further behind. Especially since Lin Bei returned from his trip this time, he actually reached the 4th level of B rank. This made it impossible for her to focus on her studies at school. She didn't want to be dragged down by Lin Bei. She actually found this feeling strange too. She is competitive, but not to this extent. Ever since witnessing Lin Bei's power in the trial instance and the Hong Batian incident, Shuiziki's feelings for Lin Bei underwent a tremendous change subtly. Lin Bei's image kept appearing in her mind, lingering there. Alright, no buts. The Divine Realm is really too dangerous. My current strength is not enough to guarantee your safety. Here, this is for you. Good luck at school. Lin Bei interrupted Shuiziki again and then handed her a long sword. Silver level. For me? Upon seeing the long sword, Shuiziki was immediately startled. This is a silver grade weapon, and Lin Bei actually wants to give it to me? Yes, when I first awakened my useless F-level ability, no one in the class except the boss and you was willing to speak up for me. I will never forget the kindness you showed me. Lin Bei chuckled and shoved the long sword into the dazed Shuiziki's hand before heading upstairs. Little sister, I'm leaving right away. Tell mom and dad when they get back that I won't wait for them. Okay, sure, Lin Xiaoxiao replied obediently. But as soon as Lin Bei went upstairs, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately went to Shuiziki's side and whispered, Sister Ziki, how about we sneak off together? What do you mean, huh? Didn't you not want my brother to distance himself from you? I'm sure you've been touring the college these past couple of days. Compared to outsiders, the Magic City Academy is indeed powerful. What our mentor taught us is exactly what we need. The fastest way to improve yourself is through real-world experience. I've also looked into the Divine Realm, although it's very dangerous. However, we are both B rank, level 1, and I am a healer. If you're careful, you can still protect yourself there. Furthermore, once you get there, you can choose to join a legion for combat. As long as we don't act recklessly or greedily, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Only there can we gain a large amount of experience points in a short period of time. Good. Shuiziki thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao was right, both of them were B level, while D level people were taking risks inside. Moreover, his attack power is not weak among those of the same level, and Lin Xiaoxiao has healing and recovery abilities. When they team up, they will be much stronger than others in terms of both safety and combat endurance. At worst, they can just fight alongside the Legion on the periphery. After all, advancing to level 3 in the outer secret realm is too slow. Not long after, Lin Bei came downstairs. With storage space, you can simply throw everything into it once it's all organized, making it a truly lightweight trip. After exchanging greetings, Lin Bei set off immediately. An hour after Lin Bei left, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xue Ziki each left notes at home. After asking for leave from the academy, they gathered at the academy gate with large backpacks on their backs and set off together towards the Divine Realm. Half a day later, Lu Zicheng returned to the Magic City Academy. During his trip to the C-35 Secret Realm dungeon, he did not find any experience potions within the stone tablet space. But then I heard about something that had been passed down as if it were a miracle. That is, in one of the squads, there appeared a man who was abnormally strong. One person slaughtered all the strange beasts surrounding the stone tablet, including one whose combat power had reached the Lord level.
This man is said to possess 3 supernatural abilities. They are ice-based, melee-based, and healing-based, and each of their abilities is at the B level. This prompted Lu Zicheng to learn more about the situation there. As a result, he was astonished by the descriptions of those who witnessed it. From their description of the person's appearance, clothing, and other details, Jingran matched Lin Bei very well. So he rushed back without stopping. But it was too late, Lin Bei had already left. What did you say? Lin Bei might be a 4th level awakened ability user? In the principal's office of the Magic City Academy, Principal Qin Zhang, with his temples graying, suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Zicheng standing opposite him. You have to understand, he's a true S-class powerhouse. What storms hasn't he weathered? But at this moment, he was deeply moved by it. Yes, according to the eyewitnesses, it's more than 80% likely that it was Lin Bei. However, they only mentioned the 3 awakened superpowers and did not know that Lin Bei actually had an F-level spatial ability. I found it strange from the beginning. Even if Lin Bei has 2 superpowers, one of his superpowers is only F-level. How could he possibly unleash such formidable combat power, fighting against Hong Badian for so long without being killed or even sustaining any injuries? On the contrary, it was Hong Badian who was injured at that time. So it seems this kid had more than just 2 superpowers back then. Lu Zicheng also suddenly realized what was happening. For superpowers, there are only 3 people in the entire China who possess this ability, and those 3 have powerful backgrounds. But Lin Bei comes from an ordinary family. Has this kid had any extraordinary encounters? I don't know, should I send someone to check? No need, just pretend you don't know anything about it. Since Lin Bei is unwilling to say, let's pretend we don't know. But you have to keep a close eye on Lin Bei, you can't let anyone else poach him. At least for the next 4 years of university, he can only be a student of our Magic City College. This should be fine, oh no. At this point, Lu Zicheng suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? In response, Qin Zheng glared at Lu Zicheng, thinking, they're both veteran experts, why are they still so easily startled? He went to the realm of the gods. Oh? He really can't stay idle. He just advanced in the C-35 Secret Realm, and now he's off to the Divine Realm? Yes, after he came back from C-35, he asked me about the Divine Realm. When I came back just now, I was going to ask him first, but he had already left. Moreover, it seems his younger sisters, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xue Ziki, also secretly followed him. Lin Xiaoxiao? Xue Ziki? Yes, you should know Lin Xiaoxiao. She is Lin Bei's younger sister and a genius girl who awakened AB-level healing ability at the age of 16. As for Xue Ziki, she is Lin Bei's classmate and AB-level ice-type awakener. As for strength, it's about average among B-level players. Judging from the results of the initial trial assessment, it seems that Lin Bei gave them to Xue Ziki. However, this girl's talent is acceptable, she barely met our admission requirements. Well, even if he doesn't meet the requirements, with Lin Bei's connection, it's okay to give him face. As long as Lin Bei stays at our Magic City Academy, that's fine. However, you should still invite old Deng to go to the Divine Realm together. Lin Bei should have no problem going there, but it would be ridiculous for Lin Xiaoxiao and Xue Ziki to go. Go find them and try your best to persuade them to come back. If that doesn't work, then protect them secretly, at least make sure nothing happens to them. Okay, I understand. I'll call Lao Deng and we'll set off right away. Go. After Lu Zicheng left, Qin Zheng walked to the window and looked out. Lin Bei, I wonder how many surprises you will give me in the Divine Realm. Chapter 60 Team Mode? 3 days later, Lin Bei arrived in Langcheng. This place is located in the southern Tibet region of China. It is the border with India. Both Lang City and Dong City here have entrances and exits leading to the Divine Realm.
Lin Bei strolled around Langchang, noting that there were not only Chinese people, but also many more from other countries. Among them, people from India accounted for the largest proportion. From the eyes and expressions of many Chinese people, it is not difficult to see their unfriendly attitude towards those from India. "Boss, 2 baskets of meat buns and a bowl of butter tea, please."
Okay.
Lin Bei found a breakfast shop and sat down.
Soon, 2 steaming trays of meat buns and butter tea were brought out. One bite, and your mouth is filled with the rich aroma of yak meat. The meat buns here are filled with yak meat, which is very chewy.
They devoured the meat buns in just a few bites, and soon, 2 steamers of buns were gone.
Comfortable.
The steamed buns, paired with a bowl of butter tea, warmed Lin Bei's entire body.
"Boss, where can I buy a translator around here?"
Upon arriving here, awakened individuals from various countries appeared, making language communication quite difficult.
"The translator? Just keep walking straight ahead, turn right at the end, and it's the 3rd shop." "Is this your first time here, buddy?" the shop owner said enthusiastically.
"Yes, this is my first time here," Lin Bei nodded and replied with a smile.
"Judging from his young age and the fact that he's not a local, is he here with the academy on a mission?" "No, I'm alone."
As soon as he said that, the people at the other tables paused and looked over.
However, he then continued eating without any expression.
Lin Beiyu also saw this scene.
"Alone? Young man, this place isn't safe. It's too dangerous for you to be alone."
The shop owner was clearly taken aback by Lin Bei's answer, but immediately offered some advice.
"Okay, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, do you know where the entrance to the Divine Realm is?" "Young man, the Divine Realm is not a place to joke around. You are so young, and you are not traveling in a group from an academy or a family. I advise you to go back as soon as possible, or you will lose your life here."
Before the shop owner could speak after hearing Lin Bei's words, a burly man at the next table spoke up. Although the other person's tone was low, it was clear that they were trying to persuade them in good faith. Those who go to the realm of the gods rarely travel alone. Those who went alone were all-powerful individuals with considerable combat strength.
"But Lin Bei looks only 18 years old, how strong can he be?"
At this age, if someone is truly a genius or prodigy, they will inevitably be protected by prestigious universities or powerful families.
"She will never go out alone."
In their eyes, Lin Bei was just a hothead, a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, wanting to see the world. It was only because he was a fellow Chinese that the man offered him advice.
"Thank you for the reminder, brother."
Lin Bei naturally wouldn't be ungrateful, and replied with a smile while continuing to look at the boss.
"The entrance to the Divine Realm is in a valley 30 kilometers to the west."
That guest was right, it's really too dangerous to go there alone.
"If you really want to go, you should form a team at the west gate before going in."
The shop owner clearly saw Lin Bei's determination with such a stubborn young man. Persuasion was useless.
"I could only offer one more reminder." "Okay, thank you, boss."
Lin Bei stood up, paid the bill, and left. This kid probably hasn't experienced hardship before, and thinks that this divine realm is on the same level as those wilderness secret realms outside the inner city.
Alright, you've already tried to persuade him. If he wants to go, can you really stop him? You can't reason with a damn fool. Isn't it because this kid is so young?
Regardless of whether he's arrogant or not, the fact that he dared to come here alone proves that even if he's a hothead, he's still quite capable. He's at least a sea-level or higher awakener. It's truly a pity that they perished here.
Old Zhang, you're just too kind-hearted. Aren't there many people like that these days? Especially in the divine realm, how many self-proclaimed geniuses and prodigies have died? Sigh.
The burly man surnamed Zhang sighed helplessly as he watched Lin Bei's departing figure.
Lin Bei naturally didn't hear their conversation.
At this moment, following the shop owner's directions, he had already found the shop. I bought several translator watches, wore one immediately, and put the others in storage in case they were damaged during future battles and I could replace them. And believe it or not, this watch can not only tell time, but also translate multiple languages.
It also serves as a compass for location and provides information on exotic beasts and people.
Lin Bei did not go directly to the west gate, but instead wandered around Lang City again, stocking up on a lot of dry food and drinking water, as well as more than a dozen sets of black combat uniforms. He didn't know how long he would be staying in the divine realm, so it was definitely a good idea to prepare more things. Anyway, I have enough storage space. Of course, he still symbolically carried a large backpack on his back. Otherwise, everyone else goes to the divine realm with backpacks, and he goes without anything, which would seem too out of place. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at the west gate of Langcheng.
Before we even got close, shouts and calls to form teams rang out. There are two types of team formations here.
One option is to join the army directly as a temporary mercenary, under the unified command of the army's officers. However, the spoils of war obtained in battle need to be handed over, and will be distributed uniformly according to military merits and individual performance.
However, when the army goes into battle, they usually do so in large groups, which increases their survival rate. This is the best choice for awakened ones below rank B. Following the main group can reduce a lot of danger, even for D-level awakeners.
The other option is to form teams freely. Most of these people are quite strong in combat, at least at or above the C rank. The worst team leaders are B rank 5, and there are even A rank leaders. These teams have greater freedom, and the spoils they acquire belong to them, they don't have to hand them over. Even the benefits gained through teamwork are distributed more than those obtained in the military. However, such teams are not large, usually consisting of 10 people, with very few exceptions having 5 people. In the event of a large-scale battle, this type of team will be at a significant disadvantage. No matter how strong your individual combat power is, you cannot withstand the encirclement and annihilation of an army of tens of thousands. However, their high mobility allows them to avoid battle entirely, unlike the military, which has to launch large-scale battles even when it knows the enemy is numerically superior. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, it depends on your own choice.
To gain more, the second squad mode is the obvious choice. If your skills are average and you just want to gain experience, it's safer to stick with the main group. In addition to these, there will be several other types of teams. For example, a team from a large family or a team organized by a higher education institution. These individuals will not be outsiders, nor will they join the military. This type of team is also the strongest overall. Lin Bei walked around a few times and found that apart from the teams from those academies, there weren't many people around his age. Even those from academic backgrounds looked to be at least third-year students. The most crucial problem is that after searching for so long, I haven't encountered a single beautiful woman whose looks are rated as over 90 points by the system.
Beautiful lady, is this all?